Volume 9. Chapter 801, Xiaoshan's Death. Chapter 801, Xiaoshan's Death. This gentle, weak, little fist caused an unusual redness to surge up Xiaoshan's face when it landed on his chest. His throat became sweet as a mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily spattered out. Xiaoshan's body suddenly withdrew in a hurried and miserable manner as the fresh blood was spat out. He hurriedly moved back and his body staggered a little. Clearly, the firm contact of Zhu Yan's fist earlier caused him to enter a seriously injured state. After all, the frightening strength of the latter would definitely not be a fun thing for any expert Dou Huang to receive. Bastard, big bastard. You actually dare to launch a sneak attack. Xiaoshan's body hurriedly withdrew and he immediately roared out in an extremely furious manner. Xiao Yan shook his head in ridicule when he heard this. He did not say any nonsense as a silver glow flickered under his feet. In an instant, he appeared in front of Xiaoshan, and his heavy ruler was lifted into a frightening arc. It immediately carried the terrifying sound of rushing wind as it smashed at the latter's head in a merciless manner. Xiao Yan did not discriminate against something like hitting a man when he was down. Instead, he would be even more vicious in his attacks if he got the chance. The Dou Qi within Xiaoshan's body was circulating unusually slowly and appeared somewhat blocked because of that punch by Zhi Yan earlier. His heart clearly understood that this was the sign of being seriously injured. When faced with this ferocious attack by Xiao Yan, he no longer dared to meet it head-on. Hence, he could only hurriedly move his body to miserably dodge the heavy ruler. Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh when the heavy ruler missed. The heavy ruler continued to swing as it left his hand. After which, it violently shot at Xiaoshan. Dodging the earlier attack by Xiao Yan had caused the veins in Xiaoshan's body to feel a convulsing pain. Now, he naturally did not have any strength, therefore, he could only watch the heavy ruler fly at him with wide eyes before it finally struck his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was once again spat out. Terror finally flashed across Xiaoshan's eyes. If this continued, it was likely that he would really die in Xiao Yan's hands just like Wu Ye did. Xiaoshan clenched his teeth firmly as he forcefully maneuvered the Dou Qi in his body. He used all his strength to flap the Dou Qi wings on his back. Borrowing the pushing force of this heavy ruler, he shot in the direction of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. You wish to escape? Xiao Yan once again coldly laughed upon seeing where Xiaoshan was headed. His body flashed forward and his toes pressed on the back of the heavy ruler which he had launched earlier. His body was just like a large bird that charged at Xiaoshan. With Xiao Yan's speed, it was naturally not much of a problem for him to catch up to the injured Xiaoshan. Hence, his body appeared in front of Xiaoshan after a mere couple of blinks. He revealed a savage smile while facing the latter. With a twist of his body, he strangely appeared behind Xiaoshan. The expression of Xiaoshan suddenly became much paler when Xiao Yan gave chase. In his current condition, it was impossible for him to contend with the latter. Elders in the gate, why aren't you coming to my rescue? Dou Qi was circulating very slowly within Xiaoshan. In his despair, he could only furiously cry out to the elders of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate who were still entangled with their opponents. The few elders clenched their teeth upon hearing Xiaoshan's furious roar. They did their best to attempt to escape from their opponents. However, only two expert Dou Huangs successfully did so. Their bodies suddenly moved before rushing to Xiaoshan's side in a lightning-like manner. Ha, it is not good to intervene in another person's battle. A small lovely figure took the lead to appear in front of those two people when they rushed forward. Her body was suspended in mid-air before she smiled at them in a lovely manner. Get lost. The two expert Dou Huangs furiously cried out after they were blocked at such a critical moment. They waved their hands and two powerful Dou Qi pillars shot at Zhi Yan. Zhi Yan nearly curled her small lips when she saw these two people attack. She once again tightly clenched her small fist before unceremoniously striking on the two Dou Qi pillars with a low snort. A frightening strength shattered the two Dou Qi pillars into nothing in front of the stunned eyes of the two expert Dou Huangs. You actually dare to be fierce toward me. You are seeking death, Zhi Yan coldly snorted while curling her mouth. Powerful purple light suddenly surged out of Zhi Yan's body. Her figure flashed and charged at the chest of an expert Dou Huang. She waved her small fist and wildly swung it at the other party. Numerous scars appeared around her dancing fist. The sharp sound of rushing wind basically shattered the eardrums of the expert Dou Huang. The face of that expert Dou Huang drastically changed in the face of this ferocious attack by Zhi Yan. Powerful Dou Qi formed a thick light curtain on his body. However, this layer of light swiftly began to crumble from Zhi Yan's attack. The two expert Dou Huangs naturally lost the best opportunity to provide support after being delayed by Zhi Yan in this matter. Xiaoshan could only ruthlessly clench his teeth upon seeing this scene. He prepared to forcefully circulate his Dou Qi. However, this thought had just rose in him when a faint laugh suddenly sounded from behind him. Chief Xiaoshan, it looks like you will not have the opportunity to see your 10,000 Scorpion Gate victorious today. The faint laughing sound came from behind Xiaoshan. That calm voice caused Xiaoshan's entire body to become icy cold. He turned his head with great difficulty, and a short distance away, an indifferent, cold face appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yan revealed a cold and indifferent smile to Xiaoshan upon seeing the latter looking over. His fist was suddenly tightened as it violently smashed toward the latter's back without any mercy. No! No! Xiaoshan was terribly shocked upon seeing this action by Xiao Yan. Even his voice had become unusually sharp in front of the threat of death. The cold laughter in Xiao Yan's eyes grew even denser upon hearing the meaningless cry of the latter. A cold cry was suddenly transmitted from his mouth when his fist reached midway, octane blast. The wind on the fist immediately soared as his cry sounded. A frightening hidden force swiftly agglomerated within his bones. An instant later, it heavily smashed into the latter's back. A ferocious strength immediately erupted, and an obscure, but shockingly destructive, hidden force followed Xiao Yan's fist as it entered into Xiaoshan's body. A frightening strength exploded against Xiaoshan's back. The remnant wave of power shook his clothes until they shattered. Soon after, an unusually low and deeply muffled sound was emitted from Xiaoshan's body. Xiaoshan's body suddenly stiffened following the emission of this noise. The blood color on his face disappeared. An instant later, a mouthful of fresh blood was violently spat out. The fresh blood within it contained some shattered internal organs. Clearly, the hidden force that exploded in his body had truly given him a fatal blow. A low and deep noise resounded over the sky. Some of the experts from both sides fighting around them stopped after hearing it. Their eyes were all gathered on the spot where Xiao Yan and Xiaoshan were located. Upon seeing the pale face of Xiao Yan and feeling his weakening aura, shock and wild joy immediately surged into the eyes of the experts from the poison sect. On the other hand, a chill gradually surged from the hearts of the experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. The pair of Dou Qi wings on Xiaoshan's back gradually became illusionary in front of the countless number of gazes. A moment later, they completely disappeared. Having lost the support of the wings, Xiaoshan was just like a bird with broken wings as he fell down to the ground. Xiao Yan watched Xiaoshan's falling body before sensing his weak aura finally disappear. Only then did Xiao Yan heave a heavy sigh of relief. This fellow was indeed tough to deal with. It was unexpected that the display of the flame-splitting tsunami did not cause much harm to him. If Ziyan had not launched a sneak attack, it was likely that the stalemate would have continued for quite a while longer before Xiaoshan was defeated. Chief! The eyes of those experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate slightly cracked upon seeing Xiaoshan falling from the sky. A chief of a faction had actually been killed in front of so many people in this kind of big battle. The blow to the faction was not just a little. It was still alright for the experts, but the ordinary 10,000 Scorpion Gate's disciples on the ground had completely lost their morale. Their faces were pale white. Bastard! Kill him, take revenge for Chief. Furious eyes instantly gathered on Xiao Yan's body in the sky. Only a couple of hours had passed since the start of the battle, but there were already 3 experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate who had been killed in his hands. Moreover, they were all of the Dou Huang class. How could this not result in the experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate feeling great hatred for Xiao Yan? This was especially the case with Xiaoshan's death. It caused the fury of the experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate to reach a peak. Immediately, numerous angry roars resounded over the sky. All of those experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate forcefully escaped from their opponents and furiously rushed to Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Yan leaped in shock when he suddenly saw over 10 human figures rushing at him. It seemed that these fellows were provoked until they were about to turn crazy. People from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, your opponents are us. You should ask us first before attempting to find trouble with Mr. Yin. Of course, the experts from the poison sect were not some useless people. Currently, they were occupying the upper hand and their morale was extremely high. Numerous light figures flashed over. However, the experts from the poison sect were the first to arrive beside Xiao Yan. Their bodies moved and they immediately surrounded Xiao Yan. Their eyes revealed a cold smile as they glanced at the other experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate who were thinking of attacking Xiao Yan. Mr. Yan, you should rest first. Leave the remaining matter to us. An expert Dou Huang from the poison sect turned his head toward Xiao Yan and laughed. His eyes were filled with respect. The performance of Xiao Yan earlier had completely subdued them. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. It was quite a big burden for him to deal with 3 expert Dou Huangs in a row. He immediately ceased putting things off. His body moved and he rushed out of the battleground before finally appearing in an even higher area. He stuffed some medicinal pills into his mouth before swallowing them hungrily into his stomach. Only after a feeling of pure energy appeared in his body did he sigh in relief. He raised his head and observed the battleground between Medusa and Protector Tai from the Hall of Souls with solemn eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, Soulbag. Chapter 802, Soulbag. Two human figures were flashing around each other in ghost-like manners at that spot. Frightening energy ripples shook the space until it began to distort. Not a single expert from both sides dared to step into that battle. This was because everyone knew that in a battle between elite Dou Zongs, even a Dou Huan would not have enough strength to intervene. How is Kai Lin Jie? A lovely little figure flashed over to Xiao Yan's side. Zi Yan's eyes studied the battleground as she sensed the frightening energy ripple that spread out. A solemnness surfaced on her small face when she spoke. Her strength is similar to that of Protector Tai from the Hall of Souls, and their battle is a stalemate. It is likely that the victor will have difficulty being decided within a short period of time. Xiao Yan spoke while deep in thought. If the battle between elite Dou Zongs were to enter one involving life and death, it would usually last for a long time. However, given Medusa's and that Protector Tai's characters, they would naturally not allow this battle to last for long. Hence, it was likely that the victor of this battle would be determined within a short period of time. Zi Yan slightly nodded upon hearing this. Her large gem-like eyes were raised once again as she studied the other battleground. There was a grayish-purple fog that filled the space over there, covering it. Any outsider would not be even the least bit aware of the situation within. Xiao Yan's eyes followed Zi Yan's gaze as he looked over. He immediately knit his brows. Little fairy doctor and Xia Yan had entered that covered space quite some time ago. However, there was still no activity at that place. No one was aware of just who had the upper hand. Xiao Yan and Zi Yan remained suspended in the sky. Their gazes were focused intently on the battle between Protector Tai and Medusa. At this moment, the poison sect had completely taken the upper hand in the battle between their sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Gate after Xiao Yan had finished off 3 heavyweight expert Dou Huangs. Obtaining victory was only a matter of time. Of course, the deciding factor was based on the 2 Dou Zong battleground in the sky. If Medusa and the little fairy doctor were victorious, it would not be necessary to mention the ending today. The poison sect would successfully swallow the 10,000 Scorpion Gate and become the strongest faction within the Chu Yun Empire. Xiao Yan would also gain what he desired, the successful capture of an expert from the Hall of Souls. He would hopefully obtain news regarding the Hall of Souls from the captured expert's mouth. If Protector Tai and Xia Yan were eventually victorious, these victories by the poison sect would completely disappear. Xiao Yan and the others could only lead everyone to quickly flee. After all, even if they were to go all out, it was definitely impossible for them to be a match for 2 elite Dou Zongs. The last crucial factor of this big battle was in these 2 battlegrounds involving the Dou Zong class. Clang! 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 Human figures crossed each other. The long sword and the chain intersected in the sky. They emitted sparks as well as a clear sound amid an intense energy ripple. The human figures crossed each other. Medusa's face was ice cold as the long sword in her hand suddenly made a strange arc, and pierced into the ribs of Protector Tai in a tricky manner. Finally, she pierced that cluster of black fog. The long sword pulled back after the attack. Medusa's body flashed and she escaped from the attacking range of Protector Tai. She lowered her head and glanced at the longsword only to frown. There was no traces of fresh blood on it. Although no fresh blood was seen, one could tell from the intense fluctuation of the black fog around Protector Tai's body that the sword earlier had some effect on him. What tricky swordplay! I really don't know where someone as skillful as you has appeared from. I have not even heard of you in the past. The fluctuation of the black fog slowed. Protector Tai's dark and cold eyes looked at Medusa as he spoke. Medusa completely ignored Protector Tai's words. Her face was ice cold, and her long pretty eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. Other than when facing a familiar person, this Queen Medusa from the Snake People tribe would not be stingy about her killing intent. Protector Tai was already used to Medusa's icy cold demeanor after having exchanged so many blows being. Hence, he just coldly laughed while his gaze swept over toward the battleground of Xiao Yan. He said, "The people from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate are indeed all useless. They have been defeated so badly despite having such an advantage." Although Protector Tai scolded in this manner with his mouth, he was also aware that he could not continue delaying the battle with Medusa. Otherwise, should the victor of the battle between the little fairy doctor and Xia Yan be determined, it was likely that his battleground might undergo great changes. It was still alright if Xiao Yan was the victor, but should the little fairy doctor be victorious, even though Protector Tai had confidence in himself, he had no choice but to admit that his chances of victory were extremely low when faced with the little fairy doctor and Medusa, whose strengths were not weaker than his. After all, he was similarly quite aware of the little fairy doctor's so-called woeful poison body. Once it was completely unleashed, its strength would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, he would not think it would be strange if Xiao Yan was really defeated. I cannot delay any longer. Protector Tai extended his hand and a cluster of black fog suddenly escaped from it. It was immediately suspended in front of him. The black fog was emitting a dense spiritual fluctuation. Protector Tai stared at this cluster of black fog with some heartache. He hesitated for a moment before viciously clenching his teeth. His hand moved and that cluster of black fog suddenly expanded. Finally, it swiftly shrank. An illusionary spiritual body immediately shot out of it. Protector Tai opened his mouth and spat out a black fog. It surrounded the spiritual body after it had appeared. The spiritual body that was wrapped by the black fog appeared to have sensed something, and immediately began an intense struggle. A shocking spiritual ripple spread out. Humph! 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 Protector Tai immediately let out a cold snort the moment he saw the struggling spiritual body. He opened his mouth and a large force surged out before immediately sucking it into his body. The black fog surrounding Protector Tai immediately became much denser after swallowing this spiritual body. His aura also became a little more powerful. Protector Tai did not immediately stop after having swallowed one spiritual body. Instead, another spiritual body was spat out from that black fog and he continued the swallowing. Following the increase in the number of spiritual bodies being swallowed, the strange black fog also began to spread out. Protector Tai's aura became increasingly more powerful. Kai Lin, attack! Stop him from swallowing spirits. Outside the battleground, Xiao Yan was also momentarily absent-minded because of this action of Protector Tai. He abruptly recalled the matter of Protector Wu's swallowing in Shan back then, causing him to hurriedly cry out. Although these spiritual bodies were far inferior to the strength of Yin Shan's soul, there was quite a number of them. Should Protector Tai swallow a sufficiently large amount of them, it would definitely allow his strength to increase quite a bit. Medusa instantly rushed forward the moment Xiao Yan's cry sounded. Her hand held a long sword that contained a sharp wind that caused the air to fluctuate. It penetrated through the space like a lighting glow. It violently struck the cluster of black fog in front of Protector Tai with a momentum that was as fast as thunder. The wind struck the black fog and Protector Tai's expression drastically changed. He was just about to move when the black fog in front of him suddenly burst apart. Numerous illusionary spiritual bodies shot out. Finally, they wildly fled in all directions in front of the stunned gazes of Xiao Yan and the others. These are actually all spiritual bodies. Xiao Yan's eyes were dull as he saw over 100 spiritual bodies. He immediately felt that his throat was somewhat dry. Just what was this fellow from the Hall of Souls attempting to do by obtaining so many spiritual bodies? Bastard! You actually dared to destroy my soul bag. Protector Tai's eyes immediately turned blood red as he watched those spiritual bodies flee in all directions. A rich killing intent surged from his body. He had spent a year in order to obtain these spiritual bodies. If he failed to contribute his share that was requested by his superiors when he returned this time around, his fate. The killing intent within Protector Tai's heart was even denser the moment he thought about the punishment should he fail his task. His killing intent immediately soared to the limit. Finally he emitted a wild roar. The dark black metal chain was just like a python as it emitted a clanging noise. It viciously swung toward Medusa. Medusa swiftly withdrew in the face of this furious attack by Protector Tai. 7-colored energy surged out of her body. The long sword in her hand turned into a 7-colored sword glow that violently struck the chain. Bang! 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 A clear sound appeared and a frightening energy ripple surged out from the point where they made contact. The space fluctuated and the long sword in Medusa's hand immediately burst apart. He had also emitted a muffled snort as his body withdrew swiftly. No matter what your origin is, today, this Protector will use your soul to make up for the spiritual bodies that have escaped. Protector Tai's furious roar resounded across the sky. 5 dark black chains immediately surged from his body. The strange black fog that was on each chain was at least twice as dense as it was earlier. Those 5 dark black chains suddenly lowered following Protector Tai's roar. After which, they emitted a swishing sound as they chased after Medusa. The killing intent on the chains was extremely dense. Medusa instantly became disadvantaged when faced with Protector Tai's attacks, which had suddenly become much more wild and violent. All she could do was use her high agility to dodge. The faces of Xiao Yan and Zi Yan, who were standing outside of the battleground, changed upon seeing Medusa's situation. I will go and help Kai Lin Jie. Zi Yan's brows were a little anxious. Her body moved. She tried to charge into the battleground. However, she was blocked by Xiao Yan. With your strength, you will only be a burden by going. Xiao Yan shook his head. He immediately spoke in a deep voice, help protect me. Don't allow anyone to disturb me. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air after his words sounded. He raised his hand slightly and immediately began to form some unique seals. The seal-forming speed grew faster with the flow of time. In the end, numerous afterimages appeared. Xiao Yan's forehead was also covered with a cold sweat. The redness on his face was gradually replaced by a paleness. Zi Yan by the side looked at the Xiao Yan's increasingly pale expression and became somewhat anxious. However, she did not say anything to disrupt him. This was because she could sense Xiao Yan preparing a Dou skill that possessed extremely frightening strength. Should he succeed, he would definitely be able to give Protector Tai a vicious attack. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, See Flipping Seal. Chapter 803, See Flipping Seal. A 7-colored sword glow and the black python-like metal chains crossed each other in a lightning-like manner in the sky. They erupted into a soul-stirring clear sound as glaring sparks splashed about. Medusa's body withdrew. Her face was also quite solemn. After having swallowed a couple of spiritual bodies, the strength of Protector Tai had clearly increased. These wild and violent attacks had caused Medusa's hands to become slightly numb. Protector Tai's body stood in the empty sky. His gaze was dark and vicious as he looked at Medusa. His mouth emitted a strange laugh that was filled with killing intent. Protector Tai did not give Medusa even a moment to catch her breath. His hand moved and the black-colored enormous python-like chains emitted the whiz of pressurized wind as it swept across the sky. Finally, it swung violently toward Medusa. A cold glint flashed across Medusa's eyes when she was faced with this fast attack by Protector Tai. Powerful Dou Qi was circulated in her body to the maximum. A bright 7-colored glow seeped out of her body. She looked like a 7-colored light figure against the sky. An enormous sword glow over 100 feet long swung out each time the long sword in her hand was waved. A soul-stirring energy explosion erupted each time the sword glow and the black python-like chain collided. This momentum was indeed worthy of being a battle between elite Dou zones. Xiao Yan's expression, who was outside of the battleground, grew increasingly more pale as the battle between Medusa and Protector Tai truly entered an intense phase. As his expression paled, an intense fluctuation of frightening energy slowly agglomerated. It was formed within the swift-moving hand seal. The heart of Zi Yan by the side was filled with anxiety upon seeing Xiao Yan's face. She clearly knew that if one failed to successfully unleash such powerful Dou Qi, there was the chance of a backlash occurring. Should that happen, it was not surprising for one to suffer serious injuries if one was lucky and might even die should it be more serious. Although she was anxious, she did not dare to open her mouth and interrupt. She could only do her best to help protect him. Should anyone come over and interrupt at this moment, it would be a fatal blow for Xiao Yan. While Xiao Yan was solemnly waiting, the frightening energy that was agglomerating in Xiao Yan's hand seal suddenly became chaotic. A low muffled sound was also emitted from his throat. Zi Yan's heart immediately became tense upon hearing the muffled sound. She turned her head to take a look only to see Xiao Yan's tight frown. His face was filled with a solemn expression. Clearly, he had felt great difficulty using this Dou skill, which possessed frightening power. The minimum requirement to use the sea-flipping seal was that one must possess the strength of a Dou Huang. Xiao Yan's strength had only just reached this stage. Normally speaking, if it was not because of him being different from an ordinary expert Dou Huang, it was likely that he would not have the qualification to use the sea-flipping seal with his strength. After all, the Dou Qi required for a Dou technique with such a frightening strength was really too terrifying. Moreover, the degree of precision that one would need to control the Dou Qi was also quite harsh. Xiao Yan had indeed met quite some trouble at this moment. Although he had once practiced for a period of time in the small valley, there was still quite some risk when he wanted to use it as he desired in a battle. One example was this time around. Xiao Yan could only do his best to spread his mind upon sensing the somewhat sporadic flight of powerful Dou Qi within his body. He could only try to control it from escaping in all directions. After which, he hurriedly controlled and circulated that escaping energy along the determined veins. In this way, the exhaustion of his mind was unusually great. However, the formation of the hand seals in the outside world must be maintained with the same rhythm as that of the circulation of Dou Qi. Such precise control caused even the current Xiao Yan to scramble. If his spiritual strength was not stronger than ordinary people, it was likely that he would have failed now because of his insufficient control. Even though this was the case, the collaboration between Xiao Yan's hand seal and the Dou Qi gradually showed some signs of disorder after he forcefully maintained it for a while. Some Dou Qi that his mind had lost control of began to randomly charge about. Even with the degree of strength of Xiao Yan's veins, it still emitted a slight twitching pain. Damn it, nothing must go wrong this time around. Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth. He forcefully endured the faint tiredness that was emitted from his mind as he forcefully used his mind to control the agreement between the Dou Qi and the transformation of his hand seals. Under this anxiety, the situation had turned increasingly worse. Finally, the Dou Qi within his body had begun to run about in a chaotic manner. Xiao Yan's expression finally changed upon sensing the chaos within his body. If this were to continue, not only would he fail to use the sea-flipping seal, but he would also end up seriously injured due to the backlash. The chaos in Xiao Yan's heart had just flashed and appeared when he suppressed it as quick as possible. As long as there was even a slight mistake at this moment, it was likely that he would completely fail. Currently, he was no longer that ignorant young man from back then. Being unusually rich in combat experience, he clearly understood the importance of remaining calm at such a moment. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He slowly suppressed the anxiety within his heart and gradually withdrew his focused mind. He actually ceased controlling the chaotic Dou Qi that was causing a mess in his body. It was as though he was a third party who was calmly observing the chaotic Dou Qi that was spreading in all directions. At the same time, the change of his hand seals quietly slowed. Xiao Yan had completely calmed down following the increased focus of his mind. Under this extreme calm, he appeared to have entered a mysterious condition. His ears had become completely calm. Withdraw! A low cry suddenly sounded deep within his heart. Threads of thin, almost hair-like, mental threads flashed out in a lightning-like manner in all directions. Finally, they grabbed the chaotic Dou Qi that was seeping out. All of them were like numerous small streams that agglomerated from all directions before finally gathering together. Xiao Yan's mind was distributed in a manner that was not the least bit inefficient. Under this kind of extremely calm condition, almost every thread of his mind had unleashed its maximum effect. In this way, the disorder from the earlier rush of Dou Qi immediately disappeared. When the Dou Qi within his body was completely controlled, the tight frown on Xiao Yan's brows slowly relaxed. The speed which his hand seals changed suddenly sped up. After images flew. A moment later, the hand seal suddenly stiffened on a strange seal. Xiao Yan's hand seal was one with his thumbs pointing at him. All of his 10 fingers were in a half-wounded condition in a snake-like manner. His index fingers faced each other, giving people a mysterious feeling at a glance. Xiao Yan's hand seal solidified. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A piercing glow shot out in a substance-like manner, causing Zi Yan's heart to beat violently by his side. Powerful Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body flowed along his qi paths and arrived at this hand while the hand seal solidified. A bright jade-green glow immediately erupted from his hand. A layer of strange jade-green crystal followed Xiao Yan's hand seal, and surged out while the light glow spread. In merely a moment, a palm-sized jade crystal, with a hand seal shape, adhered to his hand. The space around Xiao Yan suddenly fluctuated the moment the jade crystal hand seal appeared. The powerful force that spread out caused even Zi Yan's heart to feel pressure. The frightening energy that suddenly appeared also aroused the surrounding experts' attention. Immediately, numerous shocked gazes were shot over. Finally, they focused onto Xiao Yan's hand. Everyone's expression drastically changed as they sensed the frightening energy that was contained in that crystal hand seal. This kind of frightening energy was something that would cause even an expert Dou Huang to feel genuine fear. It was naturally difficult for the appearance of the jade crystal hand seal to escape the attention of Medusa and Protector Tai. This was especially when they had sensed the terrifying energy that even a Douzone would not dare to easily slight. Their faces changed as their gazes were instantly thrown to the position where the energy was transmitted from. The both of them were stunned when they saw that the frightening energy was created by Xiao Yan. Kai Lin, move aside. Xiao Yan sternly cried out. A glint flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as they were suddenly thrown toward Protector Tai. Medusa hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She vaguely nodded and a 7-colored glow flashed from her body. Immediately, she transformed into a light figure that swiftly withdrew. See flipping seal. Medusa's body had just withdrawn when Xiao Yan's heart suddenly emitted a cold cry. He curled his thumb and his hand seal violently pushed forward. A jade crystal hand seal-shaped layer immediately left his hand. Finally, it transformed into a palm-sized crystal glow that rushed toward Protector Tai in a lightning-like manner. Protector Tai was startled upon seeing the bright glow being shot over. He was just about to withdraw when he was shocked to discover that the bright glow was already locked onto his aura. What is this Dou technique? How can that brat be able to use it given his Dou Huang strength? Protector Tai's eyes were tightly focused on the crystal glow that shot over. His expression gradually became solemn upon sensing the frightening energy that was contained within it. He discovered that he seemed to have underestimated this young man since the very beginning. A dense black fog surged out of Protector Tai's body. The surging energy contained within the black fog caused the air to fluctuate. The jade-green crystal rushed through the sky. In an instant, it appeared in front of the black fog. At this moment, Protector Tai was finally able to clearly see just what this crystal glow was. Crystal seal? Protector Tai intently frowned upon seeing this thing. His gaze immediately swept past the shape that was formed by the hand seal and was momentarily startled. Disbelief surfaced within his eyes. He involuntarily and sharply cried out, "It is actually the God Seal skill?" A short distance away, Xiao Yan's entire body trembled upon hearing this involuntary cry by Protector Tai. The killing intent in his eyes soared. This fellow was actually able to recognize the C-flipping skill? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, Miserable Protector Tai. Chapter 804, Miserable Protector Tai. According to what Xun Er had said, the God Seal skill was one of the secret skills of her clan. Only those clan members with outstanding talent had the qualification to practice it. From her solemn expression, Xiao Yan could tell that this Dou technique could be considered a high-grade Dou techniques even within her clan. Hence, she had instructed Xiao Yan not to easily use it unless it was a critical moment. Some trouble would be unavoidable should someone recognize it. The most troublesome thing was if this matter were to spread to the clan. If the members of the clan learned that such a secret skill was being practiced by an outsider, they would definitely dispatch someone to retrieve it. There was only an extremely simple method for the retrieval of a Dou technique. That was to kill this person. In that case, the Dou technique that existed within his mind would naturally disappear. The killing intent in Xiao Yan's heart soared when that Protector Tai's mouth emitted an involuntary cry. Xiao Yan recalled the solemn expression that Xun Er revealed when she was reminding him. This person must not be allowed to flee. A storm had similarly surged within Protector Tai's heart while killing intent surged in Xiao Yan's heart. He had never expected the Dou technique the Hall of Soul warned him to be careful of would actually appear from the body of an unknown young man. The shock lasted for an instant before it was forcefully expelled by the frightening energy pressure that had suddenly arrived. Protector Tai's face was solemn. His hands moved. Following their movements, the dense black fog around his body suddenly fluctuated and shrank at a pace visible to the naked eye. Within a short couple of breaths, the black fog that spread over the place completely disappeared. A dark black energy ball the size of a head replaced it, and appeared in front of Protector Tai. The black energy ball was suspended in front of him. The color on its surface was dark and deep. At a glance, one would feel as though one's mind was about to be pulled into it. This caused a person to feel afraid of that strange black ball while perspiration dripped from all over their bodies. As the black ball appeared, the aura all over Protector Tai's body suddenly became a lot more sluggish. He immediately clenched his teeth and flicked his finger. The black ball suddenly rushed out. An instant later, it violently collided with the jade-green crystal that came rushing over. Two frightening energies, that caused even elite Dou zones' faces to change, collided like meteorites with a bang in front of a countless number of gazes. The expected loud sound from the collision of the two did not appear. The two frightening energies transformed into a jade-green and dark black color in the sky. They repeatedly eroded each other. The space was extremely distorted at the spot where the two made contact. That manner caused one to worry if the space would suddenly rip apart. During the erosion between the two frightening energies, numerous energy ripples, that were over 1,000 feet large, spread out from the point of contact. With the spread of this kind of frightening energy ripple, the experts from both parties were so shocked that they hurriedly landed. They clearly knew that if this wild and violent energy made contact with them, their ending today would likely be extremely miserable. The energy ripple was spread over an extremely wide area. It nearly occupied 1,000 feet in radius. In an instant, wild wind blew and the sky and cloud layers swiftly rolled. That earth-shaking unusual phenomenon caused a countless number of people to become panic-stricken. Their faces were pale as a sheet. The corrosion of the two energies continued for a couple of minutes. Finally, an extremely sturdy black-green energy ripple suddenly swept out with an angry thunder-like roar. The black-green energy ripple swept over the sky. The pressure that was contained in this energy was extremely strong and it caused the trees in the mountain range below to emit a crackling sound as all of them broke apart, waking a countless number of magical beasts that were hidden. Some parts of the towering mountain range broke apart under this energy ripple. The mountain peak collapsed as it carried a countless number of enormous rocks that rumbled and smashed down from the mountain peak. This sky scorpion mountain range descended into the most chaotic state experienced yet. That black-green energy ripple had naturally also enveloped Xiao Yan and Protector Tai. The former was still all right. Medusa, who was observing the area, moved the moment she saw that the situation was bad, and immediately dragged Xiao Yan and Ziyan far away. That Protector Tai, however, was far too close to the point where the intense energies crossed each other. This resulted in him being struck by the remnant waves. A muffled groan was emitted and his body withdrew in a somewhat anxious and staggering manner. Following the most frightening energy ripple spreading over from the sky, the point where the two frightening energies collided with each other gradually calmed down. Finally, they slowly eliminated each other. Everyone present sighed in relief upon seeing the frightening energy finally neutralize each other and scatter. The energy ripple from earlier was really too frightening. If a couple more were to arrive, it was likely that the entire Sky Scorpion mountain range would be completely razed. The whistling wild wind and the surging clouds gradually calmed down following the gradual elimination of the energy. The black figure in the sky flashed and one could see the somewhat miserable-looking Protector Tai appear. Protector Tai emitted an intense dry cough after revealing himself. The black fog that covered his body immediately became much thinner. Clearly, that energy ripple from earlier had affected him quite greatly. Damn it, how could this fellow practice the God Seal skill? Just what is his background? Protector Tai's eyes revealed some remaining fear as he studied Xiao Yan's figure in the distance. His expression was extremely ugly. The Hall of Souls always had a rumor that one should be extremely cautious when meeting a person who practiced the God Seal skill. Moreover, most of the experts who practiced this Dou technique had some great relationship with that mysterious ancient clan. It should be known that the ancient clan was something that even someone with an unfathomable strength, like the hall leader, was afraid of. Don't tell me that this fellow is from that ancient clan? A thought that caused his heart to pound in fear appeared. Protector Tai's face also changed. There were not many fractions on this Dou Qi continent that caused the Hall of Souls to feel fear. Other than the Pill Tower, this ancient clan was one of them. No wonder he is able to arrive at such a stage at such an age. Damn it, I'm really unlucky. Why would I meet them here? Forget it, I should leave first for today and make the decision another day after this fellow leaves. Numerous thoughts flashed through Protector Tai's heart. His eyes once again looked in the distant sky toward the grayish-purple cage that did not have much activity. He clenched his teeth and immediately started to quickly retreat. You wish to leave? A cold laugh was instantly transmitted over as Protector Tai's body just moved back. A lovely figure immediately flashed over. The long sword in her hand was waved and a sharp sword aura that was over 100 feet in size violently shot at Protector Tai. Protector Tai waved his hand as he sensed the sharp wind that came from behind him. He waved his arm and a chain was hurriedly shot out. Finally, it collided with that blade aura. However, the chain was thrown off by the blade aura during this collision. That slightly weakened blade aura still shot toward Protector Tai in a straight line. Damn it! Panic surfaced in Protector Tai's heart as he sensed the weak feeling being transmitted by his body. The strange black ball he had used earlier exhausted a great amount of his energy. At this moment, he had undoubtedly landed into a disadvantageous position when compared with Medusa. Protector Tai's body hurriedly withdrew. His arm trembled and a couple of enormous chains explosively shot out. Finally, they were like large black pythons that violently knocked into that blade aura. Only then did he resolve the remaining energy. Medusa's body was suspended in the sky. Her eyes observed Protector Tai, who needed to use 2 attacks to block her blade aura. She was slightly startled before immediately understanding the reason. The coldness in her eyes suddenly soared. She did not waste her breath as a majestic 7-colored energy erupted from her body in all directions. It swiftly gathered above her head. An instant later, it transformed into a large 7-colored python that was a couple of 100 feet in length. This huge python's outer appearance was clearly no different from that of the heaven-swallowing python. The only difference was that its size was larger than the heaven-swallowing python from before. The fierce aura that spread over the place was at least a couple of times denser. The enormous 7-colored python that was gathered from Medusa's energy was just like a living heaven-swallowing python. The dense feeling within those enormous eyes was lifelike, appearing as though it possessed an intelligence. Go! Medusa pointed her delicate finger and coldly cried when the enormous 7-colored python was formed. As her voice sounded, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, that lingered in the sky, swung its enormous tail. A large body rushed out like lightning in an instant and violently shot toward that Protector Tai. Protector Tai's face became extremely ugly when he saw the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python basically transform into a seven-colored ray of light that shot out. His face had become extremely ugly. With his current condition, how was it possible for him to receive this full-force attack by the unhurt Medusa? However, things had already developed until this point. Any other thoughts were pointless. Since he was unable to receive it, he could only flee. Protector Tai did not hesitate when this thought appeared in his head. He turned around and black fog surged over his body before he suddenly shot to the sky as a black-colored ray of light. Medusa emitted a cold snort when she saw Protector Tai flee. She suddenly clenched her delicate hand. The space not far in front of Protector Tai suddenly became distorted. His fleeing figure had become much slowly because of it. With the help of the obstruction of the distorted space, that enormous seven-colored heaven-swallowing python instantly arrived. After which, it emitted an earth-shaking hiss. It violently struck at Protector Tai with a terrifying energy. Protector Tai turned his head in shock as he sensed the close frightening wind. He looked at the seven-colored enormous python that was swiftly magnified in his eyes. A terror seeped out from deep within his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, Capture. Chapter 805, Capture. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the sky. At that moment, the entire Sky Scorpion mountain range violently trembled because of it. Some of the weaker people from both sides were shaken by this sudden thunder-like roar until threads of blood seeped from their ears. The enormous seven-colored energy agglomerated in the sky like clouds. Finally, it slowly scattered. The space was just like that of the surface of a calm lake after an enormous rock was thrown into it, stirring up a storm. On top of it, waves of visible energy ripples seeped out. Xiao Yan paused in the sky while being supported by Ziyan. The sea-flipping seal from earlier had nearly exhausted all the Dou Qi within his body. Fortunately, the usage of the God Seal skill did not pose much requirements on his spiritual strength. Hence, the kind of dizzy condition after using the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame did not appear. Despite this, Xiao Yan's current condition was not good. His face was pale and his aura was weary. It was still somewhat hard for him to use the sea-flipping skill with his current strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan's and Ziyan's eyes were focused on the seven-colored energy in the sky that had scattered. Protector Tai had firmly received such a fierce strike from Medusa, and it was likely that his situation would not be good. Regardless of what happened, Xiao Yan possessed the thought that this fellow must die. Moreover, he had even recognized the God Seal skill that he had used. In order to avoid some trouble in the future, this fellow must not be allowed to leave. A dense killing intent flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as this thought appeared across his heart. He must not allow this person to remain. The seven-colored energy gradually spread under a countless number of gazes. At a certain moment, the rainbow-like seven-colored energy suddenly fluctuated. A miserable black figure immediately rushed out. The black figure fled toward the northern sky with all his might the moment he appeared. Taking in his miserable appearance, he no longer possessed even a little of the prestige from earlier. Clearly, this protector of the Hall of Souls had already lost the right to be arrogant after suffering repeated setbacks. Medusa, who had been observing the vicinity, sensed Protector Tai the moment the latter appeared. She merely laughed when she saw Protector Tai's fleeing manner. Her body moved and she transformed into a seven-colored glow that shot forth before appearing in front of Protector Tai within a couple of flashes. I am someone from the Hall of Souls. The Hall of Souls will not let you off if you kill me, but... Protector Tai hurriedly reduced his speed. He put up a bold front as he cried out sternly the moment he saw Medusa. At this moment, the black fog surrounding Protector Tai was extremely thin. His aura was similar to Xiao Yan's aura, where it was weary until an extremely weak degree. Clearly, the powerful strike by Medusa earlier had given this expert from the Hall of Souls a heavy blow. Medusa's eyes were ice-cold as they swept over Protector Tai. A faint ridicule surfaced in her eyes as she coldly laughed, a dog that has lost its home. All right, since you are unwilling to give up, this protector will fight with you until the both of us suffer. Protector Tai angrily roared out upon being ridiculed by Medusa. Black fog swiftly brewed from his body. However, just as everyone thought that this fellow was about to unleash his final attack, his body suddenly turned, and he began to flee in another direction with the help of the black fog's cover. Medusa's eyes mockingly observed the fleeing Protector Tai. She shook her head, clenched her delicate hand, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from her palm. Under the suction force, the latter's fleeing speed was instantly reduced. Medusa's body moved and appeared behind him before viciously delivering a palm to his back. Protector Tai staggered back upon being struck by the palm. The black fog on his body became even thinner. Currently, it was likely that even an expert Dou Huang could easily finish him. Medusa let out a cold laugh after seriously injuring Protector Tai. She extended her delicate hand and a powerful seven-colored energy surged out, completely wrapping around Protector Tai like an energy cover. The seven-colored energy was like a lock that sealed Protector Tai within. Protector Tai had difficulty breaking the energy layer regardless of how he struggled. Hence, he could only emit a furious roar like that of a trapped beast. Medusa's body moved while her delicate hand was holding onto the energy layer. She appeared in front of Xiao Yan within a couple of flashes. This fellow's injuries are too serious. He basically doesn't have much to retaliate with now. He is indeed much easier to deal with compared to that Protector Wu. Medusa dragged the energy layer in front of her, looked at Protector Tai within, and softly spoke. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he saw that this fellow did not escape. He had finally settled this fellow from the Hall of Souls after spending so much effort. It is just that I did not expect this fellow to possess the strength to scream despite being so seriously injured. Medusa glanced at Protector Tai within the energy layer with some surprise. Her brows were slightly knit before her delicate hand moved. The energy layer swiftly shrank before finally adhering to Protector Tai's body. A chi-chi sound immediately appeared in the mouth of that Protector Tai, emitted numerous sharp sounds. Following the erosion of that seven-colored energy, the black fog on Protector Tai's body grew increasingly thinner. A moment later, it completely disappeared. With the disappearance of this black fog that covered his exterior, the body of Protector Tai was finally revealed. A somewhat illusionary spiritual body slowly drifted within the energy layer. However, this spiritual body appeared somewhat illusionary and transparent. It seemed to have entered a seriously injured state. Xiao Yan and Medusa were stunned when they saw the original body of this expert protector from the Hall of Souls. A spiritual body? Xiao Yan was somewhat astounded as he studied the weak spirit of Protector Tai. No one expected this expert from the Hall of Souls, who was comparable to that of someone from the Dou Zone class, to actually be a spiritual body. What is happening? Don't tell me that we have captured the wrong person? Medusa was also extremely surprised as she said. No, that should not be the case. Xiao Yan shook his head while wearing a solemn expression. He said, since the Hall of Souls uses soul in its name and the targets that it captures are powerful spiritual bodies, this mysterious Hall of Souls should have a great relationship with souls. Perhaps, some of the experts from the Hall of Souls are originally spiritual bodies. For example, the Protector Wu from the last time ultimately never revealed his original body, hidden in the black fog. Medusa slightly frowned upon hearing this deduction by Xiao Yan. She clarified, you mean that the Hall of Souls uses spiritual bodies to deal with spiritual bodies? Yes, there is a good chance of this. Ordinary Dou Qi is unable to cause a fatal blow to a spiritual body. If one wants to capture or deal with other spiritual bodies, the best hunter would be spiritual bodies who are in a similar state. Xiao Yan spoke with a solemn expression. The Hall of Souls will not let all of you off for killing me. Protector Tai's eyes were fierce as he defied Xiao Yan and Medusa. Even though he had recently fallen into their hands, his tone was still quite aggressive. Relax, I will not kill you. I still have many things that I wish to learn from you. Xiao Yan's hand extended into the energy layer. He touched the spirit Protector Tai without the slightest fear while speaking with a smile. A denseness flashed across Protector Tai's eyes when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually so bold. He flicked his finger and a black-colored chain, that had shrunk a lot, strangely appeared before shooting toward Xiao Yan's hand. Humph. Xiao Yan let out a cold snort upon seeing this action of Protector Tai. He flicked his finger and an invisible flame suddenly appeared in his palm. It shot toward Protector Tai. The fallen heart flame swiftly shot over before colliding with Protector Tai's spiritual body. A dense white smoke and chi-chi sound suddenly appeared on the surface of Protector Tai's body when the invisible flame made contact with the latter's spirit. A sharp cry containing a bone-deep pain resounded from his mouth. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? It is actually able to harm a spiritual body? Xiao Yan smiled and nodded only after seeing Protector Tai leaping up and down while being burned by that cluster of fallen heart flame. It seemed that this fallen heart flame was indeed able to harm a spiritual body. It was possible to harm a spiritual body as long as the energy or Dou Qi reached a certain degree of strength, but there was no doubt that the fallen heart flame was the one that could be considered the thing that a spiritual body was extremely afraid of or even terrified of. The originally seriously injured Protector Tai suffered additional injuries while being burned by the fallen heart flame. His spirit was almost a transparent state. From the looks of it, he could be turned into a cluster of nothingness at any moment. Xiao Yan waved his hand upon seeing that Protector Tai was about to turn into nothingness. That cluster of fallen heart flame slowly disappeared. A jade bottle was immediately taken out from his storage ring. With a wave of his hand, a suction force stuffed Protector Tai's spirit into the jade bottle. After which, an invisible flame slowly rose on his finger as it circled once around the surface of the jade bottle. Finally, the flame was used to seal the bottle's mouth. I will let him stay in it first. I will interrogate him about information regarding the Hall of Souls once the matter here is settled. Xiao Yan sighed in relief only after storing the jade bottle in his storage ring. As long as he captured this fellow, his aim for this trip had been successfully achieved. Moreover, now that he was aware that it was possible that some of the experts from the Hall of Souls were spiritual bodies, the fallen heart flame in Xiao Yan's hand might well cause those fellows to truly suffer great losses. Are you all right? Medusa knit her brows and inquired upon seeing Xiao Yan's pale white face that contained a smile. Coco, it is just that too much of the Dou Qi within me has been exhausted. I didn't receive any injuries. As long as I rest a little, I will be able to recover. Xiao Yan smiled and shook her head. His eyes studied Medusa before softly saying, "Thank you very much. If you had not exhausted him, it would not have been possible for me to subdue him so easily." Medusa slightly turned her head away and randomly spoke while she was under the focus of Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he heard this. If Medusa had not delayed him earlier, where would he have found the time to use the sea-flipping seal, a Dou skill he was not familiar with? Xiao Yan thought of this in his heart. He was about to speak when his face suddenly changed. His head was abruptly lifted, and his eyes moved to the grayish-purple color space cage which had been void of activity for a long time. Some unusual fluctuations suddenly appeared there. Is the victor about to be decided? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, An All-Out Strike. Chapter 806, An All-Out Strike. The enormous grayish-purple space cage in the distant sky suddenly revealed some unusual fluctuations. One could see that the surrounding distorted spatial walls suddenly lifted and formed numerous ripples. In merely a moment, the distorted arc grew smaller. In the end, the distorted space began to slowly return to its earlier state. With the disappearance of the spatial wall that covered that spot, the grayish-purple fog that filled the place began to spread without any restraint. The faces of Xiao Yan and the others changed slightly upon seeing signs of the grayish-purple poison fog spreading apart. Although they were quite far away, that grayish-purple poison fog still gave them an unusual feeling. If it was allowed to spread without care, it was likely that all the life on this mountain peak would die to this poisonous gas. While Xiao Yan and the others were planning to withdraw in a hurry, the grayish-purple poison fog, that was spreading, suddenly stilled. Immediately, a wild suction force was emitted from the middle, pulling the surrounding poison fog in a wild fashion. The grayish-purple poison fog was shrinking at an extremely fast pace. Within a couple of blinks, the poison fog that was spreading everywhere shrank back. Following the withdrawal of the poison fog, the two figures hidden by it were finally revealed to everyone. The little fairy doctor stood in the empty air in the distant sky. Her deep purple eye and gray eye were emitting glows, giving her an exceptionally strange appearance. Her body was covered with traces of blood. Even her arm had a savage half-foot-long mark. A short distance away from the little fairy doctor, the image of Xiao Yan was extremely miserable since he was drenched in fresh blood. Numerous bloody marks crossed each other on his body, forming a bloody drawing. One of the two enormous blood-colored pincers was broken. Fresh blood flowed from the cracked spot and dripped down. This was set off by his ferocious pale white face, causing him to appear just like a fierce-looking demon. Studying both their injuries, it was clear that the battle that had occurred in that grayish-purple poison fog was far more intense and fierce than the battle between Medusa and Protector Tai. However, judging from both parties' auras, it seemed that Xiao Yan's injuries were more serious. The appearance of the two of them naturally caused all of the battles below to cease. A countless number of gazes were gathered on the two of them. That mysterious Protector Tai had already fallen into Xiao Yan's hands. The 10,000 Scorpion Gate could only rely on this old ancestor, Xiao Yan. Old demon Xia, looks like this blood spirit skill of yours is not as strong as I had expected. The little fairy doctor slightly raised her delicate hand and gently licked a drop of fresh blood into her mouth. After which, she immediately looked at Xiao Yan as she spoke in a dense manner. You are merely relying on the ability of your woeful poison body. What is there to be arrogant about? If you didn't have this woeful poison body, it is impossible for you to possess the qualification to even talk to this old me given your talent and your age. Xiao Yan grit his teeth as he replied. He did not expect the complete unleashing of the woeful poison body would produce such a frightening strength. Even this blood spirit skill he had completely mastered had difficulty contending with it. The little fairy doctor faintly swept her gaze over him. The victor became the king while the defeated became the bandit. Only the loser would find numerous excuses. Although she relied on the woeful poison body in order to obtain this strength, this woeful poison body had also caused her to lose too many things. But you need not gloat. Each time this woeful poison body erupts, it will cause your poison body to be one step closer to losing control. Looking at you, it should not be long before you enter that stage. At that time, there will naturally be someone who will come and finish you off. Xiao Yan spoke with a dark, cold laugh. Just finish him off. There is no need to waste your breath. A laugh was transmitted from below just as little fairy doctor's face gradually turned cold. 3 human figures flashed over before finally appearing beside the little fairy doctor. They were surprisingly Xiao Yan, Zi Yan, and Medusa. The little fairy doctor and Xiao Yan were startled when their eyes swept toward Medusa. The former revealed a joy within her strange grayish-purple eyes. On the other hand, the latter's expression suddenly became unusually ugly. Have you finished off that fellow? The little fairy doctor inquired in surprise after sensing that Protector Tai's aura seemed to have completely disappeared. Aye. Medusa slightly nodded. Her eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Looks like you are unable to finish him off. Do you need me to intervene? I have already inserted the blood of my woeful poison body into him. He will have difficulty escaping death today." The little fairy doctor appeared to be unwilling to lag behind Medusa. She shook her head as she replied in a faint voice. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He raised his eyes and swept them over Xiao Yan on the other side. The other fellow's expression was indeed somewhat unusual. From the way he clenched his teeth, it seemed that he was trying his best to expel the so-called blood of the woeful poison body from his body. TSK, how unexpected. That fellow actually ended up with such a fate, but all of you are really bold. You actually dare to touch him. Regardless of your background, it is likely that all of you will have no peace in the future. Xiao Yan was initially surprised before his eyes revealed a cruelty as he laughed. It is not only him. Your 10,000 Scorpion Sect's chief Xiashan also ended up with such a fate. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Xiao Yan's old face suddenly trembled upon hearing this. His eyes viciously stared at Xiao Yan as he hissed, "Was it you?" Xiao Yan nodded non-committally. He was completely unconcerned about that vicious gaze. The viciousness in Xiao Yan's face became more intense when he saw Xiao Yan nod his head. Before he could reply, the little fairy doctor by the side waved her hand impatiently and her delicate hand suddenly formed a hand seal. The blood of the woeful poison body within Xiao Yan suddenly erupted with a bang following the formation of the hand seal by the little fairy doctor. Finally, it transformed into a countless number of threads that invaded the blood of the latter's body. Xiao Yan suddenly trembled when the blood of the woeful poison body exploded in his body. His skin immediately turned into a grayish-purple color, appearing extremely miserable. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and tried his best to stimulate the Dou Qi within his body. However, the poisonous blood had already invaded his blood. The circulation of the liquid blood basically caused every part of his body to be infected by that poisonous blood. If he was currently at his peak condition, Xiao Yan would naturally have a way to expel any of the poisonous blood. However, after a big life-and-death battle with the little fairy doctor, the exhaustion of the Dou Qi within his body was unnaturally serious. He no longer had the strength to expel the poisonous blood as he intended. With the increase in the erosion rate of the woeful poison blood, Xiao Yan emitted an intense cough from his mouth. Fresh blood uncontrollably surged out from his mouth each time he coughed before finally drenching his clothes. Old Xia, with your current strength, it is impossible for you to withstand the corrosion of the woeful poison blood, hence, goodbye. The little fairy doctor slowly spoke. Her eyes were indifferent as she looked at Xiao Yan, who was repeatedly spitting blood. TSK, woeful poison body, it is indeed frightening. Cough, today, the old me, cough has finally witnessed it. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the little fairy doctor. Fresh blood repeatedly flowed out as he spoke, causing his voice to be one that caused one's pores to stand. The entire sky was completely silent. Everyone could see that Xiao Yan had reached the end of his journey. As long as he fell, the entire 10,000 Scorpion Gate would lose the final pillar of support. The old me might have difficulty escaping a calamity today, but all of you will also have to pay a blood price if you want the old me to die. Xiao Yan raised his face and revealed a cruel smile toward Xiao Yan's group. The walking stick in his hand was slammed against the ground, and one could see that the interior of his body seemed to be boiling. Numerous blood blisters appeared on his skin in a densely packed fashion. Moreover, one could see boiling blood within these blood blisters. The frightening way it boiled gave one goosebumps as a chill rose in their hearts. Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor were stunned to see what was happening to Xiao Yan. Be careful, move aside. He wants to self-destruct. Medusa cried out in a deep voice. Her face was covered with a solemn look. The strength of a self-destructing elite Dou zone was extremely frightening. Medusa's voice had just sounded when the blood blisters on Xiao Yan's body grew larger. A strange bang suddenly sounded as his body expanded to its limit. Xiao Yan's group was hurrying away when the sound appeared. They could see that Xiao Yan's body had once again strangely shrunk. The expected self-destruction did not occur. While they were still stunned, Xiao Yan revealed a savage smile once again. The blood blisters on his body burst apart one at a time. His mouth expanded and his head was tilted back. The blood blisters swiftly burst apart. Xiao Yan's mouth suddenly widened and a fleeting dark black light instantly shot from his mouth. This black-colored light was not large. It was merely the size of a thumb. However, its speed seemed to be such that it was able to shuttle through air. The tail of the light had just left Xiao Yan's mouth when its head had already appeared in front of the little fairy doctor's group 100 meters away. Such speed was faster than lightning, causing Xiao Yan's group to lack the time to dodge. The little fairy doctor and Medusa were also somewhat caught off guard by this sudden all-out attack by Xiao Yan. They only had the time to circulate their Dou Qi to the surface of their body at this critical moment, forming a powerful Dou Qi defense on the outside of their bodies. That dark black blood glow suddenly shot over just as their defenses were established. However, it unexpectedly turned when it was just about to strike their bodies. It immediately rushed over to Xiao Yan by their sides. The target of this attack by Xiao Yan was not actually the little fairy doctor but Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, Demon Poison Spot. Chapter 807, Demon Poison Spot. The sudden arrival of this black light caused Xiao Yan to be momentarily absent-minded. The skin on his head involuntarily turned a little numb as he sensed the frightening energy contained within the black light. The Dou Qi in his body appeared to activate at this critical moment. It involuntarily broke free and rose to the surface of his body. That black glow suddenly reached its target just as the Dou Qi surged out. It contained a fishy scent that caused one to puke as it violently shot into Xiao Yan's protective Dou Qi. The hot jade green Dou Qi seemed to be like snow that met boiling oil when the two collided. It instantly scattered. In a breath's time, the protective Dou Qi was forcefully torn apart by the black glow, and violently struck Xiao Yan's body in an unceremonial manner. The collision did not result in any force. However, the black light seemed to be like a liquid as it instantly disappeared into Xiao Yan's skin. Only a mere second passed by the time the black glow broke the protective Dou Qi and entered Xiao Yan's body. By the time Xiao Yan had recovered, the black glow had already entered his body. A thumb-sized black spot remained at the spot where it entered his skin. The first thing that Xiao Yan did after recovering was touch the black spot on his chest with his hand. He lowered his head only to be stunned. He discovered that the black spot was swiftly spreading by threads of tiny black lines. The places that these black lines spread to were the location of some important acupuncture points and veins. Xiao Yan's face immediately changed upon seeing this scene. He suddenly raised his head and yelled at Xiao Yan, "What have you done?" Tsk tisk. The current Xiao Yan appeared to have had his age doubled after having spat out that black light. The white hair on his head began to fall out. His bows were piled together, appearing like massive gullies. Despite having turned into this state, the vicious, cold laughter in his turbid eyes became denser. "Brat, you have killed so many people from my 10,000 Scorpion Gate. How can the old me let you off?" Medusa and the little fairy doctor's faces suddenly changed upon seeing the viciousness on Xiao Yan's face. Their bodies flashed and they appeared beside Xiao Yan before hurrying to take a look. "Are you all right?" Medusa's delicate hand rubbed all over Xiao Yan's body. She inquired with a somewhat anxious voice. That frightening strike from Xiao Yan earlier was definitely not just putting up an appearance. Given Xiao Yan's strength, his fate after being struck by it would not be anything good. Xiao Yan also knit his brows. His mind swiftly observed the interior of his body, but did not discover anything wrong. The little fairy doctor's pretty face was extremely solemn. Her gaze swept over Xiao Yan's body and appeared to have discovered something. She immediately pulled apart Xiao Yan's robes with her hand. The strange black spot with many black lines spreading from it appeared in the eyes of the three people. "What is this?" Medusa hurriedly asked. She felt startled when she saw this thing. The little fairy doctor's eyes stared intently at this strange black spot. She inhaled a deep breath of air, clenched her silver teeth and said, "It is actually the demon poison spot. This old bastard is really ruthless." "Demon poison spot? What is that?" Medusa and Ziyan by the side hurriedly asked when they heard what she said. A vicious skill for those that practice poison Dou Qi within the Chu Yun Empire. It is able to gather all of one's poison Dou Qi together and insert it into an enemy's body. Finally, it will form a black spot. This black spot will continue to unleash poison lines. When these poison lines cover every single acupuncture point, the qi paths in the body of the person who was struck by it will swiftly fester. Finally, that person will suffer an endless amount of pain and slowly die. The little fairy doctor's voice was filled with a fury. However, once one uses this skill, the person who used it will lose all of their Dou Qi and become a useless person. The expression of Xiao Yan's three men group suddenly changed upon hearing the little fairy doctor's words. The Dou Qi within the latter's body swiftly surged out. After which, his mind swept over every single part of his body. However, he was still unable to discover just where that black spot was located. How can it be resolved? Medusa's face was so gloomy that it was frightening. The space around her began to fluctuate intensely at this moment. Clearly, her heart was extremely volatile. If it was an ordinary Dou Wang or even a Dou Huang who used this demon poison spot, I would have been able to undo it. However, this time around, that old stoke Xia Yan is an elite Dou zone. It is extremely troublesome even for me to undo it. The little fairy doctor hesitated for a moment before speaking in an ashamed manner. A killing intent that soared to the sky surged from Medusa's body once the little fairy doctor's voice sounded. This killing intent was extremely dense. Even with the little fairy doctor's mental fortitude, her face also involuntarily changed. Old stoke, hand over the antidote. Medusa's smooth hair moved despite the absence of any wind. Her body flashed and she appeared beside the vicious-faced Xia Yan. Her delicate hand grabbed his throat as a dark, cold voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell was emitted. The old me will not be able to live for long after having used the demon poison spot. I will not be lonely now that this brat will accompany me. Xia Yan laughed dryly as he looked at Medusa's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Medusa's face was ice cold. Her delicate hand grabbed Xia Yan's shoulder and suddenly pulled. Fresh blood flew all over the place. The latter's arm was just pulled off. Are you going to speak? There is still your legs if your hands are gone. Should your legs be gone, I can still help you to cut open your stomach. Medusa's voice was still ice cold and void of emotion even after breaking his arm off. The intense pain caused Xia Yan to emit a hissing suction sound from his mouth. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. However, he still clenched his teeth and said with a sharp voice, are all of you very angry that he is coming to accompany this old me? I want this kind of effect. A cold glint flashed in Medusa's eyes. Her leg kicked one of Xia Yan's knees. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The more ruthless you are to me, the more I will be aware of this brat's high position in your heart. In this way, you will be more miserable. The killing intent on Medusa's face had already turned into a cruel one. She swung her foot and the other knee belonging to Xia Yan was broken. Both of his legs were curled at strange angle. His entire body was no longer like that of a human. The breath from Xia Yan's mouth grew increasingly weaker under this ruthless torture by Medusa. However, the smile on his face grew increasingly denser. The killing intent in Medusa's heart once again surged when she saw that smile on his face. Her voice was sinister as she coldly said, after you die, I will let everyone from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate accompany you in death. I will definitely not let even a single dog of your 10,000 Scorpion Gate off. These words of Medusa that were filled with a dense killing intent finally caused the smile on Xia Yan's face to stiffen. A moment later, he slowly shut his eyes. You can do what you want. This demon poison spot is something that even the user is unable to undo. Hence, even I don't have any antidote. The little patience within Medusa's heart was finally covered by the killing intent that came from all directions. A fierce glint flashed across her eyes. Her delicate hand was just like a blade that was inserted into Xia Yan's chest. She suddenly clenched her delicate hand and his heart immediately burst apart. The remaining life force in Xia Yan's face gradually withdrew when his heart burst apart. A moment later, he transformed into an ice-cold corpse. Medusa slowly withdrew her hand and randomly threw aside Xia Yan's corpse. The long hair behind her danced while fresh blood dripped down from her hand. Her figure seemed to be one that had just walked out of hell. The killing intent that spread from Medusa's body increased instead of decreasing after having killed Xia Yan. Her long, pretty eyes slowly slid to the entrance of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate below. A killing intent that surged to the sky caused everyone from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate to feel as though they were in an ice house. A helpless cry sounded just as Medusa, who had bright red eyes, was preparing to start a massacre. Kai Lin, come back! Medusa's lovely body shook upon hearing this familiar cry. Only then did the bright redness in her eyes weaken a little. She struggled for a moment before finally turning around and rushing to the position in the sky where Xiao Yan was located. Xiao Yan let out a bitter smile and sighed when he saw Medusa clenching her teeth in front of him. He took out a cloth from his storage ring and rubbed off the fresh blood that was on her delicate hand. Let's go, I will bring you back to the Jiama Empire. If Gui is unable to help you expel the poison, I will bring you to the continent to find someone to help you. Medusa grabbed Xiao Yan's hand as she suddenly declared. Xiao Yan was startled. He looked at her somewhat ordinary appearance formed by that mysterious beast skin. His heart felt touched. She was actually able to do things to such an extent just for him. The person who specializes in using poison is here. Where else are you going to look? Xiao Yan vaguely smiled. He threw away that cloth, turned to the little fairy doctor and asked, is there really no method to resolve this? The little fairy doctor tightly knit her brows. She mused for a long while before finally shaking her head as she said, I really don't have the ability to undo the demon poison spot that an elite dozome has created. If you are able to find an expert who is one class higher, that person might be able to undo it. A person one class higher than the person who used it? Doesn't that mean that it requires a legendary elite dozune? Xiao Yan frowned in question after hearing her response. The corner of the little fairy doctor's mouth carried some bitterness as she nodded. She looked at the tightly frowning Xiao Yan and hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. This demon poison spot might be extremely poisonous, but it is not without benefits. It contains all of Xia Bai Yan's Dou Qi within it. If you are able to endure and resolve it, the enormous amount of Dou Qi would be inherited by you. Of course, this is on the precondition that you are able to undo it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808, Rockpool. Chapter 808, Rockpool. Xiao Yan bitterly laughed when he heard this. Currently, preserving his life was the most important thing. Who would be bothered about whether this demon poison spot contained all of the Dou Qi of an elite dozome within it? How long does this demon poison spot take to completely erupt? Xiao Yan mused for a moment before asking an extremely important question. The little fairy doctor hesitated once again. Finally, she helplessly whispered a reply a moment later. Half a year. Xiao Yan felt somewhat irritated when he heard the time that was spat out from the little fairy doctor's mouth. Half a year. Where would he go and find an elite dozune to help him undo this demon poison spot during this time? However, you need not be too worried about this. Although I am unable to undo the demon poison spot, I have the ability to greatly delay its eruption time. The little fairy doctor mused for a moment upon seeing Xiao Yan's expression. Finally, she spoke with a shamed expression. If she had not invited Xiao Yan over, it was likely that such a thing would not have occurred. Moreover, she was unable to help settle it after such a problem happened. Xiao Yan sighed in relief only after hearing this. He turned his head to look at Medusa, who was still clenching her silver teeth, and involuntarily laughed. Relax, it's fine. This whatever demon poison spot might even really enable my strength to greatly increase. Medusa would naturally not be bothered about these words that even Xiao Yan himself did not have much confidence in. However, she did not have even the slightest solution at this moment. She could only turn her head and cut the little fairy doctor with her cold eyes. From how she thought of it, if the latter was able to finish off Xia Bai Yan while they were still within the grayish-purple spatial cage, it was likely that there would not be these troublesome matters that followed. The little fairy doctor did not voice a retort in the face of Medusa's icy cold eyes. The matter of Xiao Yan being poisoned did indeed have quite a lot to do with her. Alright, let's settle the matter here first. After which, we will think of ways to deal with this demon poison spot. Xiao Yan inserted himself between the two women, afraid that the two of them would end up fighting again due to this. After which, he hurriedly laughed. Yes. Little fairy doctor faintly nodded. Her body moved and she rushed down from the sky. Currently, the experts from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate were exhausted from death and injuries. They naturally did not have the slightest ability to resist. Being swallowed by the poison sect was something that was expected. Xiao Yan only turned his head to look at Medusa after glancing at little fairy doctor's back. He said, don't blame her. I am here because of the person from the Hall of Souls. Encountering such matters is merely an accident. Medusa could only sigh as she studied Xiao Yan's serious face. She nodded before immediately asking in a low voice, are you feeling unwell now? Xiao Yan sensed the interior of his body, frowned and said, it seems that this thing does not pose any problem before it erupts. However, once it does, it is likely that it is extremely fatal, just like the little fairy doctor said. But what is your plan? Medusa asked once again. How was it so easy to find an elite dozune? Moreover, even if he did find one, who would help someone undo this demon poison spot for no reason? Looking at this vicious-looking appearance, one could tell that it would require quite a lot of effort in order to undo it. Everything will be alright when the time comes. Let's just settle the problem here before talking about it. Xiao Yan replied somewhat helplessly after hearing her question. Medusa could only sigh when she heard his response. Her eyes glanced down below where the 10,000 Scorpion Gate was located. A killing intent flashed in her eyes. After eliminating some of the stubborn remnants of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the faction known as the 10,000 Scorpion Gate could be considered to have been eliminated from the Chu Yun Empire. From today on, the poison sect could truly be considered to dominate the Chu Yun Empire by itself. There would no longer be any factions who would dare contend with it. After giving instructions for some of the follow-up after this big battle, the little fairy doctor led Xiao Yan's 3-man group and left the Sky Scorpion mountain range. After which, they swiftly headed to the Sky Poison City where the headquarters of the poison sect was located. The middle of the Sky Poison City was the headquarters of the poison sect. Being the headquarters of the poison sect, the defenses of this place were unusually tight. Even an expert of the Dou Huang class would definitely not be able to invade it without anyone knowing. This point had been proved many times during these years. There was a rock hill that was covered with a lush green color deep within the headquarters of the poison sect. This rock hill was a forbidden ground of the poison sect. Normally, only the little fairy doctor could enter. The surroundings of the rock hill were covered by a countless number of sentries. Even a housefly that wanted to enter the area of the rock hill would have to pass by a countless number of scanning eyes before being able to do so. Strange stones were everywhere within the rock hill. Various kinds of poisonous plants were also growing within it. A faint fishy smell was emitted before lingering over the rock hill. It formed a faint layer of miasma. It was a miasma with an extremely potent poison that even an expert Dou Wang would not dare to easily inhale. There would occasionally be some poisonous insects and snakes rushing around among the strange rocks. These things were rare creatures in the outside world. However, one was able to see them all over the place in this area. The richness of the poison sect's collection was indeed not merely a rumor. A small pool that had formed around black rocks was cradled in the middle of the rock forest. The surroundings of the pool had 4 poisonous snake heads. The enormous snakes' mouths were wide open and their tongues were extended. Dark black liquid oozed out before finally dripping into the pool. The interior of the pool was some extremely dark water. The pool's water was completely black, causing one to be unable to see the bottom. Even spiritual strength would be reflected when it attempted to enter it. A faint fog hovered over the pool. It carried a fishy scent. Clearly, this was a very poisonous thing. There were currently 3 human figures standing around the rock pool. They were all intently observing the naked young man within the rock pool. The poison water in this pool of yours won't harm Xiao Yan, right? Medusa's eyes were observing the black pool of water as she cautiously asked. This pool of poison water is something that I have used over 100 kinds of poisonous plants and insects in order to create. The various poison within it are integrated with each other, which causes it to possess an extremely great amount of energy. The little fairy doctor squatted down and her delicate hand touched it like an ordinary person. Her hand stirred the poison water that could even corrode a hand. Finally, she softly said, however, poison water is ultimately poison water. The poison contained within it is also extremely potent, but this is what Xiao Yan requires. He is suffering from the vicious demon poison spot. If he trains in this pool along with my guidance, it is possible to fight poison with poison and temporarily suppress the demon poison spot in his body. This would achieve the effect of delaying the time for when the demon poison spot will completely erupt. Hearing this, Medusa glanced at Xiao Yan in the pool who had his eyes shut. At this moment, nothing appeared to be wrong with the latter. Only then did she sigh in relief. The little fairy doctor slowly walked to the other side of the pool. Her pretty eyes looked at the black spot on Xiao Yan's chest. At this moment, some grayish-purple small dots had appeared around the black spot. These small dots were suppressing the demon poison spot until it was forced to spread at a much slower pace. The little fairy doctor gently sighed in relief when she saw this. Her eyes immediately flicked to the top Xiao Yan head, and observed the faint white fog that was slowly rising from it. After which, she sensed the high temperature that was being emitted from Xiao Yan's body. She said, "The situation is a little better than what I expected. There is the presence of a heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's body. Although it is impossible to resolve the demon poison spot, it is able to help hinder the poison. Adding this pool of poison water, it is likely that the demon poison spot will be suppressed for an even longer time." Medusa and Ziyin sighed in relief when they heard this. The former mused for a moment before inquiring, "Is it all right like it is now?" The little fairy doctor shook her head slightly and said, "The poison water is merely entering Xiao Yan's body without any will. This is insufficient. It must be directed in order to completely suppress the demon poison spot. Then what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and do it." Medusa knit her brows. She seemed to be quite dissatisfied with the way the little fairy doctor was still dawdling in this place. The little fairy doctor immediately curled her mouth when she heard this. She was planning to retort, but was afraid of waking Xiao Yan. All she could do was coldly snort and say, "What are you pressing for? One must wait for an opportunity in order to channel the poison. What is the point of rushing? Has the opportunity arrived yet?" Medusa was similarly afraid of disturbing Xiao Yan. Hence, she did not dare to argue with the little fairy doctor despite holding many grudges against the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor helplessly nodded her head upon being pressed by Medusa in this manner. She immediately seemed to have thought of something, and an alluring bright redness suddenly surfaced onto her face. The back of her teeth bit her lower red lip before she said, "Both of you should leave first. Wait outside of the rock forest." The large and small beauties immediately threw doubtful eyes at her the moment they heard this. Medusa crossed her hands in front of her chest and did not have the slightest intention of leaving. She indifferently said, "What shameful acts are there? I must be here to ensure Xiao Yan's safety. Who knows what kind of tricks you will pull?" The little fairy doctor was a little anxious when she heard Medusa's doubtful words. However, when her eyes swept over Xiao Yan in the pool, who had his eyes tightly shut, she immediately clenched her teeth and replied, "Forget it, it's up to you. You can remain if you want to." The little fairy doctor immediately stood up when her voice sounded. She hesitated for a moment and her delicate hands gently undid the buttons of her clothes. She gently bit her lower lip and a lovely, well-proportioned, naked body with skin as white as an elephant's tusk was revealed in front of Medusa's and Xian's stunned eyes. A rarely seen bright redness involuntarily appeared on Medusa's face when she saw the little fairy doctor's action. She let out a soft cough before immediately turning her body around as though nothing had happened. While she turned, she also pulled Xian around, who had been secretly watching through the gaps between her fingers that were covering her eyes. After which, she headed toward the rock forest. Fortunately, they are not as big as my adult form." Xian secretly laughed while being dragged by Medusa. Medusa increased the pace of her footsteps when these words sounded. An embarrassed look surfaced on the face of the little fairy doctor who was by the pool. However, she merely clenched her silver teeth after watching the two human figures swiftly disappearing. The little fairy doctor cut the black poison water with her legs after having withdrawn her gaze from the exit. Her movements were as though she was a mermaid who was about to get in the water. She appeared extremely lovely. Just when she was about to enter the pool, she suddenly sensed something and raised her eyes. Immediately, she saw bright eyes from the pool that similarly carried a threat of shock. The eyes of the two intertwined with each other, and the little fairy doctor's face instantly became boiling hot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, Sealing the Demon Poison Spot. Chapter 809, Sealing the Demon Poison Spot. Two pair of eyes tangled with each other across a pool that contained a faint fog. Xiao Yan finally recovered a moment later. He immediately let out an intense, dry cough when he saw the little fairy doctor's embarrassed red face and hurriedly turned his gaze away. Xiao Yan's cough caused the little fairy doctor to be pulled out from the slight giddy feeling that was transmitted from her head. Her lovely, naked body was just like a beautiful mermaid as she entered the rock pool with a splashing sound. Finally, her alluring body, that caused one to daydream, was covered by the dark black pool of water. Xiao Yan also felt somewhat embarrassed when he saw the circular ripples within the rock pool. This matter really did not have much relation with him. The Dou Qi within his body had just completed a cycle when he had unexpectedly opened his eyes to this scene. Splash! The pool of water not far away emitted a ripple while Xiao Yan was feeling embarrassed. Immediately, a somewhat bright red alluring face rose from the pool. However, the little fairy doctor only revealed her head this time around. The remaining parts of her body were completely covered by the dark black water in the pool. The face of the little fairy doctor still contained a faint redness from her embarrassment when it was revealed. If the people from the poison sect were to see her obedient, womanly manners, it was likely that they would be so shocked that their jaws would fall. Who would expect this sky poison woman, whose fierce reputation within the Chu Yun Empire could frighten anyone who heard it, could actually reveal such a moving, lovely blush? Cough this, that, what are you doing? Xiao Yan dryly laughed as he glanced at the little fairy doctor's rebuking eyes in an awkward manner. The little fairy doctor felt speechless when she heard this. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan and snapped, "What am I doing? I am helping you suppress the demon poison spot. Xiao Yan continued to dryly laugh as he rubbed his head. He actually felt somewhat restrained. This was the first time in his life that he was facing a naked woman in a pool. The little fairy doctor rejoiced upon seeing Xiao Yan's rare embarrassment. She immediately let out a soft laugh. Xiao Yan felt somewhat absent-minded when he saw her beautiful lips ripple into a smile. Such a gentle smile was as moving as it was back in Qingshan town. You still look better when you smile, Xiao Yan quietly commented. The little fairy doctor was startled. She immediately lowered her eyes as a delicate jade-like arm was extended from the pool. It randomly cut through the pool water as she softly said, I am called the Sky Poison Woman in this Chuyun Empire. In the future, I will forever be unable to make contact with anyone as long as the hidden danger of the woeful poison body is still present. The woeful poison body will gain an increasing harm to the people around me as it approaches the time it will completely erupt. Xiao Yan softly sighed as he studied the little fairy doctor, who displayed a bitterness on the corner of her mouth. He said, Relax, I will do my best to help you find the necessary ingredients needed to control the woeful poison body. Once you are able to perfectly control the woeful poison body, all of your problems will naturally be resolved. The little fairy doctor faintly smiled. She forcefully braced her attention as her delicate arm danced. Like a beautiful mermaid, she slowly arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Her pretty eyes stared at the demon poison spot on Xiao Yan's chest before nodding. She said, the speed the demon poison spot is spreading has already slowed a lot. With the ability of this pool of poison water, it should not be able to have an obvious effect. Coco, there are 3 kinds of heavenly flames within my body. An ordinary lethal poison does not have much effect on me. This demon poison spot might not be in this category, but the 3 kinds of heavenly flame at the very least pose some obstruction to it. Xiao Yan laughed. A heavenly flame is indeed mysterious. It is actually even able to suppress a demon poison spot left behind by an elite Dou zone to such an extent. No wonder it is a powerful force that is most coveted by people on this continent. The little fairy doctor nodded her head while feeling surprised. She immediately voiced her thoughts, however, this is still insufficient. Next, I will use my body as a channel, allowing the poison in the pool to pass through my body and conduct a complete suppression of the demon poison spot. This way, it should be able to help you achieve sufficient time to go and look for an elite Dou zone to help you remove the poison. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. He said in a deep voice, in that case, I will trouble you. Do you need to be so courteous? The little fairy doctor rebuked Xiao Yan with a stare. A bright redness surfaced on her face as she whispered, Close your eyes. Do not open them without my permission. Xiao Yan understood her when he heard her command. He laughed before slowly shutting his eyes. The little fairy doctor only sighed in relief after seeing Xiao Yan shut his eyes. Her delicate hand swung in front of her while the back of her teeth gently bit her lower red lip. Only then did she slowly stand up in the pool. A naked body that was as white as an elephant's tusk surfaced from the pool. The dark black water followed her alluring lines as it slowly rolled down. Finally, it dripped into the pool, forming circular ripples. The little fairy doctor's body was completely exposed in front of Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut. Even though he currently had his eyes shut, the little fairy doctor still felt that her face seemed to be burning like a flame. It was so hot that it was frightening. Taking a couple of deep breaths, she suppressed that strange feeling in her heart. The little fairy doctor's hand slightly trembled and a small suction appeared from within her body. Immediately, with her body as the center, a vortex appeared in the pool. As the vortex turned quicker and quicker, a thread of pitch-black poison sudden was absorbed into the little fairy's body. Under her control, it sped through her body and finally agglomerated on her long finger. The little fairy doctor's delicate jade-like finger transformed into a dark black color. Her face was somewhat solemn as a fingernail gently pressed against the finger that had already turned a dark black color. Following the pressure of her fingernail, one could see a drop of unusually bright red blood appearing. The blood drop that had appeared did not fall. Instead, it remained firmly adhered to the little fairy doctor's fingernail, appearing like a tiny glaring blood pearl. The little fairy doctor's face grew slightly solemn as she observed this droplet of blood. The poison within this blood was the most terrifying woeful poison blood. Even with Xie Baiyan's Dou zone class strength, he ended up dying because of it. This was sufficient to see the potentness of this poisonous thing. The little fairy doctor slowly exhaled a breath of air as she focused her mind. A moment later, her delicate finger moved slowly and finally paused above the demon poison spot on Xiao Yan's chest. She hesitated for a moment before immediately clenching her silver teeth as her delicate hand danced. One could see threads of black-colored fine lines shooting from the tip of the little fairy doctor's fingers as they danced. Finally they twined and formed a mysterious seal surrounding the demon poison spot. Each time the tiny black-colored lines erupted, they would come into contact with that drop of the woeful poison blood on her fingernail. The threads of blood would then adhere to it. The demon poison spot appeared to have sensed something following the encirclement of the black-colored threads. A countless number of potent poison lines suddenly shot out. They were just like a countless number of sharp arrows that shot toward the surrounding seal. Humph! Little fairy doctor immediately let out a cold snort when she saw the change of the demon poison spot. The dancing speed of the tips of her fingers suddenly increased. The black seal line also became increasingly thicker. The demon poison spot line shot toward that thick seal, but it was immediately reflected back. The little fairy doctor sighed in relief when she saw that the erosion of the demon poison spot failed. However, the demon poison spot viciously spat an extremely poisonous black line that was as thick as a thumb just before the seal was completed. The little fairy doctor's face changed slightly upon seeing this vicious attack. Her delicate fingers danced at an increased pace. In the end, numerous afterimages were formed. The lethal poison in the black line collided with that seal an instant later. However, this time around it was not reflected back. This lethal poisonous black line contained an extremely great amount of Dou Qi. Under the support of this large amount of Dou Qi, the lethal poison in the black line tore at the seal in a brutal manner. Finally, it became like a huge savage snake as it rushed at the seal. The little fairy doctor's eyes were icy cold as she watched the layers of seals get torn apart by the lethal poison of the black line. Her finger was suddenly flicked just before they were completely broken. The drop of woeful poison blood on the tip of her finger rushed out before being scattered on that mysterious seal. That seal immediately unleashed a bright red color as the woeful poison blood was poured in. A countless number of black lines wiggled. They formed a dragonate shape. Xie. The lethal poison of the black line violently collided with the other black lines that had formed a net and carried a thread of bright redness. Its charging speed immediately began to slow. A couple of breaths later, it completely stiffened just before it broke through the seal. The little fairy doctor did not sigh in relief when she saw this. Her fingers danced and she finished sealing this seal. The moment her hand moved, the completely solidified lethal poison in the black line was like a cannon barrel as it shrank. Suddenly, it shot a thread of a tiny black line amid a pouncing sound. Finally, it broke through the last layer of seal. The hand seal of the little fairy doctor was instantly completed when that thread of black line broke through. Immediately, the seal around the demon poison spot emitted a bright red glow that completely secured the demon poison spot within it. Once the seal was completed, the little fairy doctor discovered that the lethal poison of the black line was fleeing. Her face immediately changed. Just when she was planning to destroy this thread of fleeing demon poison spot, she was surprised to discover that the temperature on the surface of Xiao Yan's body had become much hotter. A faint cluster of jade-green flames appeared around that black line, which was randomly fleeing. The flame completely wrapped around the black line. From the looks of it, the flame seemed intent on refining the latter. That black line began to wildly churn upon being fiercely burned by that jade-green flame. The enormous amount of Dou Qi contained within it began to be revealed. This fellow, he is actually thinking of refining the Dou Qi within this thread of demon poison spot into his own? Surprise immediately rushed through the little fairy doctor's pretty eyes when she saw this scene. Immediately, she let out a sigh of relief within her heart. From the looks of the situation, it seemed that the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body still had the ability to refine a line of fleeing poison despite not being able to completely refine the demon poison spot. Although this thread of demon poison spot is extremely tiny, the Dou Qi that it contained in it is extremely pure. If he is able to refine it, it might be able to raise his strength. This fellow is really bold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, 2-star Dou Huang. Chapter 810, 2-star Dou Huang. The jade-green flame burned fiercely as a hot film spread out. This caused the interior of Xiao Yan's entire body to appear to be grilled. However, it was fortunate that the glazed lotus heart flame had been completely refined by Xiao Yan. The high temperature that was released did not adversely affect Xiao Yan. Otherwise, no one else would dare allow a heavenly flame to burn without care in their body. A dark black energy line was rolling intensely like a small snake within that cluster of jade-green flame. Following each rotation, the dark black color surrounding its body would scatter a little while being grilled by the glazed lotus heart flame. Although this kind of scattering speed was extremely slow, the dark black color would sooner or later be completely incinerated into nothingness since it was not supported by any supplements. As long as the black color that contained an intense poison was removed, the pure Dou Qi that was contained in this demon poison spot would be easily absorbed by Xiao Yan. Moreover, it would become a nourishing substance that would allow Xiao Yan's strength to improve. Xiao Yan's mind was focused on this thread of dark black poison as his heart emitted a cold laugh. Given his current strength, he really did not dare to provoke the demon poison spot. However, such a tiny thread of poison line without any source supporting it from behind actually dared to randomly move around? It seemed that it really thought the glazed lotus heart flame within his body, that was formed from two heavenly flames, did not possess much threat. Xiao Yan's attention was focused on the dark black poison line's color, which was gradually turning pale. He also possessed some understanding of this so-called demon poison spot. This thing was indeed as the little fairy doctor had described. It was extremely dark and poisonous. With his current Dou Huang strength, it was indeed extremely difficult to remove. However, by looking at what the glazed lotus heart flame was currently doing, he was not totally without the ability to resist this so-called demon poison spot. The glazed lotus heart flame formed from the combination of two heavenly flames was able to refine the poison of this demon poison spot. Although the speed of this refinement was extremely slow and its target was merely a tiny poison line, this glazed lotus heart flame was at the very least able to refine it, but hence, Xiao Yan's heart quietly made a conjecture that if another heavenly flame was to merge with his glazed lotus heart flame, attempting to refine the entire demon poison spot might not be too difficult. Of course, the degree of difficulty in attempting to merge another heavenly flame was not any less than finding an elite Dozun to lend a hand and remove the poison. This Dou Qi continent was so huge. Yet, a heavenly flame was very rare. Finding it was an extremely lucky thing. Moreover, even if one found it, attempting to refine it was extremely difficult. Additionally, a heavenly flame was not something that was only used by an alchemist. If those experts who practiced fire affinity Dou Qi as well as those who used similar tactics were able to refine it, they would be able to use it. Hence, there were many experts who had the ability to refine a heavenly flame on the Dou Qi continent. Who did not covet it? Once word of a heavenly flame spread, it was likely that it would invite experts from all directions with the aim of snatching it. It would be even more difficult to successfully obtain the heavenly flame from these experts. Back then, Xiao Yan had spent nearly an entire year within the Jianan Academy in order to obtain the fallen heart flame. Only then did he manage to obtain the fallen heart flame by using the opportunity of the big battle between the Jianan Academy and the experts from the Black Corner region. Moreover, this was after he had undergone a life and death struggle. Hence, the difficulty of finding a heavenly flame and merging it would not be any easier than looking for an elite Dozun. Of course, if it was a third kind of heavenly flame, the interior of Xiao Yan's body did indeed possess one. The bone-chilling flame that Yao Lao had left behind. However, this heavenly flame possessed Yao Lao's spiritual imprint. Unless Yao Lao's spirit was completely destroyed, one had to first remove the spiritual imprint of Yao Lao in order to merge it. This was naturally something impossible for Xiao Yan. He was hoping to use this bone-chilling flame to sense whether Yao Lao was alive or dead. Yao Lao had said that Xiao Yan should refine and merge the bone-chilling flame if the fire seal on his forehead disappeared, and the fire seal was still present despite it not emitting any heat. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's character, it was likely that he would have difficulty swallowing and refining this flame without feeling bad even after the fire seal on his forehead disappeared. It was for no other reason than that the situation he was most worried about would have occurred when it came to that point. The color of the demon black spot within the jade-green flame had become much paler while these thoughts lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. He could faintly see the thick, pure liquid like Dou Qi within it. It is indeed worthy of being a sinister thing gathered by all of the Dou Qi in an elite Dozong for it to be actually able to endure this long against a heavenly flame. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed as he observed the black poison line that still remained. A thought appeared in his mind and the cluster of jade-green flames suddenly became much brighter. The hot temperature also grew. Xiao Yan was unaware of how long this extremely slow refinement continued. All he knew was that almost two-thirds of the Dou Qi within his body had already disappeared in order to refine this demon poison spot line. From this, it was possible to see just how troublesome the demon poison spot was. A mere thread had already turned Xiao Yan into this state. That fiercely churning jade-green flame suddenly revealed a pure, powerful Dou Qi while he was shaking his head and sighing in his heart. Xiao Yan's spirit was suddenly braced. His mind moved and saw that the originally dark black poison line within the flame had already lost its dark black color at this moment. Replacing it was an almost invisible color. There was pure Dou Qi slowly flowing within. This Dou Qi was originally filled with poison. However, after the refinement of the glazed lotus heart flame over such a long period of time, the impurities within it were completely expelled. Only the purest Dou Qi remained. As long as it was someone who could endure it, one would be able to absorb such an energy without any side effects. The jade-green flame slowly disappeared. However, as a precaution, there was still a cluster floating by the side, awaiting Xiao Yan's order at any moment. Xiao Yan's consciousness carefully moved forward before gently touching the pure Dou Qi. After finding nothing wrong, he slowly invaded it with his consciousness. The entry of his consciousness was almost unhindered. The instant he entered, Xiao Yan obtained authority over this pure Dou Qi. He forcefully suppressed the joy within his heart. His consciousness moved, and he directed this pure Dou Qi along the route of the flame mantra Qi method. It swiftly began to circulate. The circulating speed became faster following the increase in the intensity of the pure Dou Qi cycle. In the end, it appeared like an energy hurricane within his body as it carried a strange whistling sound. This kind of energy hurricane did not bring about any discomfort to Xiao Yan. Instead, thick liquid droplets of pure Dou Qi scattered wherever the energy hurricane passed. An extremely comfortable feeling spread out from deep within Xiao Yan's bones wherever that pure Dou Qi dripped. This caused him to involuntarily let out a groan. The hurricane arrived quickly and disappeared quickly. It slowly vanished after 30+ drops of thick liquid Dou Qi were scattered. The pure Dou Qi gradually became pale. It spread all over Xiao Yan's body before finally dispersing. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut while he was in the rock pool. The water in the pool had already fallen from his shoulders to his waist. Moreover, the black poison water seemed like boiling water as numerous bubbles appeared. Each time a bubble burst, it emitted a dense poison fog. The little fairy doctor stood prettily by the side of the rock pool. She had already put on her garments. Her pretty eyes that were studying the black water within the pool as she displayed a helpless expression. It was unexpected that the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body was actually this terrifying. The temperature that it emitted when it was refining the demon poison spot line had boiled this pool of valuable poison water, causing some of it to evaporate. In the pool, the body of Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, trembled slightly as little fairy doctor felt somewhat helpless. His eyes immediately shook as they slowly opened. A wave of powerful aura, that was a little stronger than earlier, suddenly expanded after Xiao Yan opened his eyes. It created a 5-foot-tall wave in the pool. The spreading aura slowly shrank back a moment later. After which, it completely re-entered Xiao Yan's body. A glow flickered within his eyes as his aura was gradually restrained. The little fairy doctor felt some joy when she sensed Xiao Yan's somewhat powerful aura. She revealed a slight smile. Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the bottom of the pool. He borrowed the water's slight buoyant force to leap up in a supple manner. His feet landed beside the rock pool as he awkwardly smiled at the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor hurriedly shifted her eyes away when she saw Xiao Yan leap out of the pool. Her mouth hurriedly scolded, "Why aren't you putting on your clothes?" Xiao Yan was embarrassed to discover that his entire body was naked. He let out a dry laugh, and hurriedly took out some clothes from his storage ring before pulling them onto his body in a chaotic manner. The little fairy doctor only turned her eyes back after Xiao Yan had finished putting on his clothes. Her delicate hand pulled back her long white hair that had drifted over her forehead. Her face still revealed some remnant redness. However, a moment later she steadied her mind. Her pretty eyes observed Xiao Yan's body before she curiously asked, "How much did your strength increase after refining that thread of demon poison spot line that tried to escape?" Xiao Yan sensed himself for a moment before laughing, "Not much. Currently, I am merely at the peak of a 2-star Do Huang. It is sufficient, advancing too quickly is not a good thing. In any case, the demon poison spot is in your body. Once you have the ability in the future, you can completely refine it. At that time, your strength will greatly soar." The little fairy doctor laughed. The smile on her face seemed to appear more often when the two of them were alone together. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He clearly understood just how difficult it was to raise one's strength by 1 star at the Dou Huang class. Many people had difficulty achieving an advancement even after training for a year. Therefore, increasing his strength by 1 star after refining a thread of demon poison spot line had already exceeded his expectations. I wonder if I can reach the peak of the Dou Huang class if I completely refine it. Xiao Yan's hand rubbed the demon poison spot on his chest as he quietly laughed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as though he did not despise or resist this thing as much as he had before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, 3rd in ranking. Chapter 811, 3rd in ranking. Xiao Yan's hand rubbed his chest. He pulled apart his shirt and swept his gaze down only to realize that the surrounding area of that demon poison spot, that had been spreading a strange black color, was covered by an unusual seal. Moreover, it seemed that this seal had stopped the spread of the demon poison spot. This is the poison sealing method that I have learned from the 7-colored poison book that I obtained back when we were in the cave at the Qingshan town. Adding this to the heavenly flame that is helping you, it is likely that this demon poison spot will not erupt during these next 2 years. the little fairy doctor softly explained as she watched Xiao Yan. In other words, you must find an elite Dou Qi to help remove the poison within 2 years. Otherwise, the seal will automatically disappear at that time and the demon poison spot will completely erupt. The little fairy doctor's face became a little solemn when she spoke these words. I know. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He did not mention that he might be able to refine this demon poison spot if he could find a third kind of heavenly flame. After all, the difficulty of finding a third heavenly flame was not any less than searching for an elite Dou Qi to lend a hand. Ugh, according to what I know, there is no elite Dou Qi present in the countries around here. It would be extremely difficult to find one even in the entire northwestern region. The little fairy doctor knit her brows together inside. An elite Dou Qi. This class could already be considered the peak existence on the golden pagoda of the Dou Qi continent. It was likely that there were hardly any experts of such a class even on the entire Dou Qi continent. Those who possessed such an expert were all truly the top of the top tier on the continent. Compared to these large beings, the Poison Sect or the Yan Alliance both appeared extremely small. After all, this Jiama Empire and Xu Yun Empire were merely at an inconspicuous corner of this incomparably vast Dou Qi continent. Even in this northwestern region, the Jiama Empire and the Xu Yun Empire, that were located near an edge, likely did not have much right to speak. Let's take things slow. In any case, we still have 2 years, Xiao Yan quietly sighed. However, his face smiled in a nonchalant manner. A somewhat familiar name suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's heart while he spoke these words. That expert who was once mentioned by Yao Lao and the first elder Su Qian from the Jianan Academy Inner Academy. Feng Zunjia. Zunjia. On the Dou Qi continent, only an expert of the Dou Qi class had the qualification to be addressed in this manner. Therefore, it was obvious that this very good friend of Yao Lao back then should be a genuine Dou Qi. The position of an elite Dou Qi was incomparably high. Even if an ordinary person were to meet one, it was impossible to get the other party to lend a hand to help remove such poison. Hence, both parties must have some relationship. However, given the position of an elite Dou Qi, why would he or she establish a relationship with someone unless that person had a strength or some other ability that he or she valued? Putting aside some special relationship, most friendships were established based on the strength of both parties. Although this point was a little realistic, it was undoubtedly the truth. Therefore, if he really wanted to find one, that old friend who was rumored to have a friendship of life and death with Yao Lao should be a little more reliable. From what First Elder Su Qian had said, this Feng Zunjia seemed to have an extremely deep relationship with Yao Lao. Even after the latter had disappeared many years ago, he still continued to relentlessly search for traces of him over the entire continent. Based on this, it was possible to tell that the friendship between the two was definitely far more solid than anyone could imagine. If he was able to find this mysterious Feng Zunjia, the other party was likely to lend a hand given his relationship with Yao Lao, however. Xiao Yan immediately knit his brows together when he thought until this point. The Dou Qi continent was so huge. Where would he go to search for Feng Zunjia? Should he really release rumors that he was Yao Zunjia's, Yao Chen's disciple? At that time, it was likely that before Feng Zunjia arrived, he would have drawn the Hall of Souls as well as some enemies of Yao Lao in the past. Such an ending would be quite terrible. Xiao Yan did not make any headway no matter how he thought. He could only shake his head and helplessly smile at the little fairy doctor who was staring at him. After which, he asked, "Where are Kailin and Ziyan?" "They are outside." The little fairy doctor faintly smiled. She immediately took a couple of gentle steps and her graceful body slowly walked toward the rock forest outside. "Let's go. Since the sealing of the demon poison spot is complete, it will be detrimental for you to remain here." Xiao Yan nodded when he heard this. This place was filled with poisonous vapors. Although any ordinary poison that entered his body would be incinerated by the glazed lotus heart flame until nothing remained, remaining here for a long time did indeed possess no benefits for him. Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor had just walked to the rock forest when Medusa and Ziyan, who were guarding at the exit, sensed him. They hurriedly came over and sighed in relief as their eyes looked at Xiao Yan's somewhat good expression. "Is it settled?" Medusa swiftly walked forward. Her long pupils swept over Xiao Yan's body while her voice inquired in a concerned manner. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He said, "It is all thanks to the little fairy doctor's poison sealing method. Otherwise, it would be really quite difficult to deal with this thing." These words were indeed true. Just a tiny thread had caused Xiao Yan to exhaust 2/3 of his Dou Qi in order to refine it. If the demon poison spot were to completely erupt, it was likely that Xiao Yan would really not have the slightest ability to resist. Moreover, his purpose of saying such words was undoubtedly to get the relationship between the little fairy doctor and Medusa to become a little better. These two women were just like a sharp needle and an awn. They would involuntarily come into a conflict with each other whenever they met. How long will the eruption of this demon poison spot be delayed after being sealed? Medusa pretended not to be aware of the words of Xiao Yan spoke. Instead, she frowned and asked the most important question. Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head when he heard this. Why did this woman like to be so blunt all the time? The seal will remain for 2 years. The little fairy doctor by the side hesitated a moment before choosing to open her mouth first. 2 years? The frown of Medusa's brows deepened. She sighed. In other words, we must find an elite Dozun to help Xiao Yan remove the poison, or the demon poison spot will once again erupt? Are you able to seal it again 2 years from now? Medusa asked in a deep voice. No. This kind of sealing method can only be used once. It will not have much of an effect if it is used a second time. The little fairy doctor paused for a moment before speaking with a bitter smile. Medusa's eyebrows were vertical. Looking at her manner, it seemed that Medusa was planning to coldly reprimand the little fairy doctor again. Xiao Yan hurriedly inserted himself between the two upon seeing this. He helplessly said, "It is useless to say anything now. Let's have a proper discussion on how we can find an elite Dozun instead. Little fairy doctor, help us arrange some accommodations. Kai Lin and Zi Yan have participated in a big battle and need to properly recuperate." The little fairy doctor would naturally not refuse such a request. She softly responded to Xiao Yan before turning her body to leave. From the looks of her manner, she was planning on personally going to prepare their accommodations. Xiao Yan finally turned his head to Medusa after seeing that the little fairy doctor's back had become distant. He bitterly laughed. "She has already given me enough help. You should stop finding trouble with her." Medusa was non-committal in the face of Xiao Yan's preaching. She raised her pretty eyes and said, "What do you plan on doing now? You can't just sit and wait, right? Let's wait and see first. We'll rest for a day before prying some information about the Hall of Souls from this fellow's mouth tomorrow." Xiao Yan spread his hands before immediately rubbing his storage ring. A dense coldness flashed across his dark black eyes. The aim of traveling to the Chuyun Empire this time around was to capture a person from the Hall of Souls and obtain some information related to the Hall of Souls or Yaolao. Medusa hesitated for a moment when she heard this. Finally, she could only sigh and nod her head. A faint serene fragrance lingered within a spacious room. A warm light shone into it. The light expelled the darkness but did not appear too glaring. Xiao Yan tightly shut both his eyes while he was on the bed. His hand had formed the training seal as he slowly absorbed the natural energy that floated in the surrounding air. Training was just like sailing a boat against a river's flow. One would regress if one did not advance. Training was particular about persistence. In order to become an expert who would be the focus of attention, one must naturally put in an effort that others would have difficulty matching. 2 faint lines of white fog followed Xiao Yan's breath as they lingered around his nose. They finally entered his body when he inhaled. After undergoing various refinements, there was a slight increase in the powerful Dou Qi within his body. The training continued for around an hour before the faint energy fog that lingered around Xiao Yan's nose began to gradually disappear. His tightly shut eyes were slowly opened. Xiao Yan's chest steadily sank. A turbid air was exhaled by Xiao Yan through a long breath. After performing this action, Xiao Yan's body relaxed in a gradual manner. He was slightly silent before his hands once again pulled open his clothes. His eyes were frowning intently as he observed that strange demon poison spot. An elite Dozun. Xiao Yan muttered to himself in his mouth. A moment later, he let out a bitter laugh. Rather than placing his hope on this, it was a little more reliable to place it on finding a third heavenly flame. If he was able to rely on his own strength to resolve this demon poison spot and absorb it, Xiao Yan clearly understood that the benefits he would obtain would definitely be much greater than inviting someone to help him. Heavenly flame. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on his knees as he softly muttered. His eyes stared at a flickering flame. A moment later, his finger trembled and a couple of tattered maps, which were filled with ancient auras, appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. The look of these maps was one of extreme age. Clearly, they had existed for a very long time. The edge of one of the tattered map contained some blurry lines. The lines slowly spread. At a rough glance, they were surprisingly a strange black lotus. The lotus was dark black in color. It seemed that there was a thin layer of black flames covering the surface of the lotus, giving it an exceptionally demon-like appearance. Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the black lotus drawing. His heart suddenly pounded. The current him was no longer that ignorant young man from back then. Hence, he clearly knew what kind of terrifying thing this was. The purifying demonic lotus flame, third in rank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 812, Plans. Chapter 812, Plans. The Heavenly Flame ranking contained the 23 kinds of heavenly flames that everyone on the Dou Qi continent knew. Each type of heavenly flame on this ranking list caused a countless number of people to flock over in doves. Any little news that was related to them would stir up an extremely big commotion. This point had already been proven many times over by many events. Each of the heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking had their own unique properties. Of course, just like how people had long and short hands, the heavenly flames naturally had those that were stronger and those that were weaker when they were compared with each other. The first kind of heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had was the green lotus core flame, which was ranked 19th on the ranking list. On top of possessing an extremely wild and violently high temperature, this kind of heavenly flame seemed to also be able to ignite a volcanic eruption. Of course, until now, Xiao Yan had never done something like this. Hence, he was also unaware of whether this was really true. The second heavenly flame he possessed was naturally the fallen heart flame, which was ranked 14th. This kind of invisible flame was similar to the green lotus core flame in terms of strength. However, it was superior in its bizarre uses. Of course, it also possessed a unique ability that caused one's eyes to turn red with envy. That was the ability to help people refine the Dou Qi in their body to increase their training speed. Ever since he had learned of the heavenly flame ranking, the heavenly flame with the highest ranking that Xiao Yan had seen was the bone-chilling flame of Yao Lao, which was ranked 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. This thing was far more powerful than Xiao Yan's two heavenly flames in terms of destructive strength. Perhaps only the glazed lotus heart flame that was formed from the merger of these two heavenly flames could contend with it. Xiao Yan had never seen any heavenly flame ranked above that flame. He was completely unaware of the names of those heavenly flames and the special abilities that they possessed. The 11th ranked bone-chilling flame already possessed such a frightening, destructive strength. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of the third-ranked purifying demonic lotus flame. According to what Yao Lao had said back then, this purifying demonic lotus flame was something that even he had never seen. There was no rumors of anyone having possessed this kind of heavenly flame during these many years. A flame at this level seemed to basically be non-existent. Xiao Yan really did not know just how the person who recorded the heavenly flame ranking had obtained news of these mysterious heavenly flames and was able to rank their names from there. Xiao Yan had occasionally heard Yao Lao mention that the top 5 heavenly flames of this heavenly flame ranking were actually those kinds of things where one had only heard of but never seen. At the very least, he had never seen or heard any information that was related to the top 5 heavenly flames during his era. Back then, he was extremely proud of his own strength. Originally, he had planned to obtain a heavenly flame that was ranked within the top 5 in order to be worthy of his status and position. In the end, after spending endless amounts of time and plenty of effort, he had failed to obtain a heavenly flame within the top 10, much less within the top 5. Finally, he could only settle for a lower grade. He chose the bone-chilling flame that was ranked 11th. Even though this was the case, he had nearly suffered from a backlash while he was obtaining the bone-chilling flame. From this, one could tell that the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking were indeed not things that were easy to find. Back then, Yao Lao was so astonished when he had obtained the first fragmented map piece from the cave and identified just what the Black Lotus was. Who would have thought that the thing he had waited for so long without the slightest clue about would actually appear in such a secluded mountain cave? Xiao Yan's face also let out a sigh as his heart recalled all the issues related to the heavenly flames. He immediately leaped down from his bed and came to the side of the table. After which, he began to carefully join the ancient yellowish map fragments. Some of the lines that were drawn on the map gradually began to merge as the maps were joined together. However, some of the things that were drawn on it left Xiao Yan completely clueless. Given his experience, he was totally unable to identify just where the location that was drawn on the map was. Xiao Yan's hand gently caressed the map. His eyes landed on an empty corner. According to his guess, this map should have 4 parts. Currently, he already had 3 parts of it in his hands. If he was able to obtain the final piece of the map, he might be able to obtain the location of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Although his words were spoken in this manner, this Dou Qi continent was spacious. The difficulty of attempting to obtain the final map fragment was not much lower than finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, it was obvious that one could not find something like this openly. There were many experts on the Dou Qi continent, and it was different from the secluded existence of the Jiama Empire where an ordinary person did not know what the map fragment was. Hence, should anyone discover that he possessed a clue to find the purifying demonic lotus flame, it was likely that he would attract an endless amount of trouble. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a bitter laugh when he thought of this. The reason that he was able to obtain 3 pieces of the map fragments was because of luck. It was easier said than done if he wanted to go and get hold of another piece. Ugh, I have very little knowledge of the Dou Qi continent, and I am completely unaware of just what news is out there. I am basically clueless in my attempt to find the last remaining map fragment, Xiao Yan mused to himself. It seems that at the very least I will need to look for a trustworthy person who also understands the Dou Qi continent well in order to obtain some news. However, Kai Lin and the little fairy doctor do not have a better understanding of the continent compared to me despite them being trustworthy. Ugh. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped the table's surface. He descended into deep thought. This continued for quite a while before his fingers suddenly paused. A joy surfaced within his heart as he stood up and softly laughed. How could I have forgotten about First Elder Su Qian? Being the first elder of the Jianan Academy's inner academy, it was likely that this esteemed elder should be aware of many secrets given the special position that the Jianan Academy had on the continent. Looking for him should be the best choice if Xiao Yan wanted to find some news relating to the Heavenly Flame. Moreover, even if I am unable to obtain news about the Heavenly Flame, it is rumored that the headmaster of the inner academy is also an elite Dozun comparable to teacher. If I am able to meet him this time around, it might be possible to invite him to lend a hand regarding this demon poison spot given his relationship with the inner academy. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He immediately sighed in relief. He had left the inner academy for more than a year. It was likely that the incomplete fallen heart flame that he had left behind in the blazing Skychi refining tower had already been exhausted. If he did not go and help them replenish it, it was likely that the first elder would become anxious. Looks like I will have to hurry over to the Black Corner region after settling the matters here. Xiao Yan laughed softly as he muttered to himself. The Black Corner region was close to the middle of the Dou Qi continent. The chances of obtaining news about a heavenly flame at that place were far higher than staying within the Jiama Empire. Therefore, Xiao Yan might have to plan another trip back there. Xiao Yan's heart relaxed after having made this decision. He carefully stored the map on the table into his storage ring. With a wave of his sleeves, the flame light in the room was extinguished, and a quiet darkness covered the room. You plan to head to the Black Corner region? Medusa inquired with some surprise. She was startled when she heard Xiao Yan's plans. Yeah. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He said, the headmaster of the inner academy is an elite Dozun. If I am able to meet him, I might be able to ask him to help. Gee, that old fellow is always missing. In all my years at the inner academy, I have only seen him once. Even if you go, you might not be able to meet him. Ziyan by the side curled her mouth when she replied. I must at least give it a try, right? Moreover, even if I am unable to meet him, I will also be able to inquire about some information relating to the heavenly flames from the first elder. If I am able to find another type of heavenly flame, I will not need anyone's help in undoing this demon poison spot. Xiao Yan vaguely smiled in an unconcerned manner as he responded. Alright, there is more trouble in the Black Corner region than within the Jiama Empire. Do you need me to follow? Medusa mused for a moment before nodding her head and asking a question. Although you will be of much help if you follow me, the Yen Alliance and the Snake People tribe will no longer be guaranteed their safety should you leave. Hence, I can only trouble you to help me protect the Yen Alliance and the members of the Xiao clan this time around. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before speaking with a solemn expression. The people from the Hall of Souls seemed to have not given up their plans for the Xiao clan. If all of them left, it was likely that the members of the Xiao clan would be in danger should the people from the Hall of Souls make their way to the Jiama Empire, which did not have the protection of an elite Dozone. Medusa knit her brows when she heard this. She was not really reassured, especially allowing Xiao Yan to head to the danger-filled Black Corner region alone. However, what Xiao Yan had said was true. The current Yen Alliance needed the presence of an elite Dozone. Why don't I accompany you? The poison sect no longer has any opponents within the Chu Yun Empire. It should not be much trouble for me to leave for a period of time. The quiet little fairy doctor by the side suddenly suggested when she saw the worry on Medusa's face. Xiao Yan was startled. He immediately became somewhat hesitant. He would naturally gain a lot of advantages if an elite Dozone like the little fairy doctor followed him. However, she did have an enormous poison sect to manage. My woeful poison body might erupt any time. If you leave for too long, who will come and help me control it even if all the ingredients have been found? The little fairy doctor involuntarily smiled and continued to explain when she saw Xiao Yan's hesitation. All right. Thank you very much. Xiao Yan naturally ceased hesitating since the other party had spoken to such an extent. He immediately nodded, cupped his hands, and smiled to the little fairy doctor. He naturally understood that the little fairy doctor had the intention of protecting him by following him. Medusa quietly sighed in relief when she saw that the little fairy doctor had taken the initiative to say that she would follow Xiao Yan. The gaze she used to look at the latter was slightly gentler. She clearly knew that the little fairy doctor possessed a strength that was similar to hers. Xiao Yan should not have too much trouble with her tagging along. Let me take this little girl too. I must at least let First Elder and the others see that I did not mistreat her, since I will also be returning to the Jianan Academy. Xiao Yan patted Ziyan's head only to end up being dodged by the unwilling girl. Medusa faintly smiled and nodded. Although Ziyan's strength was only that of a Dou Huang, that frightening strange strength of hers was something that even an expert Dou Huang would have difficulty contending against. She could also be considered quite the help. In that case, when will you be leaving? Medusa looked at Xiao Yan as she slowly asked. We will leave tomorrow. Now, Xiao Yan smiled. He immediately flicked his finger and a jade bottle with an invisible flame sealing its mouth appeared in his hand. He looked at the jade bottle. Some coldness flashed across his eyes as he slowly said, Now, we should pry some information regarding the Hall of Souls from this fellow's mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813, Information on the Hall of Souls. Chapter 813, Information on the Hall of Souls. Medusa's and the little fairy doctor's eyes swept over the jade bottle in Xiao Yan's hand, causing their eyes to slightly solidify. Immediately, they placed themselves with one at the front and the other behind, completely sealing the interior of this room. They felt some fear within their heart for that so-called protector Tai of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan laughed upon seeing the reaction of these two people. His hand rubbed the bottle's mouth. The fluctuation of the invisible flame gradually became pale before finally disappearing. An illusionary soul immediately rushed out following the scattering of the flame. Finally, he shot toward the ceiling without any care for his life. An invisible firewall suddenly appeared on the ceiling as Xiao Yan flicked his finger. That illusionary spiritual body knocked into it and immediately emitted a chi-chi sound. A sharp miserable cry subsequently appeared. Xiao Yan observed the illusionary spiritual body, which was covering his head in panic. He smiled faintly as the seal on his hand moved. That invisible firewall rushed down and accurately wrapped around the soul before slowly descending. Coco, Protector Tai, why do you need to run so quickly? Xiao Yan spoke before he smiled and studied Protector Tai, who was carefully hiding within the flame. He did not dare allow his body to touch even a little of the surrounding firewall. Just what do all of you want? Our protectors from the Hall of Souls have a spiritual imprint in the Hall of Soul. They will definitely sense it if you kill me. At that time, the enforcement unit of the Hall of Souls will definitely not let all of you off. Protector Tai glared at Xiao Yan's group furiously as he roared. I am only asking a couple of questions. As long as Protector Tai replies honestly, I will naturally not kill you. Xiao Yan was non-committal with regards to Protector Tai's threat as he spoke with a smile. A light flashed across Protector Tai's eyes when he heard this. He immediately laughed. What do you wish to ask? Give me some information that is related to the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan sat on a chair as he softly asked. Information related to the Hall of Souls? Protector Tai was startled. His gaze was surprised as he looked at Xiao Yan. An ordinary person could not help but want to avoid them. It was unexpected that this fellow had actually taken the initiative to inquire about information. Brat, you are really extremely bold. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have two elite dozones by your side. In the eyes of the Hall of Souls, eliminating you is merely something as easy as raising one's hands. If you are tactful, you will release me as soon as you can. Otherwise, The surrounding invisible flame suddenly shrank before Protector Tai finished speaking. Finally, it adhered to his soul. The hot temperature caused his body to repeatedly emit a chi-chi sound as a miserable sharp cry once again resounded throughout the room. The flame grilled him for around half a minute before slowly withdrawing, leaving behind an extremely weary spiritual body. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he glanced at Protector Tai. His voice was calm as he said, This is not the answer that I want. Don't think that I won't dare to kill you. Moreover, I will let you suffer sufficient pain before I do so. Protector Tai's eyes were vicious as he stared intently at Xiao Yan before glancing at the burning invisible firewall around him. Horror appeared in his eyes. A moment later, he finally asked in an extremely unwilling manner, What information of the Hall of Souls do you wish to know? What is the strength of the Hall of Souls like? Xiao Yan tossed out a question that he paid great attention to. This mysterious organization was one that even Yao Lao was extremely afraid of. It was likely that its strength should be extremely frightening. Since he was planning to rescue Yao Lao and his father from them in the future, he would naturally need to have some understanding of their strength. Ridicule surfaced in Protector Tai's eyes when he heard this. He said, "Aren't you afraid that asking this question will give you a blow to your confidence?" The ranks within the Hall of Souls are extremely well defined. The protector level itself is divided into 3 grades. I am but only a human grade protector. On top of the protectors, there are the high-positioned honorable elders. With their strength, they can be said to have few opponents even in the entire Dou Qi continent. Your so-called poison sect only requires a small branch hall to be sent out before it would be completely eliminated in the eyes of the Hall of Souls. A sullenness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard Protector Tai's words. A Dou Zone class expert was actually the lowest grade protector? Just what kind of strength did those above them possess? Do you know of a person called Protector Wu? Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on the table as he slowly asked. Wu Ying? You have met him? This time around, it was Protector Tai's turn to be a little surprised. We have exchanged blows. Xiao Yan faintly replied. Surprise flashed through Protector Tai's eyes. He once again examined the young man in front of him. A moment later, he finally said, he is also a protector in the Hall of Souls. However, his rank is higher than mine. He is an Earth Grade Protector. An Earth Grade Protector, huh? Xiao Yan muttered within his heart. After which, he asked in a deep voice, what kind of strength does the Hall's Chief of the Hall of Soul possess? Protector Tai's face became somewhat strange when he heard this question from Xiao Yan. It was a long while later before he coldly laughed. The chief is extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Forget about me who is merely a human great protector. It is likely that even a heaven great protector rarely sees him. Other than the few honorable elders and a couple of other people, no one knows just what kind of strength the chief possess. However, by being able to develop the Hall of Souls into such a large organization, you can even think with your buttocks to know just how frightening the strength of the chief is. I will say some unceremonious words. The few of you don't even have the qualification to come into contact with those extremely strong people who possess that kind of strength. Protector Tai mocked when he saw Xiao Yan frowning slightly. If you do not wish to endure the suffering from being grilled, all you need to do is answer the questions. Leave any other words to rot in your stomach. Xiao Yan's icy cold eyes swept over him before he asked, do you know why the Hall of Souls needs so many souls? No. My mission is only to search for souls, capture them and bring them back to the Hall of Souls. No one knows why the Hall of Souls requires so many spirits. I am not lying. There is nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Protector Tai did not even think as he opened his mouth to reply. He hurriedly added another 2 sentences when he saw Xiao Yan's gloomy face after he spoke. Where is the headquarters of the Hall of Souls? This. I don't know this either. Protector Tai responded with a helpless face. In that case, where do you hand over the souls that you capture? Xiao Yan's eyes were ice cold as he studied Protector Tai. He only smiled coldly when he saw the latter's helpless expression. Normally, we will have a target number to meet and must complete our task within a specified time. Only then will we go back and hand them over. However, we will not return to the headquarters of the Hall of Souls. The Hall of Souls possesses quite a number of branch halls on the continent. They are the places where we hand over the souls. How many branch hall locations do you know of? Xiao Yan pressed with his question. 1. A human great protector only has the qualification to know of the location of one branch hall each time he comes out to perform a task. An Earth great protector can know 2 of them, a Heaven great protector can know 3 of them. Protector Tai indirectly looked at the firewall that was surrounding his body. He sensed the heat within it and his spirit trembled slightly. All he could do was open his mouth and reply. Where is it? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and slowly asked. Protector Tai clenched his teeth when he heard this. However, he shook his head and said, this is a secret of the Hall of Souls. If I expose it, my ending will be many times worse than dying in your hands. A cold glint flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. He suddenly and tightly clenched his hand, and the invisible firewall immediately shrank. An instant later it adhered to Protector Tai's body. A chi-chi sound once again appeared and Protector Tai's miserable sharp cry followed. You have 2 choices. One is to suffer the grilling of the flame and die, while the other is to pray that your divulgence of a secret will not be known by the Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan indifferently spoke to Protector Tai, whose entire body was emitting a white smoke. You, bastard, I will speak. Let me go. Protector Tai cursed when that invisible flame temperature was suddenly raised. He could only hurriedly cry out loud under that intense pain. The tightly shrinking firewall slowly spread apart when Xiao Yan heard his voice. It revealed the former's extremely weary and miserable spiritual body. That branch hall I know of is extremely far from the Chu Yun Empire. It is in a place called the Burial Stream within Skyheart Empire, which is on the border between the middle of the continent and the northwestern region. Protector Tai's soul trembled slightly before finally speaking in a desolate manner. Sky Heart Empire. Burial Stream? Xiao Yan softly muttered. His gaze swept toward the little fairy doctor and Medusa. The various big and small empires within the Dou Qi continent were as numerous as the amount of hairs on a goat. He had never heard of whatever Sky Heart Empire. The little fairy doctor mused for a moment when she saw Xiao Yan looking over. Only then did she uncertainly say, I seem to have heard of the Sky Heart Empire, but I am not very certain if this empire really has this burial stream. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. He glanced at Protector Tai, who still trembling, before saying with a faint voice, hopefully, what you said is the truth. Otherwise, if I am unable to find that place when the time comes, your ending will likely not be good. You are actually still thinking of imprisoning me? Protector Tai furiously roared. His face changed after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Don't tell me that I should just let you off in this manner? Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He did not wait for Protector Tai to curse angrily before waving his hand. A suction force surged out and once again sucked the latter into the jade bottle. Finally, an invisible flame was poured into it, repeatedly emitting a high temperature while sealing the jade bottle. This caused Protector Tai's body to ultimately end up in a seriously injured condition. Xiao Yan gently sighed after having once again sealed Protector Tai. His expression immediately became somewhat solemn. From what Protector Tai had said, he was only able to see a corner of the iceberg that was the enormous being known as the Hall of Souls. However, this small corner caused him to feel shaken. It was indeed worthy of being a frightening faction that even Yao Lao was extremely afraid of. What do you plan to do now? Medusa slowly opened her mouth and asked. I will first head to the Black Corner region first and investigate some things at the same time that I am searching for the heavenly flame. According to what Protector Tai said, my current strength is unable to pose any threat to the Hall of Souls. Hence, I should raise my strength as quickly as I can. Xiao Yan softly sighed. He muttered to himself before immediately waving his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814, Hurrying to the Black Corner region. Chapter 814, Hurrying to the Black Corner region. A couple of human figures stood on a mountain outside of the Sky Poison City on the next morning. Their eyes looked at the enormous city under their feet as Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of air. He turned his head and softly said to little fairy doctor by the side, Are you really planning on leaving with me? Yes, I have already settled everything within the sect. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if something really happened after I return. I was able to establish the poison sect once and will naturally be able to do it again. Little fairy doctor said in an unconcerned manner. She had established the poison sect back then on a whim. If she was to really discuss about it, the effort that she had put into it was naturally unlike what Xiao Yan did for the Yan Alliance. Xiao Yan did not say anything more upon seeing this. His eyes looked towards Medusa and he spoke in a deep voice, I will leave the Yan Alliance to you. The Yan Alliance will not fall as long as I am alive. Medusa nodded gently. Her voice was quite firm. If I am unable to return within 2 years, I will get someone to deliver the Heaven Soul Blood Bone Pill to you. Xiao Yan looked at the exquisite bewitching face and felt a little moved in his heart. Medusa had really helped him greatly. It will be best for you to deliver it personally. Medusa lowered her eyes and softly said. Xiao Yan was startled. A warm smile immediately surfaced on the corner of his mouth. He slowly took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, and extended both of his hands to gently hug Medusa. His hand had just touched Medusa when the latter's body suddenly tensed up. A faint alluring flush surfaced on her cold face. However, she did not shrink away. Xiao Yan's hand gently hugged that soft lovely body before releasing her. He softly spoke to Medusa, take care. You should also be careful. Inform me if you meet any trouble that you cannot resolve. I will hurry over regardless of where you are. The back of Medusa's teeth gently bit her lips. Her voice was also unusually soft. This appearance was extremely rare on this Snake People tribe queen, who did not even blink when she killed. Ziyen by the side involuntarily rolled her eyes as she looked at the both of them in such a bored manner. They were only leaving for a period of time, yet these people must act as though they were going to be separated by death. Xiao Yan appeared to have sensed the disdainful eyes of Ziyen by the side. He once again softly spoke to Medusa before slowly taking a step back. His shoulders shook and jade-green fire wings were extended. Finally, those fire wings were flapped and his body swiftly rose to the sky. Finally, he did not delay any longer as he turned around and flew towards the horizon. Sister Kai Lin, take care. Wait for me to come back and visit you again. Xi Yan waved her small hand towards Medusa. After which, her lovely figure also rose into the air and chased Xiao Yan, who was in front of her. Little fairy doctor's eyes glanced at Medusa. She was about to rise into the air when the latter suddenly said, "Protect him properly." Little fairy doctor was startled. She saw a trace of plead in Medusa's icy cold eyes. Her pretty face became much warmer as she immediately replied softly, "He is my only friend. Relax, even if I die, I will do so before him. Thank you. If I am able to return this time around and control the woeful poison body, I might be able to have a proper chat with you," Little fairy doctor said laughingly. Her lovely figure moved immediately and rushed into the air. Finally, she stepped gently on the empty air before turning into a ray of light that quickly disappeared into the horizon. Medusa stood alone on the mountain. She simply looked at the spot where Xiao Yan's group had vanished. It was a long while later before she sighed softly. She had a feeling that the time Xiao Yan would take during this trip away would likely be longer than any other time. Moreover, when the time came, it was likely that even she could only look up to his strength. Medusa actually did not feel any resistance in her heart when she thought of this. Instead, there was a faint anticipation. This was quite an incredulous thing for a strong woman like her. "Xiao Yan, by the time you return, the entire northwestern continent would likely end up being subdued by you just like the current Jiama Empire. I am awaiting for that day to come." 3 rays of light were flashing past the distant sky with great speed. That shocking speed had attracted the notice of quite a number of experts from the Chu Yun Empire. However, all of them quickly gave up the thought of probing after sensing the great strength of those 3 auras. The territories of the Chu Yun Empire was not any smaller than the Jiama Empire. Hence, even with the speed of Xiao Yan's group, they had spent a total of 2 full days before they managed to hurry out of the Chu Yun Empire's borders. Due to there being only the 3 of them on this trip to the Black Corner region, there was naturally no need for Xiao Yan's group to use a flying beast. Their speed were much faster than that thing. If it was not because of the large group accompanying him back then, Xiao Yan would also not chose to use the travel method, which was extremely slow in his eyes. The 3 of them paused at the borders of the Chu Yun Empire. They took out a map and got their bearings. After which, they continued to flash across the sky and hurry towards the distant destination. Although the Chu Yun Empire was extremely far from the Black Corner region, Xiao Yan trio were not ordinary people. Xiao Yan and Xi Yan were both Dou Huangs. Although using Dou Qi wings to travel greatly exhausted Dou Qi, this was not much of a problem with Xiao Yan's many medicinal pills to recover Dou Qi. Little fairy doctor, on the other hand, had reached the Dou Zone class and no longer need to use Dou Qi wings to travel. All she needed was a thought and she would be able to maneuver the energy in the outside world as she pleased. Flying in this manner was not only quick but also exhausted little Dou Qi. This little exhaustion was basically insignificant for an elite Dou Zone. Amidst the seemingly endless journey, Xiao Yan trio had passed by some mountains that were filled with energy. They would land and rest while search around the mountains at the same time in an attempt to find those few ingredients for little fairy doctor to control her woeful poison body. It was unavoidable for Xiao Yan's group to fight with some of the powerful magical beasts in the mountain as they searched. Although they had failed to obtain the few ingredients they needed as they fought and charged through, they did obtain quite a lot of rare medicinal ingredients because of Xi Yan's special treasure-seeking ability. Amongst these ingredients included a couple of medicinal ingredients to refine the Heaven Soul Blood-Bone Pill. This caused Xiao Yan to be a little joyous. Xiao Yan trio continued to tirelessly choose to fly towards some seemingly dangerous mountain range after obtaining such great benefits. However, this journey was not as peaceful as they had imagined. There were many truly fierce beasts hidden within those many dangerous mountain range. They had even met some rank 7 super magical beasts a couple of times. If it was not because little fairy doctor had intervened, it was likely that Xiao Yan and Xi Yan would have really met with a great trouble. Xiao Yan had kept a lower profile after meeting these incidents a couple of times. They did not dare to randomly charge into those mountain range with an extremely powerful aura covering it. Otherwise, things would not be fun if they were to provoke an ultimate ferocious beast that even little fairy doctor could not beat. This continuous search for various natural treasures along the way caused the journey to be less dull. However, the time they took had ended up being significantly lengthened. Based on Xiao Yan's calculations, it had likely been 3 to 4 months since they had left the Chu Yun Empire. This amount of time was comparable to when the large contingent had returned to the Jiama Empire. Despite this greater amount of time spent, Xiao Yan had also ended up benefiting from it. After this long period of traveling and the life and death battles with magical beasts in the mountain forest, Xiao Yan's aura had become increasingly powerful and dangerous during these 4 months. His agility had also been raised. Most importantly, Xiao Yan's strength had advanced to the 3-star Dou Huang level amidst these many battles. This caused Xiao Yan to be extremely excited. The 4 months of travel and camping outdoors in the forest was indeed extremely beneficial towards him. After this outdoor camping continued for 5 months, the seemingly endless mountain range had finally disappeared from their sight. A black large plain that stretched to the horizon seemed to be like a black curtain covering the ground as it appeared in the sight of Xiao Yan trio. Xiao Yan's group finally stopped after they saw the somewhat familiar large black plain. A joy of having been relieved of a great burden surged onto the former's face. Finally, he laughed out loud while facing the sky. The loud laughter was like a rolling thunder, which spread in all directions from his position. Black Corner Region, Jianan Academy, Xiao Yan is back. Little fairy doctor smiled slightly as she looked at the joyous Xiao Yan. Her eyes watched that enormous black plain and softly muttered, "Is this the Black Corner Region? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 815, Encounter Along the Way. Chapter 815, Encounter Along the Way. Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and Zi Yan as they flew at a low altitude along the route from his memory. When they passed by some Black Corner Region's city along the way, they would land and pass through them by foot. They would pause for a moment at some auction houses and medicinal shops while crossing the cities in an attempt to search for the ingredients that they needed. The speed of Xiao Yan's group was naturally much slower because of this. However, they also avoided much trouble. Xiao Yan tried to inquire about some news of Xiao Gate along the way, but perhaps because this was the outer region of the Black Corner region, there was no detailed news about them despite many people having heard about this new faction that had suddenly risen within the last couple of years. Therefore, Xiao Yan felt quite helpless. Nevertheless, he was able to tell that Xiao Gate did not meet too much trouble from the news that he had obtained. This caused him to sigh in relief. Since he had learned that Xiao Gate was fine, Xiao Yan was in no hurry to get there. He led the little fairy doctor and Zi Yan along the many cities as he gathered some information about the few necessary ingredients needed to control the woeful poison body. Moreover, Xiao Yan was extremely interested in the large-scale auctions that this Black Corner region held because of the purifying demonic lotus flame map fragment that he had obtained from an auction the last time. He also inquired about these auctions while gathering information. Xiao Yan's 3-man group spent over 10 days traveling and gathering information in this manner. They gradually arrived in the middle region of the Black Corner region. It was in this place that Xiao Yan luckily obtained some information regarding a large-scale auction. Almost every city within this Black Corner region would frequently hold an auction. However, the size of these individual auctions held were not big. Hence, it was difficult for them to attract Xiao Yan's attention. However, every once in a while, there would be some extremely powerful factions within the Black Corner region who would join hands with some other factions to gather many auction items together. Finally, they would hold a large-scale joint auction. The size of these auctions could basically be considered a big matter in the Black Corner region. The grade and rarity of the auction items was enough to attract a countless number of experts and factions within the Black Corner region. The things that were auctioned in these places were far from what the Primer clan within the Jiama Empire could contend with. By just recalling how Xiao Yan's 3000 lightning movement, a D-class agility Dou skill that even an expert Dou Huan coveted, was taken out at such an auction allowed one to tell just what kind of weight this kind of auction possessed. The Primer clan's auctions would at the very most attract the attention of some expert Dou Wangs. It did not possess much attraction to someone like Xiao Yan. However, this kind of large-scale auction in the Black Corner region was different. It was not surprising that the experts that were attracted by such auctions included those of the Dou Zone class. The auction which Xiao Yan had heard about this time around was held in a city called the Black Emperor City, which was located on the western side of the Black Corner region. The owner of this city was the Black Emperor sect. The Black Emperor sect was quite renowned within the Black Corner region. However, it was different from the other factions. It usually kept an exceptionally low profile when it did things. Its sect leader also did not enter the Black Corner region black ranking. However, there were extremely few factions who had gone to the region where the Black Emperor sect ruled and provoked them. This sect had stood for quite a long time within the Black Corner region, but it was rumored that the Gold-Silver elders were quite polite when meeting with this sect leader, who kept a low profile. From this, one could tell that this person's strength was definitely extraordinary. The Black Corner region was filled with various hidden tigers and dragons. These words were indeed true. This so-called black ranking did indeed possess some quality, but it did not encompass everyone. The true experts in this chaotic region mostly chose to hide. Xiao Yan mused for a moment when he heard that the Black Emperor sect was about to hold a large-scale auction. After which, he chose to head to the Black Emperor city. He possessed a lot of interest for such a large-scale auction. If he was lucky, he might even be able to obtain the news of the last map fragment when he was there. Even if he could not obtain news about the map, such a large-scale auction would end up gathering experts from all over the place. That place would definitely be extremely rich with information. Should he be lucky, he might even be able to obtain some information about a heavenly flame or one of the 3 kinds of ingredients needed to control the woeful poison body. Xiao Yan did not delay any longer once he made his decision. After purchasing a map of the Black Corner region at a high price, he led the little fairy doctor and Xi Yan out of the city, and rushed to that so-called Black Emperor city. The Black Corner region was extremely vast. Its area was something that even the sum of the Jiama Empire and Shuyan Empire could not compare with. This large region that was filled with chaos naturally groomed many strong people. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, he needed to be a little cautious when wandering around this place. Although he had caused quite a number of factions from the Black Corner region to suffer losses in his hands back then, those were only but a small portion present. With the growth in Xiao Yan's strength, his field of vision had also become much grander. Hence, he was clearly aware that in a place like the Black Corner region, it was naturally impossible for the strength of the gold-silver elders to be the strongest. The truly frightening people were the people who kept a low profile. Therefore, one must remain cautious when dealing with anything in the Black Corner region. 3 human figures walked slowly down a small, lush, green mountain forest path. The black-robed, young man in front held a piece of green grass within his mouth. His arms were crossed behind his head while his face was a lazy one. He allowed the warm sunlight that scattered down from the sky to shine on him through the gaps between the leaves. Xiao Yan, just how far away is this damn broken city? The purple-haired, little girl behind the young man scrunched up her small face while she furiously questioned. Soon. The young man who was chewing the grass that contained a slight bitterness replied in a lazy manner. You have already said these words for more than 10 times. Xi Yan immediately erupted upon hearing these words. She leaped on Xiao Yan and hung onto him like a sloth while she bit randomly. The girl wearing a white-colored dress by the side smiled when she saw Xi Yan's action. She immediately and involuntarily shook her head. Little girl, walking is also a form of training. Don't keep thinking of flying all day. Xiao Yan glanced at Xi Yan, who was hanging on his body. He ignored her as his footsteps kept a steady pace while his mouth revealed laughter. Who wants to commit to such boring training? The best training is for you to give me those medicinal ingredients that I have found. Xi Yan indignantly responded. She had found quite a number of rare medicinal ingredients during this half a year. In the end, all of them had been seized by this detestable fellow. Moreover, he even euphemistically said that one should make the best use of things. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders. He was just about to speak when his footsteps suddenly paused. His dark black eyes narrowed as he glanced at the distant mountain woods. What is it? Xi Yan uncertainly asked while blinking her large eyes when she saw Xiao Yan paused. There is someone in front who is heading toward this place. It appears that they are fleeing. The little fairy doctor casually mentioned. She looked at Xiao Yan when she spoke. She seemed to be waiting for his decision. There is no need to get involved. We will continue walking on our own. Xiao Yan vaguely smiled. Every day, vengeful killings would play out within this Black Corner region. He did not have the interest to go and rescue every one of them. 2 worn figures appeared on the edge of the small path within the mountain forest in a miserable manner while Xiao Yan's 3-man group was conversing. Numerous black figures appeared not far behind them. The dense killing intent was transmitted over despite them being far apart. Xiao Yan finally saw the 2 figures as they fled even more intensely. They were 1 man and 1 woman. The man was around 30 years old while the woman was but a young lady. The man's footsteps were staggering and his body showed some traces of blood. Clearly, he was injured. That young lady who was wearing a pale purple dress appeared a little better. However, that exquisitely moving face of hers was filled with panic at this moment. Perhaps it was because of the injuries, but the man's footsteps were sloppy while he was fleeing, therefore he nearly fell down. The young lady hurriedly lifted him up. A pair of sparkling, large eyes revealed some moisture because of her panic. The many black figures behind suddenly closed the gap while these 2 people were delayed in this manner. Dark and cold killing intent caused the backs of these 2 people to be filled with dense cold sweat. The man grit his teeth. He turned his head to glance at the people closing in on them. Despair involuntarily surfaced in his heart. Just when this despair surfaced, his eyes coincidentally saw the 3 human figures not far in front of him. He immediately grabbed hold of the last straw and hurriedly cried out, "Friends in front! Please lend a hand and rescue us. We will definitely reward you heavily after this." The group of people giving chase suddenly increased their speed when this cry was emitted. Finally, they flashed and encircled the 2. Coincidentally, Xiao Yan's 3-people group was also within this encirclement. TSK, you are still thinking of fleeing? A black-clothed person looked down at the miserable pair from a higher vantage point as he laughed in a strange manner. The hopelessness in the eyes and heart of the man grew even denser following the sealing off of his escape path. Immediately, he could only throw his eyes, that were crying for help, to Xiao Yan's three-people group. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at the man. His gaze immediately swept over the purple-clothed young lady by the side. Although the latter's forehead was covered by a thread of black hair, any sharp-eyed person could tell with a glance that this young lady was quite a beauty. Once she matured over time, it was likely that she would cause quite a number of men to grovel under her skirt. Unfortunately, however, she would not have sufficient time. Little fellow, the roads under the sky are very wide and we can each take one side. Please do not meddle in another's business. The black-clothed people also discovered Xiao Yan's three-people group. The eyes of the man who had spoken earlier chilled as he spoke in a deep voice. I am only passing by, Xiao Yan faintly replied. After which, his gaze was withdrawn from the hopeful eyes of the purple-clothed young lady. His expression was indifferent as he avoided them. The faces of the man and young lady instantly turned pale white when they saw Xiao Yan's action. The latter tightly clenched her silver teeth and viciously stared at Xiao Yan's back. She seemed to be unable to understand why this person who was quite handsome was such a coward. The surrounding black-clothed people were extremely satisfied with this tactful action of Xiao Yan. All of them laughed in a strange manner. This friend, we are people from the Jianan Academy. Please lend a hand and rescue us. This matter is of great importance. The academy will definitely provide a satisfactory reward after this. That man seemed to be unwilling to give up as he cried out once again. Instructor my D, don't beg him. He will not help. Do you actually expect that this kind of cowardly indifferent person would chase away these fellows? The purple-clothed young lady by the side clenched her silver teeth as she replied. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan, who was about to exit the encirclement of the black-clothed people, suddenly paused his footsteps when the man's voice sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 816, Demon Flame Valley. Chapter 816, Demon Flame Valley. The face of the man immediately rejoiced when he saw that Xiao Yan's footsteps had paused. However, the eyes of the surrounding black-clothed people became dark and chilly. Brat! If you don't wish to lose your life, you should lead your people and leave. Otherwise, the leader of the black-clothed people's voice was dark and cold as he spoke. Xiao Yan completely ignored this threat. He turned around, narrowed his eyes, and studied the man and the purple-clothed young lady. His voice was a little surprised as he asked. The both of you are people from the Jianan Academy? The man who was called my D and the purple-clothed young lady were startled when they saw Xiao Yan's sudden change in attitude. The former continued to speak carefully. I am an instructor of the Jianan Academy. She is my student Mo Ling. Xiao Yan nodded slightly when he heard this. He immediately said with a smile, in that case, please leave with me. My D and the purple-clothed young lady widened their mouths when they saw Xiao Yan's smiling face. They were unable to recover. This continued for quite a while before the man pulled the purple-clothed young lady with some hesitation. They swiftly picked up their speed as they headed toward Xiao Yan's three-man group. Brat, you are seeking death. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the black-clothed leader as he coldly cried. Kill all of the... Don't allow any news to be leaked. The 10+ black-clothed people immediately responded with deep voices. They immediately brandished sharp longswords in their hands as their bodies moved and rushed toward Xiao Yan's group. The dense killing intent caused the air of this part of the forest to solidify. My D's expression suddenly changed when he sensed the dense killing intent that had suddenly surged. He immediately pulled the purple-clothed young lady closer as he ran toward Xiao Yan's group with all their might. However, the speed of the two of them were obviously no match for those black-clothed people. Hence, two longswords that contained chilly glints swiftly appeared behind the two of them within a couple of blinks. They immediately shot forth like two poisonous snakes. The dense chill that appeared behind them was also noticed by my D and the purple-clothed young lady. Their faces drastically changed. Given their current condition, they did not have the ability to dodge this kind of vicious attack. Panic rose in the hearts of these two people as the dense killing aura approached. However, just when they could only shut their eyes tightly and await death, the tiny sound of a thunderous roar suddenly resonated in the woods. The two people immediately sensed their bodies soar. The entire process continued for a short instant. By the time they recovered, they were shocked to discover that they were already between Xiao Yan's three-people group. There was a hand on each of their shoulders. The eyes of the both of them blinked. They immediately turned their heads slowly and the smiling face of a young, handsome man appeared in their sight. This, Mr. Thank you very much. At this point, my D understood that this young man who appeared to be only around 20 years old definitely had a strength that far exceeded his expectations, regardless of how stupid the former may be. A wild joy immediately surged in his heart as he excitedly spoke. The purple-clothed, young lady called Mo Ling by the side also widened her small mouth. Her watery large eyes were surprised as she looked at this person whom she had just regarded as a coward. It was unexpected that this fellow, who had given her a poor first impression, had a strength that was much stronger than instructor my D. Yan, finish them off. Xiao Yan faintly swept his gaze over the black-clothed people rushing over as he spoke in a calm voice. Yan by the side curled her mouth when she heard this. She muttered something about mistreating a child worker before slowly walking out. Be careful, they are all Dou Qi. That leader is a 7-star expert Dou Ling, you, ugh. My D was immediately startled when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually asking a little girl to attack. However, he had just spoken when Yan's body transformed into a light figure that rushed forward. Immediately, he heard the sound of numerous muffled impacts of bodies contacting each other. Soon after, the human figures came falling from the sky one at a time, and violently landed on the surrounding muddy ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Clap clap. The lovely figure slowly landed on the ground as she gently patted her small hand. She curled her small mouth and said, a group of mediocre Dou Qi actually dares to block us. My D and Mo Ling by the side stared at these black-clothed people on the ground whose fates were unknown. They were stunned. It had only been less than 10 seconds, but over 10 expert Dou Qi had already ended up in this manner? This little girl's strength was actually this terrifying? Finish off that fellow too. Xiao Yan's eyes shifted up. He observed the black-clothed leader on a tree branch before carelessly speaking. You, who exactly are all of you? We are the people from the Demon Flame Valley. The face of the leader of the black-clothed people quickly changed. He put up a brave front as he cried out. Yan shook her head with irritation after his voice sounded. Her body flashed and she appeared in front of this black-clothed person. Her small fist was tightened before it was ruthlessly swung at that black-clothed person. The heart of the black-clothed person was greatly shocked when he saw Yan's frightening speed. He hurriedly maneuvered the Dou Qi within his body to form a firm Dou Qi armor. Yan's small fist swiftly arrived the moment the armor took shape. Immediately, a frightening strength formed from all directions. The seemingly firm Dou Qi armor instantly cracked apart. The remaining force heavily smashed against the black-clothed person's chest. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood that contained some broken internal organs was wildly spat out. His body also fell from the tree branch. A mere Dou Ling actually dares to receive my fist? Humph, you are looking for death. Yan glanced at the falling corpse as her toes pressed against a tree branch. Her lovely small body twisted in the air before steadily landing. She snorted at Xiao Yan, by getting me to act this time, you must return that blood spirit grass to me. The price that Yan requested only caused Xiao Yan to roll his eyes. He immediately flipped his gaze to my D and Mo Ling. My D hurriedly cupped his hands and started to speak when he saw Xiao Yan look over. Mister, thank you very much for helping us. May I know your name? Coco, instructor my D, there is no need to be so courteous. You can just call me Xiao Yan. If we were to talk about it, we are all comrades, Xiao Yan laughed. Comrades? My D was also startled when he heard this. A moment later, he spoke with surprise, don't tell me you are also someone from the Jianan Academy, Mo Ling by the side was stunned when she heard my D's words. Her eyes immediately swept over this young, black-robed man, who possessed an unusually frightening strength, in a bizarre manner. A moment later, her delicate willow-like eyebrows were tightly pressed together while she muttered to herself, Xiao Yan? It seems quite familiar? Xiao Yan? You are that Xiao Yan from the Inner Academy? My D also frowned. He mused for a moment before suddenly recalling something. After which, he suddenly cried out in an involuntary manner. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the surprise on the faces of the two people. He said, if there is no one else with a similar name in the Inner Academy, I think that the person whom you are speaking of should be me. The shocked expression on my D's and Mo Ling's faces was even denser when they saw Xiao Yan nod his head. The name Xiao Yan had become renowned so that everyone within the Jianan Academy knew of it during these few years. Everyone knew that this young man, who had merely trained for 3 years within the Inner Academy, had already killed some extremely fierce experts from the Black Corner region with his hands. The faction Pansgate he had established within the Inner Academy had currently become the largest faction within the Jianan Academy. Almost every new student who entered would hear about this renowned faction until they became extremely familiar with it. Moreover, Xiaogate within the Black Corner region had provided the greatest protective umbrella when the many students gained experience in the Black Corner region. Similarly, this enormous faction's founder was a person who was regarded as an idol and even a legend within the hearts of a countless number of students. Although it had been over 2 years since Xiao Yan left the Jianan Academy, his reputation did not become weaker following the flow of time. Instead, it was brewed during this time until he became the idol within the hearts of many people. There were even many young ladies within the academy who held some beautiful illusions about this senior, who had never shown himself. Mo Ling at the front had once heard her good friend used an extravagant tone while speaking about Xiao Yan's stories. Although her face had remained calm, a faint impression was indeed left behind in her heart. Currently, the one who was rumored to be a mythical perfect person within the Jianan Academy had actually appeared in front of her. This would undoubtedly cause her to feel a somewhat surreal moment. It is unexpected that there is someone who still remembers me despite not having returned for 2 years. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed as he observed the expressions of the two people. Mighty finally recovered from his shock after hearing Xiao Yan's laughter. He suddenly took a step forward, grabbed Xiao Yan's hand and spoke anxiously, "They are safe. Elder Wu and the others are saved." "Elder Wu? What's the matter?" Xiao Yan frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. "This is a long story. Our academy would basically send out quite a number of students to train every half a year. Most of the students who come out to train are quietly followed by people from the inner academy or by the elders." My D bitterly laughed when he spoke until this point. He immediately sighed. This time around, Elder Wu from the inner academy is leading the group. Originally, everything was progressing smoothly. However, information was leaked in the end. When this training group of ours were hunting magical beasts in this mountain, the Demon Flame Valley launched a sneak attack on us. In this emergency, Elder Wu went all out to stop them. Finally, he led quite a number of students, who were out training, to hide in a small valley. Nevertheless, they were completely surrounded by the people from the Demon Flame Valley. Mo Ling and I went all out to escape. Originally, we were hoping to search for help, but we were discovered by the Demon Flame Valley's patrol. Hence, they began chasing us. Senior Xiao Yan, there are over 30 students trapped there. If they were to land in the hands of the Demon Flame Valley, it is likely that they would have difficulty escaping death. This damn faction is the enemy of Xiao Gate. They purposefully target our Jianan Academy. Mo Ling by the side bit her lower lip with the back of her teeth as she softly spoke. Xiao Yan's expression sank slightly when he heard the words of these two. He had quite a deep relationship with the Jianan Academy. Regardless of what he was thinking, he must definitely intervene in such a situation. How is the strength of that Elder Wu like? I don't seem to remember hearing of such an inner academy elder. Xiao Yan nodded slightly before randomly asking. Elder Wu was promoted only last year. He was originally also a student of the inner academy. He is called Wu Hao, my D hurriedly replied. Wu Hao. Xiao Yan was initially startled when he heard this name. After which, his face immediately became completely gloomy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817, Blood Sword Wu Hao. Chapter 817, Blood Sword Wu Hao. Waves of thunder like beast roars would occasionally be emitted within the lush, green mountain forest, frightening numbers of resting birds within the forest flew away. The flapping sound that was brought about by their wings caused the air to become much more tense. There was a precipitous mountain wall covered by this lush greenery. The lower part of the mountain peak was split, forming an enormous gully. Looking from it at a great distance, it appeared just like a valley. Both sides of the valley had precipitous rock walls that were difficult to climb. The only exit was one that was not even 20 feet wide. A large group of people were currently clustered in this valley. Most of their faces were pale white. However, there was not much panic between their brows. They were holding their weapons in their hands as their gazes coldly swept over the mountain peak and the valley exit. This group of people was quite young. They were around 17 to 19 years old. It was the age when people had the greatest vigor. There was also a roughly even ratio of males to females. The young ladies had eye-catching appearances. Their lively aura that was specifically possessed by young ladies was even more striking. However, these beautiful young ladies all displayed pale white faces at this moment. This lovely and weak manner caused people to show an even greater tender loving care. A couple of solemn-looking men and women stood at the center of this group of people. Their eyes stared intently at the distant valley's exit. The cold glint of some human figures were flashing at that spot. Elder Wu, what do we do now? The people from the Demon Flame Valley have already sealed off the exit. The surrounding mountain walls are also unusually steep. Unless one is an expert Do Wang, no one will be able to escape. A middle-aged man who was around 30 years old looked at around their desperate state and softly sighed. He laughed bitterly while speaking to the back of a man who held a heavy blood-red sword. The man who was carrying the heavy blood-red sword slowly turned around when he heard this, revealing a face that was filled with a stern expression. This face was somewhat familiar. It was also that of one of the founders of Pan's Gate back then. He was Xiao Yan's good friend, Wu Hao. The current Wu Hao undoubtedly appeared much more mature compared to 2 years ago. That bloody aura that caused one's heart to feel a chill had also become much fainter. Of course, this did not mean that it was weaker. Instead, the current him had gradually withdrawn that bloody aura into his body. If it was said that his previous self was a bloody crimson sword that revealed all its barbs, the current him was a sword with an edge that was covered by a scabbard. Naturally, once that scabbard was removed, that sharp bloody aura within it would completely erupt. Let's wait. Hopefully, my D and the others were able to flee successfully. As long as they got out a message, any experts from the academy nearby should come and rescue us. Wu Hao sighed and spoke as his eyes slowly swept over the faces of everyone in the valley. This damn demon flame valley. If I am able to get out this time around, I will definitely get cousin brother Shaoli to settle this matter properly. A tall, beautiful lady wearing instructor robes by the side coldly spoke. The lady was wearing a red instructor robes that seemed to have added a mature and enchanting aura to her. The corner of her skirt had a split that extended halfway. When the corner of the skirt moved, her long, round, sexy legs would cause those male students behind to involuntarily take a couple more glances despite them being in this kind of desperate condition. They quietly praised in their hearts, Instructor Xiao Yu was really becoming more and more womanly. Xiao Yu. This lady who was wearing red instructor robes was actually Xiao Yan's older cousin sister, Xiao Yu, who had been staying in the Jianan Academy. Wu Hao vaguely nodded upon hearing Xiao Yu's words. He immediately spoke in a helpless manner, I'm afraid that those fellows won't give us such a chance. His expression suddenly changed when his words sounded. His gaze suddenly shifted to the valley's exit as he spoke in a deep voice, you should all be a little more careful. Protect the students properly. The people from the Demon Flame Valley seemed to be moving. The faces of Xiao Yu and the couple of instructors were shocked when they heard this. They immediately withdrew and spread out, surrounding those young male and female students. Coco, it is really unexpected that it would actually be the renowned bloody sword Wu Hao from the Jianan Academy. I have heard so much about you. A human figure flashed and moved at the mountain peak where the valley's exit was located. A gray-robed person flapping his Dou Qi wings appeared there. He looked down at everyone in the valley from a high vantage point and laughed out loud. There were over 10 black-clothed men standing behind the gray-robed man. Numerous dense gazes shot toward everyone in the valley. The people from the Demon Flame Valley always like to use these kinds of sneaky tactics. If you have the guts, you should come down and fight with me. Wu Hao's eyes studied the gray-robed person as he coldly laughed. Haha, the reputation of the Bloody Sword Elder is extremely renowned in the Black Corner region. Of course, that kind of all-out attacking method reverberates like thunder in others' ears. Another laugh sounded. Immediately, a human figure flashed and appeared once again. Looking at the Dou Qi wings that were flapping on his back, it was clearly another expert Dou Wang. Wu Hao's gaze was dark and solemn as he looked at the two expert Dou Wangs above the valley. His heart sank. His current strength was merely a 4-star Dou Wang. Looking at the aura of these two people, they were clearly of similar strength as him. If it was a one-on-one fight, he had the confidence that he would definitely defeat the other party. However, if it was 2 against 1, he would clearly end up at a disadvantage. If it really reached the last stage where they staked their lives to go all out, he would definitely cause the two people on the other side to suffer great losses even if he ended up being defeated. These people did not choose to act despite having surrounded Wu Hao's group because they were afraid of his all-out fighting tactic. After all, one did not only require a little courage to really stake one's life and go all out. These two expert Dou Wangs had quite a high position within the Demon Flame Valley. They were unwilling to part with their positions and risk their lives against this Wu Hao. Elder Wu Hao, if you take the initiative and surrender today, I can guarantee you that we will not harm any student of the Jianan Academy. What do you say? The gray-robed person from earlier laughed. Do you really treat me like a 3-year-old child? If I really fall into your hands, my ending will likely be at least 10 times worse than dying in battle. Wu Hao coldly continued to laugh. You two cowards are merely hiding and don't dare to fight me head-on. You really caused the Demon Flame Valley to lose face. Hee, Elder Wu, there is no need for you to provoke us. I know that you have put your hope on 2 people who have fled. However, your calculations might not be as good as you think. An injured Didosher who is carrying a burden wants to throw off being chased by our Demon Flame Valley's elite assassins? The other expert Dou Wang coldly laughed. Wu Hao's expression changed. His fist also slowly tightened. Moreover, do you really think that you alone can protect them? Once our Demon Flame Valley's fourth elder arrives, I will see just how you can act arrogantly. TSK, these little girls from the Jianan Academy are quite beautiful. Moreover, all of them are covered with haughtiness. At that time, we might be able to auction them off for quite a lot of money after we will drag them back and teach them properly. A bloody aura suddenly surged from Wu Hao's body when he heard this lewd laughter. His eyes were savage as he glared at the expert Dou Wang who had spoken. His voice was sinister as he spoke, bastard from the Demon Flame Valley. Sooner or later, I will let all of you become dead souls under my sword. Haha, brat, you should say this after you leave this place alive. Wu Hao's dense voice merely caused the two expert Dou Wangs to laugh while facing the sky. Their arrogant laughter reverberated over the valley. The beautiful faces of quite a number of young ladies paled. Although most of them had some background, this kind of background did not hold much sway in a chaotic place like the Black Corner region. We can only forcefully charge now. Otherwise, we will really not have the slightest chance once the fourth elder from the Demon Flame Valley arrives. For instructors, you will follow me and do your best to block them. Xiao, you will lead everyone else in charge forward at that time. Do not turn around. Wu Hao inhaled a deep breath of air, turned his head, and spoke with a deep voice. Yes. Xiao tightly bit her lower red lip. She tightened her delicate hand, clearly understanding that Wu Hao's group would risk their lives to obstruct the other side. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to delay the two expert Dou Wangs from the other side. Wu Hao's hand slowly gripped the heavy sword on his back. A sky-surging bloody aura suddenly erupted from Wu Hao's body. He immediately let out a furious roar as his body charged toward the valley's exit as a bloody figure. The large group of students behind hurriedly followed. Waves of powerful Dou Qi seeped out. Although they may appear individually weak, their aura did have some strength when merged together. Are they finally about to go all out? Stop them. The two expert Dou Wangs immediately let out cold laughter upon seeing the actions of Wu Hao's group. They immediately cried out in deep voices. When their cry sounded, the originally empty top of the valley suddenly saw the appearance of numerous black-clothed people. These people rushed down. They tightly gripped their sharp weapons as they charged at Wu Hao's group. Kill! Wu Hao's blood-red eyes focused on the black-clothed human tide that surged over. He emitted a furious roar as his heavy sword violently hacked down. Dozens of feet large blood-colored sword glows shot out. They sliced a couple of black-clothed people in front of him. Fresh blood spluttered. However, this did not cause the attacks of the black-clothed people to slow. Numerous human figures rushed over and swiftly surrounded Wu Hao's group. Their swords immediately moved in unison. Clang! Clang! The students from the Jianan Academy clashed with the black-clothed group. Sharp Dou Qi surged as both parties killed until their eyes turned red. Although the former group did not have as much combat experience as the latter group, they were superior in having a firmer foundation. By joining hands, the former was able to block the other party's attacks. Wu Hao was at the very front of this group, forming an arrow that shot toward the valley's exit. Two powerful Dou Qis suddenly rushed down from the sky just as they were about to reach the exit. The blood sword in Wu Hao's hand was swung and a blood glow shot out. Finally, it blocked the two Dou Qis that came from the sky. Two human figures rushed down as their Dou Qi explosively shot out. They immediately joined hands and attacked Wu Hao. The latter hurriedly met them with all his strength. In an instant, powerful Dou Qi surged out, forming a sharp sword glow that caused a layer of dirt on the ground to be removed. Clang! Sparks were accompanied by the sounds of metal colliding as an energy ripple burst forth. Wu Hao and the two expert Dou Wangs hurriedly took a step back. Blood traces appeared on the former's mouth. That aura of his was even more violent. On the other hand, the two expert Dou Wangs merely rubbed their somewhat numb hands. They looked at the red-eyed Wu Hao and knit their brows. In their hearts, they silently cursed this was indeed someone who did not want his life. A blood redness also surged onto Wu Hao's face. His eyes stared intently at the two elders who were blocking their way. Knowing in his heart that he could not delay any longer, he circulated the Dou Qi within his body to its limit. Blood-colored Dou Qi shrouded his body like a bloody fog. A bloody stench filled the entire valley. The faces of the two expert Dou Wangs changed slightly when they felt Wu Hao's aura. This was indeed a troublesome fellow. A faint elderly laugh suddenly resounded in the sky just when Wu Hao was prepared to use all his strength. Finally, it reverberated mightily in the valley. You are indeed worthy of your name Bloodsword. This bloody Dou Qi is the most dense one that the old me has ever seen with the exception of those fellows from the Blood sect. The two Demon Flame Valley's expert Dou Wangs immediately rejoiced upon hearing this old-sounding laugh. On the other hand, the faces of Wu Hao's group suddenly became pale. They slowly lifted their heads, only to see a green-robed old man standing in the sky. A frightening aura that was much stronger than an expert Dou Wang seeped from him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818, Eagle-Clawed Elder. Chapter 818, Eagle-Clawed Elder. The green-clothed, old man stood in empty air. Large Dou Qi wings on his back flapped slowly, blowing the surrounding air until it spread apart like waves of water. The expression of the old man was somewhat dark. A sternness filled the spot between his brows. Although the size of his body was quite small, the pair of hands that were revealed outside his sleeves were exceptionally large. His fingers were also unusually long. They emitted a cold blade-like glint under the light of the sunlight. The faces of both parties changed following the appearance of this green-clothed, old man. The two Demon Flame Valley's expert Dou Wangs swiftly withdrew. After which, they knelt with one knee on the ground and cried out in an extremely respectful manner, "Welcome, fourth elder." Wu Hao's expression was solemn as he stared at the green-clothed, old man in the sky. His heart, however, slowly sank. He was also quite familiar with this green-clothed, old man. The fourth elder of the Demon Flame Valley. His name of Xiaoyan, and the people in the Black Corner region called him the Eagle-Clawed Elder. His strength was around that of a 6-star Dou Huang. His sharp close-range combat was something that was renowned. This was especially so for his well-known claw technique that caused many to feel afraid by just hearing its name. Quite a number of experts from Xiao Gate had fallen to this person's hands during the conflicts between Xiao Gate and the Demon Flame Valley these past couple of years. It was obvious that Xiao Yu and the rest had also heard of this person. Hence, their faces had become much uglier. The green-clothed old man in the sky flapped the Dou Qi wings on his back as he slowly descended. Finally, he landed on a mountain rock on the precipitous wall as he looked down at the stubborn group of Wu Hao from high above. He immediately turned to the two expert Dou Wangs and faintly ridiculed, "Two Dou Wangs are actually unable to finish off a youngling." The bodies of the two expert Dou Wangs trembled when they heard these words of the green-clothed old man. They hurriedly replied, "Fourth elder, although the strength of this Wu Hao is similar to us, it is naturally not difficult for us to defeat him. However, we have invited fourth elder over as a precaution. Elder, please forgive us for disturbing you." "Qi, what do you mean by not difficult?" "The Qi method and Dou skills that this Wu Hao practices are stronger than the both of you. Adding this to his all-out life-risking attacks, the both of you will have a difficult time defeating him unless you pay a certain price. It is likely that the both of you had asked me to come because you are afraid that it will really be difficult to finish him off, right?" Xiaoyan merely laughed after hearing their words. Embarrassment surfaced on the faces of the two expert Dou Wangs after their thoughts were exposed by Xiaoyan. They did not dare to reply. Xiaoyan coldly snorted when he saw the embarrassed look on the faces of these two. He was too lazy to bother with these two fellows who were afraid to die. His gaze turned to Wu Hao's group as he spoke with a faint voice. "It is really not easy to be able to reach this step at such an age. The talent of the students of the Jianan Academy really causes one to feel envious. Since most of the students who graduate leave, it is likely that a faction made by them would cause every person in the Black Corner region to feel uneasy all the time." Wu Hao's face was tense. His hand tightly gripped the heavy blood-colored sword as he said in a deep voice, "Xiaoyan, you are a renowned expert within the Black Corner region regardless of how one puts it. Today, you actually ignore your status and attack a group of people from the younger generation. It is likely that this will attract a lot of ridicule should this be spread. Hee, brat, this is the Black Corner region, not some other place. Only the victor has the greatest say in this place, whatever younger generation or older generation. There is no such taboo in this place." Xiaoyan shook his head and replied with disdain. "All right. The old me shall not talk nonsense with you. Are you going to surrender today or continue this resistance?" Xiaoyan waved his hand somewhat impatiently and spoke in a faint voice. "The Jianan Academy does not have anyone who will surrender," Wu Hao replied in a deep voice. His skin tightened upon sensing the killing intent that gradually seeped out from Xiaoyan's words. The students from the Jianan Academy behind him clenched their teeth while standing behind Wu Hao. They were not fools. Therefore, they knew that even if they did surrender, their ending would not be any good. In that case, they might as well go all out and gamble. "Hey, the people from the Jianan Academy are indeed a bunch of people with tough bones, but this is merely seeking to suffer." Xiaoyan's eyes gradually turned cold as he darkly laughed. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground and his body rushed down, appearing at a spot not far from where Wu Hao's group was. It is rumored that the blood sword Wu Hao can even disregard his life in combat. Today, the old me shall try and see just how much you can struggle. Xia Yan's voice was ice cold as he spoke while slowly walking toward Wu Hao. All of you should seal the exit tightly. You will use your life to repay if you allow anyone to flee. The surrounding black-clothed people from the Demon Flame Valley hurriedly acknowledged Xia Yan's cold cry. After which, they slowly withdrew, and formed a fan-like shape, completely sealing of the valley's exit. Wu Hao's heart completely sank upon seeing the other party's stance that obviously intended to finish all of them off. His eyes were blood-red as he observed Xia Yan, who was slowly walking over. Both of his hands tightly gripped the heavy blood-colored sword. A moment later, he suddenly roared out angrily as his feet stomped on the ground. His body shot forward and the blood sword in his hand shot toward Xia Yan's heart. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth emitted disdain when he saw that Wu Hao had actually chosen to unleash an attack. He stood still and waited for the blood sword to appear at a distance of 2 feet from him. Only then did his large hand curl slightly in an abrupt fashion. It immediately replicated eagle claws that were extended in a strange manner. Finally, his 5 fingers were locked forward. They caused the forward momentum of the blood sword, which contained a powerful aura, to completely stiffen. Wu Hao's face changed slightly as the blood sword stopped moving. He clenched his teeth and violently pulled at the blood sword. However, the other party's 5 shriveled fingers were like a large pincer that held the blood sword completely still. You actually dare to act arrogant in front of this old man with this little strength? Xia Yan coldly laughed as he glanced at Wu Hao, who was gritting his teeth and pulling at the blood sword. Xia Yan suddenly flicked his finger, and it struck the heavy ruler with great force. A powerful strength suddenly erupted. Clang! 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 Wu Hao's body flew back following the sound of metal. His feet rubbed against the ground, forming a long scar. His hand that held the heavy blood-colored sword repeatedly trembled as a thread of fresh blood seeped out. Finally, it followed the blade of the blood sword and dripped down. Elder Wu. The young ladies and men behind him hurriedly cried out when they saw Wu Hao being forced back with injuries. Are you all right? Xiao Yu's hand supported Wu Hao's back and resolved the force on it. After which, she asked in an anxious manner. The strongest person currently present was Wu Hao. If any accident were to happen to him, they would no longer possess even the slightest ability to resist. I'm fine. Wu Hao clenched his teeth and once again stood up. His eyes were locked onto Xia Yan's calm face. A moment later, he inhaled a deep breath of air and his face suddenly turned bloody red. Grug! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Finally, it transformed into a layer of blood fog that wrapped around Wu Hao. Following the wrapping of the blood fog, a bright red bloody glow suddenly erupted around his body. The blood glow surged and the Dou Qi within Wu Hao's body greatly soared. His body once again transformed into a bloody figure that explosively shot forth. Ha! You do indeed have some small tricks. However, in the face of genuine strength, these things are all completely useless. Xia Yan was somewhat surprised when he sensed Wu Hao's aura that had suddenly soared. He immediately let out a cold laugh as his hand claw curled. A dense white Dou Qi appeared in his palm before lingering over his sharp fingernails while carrying a dense, cold aura. The blood figure swiftly flashed and arrived. He raised the heavy sword in his hand high above. Blood-colored Dou Qi wildly churned before the sword violently smashed towards Xia Yan's head as though it was splitting a mountain. Xia Yan's handclaw, that contained a cold white-colored aura, explosively shot forward as his gaze coldly watched the heavy sword had been hacked down. After images flew in all directions. Each time the handclaw slammed against the blood sword, the powerful blood-colored Dou Qi covering it would slightly weaken. This continued for only a couple of blinks before the powerful Dou Qi on the blood-colored sword was scattered by the former. I shall let you see what is called the strength of a Dou Huang. Xia Yan coldly laughed the moment the Dou Qi scattered. His hand claw curled and he grabbed the blood sword in a forceful manner. He swung his arm and the blood sword escaped Wu Hao's hand before heavily inserting itself in a mountain wall. Bang! Xia Yan's body suddenly leaned forward when the blood sword escaped from Wu Hao's hand. His hand claw cut the air and formed a strange scar that viciously smashed against the latter's chest. Grug! Wu Hao immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood upon suffering such a heavy blow. His body flew backward. It rubbed against the ground for over 10 meters before finally coming to a slow stop. Xiao Yu's group involuntarily emitted an exclamation when they saw that Wu Hao was once again wounded. A couple of instructors hurriedly rushed forward. However, they ended up spitting blood and were forced back by a couple of wind attacks that suddenly surged over before they could reach Wu Hao's side. In an instant, there was no one who dared to proceed forward. Xia Yan's eyes were cold and indifferent as they studied Wu Hao, who was struggling to stand up from the ground. The disdain in the corner of his mouth was even denser. His feet moved softly as he slowly walked toward the seriously wounded Wu Hao. Although Xiao Yu's group around had the intention of stopping Xie Zhen when they saw what he was doing, there was too much of a gap between their strengths to do anything. Xie Zhen could cause them to be unable to reach even a radius of 10 meters around Wu Hao by simply raising his hand. Xie Zhen's feet finally stopped in front of Wu Hao, in front of those many horrified gazes. His eyes carried a savage smile as he looked down at Wu Hao from above. He said with a dense voice, "Brat, if you are allowed to train for a couple more years, it is likely that you would be able to surpass the old me. Unfortunately, geniuses are destined to die young." Xie Zhen's hand claw extended after the cold voice sounded. A suction force immediately surged out and a blood figure suddenly rushed over. Finally, it transformed into a blood sword. "I wonder if dying by your own weapon is considered a humiliation to you." The blood sword was randomly swung, forming a couple of sword afterimages. This was followed by a faint laugh by Xie Zhen. His eyes suddenly turned cold as the blood sword in his hand pierced toward Wu Hao's head in a ruthless manner. The faces of Xiao Yu's group drastically changed upon watching Xie Zhen's actions. Some of the young ladies let out an involuntary sharp cry. The blood sword was swiftly expanding in front of Wu Hao's eyes. At this moment, he no longer had any other path but to shut his eyes and await death. Chi. The blood sword came closer and closer to Wu Hao's head in front of numerous shocked gazes. Just as everyone thought that Wu Hao would definitely die, the rushing sound of wind suddenly resounded through the sky. A black figure rushed down from the sky in a lightning-like manner as the rushing wind sound appeared. Finally, it accurately knocked against that blood sword. Clang! 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 A clear sound reverberated over the place. Immediately, an enormously large black thing was inserted into the ground. The blood sword had been smashed into the ground by it. Dust scattered from the point where the black object fell. The sudden unexpected change caused everyone to feel stunned. Wu Hao also slowly opened his eyes. His face was shocked as he looked at the large black ruler that appeared in front of him. Wu Hao's eyes were startled as he looked at this somewhat familiar-looking enormous black ruler. An instant later, he seemed to have recalled something. A wild joyful suddenly surfaced on his face. "Xiao Yan? It's you! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 819, Xiao Gate, Xiao Yan. Chapter 819, Xiao Gate, Xiao Yan. Wu Hao's joyous cry reverberated unceasingly within the valley, causing quite a number of people to be stunned. The first person who recovered from her shock was Xiao Yu, who was unusually sensitive to this name. A joyful disbelief instantly surged onto her pretty pale white face. "May I know which friend has intervened? This matter concerns the grudge of my Demon Flame Valley and the Jianan Academy. It has nothing to do with the outsiders." Xie Zhen's body also hurriedly pulled back as he immediately cried out in a deep voice. As the shout was emitted from his mouth, that gaze swiftly swept over the sky. "He, Wu Hao, it has been a long time since we last met. It is unexpected that I end up seeing you in such a miserable state the moment I see you." A clear laugh appeared from nowhere not long after Xie Zhen's cry sounded. It lingered in the air before it finally resounded over valley. Everyone in the valley suddenly raised their heads when they heard this laughter. They saw a black-robed, young man flapping jade-green flame wings on his back as he stood in the sky. "Xiao Yan, it is really him. We are really saved this time around." Xiao Yu heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that familiar face. Her pale white face also revealed a smile as though she had released a heavy burden. "Instructor Xiao Yu, who is he?" A couple of young instructors beside Xiao Yu asked in soft, somewhat uncertain voices. They were all junior instructors of the Jianan Academy. They had been selected not long ago. As such, they did not really recognize the name of Xiao Yan. Moreover, 2 years was not a short time. Therefore, they were momentarily unable to clearly remember the meaning that this name represented. Some of the young students by the side also revealed uncertain gazes. Before they could voice their question, a young lady who appeared to have recalled something suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Yan? That's Senior Xiao Yan from the Inner Academy? Pan's Gate's founder?" The exclamation by the young lady immediately exploded among this group like a bomb. Everyone lifted their heads in shock. They stared at the black-robed, young man in the sky. Most of them could fluently retell the various events of Xiao Yan in the Inner Academy backwards. Most of the people adopted admiration for the senior who could fight with those expert Dou Huangs at his age. Adding the presence of Pan's Gate and Xiao Gate left a legendary taste to the reputation of their founder Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan merely shrugged his shoulders as he observed the numerous astonished gazes below. After which, the fire wings on his back slowly disappeared. His body moved and it gently drifted down before finally appearing in front of Wu Hao. He pressed his hand on the heavy Xian ruler and smiled at the latter. "Not bad, you have already reached the Dou Wang class." Wu Hao struggled to stand up. He studied the familiar face, which was in close proximity, and his tensed heart finally relaxed. As long as this fellow appeared, he knew that the matter today would end successfully. Wu Hao had always held the greatest confidence in Xiao Yan. During the few years that they were acquainted, he had witnessed quite a number of miracles happening. "You fellow! It has been 2 years since you have gone missing." Wu Hao rubbed the blood trace from the corner of his mouth and let out a couple of intense coughs. A fist immediately smashed into Xiao Yan's chest. His cold and stern face was filled with a rare smile. Xiao Yan vaguely smiled. He handed a medicinal pill to Wu Hao and patted his shoulder. He laughed, "Eat it. You will be fine after resting by the side. Leave the rest of the matters here to me." Xiao Yan's gaze shifted back as he spoke. After which, it landed on a tall red-clothed beauty. He gently laughed. "Are you all right?" Xiao Yu involuntarily felt her nose turn sour as she sensed Xiao Yan's gentle gaze. Her eyes were filled with some fog. It was a long while later before she clenched her silver teeth and said, "Don't let these people off. This time around, 3 students have died in their hands. Relax, not one will remain." Xiao Yan softly laughed and nodded. Xiao Yu involuntarily rolled her eyes when she heard this breeze-like reply by Xiao Yan. She immediately turned her head and did indeed see an unusual flicker in the eyes of quite a number of female students because of this fellow's reply. Tisk tsk, what an arrogant tone. The people in the Black Corner region who can speak to the old me in such a manner does not include a young brat like you. The eyes of Xie a short distance away turned cold as he laughed in a dark manner. Xiao Yan completely ignored Xie laughter. He turned his body and his eyes glanced at Xie. After which, he slowly walked forward. His hand randomly grabbed the ruler's hilt when he passed the heavy Xian ruler. That enormous item was randomly lifted by him as he slowly walked towards Xie. Xie's eyes became darker when he saw Xiao Yan's action. By sensing his aura, he could tell that the black-robed, young man in front of him was also an elite Dohong. However, the latter's level was clearly inferior to him. Looks like the Jianan Academy really only produces some arrogant and ignorant fellows. Xie involuntarily laughed after being looked down by a person who was of a lower level. Powerful Dou Qi suddenly surged out of his body. White Dou Qi was like cold ice as it caused some ice shavings to appear on the ground. His large hand claw tightened. His fingernails appeared incomparably sharp upon being dyed by that cold white-colored air. "Brat, today, the old me shall allow you to see just what it means to say there is always someone better than you. Don't assume that you can view everyone in the world as nothing just because your talent is acceptable." Xie gave off a dense laugh. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground and his body suddenly shot out. Both of his claws danced and caused even the air to be torn apart. The sharp sound of rushing wind caused quite a number of people's relaxed hearts to become anxious once again. A strange expression flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard these words of Xie. He immediately took a step and leaned his body forward in a strange manner. One could only see a sharp handclaw that contained a coldness moving along Xiao Yan's chest. It flew past while carrying a sharp wind. "Your speed is still all right." Xiao Yan randomly dodged the swift attack by Xie as he spoke in a faint manner. Xie was momentarily shocked when his attack missed. Clearly, he felt extremely surprised that Xiao Yan was able to dodge it. However, this absent-mindedness only lasted for an instant. His eyes suddenly became stern as his handclaw moved. It was like a blade as it suddenly sliced forward. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled as he watched Xie suddenly change his attacking stance with a pair of rippleless old well-like eyes. His fist was abruptly tightened before striking forward. Finally, it collided heavily with that hand claw of Xie. Xiao Yan's fist suddenly opened when his hand and the claw collided. His palm shook violently and a hot hidden force suddenly surged out from it. Bang! A low muffled sound appeared. Xiao Yan's body did not move while Xie's legs rubbed against the ground as he quickly took 10+ steps back. Only then did he stabilize his body. He cried out with shock, "You have hidden your strength?" Xie could not be blamed for being so astonished. The instant when the fist and claw collided, the icy cold Dou Qi within his body was suppressed by Xiao Yan until it was unable to be released. Moreover, that strange, hot force eventually invaded his body, causing the interior of his body to become completely chaotic. Seeing that Xiao Yan had steadily took the upper hand in his battle with Xie, the students of the Jianan Academy became overjoyed. Low cheers immediately sounded. Although quite a number of rumors about Xiao Yan spread during these 2 years, none of them had personally witnessed his strength. Hence, most people still felt some worry in their hearts even when Xiao Yan had appeared. However, such worries had instantly vanished after the lightning-like exchange earlier. This fellow, his strength is even stronger than it was 2 years ago. Wu Hao involuntarily laughed before softly sighing when he saw this exchange. A smile filled Xiao Yu's face. In her heart, it seemed that as long as this fellow appeared, any kind of desperate situation would be easily resolved. The little fairy doctor and the others stood at the top of the valley and looked down at the battle occurring in the valley from their high vantage point. The assassins from the Demon Flame Valley around them had already fallen to the ground dead. Mai Di and that young lady called Mo Ling by the side were somewhat stunned as they watched the interior of the valley. Xiao Yan was actually able to obtain the upper hand in a battle with an expert Dou Huang. This was quite a great shock to them. After all, they had similarly not seen Xiao Yan fight. Those battles that their ears were familiar with were things that they had only heard of. Hearing about it was a completely different concept when compared with the degree of shock that came from personally witnessing such strength. The faces of the people from the Demon Flame Valley had become extremely ugly compared to the joy contained in the expressions of Wu Hao's group. It was unexpected that even Fourth Elder was unable to obtain the upper hand in his fight with this fellow. Just where did this little brat come from? Xiao Yan's 5 fingers gently rotated before he once again clenched them. He sensed the Dou Qi that seemed to be commanded by his arm and could not help but smile. The 5 months of traveling through the mountain forest and killing a countless number of magical beasts had indeed caused the Dou Qi in his body to become purer. He had also clearly become even more familiar with this kind of close-range combat. Xiao Yan raised his eyes. A silver glow flashed under his feet before he immediately disappeared in a strange manner. Xiaozhen's eyes shrank when he saw that Xiao Yan had suddenly disappeared. His body immediately hurried back. However, his body had just moved when a black figure appeared behind him in a ghost-like fashion. A fist that contained a hot force viciously smashed into the latter's back. Xiaozhen, at the same time, violently threw a punch behind him in conditional reflex when Xiao Yan's fist was about to strike its target. Both fists immediately collided. A cold smile suddenly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when they collided. A jade-green flame surged out from his body in all directions. Bang! Powerful Dou Qi that contained a hot flame ruthlessly poured towards Xiaozhen from all directions like fire sweeping over grassland. Grug! The frightening wind that suddenly arrived caused Xiaozhen's face to drastically change. The bones in his wrist emitted a slight cracking sound. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. His body flew forward, splitting the ground before heavily colliding with an enormous rock. Just who are you? Xiaozhen cried out with a hoarse voice. Shock finally appeared on his face after receiving such a heavy blow. Xiao Gate's Xiao Yan. A jade-green flame fiercely burned within the valley. A calm, soft voice gently drifted into the ears of Xiaozhen, only to cause the latter's eyes to abruptly shrink. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820, Leave No One Alive. Chapter 820, Leave No One Alive. Xiao Gates, Xiao Yan? Xiaozhen's expression immediately changed when he heard that calm voice enter his ear. Other people might feel that this name was foreign, but he was extremely familiar with it. The founder of Xiao Gate. The young expert who was renowned throughout the Black Corner region back then. Even though it had been 2 years since that time, quite a number of people within the Black Corner region still remembered this name. Moreover, the interior of their Demon Flame Valley had accommodated quite a number of experts who had nowhere to go after being chased by this black-robed young man. Hence, he retained a deep memory in regards to this person. Isn't it rumored that he left the Black Corner region? Why would he appear in this place? Xiaozhen rubbed away the blood trace from the corner of his mouth. A storm brewed within his heart. After all, this person had even killed an expert like Han Feng who had half a foot in the Dozone class back then. His return would undoubtedly bring a lot of pressure on the Demon Flame Valley. This thought churned within Xiaozhen's heart as an intention to withdraw gradually surfaced with it. Back then, Xiao Yan was able to kill an expert like Han Feng. Now that 2 years had passed, it was likely that his strength was even more terrifying. It was likely that he would have difficulty stopping Xiao Yan by himself. Xiaozhen's fighting intent swiftly dispersed when this thought appeared. His dark and cold eyes swept in all directions without leaving a trace. His feet suddenly stepped on a rock behind him as his body turned into a green figure that shot toward the group of students where Xiao Yu was located. This action of Xiaozhen immediately stirred the fear of these students from the Jianan Academy. With their strength, there was a gap similar to that of a little chicken and an old eagle when facing the former. There was no point in even comparing. Xiao Yan swiftly flashed over while everyone was panicking. However, when he was about to charge into the student group, a faintly black figure flashed and appeared in a ghost-like manner a short distance away. The enormous black ruler in his hand carried a hot wind and the sharp sound of rushing wind as it was hacked at the former's head. This fellow, what frightening speed! Xiao Yan's heart sank when he saw this black figure appear a ghost. His body suddenly twisted and he turned around. After which, he rushed toward the valley's entrance. He sternly cried out to the people from the Demon Flame Valley while he fled, "Attack, kill all of them." The two expert Dou Wangs were startled when they heard Xiao Yan's stern cry. They immediately faced each other, clenched their teeth and took out their weapons. After which, they emitted a low cry as they led the many black figures to rush angrily at Xiao Yan. "All of you should step back." Xiao Yan turned his head and spoke faintly to Xiao Yu and the others behind him as he watched these black-clothed people charging over. Xiao Yu did not hesitate after hearing this. She waved her hand and made everyone hurriedly move back. A bright silver glow suddenly erupted under Xiao Yan's feet after he saw Xiao Yu and the others move back. His body immediately trembled and numerous afterimages suddenly appeared in the valley. His body transformed into a blurry black line. In an instant, he appeared in front of an expert Dou Wang. The sudden appearance of Xiao Yan caused the expression of that Dou Wang to change. However, his reaction was still quite quick. Without thinking, the sharp longsword in his hand carried a dense forceful wind as it pierced toward Xiao Yan's throat. Clang! Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he watched this expert Dou Wang, who dared to take the initiative to attack. A cold smile was lifted on the corner of his mouth. His heavy ruler was violently swung and eventually collided with that longsword. One could only hear a clear sound as that longsword broke apart like a weak wooden twig. A majestic force poured out and finally entered the body of that expert Dou Wang. Grug. Fresh blood was wildly spat out. During this time, the clear sound of bones being broken rang out. That expert Dou Wang from the Demon Flame Valley immediately flew back before striking the mountain wall with his head. A bang sounded and his head burst apart like watermelon. One strike. In merely one strike, an expert Dou Wang ended up losing his life in this place. This shocking scene caused cold air to climb from the remaining expert Dou Wang's feet to his head. He did not even hesitate a little. The Dou Qi wings on his back were swiftly extended as he charged into the sky. His body turned and fled. However, the temperature around his body suddenly soared when he had just turned his body. Immediately, a wisp of jade-green flame flashed and appeared. Finally, it transformed into a fierce flame that completely wrapped around him. Ah! A fierce flame immediately burned the body of that fleeing Dou Wang in the sky. A sharp miserable scream reverberated in the valley, causing a chill to run over the bodies of those black-clothed people. The miserable cry merely lasted for a moment before it stopped. Soon after, something resembling black charcoal fell from the sky. It was still vaguely emitting a charred smell. The black charcoal item fell in front of those dozens of black-clothed people. These elites of the Demon Flame Valley, whose hands would not even feel numb when killing people, involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment. Their eyes were horrified as they stared at Xiao Yan a short distance away. They immediately looked at each other and chose to flee together without even coming to an agreement. When faced with an expert of such a level, they would only end up being nothing but a sacrifice if they charged forward. Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze moved over the black-clothed people who swiftly retreated. A cluster of invisible flame appeared in front of him, and an invisible fluctuation immediately spread out. Bang! Bang! When the invisible fluctuation spread, Xiao Yu and the others watched with stunned expressions as those black-clothed people's bodies strangely exploded into a cluster of ashes. The numerous low, muffled sounds caused goosebumps to stand erect on their bodies. This kind of mysterious and unusual killing method was something that they had never even heard of. The repeated sounds of explosions resounded over the mountain valley. Around half a minute later, the dozens of fleeing black-clothed people turned into clusters of dark black ashes on the ground. The invisible flame in front of Xiao Yan slowly disappeared after the body of the final black-clothed person burst apart. That strange fluctuation also vanished. Xiao Yan gently glanced at the black-colored ashes all over the ground. He patted his hands before his finger flicked the heavy Xian ruler to place it inside his storage ring. After which, he turned his head and smiled to Wu Hao's stunned group. The coldness that covered Xiao Yu's body disappeared when she saw the gentle smile on that familiar face. In an instant, the completely silent valley was once again filled with life. The young ladies who had escaped from a great disaster immediately gathered together and inquired about each other's well-being. They also repeatedly threw their gazes in the direction of Xiao Yan. Those silvery bell-like laughs and unusual gazes were shot over during this period of time. Clearly, these flower-like young ladies possessed great interest for Xiao Yan. A great hero who had appeared out of nowhere and left behind many achievements within the Jianan Academy. That fellow has fled. Wu Hao helplessly shook his head in the face of the chirping noises around him before he spoke to Xiao Yan. During the time that Xiao Yan was blocked by those people from the Demon Flame Valley, Xie Zhen had taken the opportunity of the chaos to flee from the valley. He cannot run away, Xiao Yan laughed before immediately inquiring about Wu Hao's health. Are you alright? I'm fine. With your medicinal pill, I should be able to completely recover after resting for a couple of days. Wu Hao laughed as he replied. Elder Wu, are all of you alright? 3 human figures rushed down from the sky. One was Zi Yan holding my D and Mo Ling as she flew down from above the valley. Wu Hao shook his head. His gaze was immediately thrown to Zi Yan as he involuntarily laughed. It is unexpected that you have also brought her back. First Elder has frequently talked about her. Gee, what is that old fellow talking about me for? He is definitely thinking of asking me to do hard labor and get me to search for medicinal ingredients all over the mountains. Zi Yan curled her mouth and spoke after hearing this. Wu Hao could only smile in embarrassment when he heard her speak in this matter. He was naturally also aware of Zi Yan's identity. If they were to talk about seniority, Zi Yan could be considered his senior. Hence, he naturally did not dare to have much objection to Zi Yan rolling her eyes. Your current strength has likely broken through to the Dou Huang class, right? Wu Hao's eyes swept over Xiao Yan's body and involuntarily spoke after some brief hesitation. The surrounding gazes were immediately thrown over when they heard Wu Hao's words. Quite a number of people gently inhaled a cool breath of air when they saw Xiao Yan smile and nod. Dou Huang, that class was a level they were striving for. However, this Xiao Yan, who was not much older than them, had already achieved it. This caused them to be extremely envious. Mo Ling and a couple of good friends were gathered together. Her watery eyes would occasionally shoot to Xiao Yan, whose face was covered by a slight smile. It must be said that the current Xiao Yan possessed quite a big attraction to these young ladies. Compared to him, the most renowned people within the academy seemed to have completely paled. There was no room for comparison between the two. A ray of light suddenly appeared in the valley while everyone was softly conversing. Finally, it appeared in the sky from nowhere. A delicate hand was tossed and a human figure fell down. Finally, that figure heavily smashed into a spot not far from everyone. The human figure that had suddenly landed caused quite a number of people to be shocked. Their gazes glanced over only to be stunned to realize that the human figures on the ground was actually Xie Zhen who had fled earlier. However, the latter was currently completely void of life. His face contained a strange grayish-purple color. It seemed that he had died from poison. Shocked gazes remained on Xie Zhen's corpse on the ground for a long while. Everyone's gazes were suddenly lifted. Immediately, they saw a white-clothed lady that stood in the empty sky. The white-clothed lady moved her feet softly under the shocked gazes of everyone. She slowly walked down through the empty air and revealed a warm smile to Xiao Yan. However, the words that she spoke caused quite a number of people to shiver as if they were cold. Sorry, originally, I was planning to capture him alive. It was unexpected that this fellow had such a low resistance to poison. He died immediately from the poison attacking his heart. Wu Hao wiped cold sweat off his face as he looked at the pretty face of the little fairy doctor, which contained a smile. His heart immediately muttered, why was it that the women who followed beside this fellow were so strong? Moreover, their tactics were also this vicious. Xiao Yan faintly nodded. He glanced at the corpse on the ground before slightly frowning. He looked at Wu Hao's group and asked while deep in thought. Just what is this Demon Flame Valley faction? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, Turbulent Times. Chapter 821, Turbulent Times. The smile on Wu Hao's face was slowly withdrawn when he heard Xiao Yan's question. He frowned intently, mused for a moment before saying, this Demon Flame Valley is also an old faction within the Black Corner region. It has existed for quite a long time. The strength of the valley is also unusually great. Originally, they did not have much conflict with the Jianan Academy. Due to Xiao Gate, our relationship has become like fire and water during this 1 to 2 years. What's the matter? Xiao Yan was slightly startled. This matter was actually related to Xiao Gate? The main reason is that Xiao Gate is developing too quickly. It could be considered a renowned faction within the Black Corner region. The expansion of a faction will naturally involve some unavoidable issues with other factions. Hence, due to some issues, Xiao Gate and the Demon Flame Valley have had some conflicts. With the increase in the intensity of these conflicts, a big battle is naturally unavoidable. Wu Hao sighed helplessly. In the beginning, this Demon Flame Valley had revealed its powerful strength as an old faction. Xiao Gate was repeatedly defeated in their few battles. In the end, the Jianan Academy finally intervened and helped Xiao Gate defeat the Demon Flame Valley. During the battle, we killed a couple of experts from the Demon Flame Valley. It was due to this that the Demon Flame Valley and the Jianan Academy formed an enmity. This Demon Flame Valley's tactics are extremely despicable. After bearing a grudge with the Jianan Academy, they quietly attacked the students from the academy who went out to train. Quite a number of students have died to their hands during these 1 to 2 years. These actions have completely angered the Jianan Academy. Originally, we seldom intervened unless Xiao Gate was in deep trouble. In the end, it basically became a big battle between the Jianan Academy and the Demon Flame Valley. A life and death battle will erupt the moment the experts from both sides meet. Wu Hao grit his teeth when he spoke until this point. Clearly, he felt extremely furious about the despicable means of the Demon Flame Valley. Xiao Yan's expression slowly turned dark and solemn as he watched Wu Hao's furious face. Attacking the ordinary students. This kind of tactic was so unscrupulous that it made one's hair stand. No wonder the Jianan Academy would be so furious. It even gave up its neutral stance and began a war with the Demon Flame Valley. Not long after the Jianan Academy and the Demon Flame Valley began a war, the latter recruited all the experts who had joined hands with Han Feng in attacking the Inner Academy back then. Their main purpose is to oppose the Jianan Academy. The strength of this Demon Flame Valley is quite strong. Even with the strength of the Jianan Academy, it is difficult to eliminate. Hence, the big battle has continued to remain in a stalemate. In this way, the academy would dispatch strong people to guard the students each time they would come out to train. However, word of this was unexpectedly leaked this time around and the other side discovered our traces. If you had not appeared in time, it is likely that the people here would not have had a good ending. Wu Hao frowned as he continued speaking. If we were to compare their foundations, it is likely that the time that the Demon Flame Valley has existed is much shorter than the Jianan Academy, right? Xiao Yan mused as he spoke. The Jianan Academy might only have First Elder Su Qian as their only elite Dou Zone on the surface, but he knew that the academy definitely hid an extremely frightening strength. One example was those 2 Hall Guardians in that mysterious valley. Those Guardians will not intervene until the academy reaches a point where its survival hovers on the brink. Not one of them has appeared even during the emergency moment when Han Feng attacked the Inner Academy. Wu Hao bitterly laughed. Xiao Yan could only nod his head helplessly when heard this. These old fellows might be strong, but they were all antiquated people who only knew how to abide by the rules. Does that Demon Flame Valley also possess an elite Dou Zone? Xiao Yan frowned and asked. First Elder Su Qian was a genuine expert Dou Zone. If even his intervention could not finish off the Demon Flame Valley, it was likely that the other party also possessed an elite Dou Zone. Yes. The Valley Chief of the Demon Flame Valley is also an elite Dou Zone. However, he usually spends most of the time in retreat and seldom appears in the Black Corner region. An ordinary person does not know much about him. A genuine expert in the Black Corner region does not have much interest in snatching the so-called Black ranking. Hence, you should not be assured that this thing measures the overall strength of the Black Corner region. By being able to survive for such a long time around the Jianan Academy, it is not an exaggeration to say that this chaotic region is a place riddled with hidden dragons and tigers. Wu Hao spoke in a deep voice. Even the strength of the Gold-Silver Elders would possess a great gap when compared to these true experts. Xiao Yan slightly nodded. From the looks of the situation now, the Black Corner region did indeed hide its roots deep. The original him was indeed as short-sighted as a mouse, actually thinking that the Gold-Silver Elders were the strongest people within the Black Corner region. Of course, the current Xiao Yan was naturally not the one who possessed the strength of a Dou Wang from 2 years ago. The current him was a genuine expert Dou Huang. It was not as though there were no elite Dou Zones who had been defeated in his hands. He believed that should he exchange blows with Han Feng from back then with his current strength, he would definitely not need to use Yao Lao's strength like he had done before in order to defeat the latter. Looks like this Black Corner region had been going through turbulent times during my 2 years of absence. Xiao Yan sighed softly after hearing Wu Hao describe the changes in the Black Corner region during these 2 years. Your return this time around won't be just to visit us, right? Xiao Yu by the side glanced at the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yan as she asked a question. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and laughed. I have some matters that require me to look for First Elder. Moreover, the fallen heart flame within the Inner Academy's blazing Skychi refining tower has likely been exhausted, no? To think that you actually remembered this. It was exhausted half a year ago. If the First Elder had not been held back by the Demon Flame Valley, making him unable to leave, it is likely that he would have already charged to the Jiama Empire to capture you. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan as she replied. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt somewhat embarrassed when he heard this. Since you are also going to look for First Elder, why don't you return with us to the Jianan Academy? Wu Hao laughed and changed the topic. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He said, the Black Corner region is holding a large-scale auction. I need to go and take a look. This time, I have come to search for some information on a batch of medicinal ingredients and I might be able to obtain some news there. The auction in the Black Emperor City, right? I have also heard of it. Indeed, it is the largest auction within the Black Corner region during these few years. Wu Hao was startled. He immediately knit his brows and said, in that case, I shall not stop you. However, you need to be careful when you reach the Black Emperor City. That place has basically gathered over half of the experts and factions within the Black Corner region, but according to my information, it seems that the Demon Flame Valley will also participate in it. Xiao Yan gently nodded. He laughed, relax, if I really need that Demon Flame Valley, I will coincidentally have the opportunity to see just how strong this faction, which can contend with the Jianan Academy, really is. Let's go, I will protect all of you for a certain distance. Once that auction in the Black Emperor City is over, I will make a trip to the academy. Xiao Yan smiled as he spoke to Wu Hao and Xiao Yu. All right. As long as we reach a city, we will be able to communicate with the Jianan Academy. We will be safe at that time. No one rejected Xiao Yan's suggestion. Although the people from the Demon Flame Valley who had chased them had all been killed, Wu Hao was seriously injured. They would naturally be much safer with someone as strong as Xiao Yan protecting them. Wu Hao did not continue to delay after they finished their discussion. He let out a yell and ordered everyone to quickly begin moving. After which, they swiftly left the small valley where they had lingered on the line between life and death. With a flick of Xiao Yan's finger, the corpse of Xie was turned into ashes on the ground. This way, the fourth elder from the Demon Flame Valley quietly disappeared like smoke. They spent around 2 hours traveling after they left the valley before a city appeared amid some tall mountains. Xiao Yan ensured that Wu Hao's group was settled before they separated once again. He continued to hurry to the Black Emperor City. The time when the auction would begin was quickly nearing. Hence, Xiao Yan could only pick up his pace. Although Wu Hao was quite interested in the large-scale auction in the Black Emperor City, he was naturally unable to request to follow them with so many burdens hanging around him. After all, the current Black Emperor City was extremely chaotic and filled with all sorts of people. Should any accident happen, it was likely that one would be unable to find a person in it. Therefore, he could only wait in this city for the experts from the Jianan Academy to rush over and eventually send these students, who had suffered a great shock, back to the academy. Xiao Yan's three-man group had already swiftly left the city while Wu Hao was feeling depressed because of his responsibilities. They quickened their pace and flew to the location of the Black Emperor City according to the map. After non-stop fast traveling for a day, Xiao Yan's group gradually approached the Black Emperor City. As their distance from the Black Emperor City decreased, Xiao Yan was also somewhat astonished to discover that the human flow that was heading to the Black Emperor City had begun to increase. Clearly, these people were also headed to the Black Emperor City because of the auction. In a place like the Black Corner region, it was only natural that some conflict would erupt with the presence of more people. The little fairy doctor initially felt somewhat surprised at the belligerence of the people in this place as they saw bloody battles appearing periodically. In the end, she was actually able to ignore them just like Xiao Yan and Ziyan. They continued traveling in this manner. It was only when evening arrived did an enormous city outline become partially visible at the edge of their sight. That enormous city at the end of the main road finally appeared in Xiao Yan's sight as they approached. Xiao Yan studied the towering city wall from a distance as he stood on the top of a slope. Shock flashed across his eyes. This Black Emperor City was indeed just as its name suggests. Its grand size did not cause that emperor word to be outshone. The dark black city wall, that extended to the horizon, contained a frigid feeling. Under the remaining sunlight, the black-colored city wall appeared just like a mirror that reflected a faint glow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822, Entering the City. Chapter 822, Entering the City. Anyone who possessed knowledge about the wall's material would be able to discover that the surface of this city wall was actually covered by a layer of extremely rare black mirror rock. A city wall that was molded from such a material had the unique ability to reflect some attacks. It was quite a good choice to be used as a city wall even though this thing was quite rare. Yet, this Black Emperor sect was actually able to use it to cover the walls of the city. Such rich foundation caused not only Xiao Yan but also the little fairy doctor by his side to sigh in amazement. It is indeed expensive. Xiao Yan turned his gaze to the human crowd where fierce auras repeatedly passed. He let out a sigh from his mouth. He could not help but feel somewhat curious. He had met quite a number of people with great strength during his journey to this place. Moreover, by the looks of their route, it was obvious that they were heading to Black Emperor City. With so many strong people, who possessed fiery, odd tempers, being gathered in such a city, it was likely that the subsequent days in this city would not be calm. Chaos was a peculiar atmosphere that this Black Corner region possessed in great quantities. No matter how strong a faction was, it was impossible to completely stop the formation of this kind of chaos. The people within the Black Corner region ignored any order or rules. The size of one's fist was the most important truth. Xiao Yan laughed out loud as these thoughts flashed in his heart. He did not discriminate against chaos. He knew that as long as one possessed sufficient strength in the Black Corner region, that person would be an exalted individual. Xiao Yan let out a soft cry from his mouth before grabbing Ziyan, who was looking all over the place, and pulling her to his side. He softly said, "You better be obedient after entering the city. There might be plenty treasures in it, but if you randomly act like you did in the past, you will definitely invite an endless amount of trouble. Do you understand?" Ziyan could only depressingly acknowledge with an yes when she saw Xiao Yan's solemn expression. "Let's go." Xiao Yan waved his hand. He pulled Ziyan, smiled at the little fairy doctor by his side, and took the lead to walk toward the city's entrance. The little fairy doctor nodded slightly when she heard this. Her grayish-purple eyes carelessly swept over the passers-by around who were repeatedly throwing their gazes over. A wintry expression suddenly appeared in her pupils, causing a feeling of danger to be raised in the hearts of these people. All of them hurriedly withdrew their presumptuous eyes. The little fairy doctor only let out a cold snort as she sensed the gazes swiftly withdraw. Her exuberance was slowly being withdrawn into her hand. As long as she moved her 5 fingers, this path would immediately become one void of life except for those individuals who were strong. The little fairy doctor only quickened her soft steps and followed Xiao Yan after withdrawing her hand. Although she was no longer cold, indifferent after following beside Xiao Yan during this period of time, that was only on the precondition that she was facing Xiao Yan and his friends. If it was an ordinary passerby, the little fairy doctor would have total disregard for their lives. It was fine for her to take them. If one killed too many, one would naturally feel numb to the loss of human lives. The numbers who had died in the little fairy doctor's hands during these years had likely reached a figure that was difficult to count. It was already extremely difficult for her to suppress that cold and indifferent feeling in front of Xiao Yan. The coldness on the road quietly scattered after the little fairy doctor turned around and left. Numerous gazes were filled with alarm as they looked at the graceful figure far in front. They immediately wiped off some cold sweat. It was unexpected that this woman was not an ordinary person. Fortunately, they did not boldly step forward earlier. Otherwise, a chill surged out of the hearts of these passers-by as they recalled her emotionless eyes that stared over them. They felt as though they had been stared at by a poisonous snake. This woman was someone that they could not offend. Xiao Yan's group walked down the slope and traveled for some distance before the enormous city gates appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. A long human queue was formed outside of the city gates. A nosiness spread from this place, causing one's ear to feel a slight pain. The little fairy doctor's eyebrows bunched together as she looked at the many men gathered together. They had naked upper bodies that revealed their scars all over. Being in possession of a slight obsession for cleanliness, she did not like such a situation. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and swept over the entrance of the city almost like he was aware of the little fairy doctor's concern. "Hey, this woman is really juicy. It has been a long time since I have seen such excellent stuff. Hee, that little girl is not bad too. That small face is really likable. Hi Z, you have such a body yet you like little girls. The young lady from the last time died because of you. How unlucky." A lewd ear-piercing laughter was suddenly transmitted over as Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the situation at the city's entrance. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze from the city's entrance. His eyes were calm as he followed the voice and glanced over, only to see 10+ burly-looking men gathered together. Those lewd gazes repeatedly swept over the little fairy doctor and Ziyan. The surrounding queuing people involuntarily emitted laughs riddled with deeper meaning when they heard the lewd laughs of this group. Being able to see such beautiful women, who were pleasant to the eyes, having their liberties taken during this harsh wait would be considered a good way to pass their time. The little fairy doctor's expression did not change because of this. Her delicate hand grabbed Ziyan, who displayed a furious expression on her small face as her eyes looked toward Xiao Yan. "Let's go." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a strange smile. However, he did not go and fight with these burly-looking men as everyone had expected. Instead, he turned his head and smiled to the little fairy doctor before pulling Ziyan to walk to the city's entrance. Boo! This action of Xiao Yan immediately aroused some disdainful booing from the surroundings. The Black Corner region looked up to the strong. A person who acted like nothing had happened after his women were being humiliated was something that others saw as extremely shameful. Ha ha. The 10+ large men were initially startled when they saw Xiao Yan's actions. They began to wildly laugh. However, the bodies of these 10+ people strangely solidified just as their laughter sounded. Immediately. Bang! Bang! A low, deep explosion sound suddenly appeared. Immediately the nosiness in this place ceased. Everyone's eyes were stunned as they took in the sight of where the large men used to be. Clusters of black soot appeared with no explanation. A moment later, the surrounding circle immediately pulled back as though they had seen a ghost. Quite a number of people recovered soon after, and their shocked gazes swept toward the back of Xiao Yan's group while they walked toward the city's gate. Waves of chills rose within their hearts as they recalled the strange scene from earlier. They no longer dared to emit even the slightest sound, afraid that the unusual scene from earlier would happen to their bodies. This strange situation swiftly spread along this human chain. Numerous gazes of astonishment quickly glanced at Xiao Yan, who was slowly walking toward the city gate. Everyone hurriedly took a couple of steps back wherever he passed. Xiao Yan's group ignored the surrounding shocked gazes as they walked toward the city gate. He immediately headed for a purple door at the entrance. There were over a dozen large men in a pale yellow armor standing extremely straight there. The powerful auras that were emitted from their bodies caused the people queuing by the side to be afraid to approach. They could only depressingly wait for the human flow by the side to slowly advance. The direction in which Xiao Yan's three-man group was headed was clearly this purple door. Seeing this action of his, the surrounding gazes immediately revealed surprise. That large door was something that the Black Emperor sect had reserved for the experts from the Black Corner region to use. One could forget about entering from this door without the strength of a Dou Huang. Could this young man who appeared around 20-odd years old be such an expert? Xiao Yan's three-man group stopped in front of the purple door while being observed by the surrounding gazes. The 10+ fully armed men suddenly shot their sharp eyes over. The laugh of an old man was immediately transmitted from behind. Cuckoo, these friends, this entrance is specially arranged for an expert Dou Huang to enter. Please turn around if you has not reached this mark. A yellow-robed, old man, who was holding a tobacco stem in his hand, slowly walked out. His narrowed eyes weighed Xiao Yan's three-man group before he laughed out loud. How can you identify whether the person who arrives is an expert Dou Huang given your strength that has not even reached a 5-star Dou Huang? Xiao Yan glanced at the old man before speaking with a smile. The eyes of the yellow-robed old man coagulated slightly. A messenger hurriedly ran over before softly saying something in his ear. Upon hearing the report of this messenger, the former's eyes swept over Xiao Yan's body with a stunned expression. A moment later, he waved his hand and dismissed the messenger. He politely said with a smile, "This Mr. May I know your name? Which faction are you related to?" "Yan Xiao, a free person." Xiao Yan faintly replied. "Cuckoo, Mr. Yan Xiao, I think that you have also come to the Black Emperor city because of the auction, right?" The eyes of the yellow-robed old man flickered slightly as he laughed after hearing Xiao Yan mention his name. "Yes." Xiao Yan randomly nodded. He immediately frowned and asked, "May I enter?" "Cuckoo, naturally, you may." The yellow-robed old man hurriedly nodded his head. He took out a green-colored waistplate and handed it to Xiao Yan before speaking with a grin, "Mr. Yan Xiao, the Black Emperor city is currently suffering from the trouble of being too full. It is quite difficult to find a place to stay. However, our Black Emperor sect has specially prepared a place for the experts from the Black Corner region to stay. As long as Mr. takes this plate to the Black Emperor Pavilion at the center of the city, there will be someone who will arrange a place for you to rest. Most of the people who can stay there are experts with some reputation in the Black Corner region." Xiao Yan's eyes moved when he heard this. He received the tablet in passing before smiling at the old man. After saying thanks, he led the little fairy doctor and Ziyan at a slow walk through the purple door. "That's right, Mr. Yan Xiao, those people whom you killed earlier might be some dregs, but they belong to the Kuei Wolf Gang. You should be a little careful." The yellow-robed old man suddenly spoke when Xiao Yan's group was about to enter the purple door. "Thank you for your reminder," a faint voice was transmitted from the distance before Xiao Yan's group completely disappeared in the shadows of the city's tunnel. The yellow-robed old man narrowed his eyes as he observed the disappearing backs of Xiao Yan's group. He immediately waved his hand and beckoned a messenger over. In a soft voice, he said, "Head to the sect and inform the elder about these people. With such strength, it is impossible for them to be completely unknown. The situation in the Black Emperor city is currently complicated. Nothing must go wrong." "Yes, sir." That messenger respectfully replied before quickly turning around to leave. That yellow-robed old man's tobacco stem gently patted his arm as he narrowed his eyes. His mouth muttered to himself, Yan Xiao? The interior of the Black Corner region does not seem to possess a young expert Dou Huang of this name. Hey, this fellow is quite mysterious. I'll let the Kuei Wolf gang test the waters first. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823, Thousand Medicinal House. Chapter 823, Thousand Medicinal House. Xiao Yan walked out of the somewhat dark tunnel. The glaring sunlight shone down from the sky. The sound of bustling noise was a demon tune as it poured into his ears, causing Xiao Yan to frown. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he slowly lifted his head. He looked at the enormous inner part of the city and the crowded human traffic that moved along the spacious roads in front of him. He could not help but let out a praising sigh. The size of this Black Emperor city was not smaller than the capital of the Jiama Empire. From a certain point of view, even the Jiama Empire's capital could not compare with it. After all, the things that this place had were things that the capital did not. Where should we go next? The little fairy doctor's eyes shifted around as she softly asked. Xiao Yan mused slightly before he immediately said, "We will first go to the larger medicinal shops in the city and take a look around. The interior of the Black Corner region possesses quite a number of rare medicinal ingredients the outside world lacks. If we are lucky enough, we might be able to obtain some of the medicinal ingredients that we need. Moreover, we have to inquire about information related to the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. That thing, even I don't have sufficient knowledge of that thing. Therefore, we can only go and inquire." Yes. The little fairy doctor nodded slightly and did not voice an objection. "That's right, you can just attack the next time we meet that kind of person. This kind of situation is extremely common in the Black Corner region. No one will fault you." Xiao Yan slowly walked toward a spacious street as randomly explained. The little fairy doctor was slightly startled. A moving smile immediately surfaced on the little fairy doctor's face. She nodded her head, pulled Ziyan's hand and immediately followed him. The three of them slowly walked through the interior of this enormous Black Emperor city. After this personal appearance, they finally clearly understood just how many people had come to the Black Emperor city for this large-scale auction. Curses and screams were repeatedly transmitted into their ears from the street. Numerous large shops stood orderly by the two sides of the street. Without exception, these shops were all filled with the people coming and going. This great auction had brought the Black Emperor city an enormous amount of human traffic and profits. Xiao Yan's three-man group slowly walked down the street. Their gaze repeatedly swept over those shops on both sides of the street. They had seen quite a number of medicinal shops along the way and had entered them to look and inquire. However, the sizes of these medicinal shops were not very big. Therefore, they did not find any of the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed. Although Xiao Yan did not gain anything, he did not become anxious. The medicinal ingredients he needed were all very rare items. Even though this Black Corner region had a rich collection, it was naturally impossible for him to gather all of them within a short while. Xiao Yan's group passed by two streets along the way before their footsteps finally came to a stop in front of an extremely large penthouse-like medicinal shop. The medicinal shop was called Thousand Medicinal House. Its size was extremely big and could be considered the largest shop that Xiao Yan's group had seen ever since they had entered the city. Moreover, this shop appeared to have quite a great reputation within the Black Emperor city. Hence, the human traffic coming to and from the big entrance seemed to be squeezed together. Noisy curses were repeatedly transmitted over. Xiao Yan stood outside of the Thousand Medicinal House. He hesitated for a moment before leading the little fairy doctor and Ziyan to squeeze into the human flow. The powerful Dou Qi within his body emitted a force that seemed to quietly push aside those people blocking his way gently as though he was splitting the flow of a river. After which, the three of them swaggered into this Thousand Medicinal shop. The noisy curses were greatly reduced after they entered the Thousand Medicinal House. A rich medicinal fragrance that was mixed from a countless number of medicinal ingredients pounced over. The richness of the medicinal fragrance nearly caused Xiao Yan to violently sneeze. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose as he allowed his gaze to roam. He could see that this incomparably large hall was filled with many transparent counters. Various medicinal ingredients were neatly placed within those counters. Moreover, quite a number of people were currently gathered around these counters. The large hall was divided into a medicinal ingredient section and a medicinal pill section. If one were to compare them, the medicinal pill section would undoubtedly possess more people. After all, the people of the Black Corner region, who spent all day licking blood from their blades, would rather own a medicinal pill that could save their lives or unleash great strength in a dangerous situation. This desire was undoubtedly much more precious compared to swallowing just medicinal ingredients. However, an alchemist like Xiao Yan placed a greater value on medicinal ingredients. After all, as long as the medicinal ingredients were in his hand, he would naturally be able to refine the medicinal ingredients. Xiao Yan pulled Ziyan along while she was deeply inhaling through her little nose. The three of them slowly walked toward a crystal counter. His gaze immediately swept over it. Green wind grass. Wind fire scale fruit. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the medicinal ingredients displayed on the counter and identified them immediately. He immediately shook his head. The things here might not be ordinary things, but it was far from the tier of the medicinal ingredients he needed. There is indeed a reason why Black Corner region is able to attract quite a number of people from the outside over. If it was outside, just these medicinal ingredients alone would definitely be treated as a great treasure of the shop. How could they be randomly displayed and sold in a similar place? The little fairy doctor softly sighed. Being a poison master, she was naturally quite familiar with these medicinal ingredients. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He was about to speak when a laugh was transmitted from the other side of the counter. Guests, may I know what kind of medicinal ingredients you need? Our Thousand Medicinal House is a large medicinal shop that is ranked among the top within the Black Corner region. I think that this place should possess the things that you want to buy it at. Xiao Yan raised his head and glanced at an old man who had appeared behind the counter. From the looks of the other party's clothes, it was obvious that he should be someone from the medicinal shop. Xiao Yan did not say any nonsense. He took out a white sheet of paper from his storage ring. The couple of important medicinal ingredients to refine the Heaven Soul Blood Bone Pill were written on it. The old man received the white paper with both hands. Initially, his gaze randomly swept over it, but he immediately became startled. His eyes once again weighed Xiao Yan. A glint appeared in his eyes as he inquired, "Is Mr. an alchemist?" "Why? Don't tell me that an alchemist cannot come and buy the medicinal ingredients in this medicinal shop?" Xiao Yan replied with a faint voice. "Coco, mister, please do not take offense. The old me is a tier 2 alchemist. It is just that I feel familiar with the way these medicinal ingredients are arranged." The old man laughed. Xiao Yan only came to a sudden understanding after hearing this. The medicinal effects and attributes of the medicinal ingredients were all different. An outsider would have difficulty differentiating them. However, with Xiao Yan's current alchemist skill, he naturally placed the medicinal ingredients with similar medicinal effects together like second nature when he wrote this list of ingredients. It was unexpected that this old man had actually meticulously discovered it. "I can be considered to be one. Do you have these medicinal ingredients?" "Coco, there are a total of 8 medicinal ingredients on this. Our Thousand Medicinal House does indeed have the first 5. However, they are a little expensive. It is likely that they will require a total of 2 million gold coins or so. However, the last 3, Thousand Spiritual Ginseng, Demon Spiritual Valley Grass, and Jade Bone Fruit, are far too difficult to find." The old man laughed. Xiao Yan slightly sighed in relief when he heard him, but he was also a little disappointed. The first 5 medicinal ingredients might be rare, but they were really not too difficult to find. The hardest were the last 3. It was unexpected that even this place did not have them. "In that case, help me bring the first 5 medicinal ingredients over. I will think of other methods to look for the last 3. Xiao Yan shook his head. He counted the gold coins stored within the crystal card in his storage ring. After using most of the money that had been obtained from the medicinal pill auction that Xiao Gate had held back then, Xiao Yan had around 4 million gold coins. Currently, it was enough to purchase the medicinal ingredients. "Coco, mister, do you really need these 3 medicinal ingredients?" The old man nodded with a smile as he ordered a female servant to get the medicinal ingredients. After which, he turned to Xiao Yan and asked a question. "You have a solution?" Xiao Yan raised his brows when he heard this. His voice was somewhat surprised. "Coco, I only said that these 3 medicinal ingredients are very rare, but I did not say that our Thousand Medicinal House does not have them. However, a rare medicinal ingredient of such a tier will usually not be taken out to be sold," the old man laughed. "Since you have already opened your mouth, I don't think it is merely to tell me this, no?" Xiao Yan gently rubbed his storage ring as he replied in a calm voice. "Mr. is really a forthright person. I shall tell you this directly. If you want to obtain these 3 medicinal ingredients, you must go to the second story of this Thousand Medicinal House. The value of the medicinal ingredients there is more expensive than the ones on the first floor. However, you cannot use gold coins to purchase the medicinal ingredients at that place. Instead, you must refine a medicinal pill that is of similar value to these medicinal ingredients as per the requirement. Only then can you take the ingredient away," the old man softly laughed. "In other words, only an alchemist has the qualification to enter." "Oh?" Xiao Yan felt somewhat surprised upon hearing such a strange rule. However, he immediately came to a sudden understanding. When an item's value hit a certain degree, it was difficult to use gold coins to measure its worth. At such a time, one must take out something that was of similar worth in order to exchange for it. What do you say? May I know if Mr. is interested in heading up to the second story to take a look? The rarity of the medicinal ingredients on the second story is far from what here can compare with. I think that the 3 medicinal ingredients that you need can be found above. The old man laughed. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before nodding. The last 3 medicinal ingredients were very rare. If he were to go and search for them, he would not know just when he would be able to find them. It would naturally be best if he was able to obtain them here. Moreover, from what this old man had said, the second story had even more rare items. He might even be able to obtain some information that was related to the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from there. In that case, please lead the way. Kuku, this old man shall give Mr. a reminder here. Given the value of the medicinal ingredients that you need, it is likely that you will be required to use a Tier 4 or even Tier 5 medicinal pill to exchange for them. If you are unable to refine a medicinal pill of this tier, then, the smile on that old man's face initially became even more vivid when he saw Xiao Yan nodding his head in agreement. However, he hesitated for a moment before voicing his reminder. Xiao Yan's eyelids did not even move when he heard this. He faintly said, "Lead the way." An unusual glint flashed across the eyes of the old man when he saw Xiao Yan's manner. A respectful expression immediately surged onto his face before he led the way in front while bending his body humbly. Let's go. Let's take a look at the second story to see if there is anything you require. Xiao Yan turned his head and smiled to the little fairy doctor and Ziyan. After which, he lifted his feet and followed the old man. Xiao Yan actually possessed a lot of curiosity toward the unusual and rare medicinal ingredients that the old man had mentioned. After all, medicinal ingredients possessed a greater attraction to alchemists than medicinal pills did. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Pill Exchange Gathering. Chapter 824, Pill Exchange Gathering. The second story of the 1,000 Medicinal House was not as luxurious as Xiao Yan had imagined. The somewhat ancient decorations caused it to possess a great atmosphere that would never be out of fashion. From this, it can be seen that the owner of the 1,000 Medicinal House was someone who had some taste. At this moment, some crystal counters were positioned in the hall of the second story. Some jade boxes were placed in these crystal counters. A faint glow could be vaguely seen from the jade boxes. At a glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary things. There were quite a number of human figures scattered throughout the large hall. Looking at their clothing, they were mostly alchemists. It seemed that they were thinking of exchanging for some rare medicinal ingredients in this second story. Xiao Yan's 3-man group attracted quite a number of gazes when they came up. However, when they saw that the former was not wearing an alchemist's robe, they slowly withdrew their gazes. If the person himself did not show his skill, another alchemist would have difficulty identifying the exact ability of that person. Hence, someone like Xiao Yan, who did not wear an alchemist robe, would have difficulty attracting the attention of others. Instead, more of those gazes paused on the little fairy doctor who was behind Xiao Yan. "Mister, please feel free to look around. I will go and look for the person in charge." The old man, who had followed them up, respectfully spoke to Xiao Yan before bowing and leaving. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. He led the little fairy doctor and Ziyan down the large hall. After which, they arrived at those crystal counter. Their gazes swept over them and some surprise surged into their eyes. Green rock wood. Blood Ganoderma. Cultured marrow root. Seeing these rare medicinal ingredients, that would arouse the envy of many alchemists if placed in the outside world, displayed together in this place, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a praise despite his experience. It seemed that he did not come to this second story for nothing. This black corner region is indeed extraordinary. Amazement also surfaced on the face of the little fairy doctor by the side as she softly spoke. Ziyan's small face was bending over the crystal counter. Her large gem-like eyes stared at the medicinal ingredients within without blinking. Her coveting look seemed as though her jaw was about to fall off. Xiao Yan involuntarily rolled his eyes when he saw this manner of hers. He hurriedly pulled the unwilling Ziyan over. His finger violently tapped on the latter's forehead as he softly said, "Little grandaunt, the tier of the medicinal ingredients that you eat is not any lower than these. Therefore, don't embarrass me." Humph, most of those medicinal ingredients that we found have been forcefully plundered by you. Since when did I eat them? Ziyan clenched her silver teeth as she replied. The gaze which she was used to glare at Xiao Yan was extremely resentful. Xiao Yan softly coughed. He swallowed and replied, "Those medicinal ingredients are naturally the safest with me. The way you eat them is really wasting these things. Ziyan naturally ignored this explanation that Xiao Yan had gave many times before. The gaze in those large eyes became more resentful. The little fairy doctor involuntarily smiled when she observed these two people. They were fighting because of medicinal ingredients. Her warm moving smile attracted quite a number of gazes within the large hall. The way the current little fairy doctor was dressed was similar to her in Qingshan town back then. Her white clothes caused some ethereal feeling to be added to her extraordinary demeanor. However, it might be because this demeanor was far too intoxicating to other people, but it was likely that no one could imagine that this woman, who seemed warm and moving, would immediately turn from a fairy to a death god that sought lives should she become angry. Coco, mister, are you planning to exchange for medicinal ingredients? A soft woman's voice that carried an unusual charm sounded behind Xiao Yan while he and Ziyan were arguing over the ownership of the medicinal ingredients. Xiao Yan turned his head when he heard her voice only to see a woman wearing a red-colored palace robe standing beautifully behind him. The woman's face was extremely beautiful and her well-proportioned body appeared extremely delightful under the wraps of the palace gown. It emitted a special moving scent that a matured woman specifically possessed. The thing that attracted the most attention was this woman's watery eyes. There was a thread of teasing forever hidden in them. Her picture-like eyebrows were like crescent moons that emitted a thread of enchantment. Ah, Xiao Yan's gaze drifted to the back of the woman in the gown. Other than that old man who had gone to pass on a message earlier, there was a white-haired, old man dressed in ancient robes. At this moment, the old man had his eyes slightly shut, appearing as though he was in a fake sleep. However, with Xiao Yan's spiritual perception that was even more outstanding than a Tier 6 alchemist, he could tell that this old man was also an alchemist. Moreover, it was likely that his tier was quite high. At the very least, it would not be any lousier than Fa Ma's tier. It seems that this Black Corner region is really a place where dragons and tigers hide. A medicinal house actually possessed quite a high-tier alchemist, flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan began to raise his perception of the strength of this 1,000 medicinal house. Being able to recruit an alchemist of such a tier was not something that could be done through an ordinary price. That white-haired, old man suddenly opened his eyes after appearing to sense Xiao Yan's gaze. The eyes of both him and Xiao Yan met. For some unknown reason, the white-haired, old man faintly sensed an unusually hot aura from those seemingly bottomless dark black eyes. He could not help but immediately let out a surprised ha. What is it? Old Yan? That woman in a palace gown was startled when she heard the surprised ha from the white-haired, old man. She uncertainly asked. Nothing, the eyes of the white-haired, old man, who was called Old Yan, flickered, before he immediately shook his head. Although Old Yan did not say anything, the palace-robed woman seemed to have sensed something. Her pretty eyes slid to Xiao Yan while containing a deep thought. The smile on her face became even more moving. This enchanting palace gown woman seemed to possess quite a high reputation and popularity in this place. Hence, many gazes were thrown over from the hall the moment she appeared. She smiled and greeted all of these gazes one at a time. Her etiquette was one that no one could find fault with. Xieshan is the owner of this 1,000 medicinal house. Mister can call me Owner Yao. May I know Mister's name? The palace-robed lady covered her alluring red lips and smiled. Her full voice caused a person's heart to suddenly pound for some reason. TL, Xieshan, a humble way in which a woman calls herself. Apparently, it can be attractive to some men. For simplicity, it can be taken as the word I/me. Owner Yao can call me Yan Xiao. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. However, caution rose in his heart. This woman possessed an unusual allure when she spoke. If one did not have a great mental fortitude, it was likely that one's heart would be unknowingly influenced by her. If this occurred when one was discussing a price or condition, it was likely that he would be eaten by the other party until even his bones were gone. It seemed that this woman did not only rely on her outstanding appearance in order to become the owner of such a large 1,000 medicinal house as a woman. Surprise that was difficult to discover flashed across the eyes of this woman in her palace gowns when she saw Xiao Yan's calm manner. It was unexpected that despite being young, the other party was actually able to ignore her enchantment skill that came from the special qi method she practiced. It seemed that this person was indeed not simple. Owner Yao, I think that you should also be aware of why I have come to the second story of this store. May I know if you have the 3 medicinal ingredients I require? Xiao Yan did not say any more courteous words as he started on the main topic. Coco, the 3 medicinal ingredients that Mr. needs can be considered among the top items even in the second story of my 1,000 medicinal house. Mr. is aware of our 1,000 medicinal house rules, no? Owner Yao smiled in a bewitching manner. Yes, may I know what kind of medicinal pill I need in order to exchange for them? Xiao Yan nodded slightly and asked after a deep thought. Coco, there is no hurry. All the alchemists in the hall have come to my 1,000 medicinal house because of these rare medicinal ingredients. These precious medicinal ingredients are not commonly found. My 1,000 medicinal house has bitterly searched for them for a period of time in order to obtain. Owner Yao smiled as she said, each time we find the medicinal ingredients, there would be quite a number of alchemists who would come in exchange for them. Today is coincidentally the day that my 1,000 medicinal house is exchanging for medicinal pills. Mr. Yin Xiao has really come at the right time. In this way, won't I have to compete with the other alchemist for the medicinal ingredients? Xiao Yan knit his brows and inquired after hearing this. This is also a kind of auction. The one who offers the highest price will obtain the thing he wants. However, this place of ours does not want gold coins. Instead, we will see if the people bidding are able to refine a medicinal pill that satisfies us. Of course, normally speaking, unless both parties urgently require such a medicinal ingredient, there would still be people withdrawing from the big. Owner Yao smiled. She immediately turned to the white-haired old man beside her and said, Old Yen, it is almost time. Let's start the pill exchange gathering. Yes. The white-haired old man slightly nodded. He immediately walked toward a tall stage in the hall. He raised his hand once there and knocked it against the bronze bell by the side. A clear ringing resounded throughout the hall. Bring the medicine. The white-haired old man commanded. Over 10 pretty female servants immediately brought forth silver plates in a respectful manner. Tightly shut jade boxes were neatly arranged on the silver plates. When these figures passed by, the jade boxes were neatly placed on a rock platform one after another. The jade boxes were all opened and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly surged out. Within a short while, quite a number of alchemists began to softly inhale. A joy was revealed on their faces. Clearly, this batch of rare medicinal ingredients from the 1,000 medicinal house caused them to feel a great satisfaction. Kukui everyone, this batch of medicinal ingredients is something that my 1,000 medicinal house has paid a large price in order to obtain. The quality of the medicinal ingredients are quite good. Therefore, everyone should prepare themselves. Owner Yao slowly walked onto the stage and spoke with a smile to everyone below. Quite a number of alchemists below nodded helplessly the moment her words sounded. Although this 1,000 medicinal house had many rare medicinal ingredients, their prices were quite expensive. If one did not have some wealth and ability, it was better not to come to the second story to lose face. In that case, let our pill exchange gathering begin. The old rules apply. The first will be those with the lowest quality while the high quality ones will be left for last. Owner Yao laughed and waved her hand. Her index finger pointed at the medicinal ingredients on the rock platform. Haha, Owner Yao, why is it that this pill exchange gathering does not wait for me? Don't tell me you are afraid I cannot afford it? A thunder-like laugh was suddenly transmitted from the stairs while everyone was browsing the medicinal ingredients. The sudden arrival of the laughter caused the fieriness in the hall to become a lot more quiet. Numerous surprised gazes slipped toward the stairs. Heavy footsteps gradually approached. A moment later, a red-faced, old man wearing a pale yellow robe appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at this red-faced, old man. Surprise flashed across his face. This old man was actually an alchemist. Moreover, it was likely that his ability was a little stronger than the white-haired, old man from earlier. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825, Red-Faced Elder. Chapter 825, Red-Faced Elder. It is indeed worthy of being the Black Corner region. Within a day, 2 alchemists of such tier have appeared. It looks like I really did not come here for nothing today, but... The appearance of this red-faced elder caused the voices of the many alchemists in the hall to become much softer. Some of those whose abilities were a little stronger displayed somewhat unnatural expressions. Owner Yao on the stage was slightly startled. A warm smile was immediately pushed onto her face as she hurriedly descended the stage and headed to the red-faced elder. Her mouth laughed in a loving manner. Old Qi is honoring us with his presence. This time around, the Black Emperor City is holding a large-scale auction and I thought that Old Qi will not have the spare time to come. What is Owner Yao saying? The quality of the medicinal ingredients in the 1,000 medicinal house is extraordinary. Even the old me cannot help but feel interested. Moreover, this pill exchange gathering is not frequently held. Therefore, the old me will definitely come over and take a look regardless of how busy I am. The old man who was addressed as Old Qi laughed out loud. His voice was extremely clear. When he laughed loudly, quite a number of people within the hall knit their brows. However, due to the former's position and background within the Black Emperor City, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Xun is extremely happy that Old Qi is able to come visit this store. Fortunately, this pill exchange gathering has yet to formally start. Old Qi, please take a sit. Owner Yao smiled as she spoke. She immediately inclined her body and made a respectfully inviting stance. TL, Xieshan, a humble way in which a woman calls herself. For simplicity, it can be taken as the word I/me. Seeing this, the red-faced elder bluntly let out a loud laugh and unceremoniously headed to the row in front of the stage. After which, he sat down on a chair at the most important spot. His faint gaze took one look around before finally pausing for a moment on Xiao Yan, who was a short distance away. After which, he immediately withdrew his gaze. Owner Yao let out a soft sigh without anyone noticing after seeing that the red-faced elder had sat down. Her heart quietly cursed, each time this old fellow comes, he always rely on his background within the Black Emperor city, which causes the other competitors to be afraid of bidding against him. This red-faced elder had quite the powerful background. He was the top alchemist within the Black Emperor sect. It was rumored that he had reached the 6th tier not long ago. He could be considered to be the person who had the greatest medicinal refining ability within the Black Emperor city. Moreover, by relying on the strength of the Black Emperor sect, he could be considered an important person whose words mattered greatly to everyone in the Black Emperor city. An ordinary person naturally did not dare to bid against him. In this way, it was undoubtedly not something good from the Thousand Medicinal House point of view. After all, they required both parties to bid against each other in order to maximize their profits. The actions of the former undoubtedly broke the rules. Although Owner Yao felt dissatisfaction, she did not dare to say too much because of the influence of the red-faced elder within the Black Emperor city. Therefore, she did not feel much joy for this big fellow who had come uninvited. This old fellow has sharp eyes. I wonder what medicinal ingredient he will take away this time around. Owner Yao's hand involuntarily tightened under her sleeves. These medicinal ingredients were obtained after their 1000 medicinal house had risked the lives of quite a number of medicinal harvesters. That price was quite great. Owner Yao shook her head slightly as these thoughts flashed across her heart. She suppressed the emotions in her heart before swiftly walking back to the tall stage. A smile once again surged onto her face as she began to host this pill exchange gathering. Xiao Yan's group sat at a spot toward the back. The medicinal ingredients that had appeared earlier were not those that he needed, and his gaze had paused on the red-faced elder most of the time. From the expressions of the surrounding alchemists when this old man appeared earlier, it seemed that he possessed quite a high position within the Black Emperor city. Another thing was that this person did not seem likable. However, many people did not dare to voice their anger due to some reason. By relying on his outstanding spiritual perception, Xiao Yan could sense that this red-faced elder's alchemist tier was likely a little higher than Yan Alliance's Fa Ma. However, when compared to Dou Qi, he would likely appear a little weaker. He could be considered a genuine alchemist grandmaster that would be greatly sought after by many competing factions within the Black Corner region. The so-called pill exchange gathering had formally begun while these thoughts lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. Some of the alchemists' gazes swept over the medicinal ingredients on display. Should they discover anything suitable, they would step forward. However, in order to take the medicinal ingredients they were interested in, they would need to pay with a medicinal pill that was of similar value to the medicinal ingredient. Xiao Yan faintly understood something as he observed this pill exchange gathering. He discovered that the value of these medicinal ingredients was about half or less of the value of the medicinal pill that they could be refined into. For example, if it was a medicinal ingredient that could refine a Tier 4 medicinal pill, one would need a Tier 3 medicinal pill in order to successfully exchange for it. However, what kind of Tier 3 medicinal pill was decided by the 1000 medicinal house? If the person had already prepared it for the business, that person could just exchange for the medicinal ingredient. If he had not, there was a medicinal cauldron of quite a high grade prepared for them on a rock platform by the side. Clearly, it was for people to refine the pill on the spot. The first batch of medicinal ingredients did not enter Xiao Yan's discerning eyes. However, there were still quite a number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 alchemists who were interested in them. After which, they began the exchange according to the rules. If these people did not possess a ready-made medicinal pill, some of the alchemists would resort to refining them on the spot. In an instant, the temperature of the hall rose. Some of the people who were not interested in the first batch of medicinal ingredients merely turned their eyes to the flame rising in the medicinal cauldron. They would observe the refining methods of other people while feeling bored. Xiao Yan's group randomly watched the other alchemists refining pills on the spot in their boredom. Not long after that, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and shook his head. With his current ability, the refining methods of the alchemists at these tiers appeared very simple and crude in his eyes. There was not the slightest thing for him to learn from them. There were also quite a number of alchemists who sat in the hall without moving. The ability of these people could be considered the middle to upper levels of this place. Therefore, their sights were placed a little higher. This first batch of lower quality medicinal ingredients obviously could not attract them. The ones who felt the greatest leisure among them was naturally that red-faced elder. His face was nearly filled with impatience while viewing these medicinal ingredients that he was completely uninterested in. From his appearance, it was as though he could not wait for the 1,000 medicinal house to immediately take out the highest quality medicinal ingredients. Following the slow flow of time, these lower quality medicinal ingredients were gradually selected and taken away. After which, more medicinal ingredients continued to appear. Their quality became better and better. Those somewhat stronger alchemists who were originally sitting in their seats without moving finally began to show interest. They started to move forward to negotiate the exchange of items. The medicinal ingredients on the rock platform diminished as time passed. However, from the dense medicinal fragrances that was seeped from these jade boxes, one could tell that the medicinal ingredients were of a high quality. Some of those even caused the red-faced elder to be moved. However, he did not do anything. From the looks of it, he seemed to have come prepared this time around. When the medicinal ingredients on the rock platform were reduced to less than 10 boxes, there were only a few people left still sitting in their seats without moving. This included Xiao Yan and that red-faced elder. The red-faced elder was startled when he saw that Xiao Yan's group did not move. He immediately frowned and glanced at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned his head slightly when he sensed that gaze being shot over. Their eyes made contact. A moment later, Xiao Yan turned away as though nothing had happened. His face did not even reveal the slightest fear that the other alchemists displayed when they looked at the red-faced elder. This calm attitude of Xiao Yan caused the red-faced, old man to be startled. His heart gained some fury. With his current ability and reputation, it had been a long time since he had tasted the feeling of being ignored by another. The alchemists who had obtained the medicinal ingredients that they needed did not leave the hall. Instead, they glanced at Xiao Yan and the red-faced elder who were still seated in their seats with interested gazes. Normally speaking, the last part of this kind of pill exchange gathering was the true high point. Next will be a batch of medicinal ingredients that is of the highest quality within my 1,000 medicinal house. Our 1,000 medicinal house has paid an extremely great price for these medicinal ingredients. Owner Yao smiled as she looked at the few remaining jade boxes on the rock platform. She softly clapped her hands, and a couple of female servants hurried out. After which, they removed the remaining jade boxes and brought over 5 emerald jade boxes. A dense medicinal fragrance suddenly drifted over the large hall when these 5 jade boxes appeared. Quite a number of alchemists gently inhaled as surprise surged onto their faces. The red-faced elder, who was leaning against his chair, stood up at this moment. His eyes were somewhat fiery hot as he looked at the jade boxes. Owner Yao's eyes swept over the hall and immediately paused on Xiao Yan. She laughed. If the few of you are interested in these 5 medicinal ingredients, please bid for them. Xiao Yan's gaze was currently staring intently at 3 jade boxes on the stage. Within his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that the interior of these 3 jade boxes were the targets of his trip. They were the last 3 medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Heaven Soul Blood Bone Pill. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and stood up under the gaze of everyone in the hall. Finally, he strode over to the rock platform. The gazes in the hall immediately gathered on Xiao Yan after seeing this action of his. The quality of these few medicinal ingredients were extremely high. If one wanted to exchange for them, it was likely that one must take out a Tier 4 or Tier 5 medicinal pill. Could this fellow who seemed extremely young take out a medicinal pill of such tier? Xiao Yan stopped in front of the rock platform in front of the many gazes. He smiled toward the slim and attractive Owner Yao before slowly pulling 3 jade boxes in front of him. He said, "Owner Yao, please tell me just what kind of medicinal pill I need to create in order to exchange for these 3 medicinal ingredients." Owner Yao smiled sweetly when she heard this. She nodded and was just about to speak when her face slightly changed. A large hand was suddenly extended toward Xiao Yan while her face was changing. It rudely pressed against one of the 3 jade boxes. His loud voice resounded over the hall. "This jade bone fruit. I want it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 826, Bidding. Chapter 826, Bidding. The sudden action within the hall caused quite a number of people to be startled. Their faces turned into sparkling ones when they clearly saw the person who had extended his hand to stop Xiao Yan. They immediately used pitiful eyes to look at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's gaze calmly observed the large hand placed on the box of the jade bone fruit. He quietly sighed in his heart. It really ended up in this manner. Ever since these 5 jade boxes were taken out, Xiao Yan had a feeling that it was likely that his attempt to exchange for the medicinal ingredients would not be as smooth as he had thought. In the end, his thoughts had really come true. Xiao Yan vaguely turned his head. He looked at the large red-faced man who stood behind him, and faintly knit his brows. Cuckoo, old Qi, this mister is the first to bid, isn't this act of yours not quite following the rules? Owner Yao's heart sank when she saw the red-faced elder extend his hand. However, she forcefully smiled as she spoke. What is Owner Yao saying? This place originally gets one to bid. The highest bid will take the item. Why does it matter who is first? The large red-faced man spoke with displeasure when he heard this. Owner Yao could only bitterly smile and nod her head when she heard him say this. Her heart quietly cursed. It is naturally not a problem if you really bid a high price to exchange for such an item. However, you're a shameless old man who always use some underhanded tactics. Old Qi was naturally unaware of Owner Yao's quiet curse. His gaze shifted and paused on Xiao Yan before smiling and speaking in a somewhat courteous manner. Cuckoo, this friend, the old me is Qi Shan. I am currently refining a medicinal pill that requires a jade bone fruit. Can this friend part with it? What do you say? Although Qi Shan was speaking in a negotiating manner with his mouth, the large hand that was holding the jade box did not relax even a little. Instead, it even moved it slightly toward him. The pitiful expression of those gazes in the hall that were looking at Xiao Yan became even denser when they heard Qi Shan open his mouth to speak. This pitiful fellow actually ended up competing with this old fellow Qi Shan. Who in this Black Emperor's city did not know that this old fellow liked to bully others with his strength? Xiao Yan was silent for a moment in front of the many gazes. His hand immediately pulled the jade box that contained the jade bone fruit. After which, he slowly pulled it to a spot in front of him and smiled toward Qi Shan. He said, I'm sorry, coincidentally, I also require this jade bone fruit. Therefore, I'm afraid that I cannot part with it. An instant silence appeared in the hall the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. A surprise even flashed in the pretty eyes of that Owner Yao. She did not think that this man, who appeared quite young, would dare to openly reject Qi Shan's request. Qi Shan's expression clearly stiffened slightly within the hall that had become quiet. A gloomy look immediately surged in his eyes. His gaze slowly turned toward Xiao Yan, gave a superficial smile and said, Cuckoo, the young people these days are really extremely bold and reckless. Xiao Yan ignored the ridicule in Qi Shan's words. He turned his head towards Owner Yao and laughed. Please take a look at these 3 medicinal ingredients and let me know what kind of medicinal pills I need to exchange for them. Owner Yao gradually recovered from her shock. She hesitated for a moment upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. She whispered, Mister, do you really plan to do this? Offending a tier 6 alchemist who was the top alchemist of the Black Emperor sect for a jade bone fruit is not worth it. Although Owner Yao's words were a reminder to Xiao Yan, they were also informing Xiao Yan about Qi Shan's identity without making it obvious. Xiao Yan smiled slightly in the face of her good intention. He spoke in a non-committal manner, this jade bone fruit is also very important to me. I will not give it to anyone today. Therefore, Owner Yao, please tell me what item is needed to exchange for it. Owner Yao exchanged glances with the white-haired, old man beside her after seeing Xiao Yan's insistence. She could only nod her head and reply, these 3 medicinal ingredients among the highest quality medicinal ingredients in our 1,000 medicinal house. They are extremely expensive. If Mr. Yen wishes to exchange for them, please hand over a tier 5 medicinal pill. A tier 5 medicinal pill, huh? Xiao Yan mused slightly when he heard this. He quietly calculated and found it was not considered extremely expensive. The medicinal pills that were refined from these 3 medicinal ingredients were about the 6th tier or higher. Hence, their value was not inferior to a tier 5 medicinal pill. Hey, trying to learn from others to exchange medicinal ingredients when you don't have any ability. Qi Shan immediately let out a cold laugh when he saw Xiao Yan deep in thought. He immediately turned his eyes to Owner Yao and said faintly, I recall that one can place a competing bid in this pill exchange gathering, right? If this brat is unable to take out a tier 5 medicinal pill, this old me will exchange for them. Owner Yao and the surrounding people revealed shocked faces when they heard that Qi Shan was actually willing to use a tier 5 medicinal pill to exchange for them. This old fellow was actually this generous today? In the pill exchange gathering, the medicinal ingredients will end up with the one who bids the highest price. Owner Yao hesitated for a moment and glanced at Xiao Yan as she replied. This is a wind-walking pill, which is a tier 5 medicinal pill. After consuming it, one's speed will soar for a short period of time. It can definitely preserve one's life if one is being chased. Qi Shan coldly laughed. He immediately took out a jade bottle, placed it on the table as he spoke. Owner Yao was slightly startled. She carefully received the jade bottle and handed it to that white-haired, old man beside her. The white-haired old man glanced at the luster of the medicinal pill within the jade bottle before sniffing the medicinal fragrance. He nodded and faintly said, it is indeed a tier 5 wind-walking pill. However, its luster is not considered top grade. It seems that the person who was refining it was a little too impatient when doing so. Old man Yan's eyes are indeed as sharp as ever. However, you cannot just rely on eyesight if you want to advance to the 6th tier. Xun laughed when he heard this. He immediately said, since the medicinal pill has completed its examination, these medicinal ingredients should belong to me, right? His large hand seized everything after his voice sounded, pulling over the 3 jade boxes in front of Xiao Yan. However, his hand had just extended when another hand stopped him. A faint laugh was emitted. This senior seems to be a little too impatient, no? I have not even said anything. Shan's eyes turned slightly cold. His eyes were slowly raised. They met with a pair of dark black pupils. His voice slowly became impatient and cold. Brat, you should always step back when things are looking good. It is best that you know how to keep a low profile when doing things in the black corner region. Otherwise, it will not benefit you. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He said, thank you for your reminder. However, I have also said that I will not give up these medicinal ingredients today. Xiao Yan's hand moved after his voice sounded. A jade bottle was taken out before being placed on the table. He softly said, Dou Spirit Pill, a tier 5 medicinal pill. I think that everyone here knows of its effects, so I shall not say anything more regarding this. An uproar suddenly erupted within the large hall the moment Xiao Yan's voice sounded. Everyone's gazes carried a threat of shock as they stared at the jade bottle on the table. A Dou Spirit Pill. This medicinal pill could be considered extremely well known no matter where it was placed. If the wind-walking pill that Xun had taken out earlier was considered a low-grade pill within the tier 5 category, the Dou Spirit Pill could be considered a genuine high-grade one. Moreover, the wind-walking pill belonged to the category of depleting types of medicinal pills. Its value was undoubtedly worlds apart from the Dou Spirit Pill, which could directly raise one's strength forever. Hence, no matter which direction one looked at it, the two of them did not have any room for comparison. Owner Yao and Old Yan behind her as well as Xun by the side were all startled upon seeing that Xiao Yan had actually taken out a Dou Spirit Pill. It was a long while later before a wild joy that was difficult to hide surged onto Owner Yao's face. A Dou Spirit Pill might be considered a tier 5 medicinal pill, but if one was to discuss its value, it was comparable to even some low-grade tier 6 medicinal pills. Impossible. How can this brat take out a Dou Spirit Pill? Xun by the side furiously questioned. Even with his current pill refining level, his success rate of refining a Dou Spirit Pill did not even reach 50%. Moreover, he was the main alchemist of the Black Emperor sect. When refining such a medicinal pill, he would naturally need to hand it over to the sect first. If one were to really talk about it, his wealth was not as envious as many people imagined. At the very least, he might indeed be in possession of one Dou Spirit Pill, but he would definitely be unwilling if he was asked to take out such a medicinal pill in exchange for these 3 medicinal ingredients. Not many people were bothered about Shan's furious cry. The white-haired, old man who was called Old Yan was the first to pick up the jade bottle. After which, he carefully poured out a round jade-green medicinal pill from within. Surprise gradually surged into Old Yan's eyes as his gaze cautiously swept over this medicinal pill. A moment later, that surprise turned into a sullenness. Old Yan, how is it? Is there any problems with the medicinal pill? Owner Yao carefully inquired. Her heart immediately pounded hard when she saw Old Yan's manner of studying it. No, Old Yan gently inhaled a breath of cold air. There was a rare heat in his tone. It is indeed a Dou Spirit Pill. The uproar within the hall became even fiercer when they heard this. The face of Xun began to alternate between green and white. He did not expect this young brat, who appeared to be only 20-odd years old, to actually be able to take out a medicinal pill of such a tier. Moreover, the high quality of this Dou Spirit Pill is something the old me has seen for the first time after so many years. This luster, this pill fragrance. Based on my experience, even some tier 6 alchemists who do not have the help of a special flame would definitely be unable to refine a medicinal pill with such a luster. The words of Old Yan that followed caused quite a number of people in the entire hall to gently inhale a breath of cold air. Everyone present, including Xun, was clearly aware of the eyesight of the 1,000 medicinal houses Old Yan. Even someone like him, a person who was extremely picky about medicinal pills, ended up giving this Dou Spirit Pill such a high evaluation. Its quality looks like it had reached quite a frightening level. Everyone in the hall inhaled a breath of cold air. The shock in the gazes they used to look at Xiao Yan grew more dense. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Success. Chapter 827, Success. The silent atmosphere in the hall continued for around 1 minute. Shan finally could not endure it any longer as he said in an enigmatic manner, "Hey old Yan. Although your success rate in refining a Dou spirit pill is extremely low, aren't you valuing this Dou spirit pill too highly?" Old Yan from the Thousand Medicinal House faintly swept his eyes over Shan after hearing the latter speak these words. He coldly smiled and said, "Perhaps I might not be comparable to you when it came to medicinal refinement skills. However, the old me is not afraid of you when it comes to having eyes for medicinal pills, but..." Shan choked on these words of old Yan until he became dull. He also felt somewhat bitter. When it came to having eyes for medicinal pills, he had no choice but admit that he could not match the former. "This mister, are you really planning to use this Dou spirit pill to exchange for these 3 medicinal ingredients?" Owner Yao's face was full of smiles as she looked at Xiao Yan. Her voice contained some uncertainty. The value of this Dou spirit pill was greater than these 3 medicinal ingredients. In order to succeed in sealing this deal, she was even willing to leave Shan hanging dry by the side. A Dou spirit pill even old Yin praised could definitely be considered the top of the top among the tier 5 medicinal pills. Although her Thousand Medicinal House was weary of Shan, it could not be considered terrified. Xiao Yan also understood the uncertainty in Owner Yao's words. He naturally understood that the value of the Dou spirit pill was far higher than these 3 medicinal ingredients. However, his storage ring only had this tier 5 medicinal pill he had refined back then. Although he had some other medicinal pills, they were either a lot better than this Dou Ling pill or too low for him to take out. Therefore, he could only allow the boss of this Thousand Medicinal House to have the advantage in the deal. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan did have a positive impression of her because of her earlier hidden reminder. It was fine to allow her to gain more from the deal. "If Owner Yao does not have any objections, I will take these 3 medicinal ingredients." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded before speaking. A wild joy immediately surfaced on Owner Yao's face when she heard this. She was just about to nod her head when Shan by the side suddenly slammed his hand on the table and furiously cried out, "Wait, but..." Owner Yao's expression slightly sank upon being interrupted by Shan. Her pretty eyes flipped to Shan and her voice contained suppressed anger. "Old Qi, Shan respects you as an important person in the Black Emperor City and gives you an unusually great amount of respect. Please do not get my Thousand Medicinal House to give an order preventing your entry. By being able to have such a booming business within the Black Emperor City and even possess the help of an alchemist with old Yan's ability, the Thousand Medicinal House was naturally not one that could be easily manipulated by anyone. Although Shan's background was quite strong, it was not possible for him to squat over them and shit." Shan's expression changed when he heard Owner Yao's furious words. He immediately let out a cold snort as his gaze viciously stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Isn't it just a Dou spirit pill? Don't think that the old me cannot take it out." Bang, dot. Shan swung his hand after his voice sounded. A jade bottle flashed out and immediately landed heavily on the table's surface. The hall immediately let out another uproar when they saw this action of Shan. Those gazes that were looking at Shan were filled with shock and disbelief. Did this old fellow take the wrong medicine today? Not only was he not thinking of taking advantage of others, but he was actually willing to spend so much and take out a Dou spirit pill? Blood was dripping from Shan's heart amid the surrounding shock gazes. He was currently intending to attempt to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill. The main ingredient in it was the jade bone fruit. Hence, he held an attitude of having to obtain this thing at all cost. Additionally, he had been provoked by Xiao Yan. If news were to spread in the future that the top alchemist of the Black Emperor sect was actually unable to compete with a little brat, how would someone as prideful as him feel? Being urged on by these two conditions, Shan finally clenched his teeth, endured the pain in his heart, and took out the only Dou spirit pill in his store. This action of Shan had clearly exceeded the expectations of Owner Yao and Old Yan. They had never expected to gain an advantage from this old fellow. The two of them looked at each other and felt somewhat awkward. Old Yan hesitated for a moment before slowly extending his hand to receive that jade bottle. After which, he emptied medicinal pill from the bottle. His gaze swept over it only for him to frown. Owner Yao's heart sank when she saw this from the side. She asked, "Old Yan? This is indeed also a Dou spirit pill." Old Yan slowly withdrew his gaze and glanced at Yan. He spoke in a faint voice, however, its quality is far inferior compared to that of this little friend. Nonsense. The old me is a tier 6 alchemist. How can the medicinal pill that I refined be inferior to that little brat? Shan immediately became furious. He angrily cried out after hearing Old Yan's words. Old Yan was too lazy to be bothered about the furious Shan. His right hand held the Dou spirit pill from Xiao Yan while his left hand held the one from Shan. After which, he spoke to all the alchemists within the hall. Everyone here is alchemists who possess quite a great reputation within the Black Emperor City. You should all be in possession of some pill identifying abilities. Everyone, please tell me just which of these two Dou spirit pills is better. Numerous gazes within the hall immediately shot over upon hearing the words of old Yan. After which, they slowly lingered for a moment over the two medicinal pills. Their expressions all became somewhat unusual. Regardless of whether it was the luster or the pill fragrance that it emitted, the pill from Xiao Yan was undoubtedly superior compared to the one from Qi Shan. The effect of a Dou spirit pill was to allow a Dou Wan class expert to raise his strength by 1 star. This kind of advancement had some chances of failure. At this time, one must look at the quality of the medicinal pill. Putting it simply, if an expert Dou Wan consumed Xiao Yan's and Qi Shan's Dou spirit pill, the former's medicinal pill would definitely have a greater chance of success. A Dou Wan could only consume one Dou spirit pill. Hence, if they wanted to purchase a medicinal pill, they would likely choose to first purchase Xiao Yan's medicinal pill even if they had to spend their entire fortune to do so. By comparing it in this manner, the difference between the two could naturally be identified. Of course, despite knowing which of these two medicinal pills was superior, no one dared to say anything. After all, if they were to say something at this moment, it was likely that they would offend Qi Shan. Therefore, the entire hall descended into an awkward silence in an instant. Although the place was silent, the gaze of almost everyone in the hall had stopped on the right hand of old Yan. The medicinal pill there was the Dou spirit pill that belonged to Xiao Yan. This scene was naturally sensed by Qi Shan. Regardless of how thick his skin was, his face still swiftly turned a flushed red. A dark solemnness gradually surged into the gaze which he was throwing at Xiao Yan by his side. Clearly, this narrow-minded old fellow felt a great hatred for Xiao Yan who had shaved off his prestige. Old Yan slowly withdrew his hands. He placed the two medicinal pill back into their individual jade bottles. After which, he immediately returned one jade bottle to a spot in front of Qi Shan. His meaning could be comprehended without the need to say anything. Mr. Yan, these 3 medicinal ingredients belong to you. Owner Yao quietly sighed in relief when she saw this action of old Yan. She immediately smiled to Xiao Yan. Thank you very much, Xiao Yan similarly sighed in relief in his heart. These 3 medicinal ingredients were too difficult to find. During their tens of thousands of kilometer journey from the Chu Yun Empire to the Black Corner region, he was unable to find even the slightest news of these 3 medicinal ingredients. Now that he had luckily found them in this place, he would definitely not give up regardless of what happened. Xiao Yan ignored the furious and gloomy gaze of Qi Shan behind him as he received the 3 jade boxes. However, his face changed before he could store the jade boxes into his storage ring. He suddenly felt a powerful wind behind him, a forewarning of a fierce attack. Xiao Yan was naturally aware of who had unleashed the sudden attack. His expression instantly sank. A cold snort sounded as powerful Dou Qi erupted from Xiao Yan's body like a volcano in all directions within an instant. The Dou Qi that surged out of his body writhed. Finally, it appeared to be invocated by something and smashed furiously toward the attack behind him. Bang! A deep energy explosion resounded within the hall. An energy ripple burst forth, causing everyone in the hall to hurriedly move back to dodge it. Numerous stunned gazes were immediately thrown toward Xiao Yan, whose body was covered by jade-green Dou Qi. Quite a number of people exclaimed when they sensed the degree of the Dou Qi's strength. Dou Huan? After blocking that attack, Xiao Yan's expression was dark and cold as he turned around. Those eyes of his were dense as he glared at Qi Shan, whose expression had also changed after having discovered Xiao Yan's strength. Coco, it is unexpected that this friend is actually an expert Dou Huang. The old me can be considered blind. My emotions were unstable a moment ago. Please do forgive me for any offense. Qi Shan appeared to have sensed the frigid killing intent in Xiao Yan's eyes. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and laughed. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with ice as he stared at Qi Shan. He spoke with a dense voice, "Don't think that I don't dare to kill you just because you are the top alchemist within the Black Demon sect." 2 human figures slowly walked to Xiao Yan's side as he spoke. Their gaze were filled with ill intent while they were looking at Qi Shan on the opposite side. That manner appeared as though they would immediately attack and get this hateful old fellow to forever remain behind should Xiao Yan open his mouth. Xiao Yan's words caused Qi Shan's face to twitch. However, after having exchanged blows earlier, he already knew that Xiao Yan's strength was not any weaker than him. Even if they were to really fight, it was difficult to say just who would be victorious. Moreover, little fairy doctor in Ziyan by the side faintly gave him a dangerous feeling. Hence, he could only dryly laugh as he spoke with a superficial smile. The temper of the young people these days is really getting worse. Hopefully, you can still be this arrogant the next time we meet. Qi Shan swung his sleeves after leaving these words behind. He carried a fury within him as he turned around and walked down the stairs before disappearing from everyone's sight. Those alchemists who had remained behind in the hall knew that it was unwise to stay in this place for much longer after seeing Qi Shan leave. They cupped their hands toward Owner Yao before descending from the second story one after another. Mr. Yan, it is fortunate that you did not attack just now. This Qishan might be unlikable, but his influence in the Black Demon City is extremely big. Moreover, he is also the top alchemist in the Black Demon sect. The Black Demon sect would not simply let things rest if anything were to happen to him. Owner Yao slowly walked forward after the last alchemist left and sighed to Xiao Yan. That old fellow was a narrow-minded person. If you do not have any overly important matters to deal with in the Black Demon City, it will be best for you to leave quickly. Kuku, thank you for your reminder, Owner Yao. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner. He turned his hand and stored the medicinal ingredients into his storage ring. His footsteps paused just before he was about to leave as he suddenly asked, Owner Yao, I have something to ask and I wonder if you will answer me? Nothing will be hidden from you if Jieshan knows about it. Owner Yao was startled before she immediately replied with a smile. Xiao Yan licked his lips. He hesitated for a moment before slowly inquiring, may I know if Owner Yao has ever heard of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828, Bodhisattva Heart. Chapter 828, Bodhisattva Heart. Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? Owner Yao and Old Yin by the side were startled after hearing the name that was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. They immediately fell deep into thought. Joy surged into Xiao Yan's heart as he observed the two people who were deep in thought. He was merely asking randomly. Yet, he ended up seeing the expression of the faces of the two of them. It seemed that they were not completely unaware about this thing. Xiao Yan turned his head and exchanged looks with the little fairy doctor by his side. He discovered that despite the latter's calmness, there was a faint joy within her eyes. They did not manage to obtain even the slightest bit of information regarding the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva during their journey. Unexpectedly, they might be able to learn something after they arrived here. According to what the old me knows, there is a kind of mysterious ancient tree within a sparsely populated mountain. It is named the Bodhisattva ancient tree. The rhizome of this tree, buried deep underground, will gradually form a thick heart-shaped item that will possess a mysterious effect. It slowly agglomerates over the years. Hence, there are people who call it the Bodhisattva heart. However, normally speaking, it would require the accumulation of over 1,000 years for the Bodhisattva ancient tree to form a Bodhisattva heart. The Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is a mysterious item that is secreted from the surface of this Bodhisattva heart. Old Yen finally spoke after musing for a while. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened slightly when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard any information relating to the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva was consumed, it possessed the effect of transforming one's body and improving one's constitution. It was extremely mysterious. As for the Bodhisattva heart, it was able to gradually replace the heart in one's body. That way, one would be able to keep one's life even if one's heart suffered a fatal blow. Moreover, the strength that this Bodhisattva heart could provide to a person far exceed that of that person's previous heart. Of course, the most important thing is that this item was able to repeatedly nourish one's soul and gradually strengthen it. Therefore, it held an allure that any alchemist would find difficult to resist. Old Yan's voice was slightly heated while he spoke. Clearly, he felt an attraction to this so-called Bodhisattva heart. Replace a person's heart? Strengthen one's soul? Xiao Yan involuntarily felt his mouth turn dry after hearing the unbelievable mysterious effects despite his calmness. This Bodhisattva heart was really too frightening, no? The strength of one's spiritual strength had an extremely crucial position to an alchemist. An alchemist's future achievement was mostly determined by the strength of their spirit. Normally speaking, one's soul would only become more solidified and stronger when one advanced one's level. No matter how one trained, one's spirit would remain quiet during ordinary times and wouldn't be strengthened by even a little. The reason Xiao Yan was able to possess such achievements at such an age was mostly because his spirit was a little stronger than ordinary people since he was young. If it was not for this reason, Yao Lao, who was hidden within the ring, would not have revealed himself back in Wutan City. He would also not spend so much effort to groom Xiao Yan from a useless young master of a small clan to this genuinely strong person who had shocked and awed an empire. Therefore, saying that Xiao Yan's current achievements were mostly because of his spiritual strength, that was stronger than an ordinary person, was not some nonsense. Yet, this Bodhisattva heart actually possessed this kind of nourishment and spirit-strengthening effect. In other words, it meant that whoever obtained it would likely have gathered unmeasurable achievements in the future. This point was something that even Xiao Yan did not doubt. There were natural-born geniuses and there were acquired geniuses. The acquired geniuses molded from the Bodhisattva heart might attain more frightening achievements. The old me has seen some ancient books that came from a distant past back then that said that there had once been an elite Dou Shang known as Puti, Puti for the word bodhisattva, thousands of years ago. This elite Dou Shang had swallowed a bodhisattva heart, Koko, but the old me does not know whether this is true. After all, that era was too long ago, old Yan smiled. From his words, he did not seem to pay much attention to it. Dou Shang. That thing was really too distant. It was rumored that an expert at that class could cause mountains and rivers to collapse or space to shatter by simply raising his hand. That kind of great strength was something that an ordinary expert would have difficulty imagining. Xiao Yan emitted a tsk sigh from his mouth. However, he similarly did not place the other party's words in his heart. He had never believed that any natural spiritual object could truly allow a person to reach the Dou Shang class. That class was something that one was unable to rely on any external objects to reach. All one could do was rely on one's luck and potential. In this way, this bodhisattva heart could be considered a mysterious object. Owner Yao sighed and gently smiled. Although she had heard of the bodhisattva heart, she did not know about the details that old Yan had spoke of. Does old Yan know where this bodhisattva tree is? Xiao Yan slowly recovered and asked another question. Koko, Mr. Yan really knows how to joke. This bodhisattva ancient tree could likely be considered as rare in existence as a phoenix feather and unicorn horn even in the entire Dou Qi continent. It is likely that the old me would not have lived until today if I was aware of it. Old Yan involuntarily laughed when he heard this. Xiao Yan was also somewhat embarrassed when he heard old Yan's response. He was indeed a little hasty in asking this. Forget about the other party not knowing about it. Even if he did know, how would it be possible for him to reveal this secret that could be considered priceless? From the looks of it, it is difficult to obtain that bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Xiao Yan sighed somewhat regretfully. If it is just the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, it is not as difficult as what Mr. Yan imagines. Old Yan laughed when he heard this. What does old Yan mean? Xiao Yan hurriedly asked while feeling startled. Koko, don't misunderstand, our 1000 medicinal shop will definitely not have the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. However, I have heard there is coincidentally an item in the large-scale auction that is held by the Black Emperor sect this time around. Old Yan smiled as he vaguely spoke. A wild joy suddenly surged from the eyes of Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor when they heard these words. It was unexpected that the thing that they were unable to find for such a long time would actually appear in this place. They were indeed correct to have come to this Black Emperor city. This news is something that I have acquired through some channels and should be true. However, it is likely that it will be very difficult for you to obtain this bodhisattva body transformation saliva from the auction. Old Yan voiced his thoughts. Although the bodhisattva body transformation saliva effects are far inferior compared to the bodhisattva heart, there are still many factions and experts who covet it. This is because it is rumored that as long as one obtains some of the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, one would be able to obtain information regarding the bodhisattva heart. Bodhisattva heart? Shock surfaced within Xiao Yan's eyes when he heard this. He immediately frowned and said, "Don't tell me that one would be able to obtain the information of the bodhisattva heart by just obtaining the bodhisattva body transformation saliva?" Although no one knew whether the information related to the bodhisattva heart was true, the allure of a Dou Shang was too frightening. Even if there was only a 1 in 1,000 chance, it was likely that it would attract a countless number of envious eyes. Koko, this is something that the old me is not certain of. I cannot ascertain whether this information is true. After all, no one knows if this is news that the Black Emperor sect purposefully spread in order to advertise their auction. The old me has seen many such tactics. Old Yan shook his head as he replied. Xiao Yan nodded. These tactics of auctions were extremely common. However, regardless of whether the bodhisattva body transformation saliva was related to the bodhisattva heart, he must obtain it in order to help the little fairy doctor control the woeful poison body. Old Yan, thank you very much for telling me this. Xiao Yan cupped his hand to Old Yan and spoke with a courteous smile. He made a decision in his heart and did not stay much longer. What is Mr. Yan saying? You have suffered a loss by using a Dou spirit pill to exchange for these 3 medicinal ingredients. Treat this as additional reimbursement. Old Yan smiled while he responded. He was quite satisfied with Xiao Yan's polite attitude. Young people these days were unavoidably haughty once they possessed some strength. The impression Xiao Yan gave him was quite good. Otherwise, given his character, he would not be in the mood to reveal so much secret information. Koko, this information is sufficient to make up for 1 Dou spirit pill. Xiao Yan smiled and replied. This conversation with Old Yan allowed him to gain a rough understanding of the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, something he was completely ignorant of previously. It also allowed him to gain knowledge of the mysterious bodhisattva heart. The importance of this information was not inferior to that of a Dou spirit pill in Xiao Yan's eyes. I still have some matters to attend to today and shall take my leave. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will come and trouble the two of you again." Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands to Old Yan and Owner Yao. After which, he ceased staying any longer. He turned his body around and headed down the stairs while the little fairy doctor and Zi Yan followed close behind. "Mr. Yan, you should be careful of that Qishan if you wish to stay in the city," Owner Yao suddenly spoke when Xiao Yan was about to descend the stairs. "Thank you for your reminder." Xiao Yan paused his footsteps, waved to the two of them and laughed. He slowly descended the stairs and disappeared from the sight of Owner Yao and Old Yan. Old Yan slowly withdrew his gaze after seeing the backs of Xiao Yan's group disappear. He shook his head and said, "Looks like he possesses great interest for that bodhisattva body transformation saliva. However, there are far too many large factions that are also interested in this thing." Those two simple words, Dou Qi, are enough to cause many people to go crazy. Although this person is young, his strength is not weak. Moreover, the little purple-haired girl and the white-clothed lady beside him should also not be ordinary people. The Qi method I practice is unusually sensitive to this kind of thing. The pressure that those two people gave me earlier was not the least bit inferior to this, Mr. Yan. Owner Ya shook her head. She muttered with a gentle smile, "Perhaps he might really be able to successfully obtain it, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 829, Black Emperor Pavilion. Chapter 829, Black Emperor Pavilion. Xiao Yan softly exhaled after walking out of the Thousand Medicinal House. He studied the human traffic that was coming and going. He turned his head to look at the little fairy doctor by his side as he laughed. "It seems that we did not come in vain this time around. We unexpectedly managed to obtain some news of the bodhisattva body transformation saliva here." The little fairy doctor grinned. Her heart was also a little excited. Out of the three conditions required to control the woeful poison body, the bodhisattva body transformation saliva was the one that was hardest to find. Now, they had actually managed to gain information about it in this place. If they could get their hands on it during the auction, it would not be long until they could control the woeful poison body. However, it won't be an easy thing to obtain the bodhisattva body transformation saliva in the auction. The little fairy doctor recalled what that old Yan had said earlier before frowning and sighing. Although a simple bodhisattva body transformation saliva might not cause too many experts and factions to desire it, that mysterious bodhisattva heart behind it was something that would cause anyone to become crazy. Therefore, it would definitely not be an easy task to obtain the bodhisattva body transformation saliva amid an auction filled with experts. We'll try our best. If it is really not possible, we can also do some shady things. Xiao Yan spread his hands and laughed. Back then, he had quietly attacked and killed the junior sect leader of the blood sect in order to obtain the map fragment of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Killing people and snatching the treasure was basically something that was only too common in the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan clearly knew in his heart that there was definitely quite a number of people in this Black Emperor city who possessed the same thoughts as him. Hence, even if someone really succeeded in auctioning off the bodhisattva body transformation saliva, it was likely extremely difficult for that person to successfully take it away without possessing genuine abilities and strength. The little fairy doctor was slightly startled when she heard the words of Xiao Yan. On the other hand, the face of Zi Yan by the side was filled with excitement. It seemed that she was extremely keen about this kind of thing. Of course, this is the last tactic to be used. However, now we will still follow the rules. Once we have found somewhere to rest, I will need to begin refining some high-tier medicinal pills. Otherwise, how will we bid against the people in the auction? According to my guess, it is likely that the Black Emperor sect will definitely not auction this so-called bodhisattva body transformation saliva for gold coins. Most likely, they want to exchange it for something. After all, something of this level is too valuable. It is difficult for gold to measure its worth. Xiao Yan smiled and voiced his thoughts. Yes. The little fairy doctor nodded in agreement when she heard his words. She immediately whispered, "Thank you very much." She knew that Xiao Yan was putting in an incredible amount of effort in order to resolve the woeful poison body. His acts of giving without repayment caused her heart to be filled with gratitude. "Why are you saying all these polite words to me now? Back then, I said that I would help you control your woeful poison body, and I will naturally do what I said." Xiao Yan was stunned before he spoke with a bright smile. The little fairy doctor gently bit her lower red lip as she slightly nodded. She did not say anything else as her heart softly muttered, "I will remember this favor and will definitely repay you in the future." After suppressing the thought that lingered deep in her heart, the little fairy doctor revealed a smile. She swept her gaze over the street and softly asked, "Where should we go next?" "Let's go to the so-called Black Emperor Pavilion. This Black Emperor city is currently dangerous from being filled with people. We need to first find a place to stay before we can refine medicinal pills. Xiao Yan voiced his thoughts. We are still heading for the Black Emperor Pavilion? That old fellow from earlier is someone from the Black Emperor sect. Isn't it not very good if we were to head there? The little fairy doctor spoke with some hesitation when she heard this. There is nothing to worry about. With our strength, it is likely that the sect leader of the Black Emperor sect will not come and find trouble with us just because of a minor grudge as long as he is not a fool. The little fairy doctor randomly nodded when she heard Xiao Yan's insistence. She was merely giving a reminder and did not feel much fear toward for this Black Emperor sect. Being an elite Dou zone, she could head anywhere on the entire Dou Qi continent. The Black Emperor sect was not quite enough to cause her to feel afraid. Xiao Yan randomly inquired about the directions to the Black Emperor Pavilion from a passerby after seeing that the little fairy doctor had no objection. After which, he led the other two on a slow walk to the center of the city. The Black Emperor Pavilion was a place that was specifically used by the Black Emperor city to entertain some of the renowned experts from the Black Corner region, but the people who were able to receive an invitation and stay in it were all experts who possessed a reputation within the Black Corner region, or they were the heads of a certain faction. There were guards from the Black Emperor sect guarding a radius of around 100 meters from where the Black Emperor Pavilion was located. An ordinary person would be immediately expelled the moment they approached. By the time Xiao Yan's group had appeared at the Black Emperor Pavilion, the place had filled with many people. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these people who were clustered here were those who possessed quite a great strength. It is indeed worthy of being a place entertains the strong. Those who could enter here are all extraordinary. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the human figures who occasionally passed. He was quietly in awe. Within this less than 100-meter distance, he had sensed 2 expert Dou Huangs and 7 Dou Wangs. Of course, most of the people were weaker than him. It was likely that they should be the servants of some faction leaders. There was a guard wall that the Black Emperor sect had placed not far from the Black Emperor Pavilion. A blue-robed, old man was standing there with a smile. This person seemed to have quite a high position within the Black Emperor sect. The various experts who had arrived would smile and greet him on sight. Only then would they be allowed to enter the grounds. Xiao Yan's group followed the human flow. When they were just about to enter, that blue-robed, old man continued to smile as he stepped forward. His gaze swept over Xiao Yan's group, and he spoke with a courteous voice. This place is where the Black Emperor sect entertains VIPs. May I know if you have the tablet? Xiao Yan's gaze gently swept over this blue-robed, old man in front of him and discovered that he was also an expert Dou Huang. Moreover, his level was around that of 6 or 7 stars. This kind of strength could be considered a renowned strong person in the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan cupped his hands to the blue-robed old man as this thought flashed in his heart. After which, he handed over the tablet that was given by that elder at the city's entrance. The blue-robed old man received the tablet and the smile on his face grew wider. His gaze carefully swept over Xiao Yan's group before he smiled and said, "The old me is an elder of the Black Emperor sect, Che Chang. The 3 of you look unfamiliar. May I inquire about your names?" Yan Xiao, an unknown person. I have just entered the Black Corner region not long ago. I hurried here to join in the fun after hearing that the Black Emperor city was going to hold a large-scale auction. Xiao Yan faintly smiled and spoke after appearing to have sensed the surveying gaze of that blue-robed old man. Haha, those who are able to obtain our Black Emperor sect's tablet are definitely not unknown people. Little friend Yan Xiao really knows how to joke. Che Chang smiled. He was naturally not going to believe Xiao Yan's words. At the very least, he sensed that this young person in front of him had a strength that was at least at the Dou Huang class. Moreover, he was unable to ascertain anything about the big and small women behind him despite his eyesight. Elder Che, may we enter? Xiao Yan was unwilling to remain in this place where people came and went for long. Hence, he smiled and asked a question after speaking a couple of words. This is only naturally. Young friend Yan Xiao, there will be someone to lead you to your room once you enter the Black Emperor Pavilion. Please. Che Chang smiled and nodded. He leaned his body slightly forward before moving aside to reveal the path behind him. Xiao Yan let out a slight smile. He moved his feet and walked into the building. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan followed close behind. A cry suddenly sounded from behind them just as they had entered. Elder Fong Yan from the Demon Flame Valley has arrived. The cry that suddenly sounded caused quite a number of people present to pause. Their gazes carried some surprise as they glanced at a spot a short distance away. A large group of people were swiftly heading over from there. There was a red-haired old man who wore simple clothes in the leader's spot. He was striding over in a quick manner. It is unexpected that the person leading the group from the Demon Flame Valley is actually this old fellow Fong Yan. Haha, looks like they should be here with the aim of obtaining the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Otherwise, since this old fellow's strength is about to break through to the Dou Zone class, he would definitely not travel such a great distance to come here. Looks like there will be a good show to watch this time around. There are already quite a number of top-tier factions gathered in this Black Emperor city. Moreover, there are quite a number of experts with great strength. No one knows just how many experts will lose their lives because of that so-called Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Sounds of private conversations immediately appeared from the human traffic around Xiao Yan as people stared at the red-haired old man. Is that the people from the Demon Flame Valley? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and observed the red-haired old man. Surprise flashed across his eyes. He could sense that the strength of this first elder from the Demon Flame Valley was actually at the peak of the Dou Huang class. It seemed that he had already taken half a step into the Dou Zone class. This kind of strength was comparable with even Han Feng back then. Xiao Yan's eyes turned from the red-haired old man to the few people beside him. He discovered that the few cold and indifferent-looking old men were all at the Dou Huang class. Their strengths were not any weaker than that fourth elder Xiao Yan finished off a couple of days ago. No wonder this Demon Flame Valley is able to fight with the Jianan Academy. Their strength is indeed strong. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's face. He quietly spoke to himself after seeing this lineup of the Demon Flame Valley. The grey-robed person who was walking at the back seems to be a little strange. The little fairy doctor by his side softly whispered while Xiao Yan was deep in thought. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. His gaze moved before finally resting on the last person in the Demon Flame Valley's group. There was a human figure completely wrapped in a grey robe there. Xiao Yan's eyes had scanned that person earlier. However, his aura was far too weak, to the point that he did not pay him much attention. Now that the little fairy doctor had pointed him out, Xiao Yan finally sensed an extremely strange yet somewhat familiar feeling from him. This feeling caused Xiao Yan to knit his eyebrows together. He mused for a moment, but did not think of any clues. All he could do was to shake his head and give up. A coldness flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as his gaze once again swept over First Elder Fang Yan, who was chatting and smiling with the elder from the Black Emperor sect. He immediately turned and walked into the Black Emperor pavilion without staying any longer. The moment Xiao Yan turned his body, the last grey-robed person at the back of the group from the Demon Flame Valley raised his head after having sensed something. A pair of dense and violent eyes peered out from under the grey robe. He stared at Xiao Yan's back as an uncertainty flashed through his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 830, Trouble That Comes Knocking at the Door. Chapter 830, Trouble That Comes Knocking at the Door. Being able to be the place where experts and the leaders from the many factions were settled by the Black Emperor sect, the Black Emperor Pavilion was unusually luxurious. Xiao Yan's group clicked their tongues and praised when they entered through its incomparably large door and looked into the spacious arena-sized hall. This Black Emperor sect could really afford to spend. The hall of the current Black Emperor Pavilion was extremely noisy and lively. There were quite a number of human figures sitting in scattered groups. Great attention was given to the spots where these people sat. Only familiar people and those belonging to the same factions would cluster together. Some of those people seating on individual tables were the lone warriors that roamed the Black Corner region, but the strength of these kinds of people were usually quite strong. Their characters were also a little eccentric. It was a common matter for them to draw their weapons and face each other should they have a disagreement. The unique characteristic of the Black Corner region was chaos. This point was not the least bit diminished even in this Black Emperor Pavilion. Due to this place having gathered most of the experts and factions in the Black Corner region, it was unavoidable that there would be some enemies among these people. Therefore, it was only natural that conflicts would erupt once these people met. The most effective method in resolving a conflict was to openly fight each other. Therefore, one would occasionally be able to hear the clear sound of metal colliding with metal in this incomparably large hall. These people might be fighting, but it was clear that they still held some reasoning and knew whose place this belonged to. No one would be bothered about a small fight or argument. However, if the matter escalated until the point where the building would be torn down or worse, it was likely that those Black Emperor sex experts who were hiding in the shadows would immediately intervene. Xiao Yan's three-man group stood at the entrance and studied the hall where fierce bloody battles would occasionally occur. They involuntarily shook their heads after hearing the waves of cheers from the surrounding observers who were enjoying the show. This Black Corner region really did not have the semblance of a peaceful atmosphere. A pretty female servant quickly walked over not long after Xiao Yan's group entered the Black Emperor Pavilion. She bowed and received the tablet that the three of them had obtained. She inspected it before informing the three of them about the location of their room with a smile. This black demon pavilion was extremely large and could accommodate thousands of people. The location where people would reside was divided into 3 categories: sky, earth, and human, based on their strength or the factions behind them. The area where Xiao Yan's group stayed was neither high nor low. It was the earth area. Xiao Yan was unconcerned about such division. From the way he looked at it, it was sufficient as long as he was provided with a chamber to refine medicinal pills without being disturbed. Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to return to his room since it was still early. Hence, he rejected the offer of the female servant to lead them to their room. He dismissed her before leading the little fairy doctor and Zi Yan, whose face was filled with excitement from the lively atmosphere around, slowly through the incomparably large hall. The 3 of them passed through this large noisy hall before finding a table beside a window where they could sit down. One could coincidentally see the lush green woods outside from this spot. A cool breeze blew over and caused the noisiness that lingered beside their ears to become much fainter. The 3 of them had just sat down when a female servant delivered tea in an extremely respectful manner. Such service was really flawless. It appeared that the Black Emperor's sect had put in quite a lot of effort for these experts who came from all over the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan sat in a chair and lifted his teacup. However, his heart was repeatedly recalling the grey-robed person whom he had saw earlier. Due to the grey robe covering that person, Xiao Yan was unable to clearly see even a little of his appearance. The reason why he was able to feel a vaguely familiar feeling could only be attributed to his sensitive spiritual perception. The aura of that person from earlier is extremely strange. Although it seems extremely weak, one could sense a thread of an unusual aura if one were to carefully feel for it. I have never felt this kind of feeling before. At the very least, I can tell that that grey-robed person is definitely not an ordinary person like he appears on the surface. The little fairy doctor softly spoke. She appeared to know what Xiao Yan was thinking in her heart while she observed Xiao Yan, who was frowning in deep thought. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. He had similarly sensed that that grey-robed person was a little too unusual. However, he was unable to recall just who among those whom he had met had given him this kind of foreign yet familiar feeling, no matter how he tried to remember. Moreover, under the scanning of his spiritual strength, he actually had some difficulty sensing the strength of the other party's spirit. This kind of feeling was just like an obscure fog that covered everything. Xiao Yan thought deeply for a long time, but still gained no clues. He could only sigh as quietly said to himself, "Perhaps I was mistaken." After comforting himself in his heart, Xiao Yan finally suppressed this matter. He withdrew his thoughts. He chatted and smiled with the little fairy doctor while paying attention to the noisy, large hall at the same time. Although this place was noisy and filled with people, it was the kind of place he would be able to obtain the information he needed. Xiao Yan did indeed hear quite a bit of information by eavesdropping. For example, other than the Demon Flame Valley, there were some other extremely old factions among the many large factions who had come to this auction. Some of the factions outside of the Black Corner region also received some information and had dispatched experts to hurry to the Black Corner region. While Xiao Yan was doing this, he had also heard of an extremely familiar faction, Xiao Gate. Even with Xiao Yan's calmness, he was stunned for quite a while after hearing its name for the first time. He involuntarily let out a smile. It was unexpected that the faction he had established by chance would actually advance to a first-rate faction under his second brother's development and the support of the Jianan Academy. Through this, it also ended up possessing the qualification to participate in this kind of large-scale auction. If the Xiao Gate is also participating in this auction, it is likely that they should also be residing in the Black Demon Pavilion. Xiao Yan muttered in his heart. He did not immediately plan to go and search for them. Currently, experts had gathered like clouds within the Black Emperor's city. Although Xiao Gate was developing extremely quickly, its foundation could not be compared with these ancient factions. Hence, keeping a low profile was a good thing. Moreover, if he was hidden in the shadows, he would be able to lend an unexpected hand should any accidents happen to the Xiao Gate. But most of what Xiao Yan heard while he listened was information pertaining the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. It seemed that this thing was an advertisement that did not cost much. Other than Xiao Yan and a couple of others, most of the people knew that the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva would be one of the most sought-after treasures in this large-scale auction. Most of the people's tones were filled with a wild heat when they mentioned the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, much less the natural spiritual object, the Bodhisattva heart. Just a simple Bodhisattva body transformation saliva was able to cause quite a number of people to become jealous. After all, as long as one consumed this thing, one would be able to improve his constitution. This improvement in constitution had quite a great allure to everyone. No one would expect that Xiao Yan's body had already reached a point where there was no need for any improvement. It seems we were really slow in learning this. The things that we are unable to find for a long time, extremely common knowledge here. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his thoughts before sighing to the little fairy doctor and Zhu Yan. In order to obtain this bodhisattva body transformation saliva, they had spent around half a year on the long journey from the Chu Yun Empire to the Black Corner region only to receive nothing. However, almost everyone knew what the bodhisattva body transformation saliva was in this place. The little fairy doctor also slightly smiled after hearing this. She immediately said, "There are still 3 days until the auction begins. It is likely that there will be even more factions and experts rushing over to the Black Emperor city during these 3 days. This Black Corner region is not a place that the Chu Yun Empire or the Jiama Empire can compare with. The number of experts is so far apart." Xiao Yan nodded his head. The Black Corner region was close to the middle of the Dou Qi continent. Due to the special atmosphere of this place, a countless number of stolen items appeared here. Those things would be difficult to auction outside of this region. By being carried by the ability to exchange such things, this Black Corner region was naturally not what those areas near the desolated areas like the Jiama Empire and Chu Yun Empire could compare with. "Let's go, it's quite late already. We will rest for one night. Tomorrow, I will begin to refine some medicinal pills that we can take out. Otherwise, what will we use to compete with those people in the auction?" Xiao Yan's eyes swept to the window to check the weather outside before placing down the teacup in his hand. He suggested with a smile to them. "Yes." The little fairy doctor nodded. The 3 of them stood up from their table. They were just about to turn around when the hall suddenly became chaotic. After which, a big group of large men with faces filled with ill intent walked toward them in a fierce manner. Xiao Yan frowned and glanced at those large men only to find a wolf tattoo. He was slightly startled. It seemed that the 10+ people whom he had randomly finished off back at the entrance of the city also possessed this kind of marking. "Looks like there will be some slight trouble." The little fairy doctor glanced over and carelessly spoke. Xiao Yan nodded. Since the other party had already come looking for him, he was in no hurry to leave. He sat back into his chair amid numerous surprised gazes. His eyes were calm as they watched the group of large men surge over. There were many experts within this Black Emperor pavilion. It was a good thing to keep a low profile. However, continuously dodging would invite even more trouble. This time around, it might be a good chance to kill the main party and silence the others. The group of large men with fierce auras naturally attracted quite a number of eyes from those in the hall. Some immediately emitted surprised gasps. "What? It is unexpected that even Kuei Sha and that fellow have come to the Black Emperor city. It was rumored that a 1-star Dou Huang was killed by this fellow not long ago. The Kuei Wolf Gang are all ruthless. I don't know how that brat offended them, but it is likely that he will experience some hardship today." The large shirtless man filled with a fierce aura, like a bloodthirsty wolf, came to the side of Xiao Yan's group's table under the focus of many eyes. Bang! A large leg was violently swung over and smashed the table where the 3 of them were located. Wood splinters flew. The middle-aged man whose face had a couple scars was an exceptionally gloomy person. His eyes were like knives as they swept over Xiao Yan before a dense voice resounded over this region of the hall. "Little bastard! Are you the one who killed someone from my Kuei Wolf Gang back at the city's entrance? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 831, White-Clothed Person. Chapter 831, White-Clothed Person. The table burst apart and wood flew in all directions. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little. His hand was still holding a teacup, acting like the surface of a calm lake without even the hint of a ripple. Xiao Yan raised his eyes to the face of the fierce-looking middle-aged man. He glanced at the latter and slowly replied, "They are but some dregs. It's nothing killing them." Those surrounding people were slightly surprised when they heard Xiao Yan straight up admit to the matter. Their hearts immediately came to a sudden understanding. It seemed that this young person was not some ordinary person. Otherwise, he would be a fool to be bold enough to say such words in this place. The fierce glint in the eyes of the shirtless men immediately soared upon hearing Xiao Yan say these words. Their eyes carried a savageness as they stared at Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it appeared as though they would hack the latter into pieces as long as the middle-aged man gave the order. "Brat, you are really haughty. It is just as you have said. Most of those people with inferior strength are dregs and killing them is nothing. Unfortunately, there was a disappointing nephew of mine among that group of dregs. Why don't you tell me how to settle this matter?" The face of that middle-aged man trembled as he spoke with a dense, cold voice that was filled with an unhidden killing intent. Xiao Yan raised his eyes slightly when he heard this. He immediately took a gentle sip from his teacup in front of everyone and faintly responded, "Even if I knew beforehand, I would have definitely not have held back." Everyone around him let out an uproar at Xiao Yan's words. At the same time, his words caused the expression of this middle-aged man in front of him to turn gloomy. In man's fury, he gradually became much calmer. By remaining calm in such a situation, the man thought that Xiao Yan either possessed an extremely great strength or that there was a large faction behind him. The middle-aged man suppressed the surge of killing intent within his heart as these thoughts appeared. His gaze slowly swept over Xiao Yan and he spoke in a dark and cold voice, "Gang leader Kuei Sha from the Kuei Wolf Gang. Brat, if you are able to show me a faction behind you that even I am afraid of, I will swallow this loss myself. There is no need to probe. Relax, the three of us are alone and do not have any faction behind us. Therefore, you need not worry." Xiao Yan smiled and replied upon hearing his words. Laughter immediately erupted from the large hall when Xiao Yan's words sounded. The corner of Kuei Sha's mouth twitched under this kind of ridiculing laughter. The killing intent in his eyes surged. Chie. 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 Kuei Sha's body suddenly moved as the killing intent in his heart surged. He raised his right leg and formed a half-rotated shape in mid-air. His right leg carried a fierce wind as it tore through the air. It violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head in a furious manner. This vicious attitude of Kuei Sha, where he attacked as he pleased, caused quite a number of people to let out an exclamation. It was indeed as the rumors had said. He was a thorough meat grinder. Xiao Yan did not even raise his eyes in the face of this fierce attack by Kuei Sha. His right hand gently swung out and instantly collided with Kuei Sha's right leg. A low boom sounded and a wind ripple spread out, causing the surrounding tables to blast apart. The hand and leg separated upon contact. Xiao Yan's body did not even move a little. However, the chair he was sitting in suddenly shattered into powder. On the other hand, Kuei Sha took a couple of heavy steps back. The strength of both parties was immediately obvious after this short exchange. This brat is actually an expert Dou Huang? This short exchange had exposed Xiao Yan's strength. A threat of shock surged in all of the eyes in the hall. It was not that there were no expert Dou Huangs in the Black Corner region. It was just that there were hardly any as young as Xiao Yan. Usually speaking, the earlier one reached the Dou Huang class, the greater that person's training talent and potential. A sharp-eyed person would know that for someone of Xiao Yan's age, he would definitely have the chance to become an elite Dou Zong in the future if he was given enough time. Should he be blessed with enough luck, it was not impossible for him to even become an elite Dou Zun. The face of Kuei Sha, who had stabilized his body, also revealed a shocked expression. He never expected Xiao Yan to be an expert Dou Huang in the same class as him. Moreover, from the exchange earlier, it seemed that Xiao Yan's level was even a little higher than him. Kuei Sha had difficulty sensing Xiao Yan's true strength given his 3-star Dou Huang strength. It was due to his class that caused him to be this arrogant with his earlier words. I am really blind this time around. Kuei Sha inhaled a deep breath of cold air within his heart. At this moment, a basin of cold water had splashed over the killing intent that had filled his heart. When he received the news earlier, he was overcome by anger and led his people over without giving it more thought. Yet, the other party's strength was actually this frightening. Kuei Sha's expression alternated between green and white under the many gazes. Thoughts swiftly flew through his heart. A moment later, he withdrew the fierce aura from his body, cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan, and spoke with a deep voice, I admit that I am no match for you. I will remember this grudge in my heart and will come force you to repay me in the future. After saying this, he waved his hand and led his people to leave in a somewhat miserable manner. However, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke after Kuei Sha turned his body. What does gang leader Kuei Sha treats me as? Someone you can attack as you wish? And leave as you wish? There was still a couple of days left until the auction began. If he wanted to obtain silence during this period of time, he would need to reveal some skill. Since Kuei Sha had taken the initiative to deliver himself, it was only natural that Xiao Yan would not allow him to leave as he pleased. It would really be a waste if he let off this kind of people that had delivered himself to show his might. Kuei Sha's body paused. He looked at Xiao Yan and found that the latter's eyes were similarly flickering with killing intent. What do you want? This is the area of the Black Emperor sect. Kuei Sha said. His expression slightly changed when he sensed the killing intent in Xiao Yan's eyes. Receive 3 punches from her. You can leave if you succeed. Otherwise, you will die. Xiao Yan pointed toward Ziyan by his side as he spoke with a faint voice. Ziyan was initially a little startled when she saw Xiao Yan's finger pointing at her. After which, an eager and excited expression immediately surged on her face. Numerous gazes around Xiao Yan followed his finger and looked over. Strange expressions immediately surged on their faces when they saw the cute jade carving like Ziyan. This fellow was actually asking a little girl to attack Kuei Sha. Kuei-sha was similarly stunned for a while due to this. A fury surged within his heart as he laughed. I can receive 3 punches from you. There is no need for a little girl to come out. Otherwise, I might end up getting into trouble after she is beaten to death. Xiao Yan ignored him. He turned his head and spoke with a smile to Ziyan, do it. There is no need to hold back. Ziyan vigorously nodded her little head. Her 10 fingers crossed tightly together and she pressed them down slightly. A cracking sound was emitted from her bones. Finally, she took small steps toward Kuei-sha. This is entirely your own fault. The old me does not have the hobby of respecting the elderly and loving the young. You are to blame if anything happens to her. The fury in Kuei-sha's heart surged when he saw Ziyan walking toward him, so he grit his teeth and spoke to Xiao Yan. Ziyan arrived in front of Kuei-sha while the latter spoke. Her large gem-like eyes glanced at this large man who was 3 times her size. After which, she clenched her small fist and smashed it toward Kuei-sha in front of many mocking gazes. Ziyan's attack caused an air explosion sound to suddenly appear within the large hall. The many noisy voices suddenly ceased. Numerous gazes stared at the curved indentation that had appeared in the air when that small fist was waved. Kuei-sha's face instantly changed the moment the sound of a sonic boom appeared. The Dou Qi within his body surged out at almost the same time. Kuei-sha did not have the time to catch his breath after the Dou Qi surged out when Ziyan's fist arrived at his body. A frightening energy that came from all directions came pouring out like floodwater. Grug! The Dou Qi that lingered on the surface of his body was torn apart by the frightening strength on that little fist. Ziyan's fist landed firmly on his chest and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted in front of the many stunned gazes. The fresh blood formed a blood fog in the air while Kuei-sha's body seemed to be like a sandbag that had suffered a heavy blow as he flew back. The tables he made contact with along the way were turned into powder. He flew in this manner for dozens of meters before violently colliding with an enormous pillar. The entire large hall swayed slightly at that moment. The entire place was completely silent. All the gazes solidified on Ziyan and Kuei-sha, whose mouth continued to spit out fresh blood. No one had expected that the small body of the little girl would hide such a frightening strength. Numerous gazes turned to Xiao Yan, whose face contained a smile since the start. Their hearts increasingly felt that the latter was mysterious. At the moment, the hearts of most people had already pasted a danger sign on that smiling face of Xiao Yan. One really could not judge a person by his appearance in this black corner region. Ziyan did not stop after sending Kuei-sha flying with a punch. Her toes pressed on the ground and her body shot out explosively like a cannonball. Her fist was once again tightly clenched as she ruthlessly charged towards the seriously injured Kuei-sha. A fear immediately flashed across Kuei-sha's eyes when he saw this action of Ziyan. He let out a loud cry, "Young Master Mo, save me." Ziyan's body flashed and arrived like a swallow just as his voice sounded. A clear laugh suddenly sounded within the large hall when her fist was about to strike again. "Cuckoo, this young lady, why do you need to use such vicious attacks? No deaths can appear in the Black Emperor Pavilion." A white figure suddenly rushed out in a ghost-like manner after the laughter sounded. He immediately appeared in front of Kuei-sha, curled his hands and rotated them in a strange manner. One could see Ziyan's figure slipping past him, and she nearly fell due to her being caught off guard. Ziyan stabilized her body. A fury surfaced on her small face. After bouncing on her toes, her body furiously charged toward the white-clothed person who had appeared. The white-clothed person smiled faintly upon seeing Ziyan ferociously charge over. Both of his hands once again twisted in a strange manner. His hand was extended and bent. He grabbed both of Ziyan's fist and gently dragged her before suddenly pushing her forward. This white-clothed person seemed to specialize in dealing with brute force. Not only was Ziyan's attack stopped by him, but he still possessed the excess strength to counterattack. This push may appear gentle, but the strength within it was quite fierce. It was likely that Ziyan would be forced back by over a dozen steps should she be unable to dodge it. Moreover, she might even suffer some injuries. Left in midair, it was only natural that it was extremely troublesome for Ziyan to dodge. The other party's experience seemed to be extremely rich. He had basically sealed off Ziyan's retreat path when he attacked. In that instant, Ziyan actually had no means of escaping. A black figure flashed and appeared in an unusual manner when the pushing hand of the white-clothed person was used. The former's hand grabbed Ziyan's body and pulled her back while his 5 fingers were tightly clenched, carrying a hot wind as his hand violently shot out. The fist collided with the pushing hand that contained a hidden force, emitting a muffled sound. The wind spread and both parties took a step back. Xiao Yan placed Ziyan down and slowly raised his head. His eyes looked toward the white-clothed person who had attacked and a chill flashed across his dark black pupils. "Aren't you going a little too overboard to use such a heavy attack on a little girl, Ut?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 832, Emoya. Chapter 832, Emoya. The white-clothed person who had appeared in front of Kuei Sha had the appearance of someone who was quite young. He appeared only to be about 26 to 27. His clothes were as white as snow. There was a dashing and outstanding feeling created when his white clothes fluttered. The white-clothed man's face was extremely handsome, and this handsomeness carried a little feminine demeanor. His somewhat thin lips curled while the corner of his mouth contained a faint smile. Although the smile gave one a friendly feeling, that feminine demeanor caused Xiao Yan to be somewhat displeased. The white-clothed man who had appeared swiftly became the center of attention of the entire hall. Some surprise flashed across everyone's eyes after seeing this person. It seemed that they were somewhat surprised about why this person had appeared. It is actually the junior sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Emoya? Unexpectedly, even he has been disturbed by this matter and has appeared. I heard that this Emoya is not even 30 years old, but he has already reached a 6-star Do Huang. His current strength is one that even some of the elders within the sect have difficulty contending with. What a frightening training talent! It is rumored that there is great expectations for him from within the Black Emperor sect. It is likely that this person has a very good chance of reaching the Do Zone class. A thought flashed through Xiao Yan's heart just as the private conversations sounded around him. He narrowed his eyes and swept them over the white-clothed man on the other side. His heart was surprise. Other than that fellow who had come to fetch Xun Er from the Jianan Academy, it was likely that this person was the youngest expert Do Huang whom Xiao Yan had seen. Of course, Lin Xiuya, Lin Yan, and Lu Yicheng also possessed excellent training talent. Although the three of them had yet to reach the Do Huang class, their ages were a little younger than this white-clothed man in front of him. No one could guarantee whether they would advance to the Do Huang class within a couple of years. If one were to really make a comparison, their talents would not be much weaker than this person in front of him. However, no matter how one put it, anyone who was able to reach the Do Huang class at this age were definitely a true genius. By relying on just this white-clothed young man did indeed possess the capital to look down on everyone. While Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart at the strength of the white-clothed man, quite a big wave rose in the latter's heart. After that split-second exchange earlier, he could tell that this black-robed, young man who appeared to be much younger than him was also a genuine expert Do Huang. This caused his heart to feel some discomfort. Since he was young, he had been growing with voices describing his genius self. The sect had treated him as the sect leader's groomed successor. During these years, the sect had used an unknown amount of natural treasures on him. Their aim was to give him the chances to reach the Do Zone class. He did not disappoint anyone. After being given a countless number of natural treasures, he had successfully advanced to the Do Huang class before he was 30. Reaching the Do Huang class before he was 30 was a matter that Emoya was most proud of. This was because those elders in the sect were at least 40 to 50 years old before they reached the Do Huang class. Their potential to continue to grow was far inferior to him. However, that pride in his heart had suffered a blow for the first time today. The black-robed young man in front of him was clearly much younger than him. However, the strength that the former had revealed during the exchange earlier was clearly not much weaker than him. This kind of comparison caused him to suffer a little setback. Of course, this kind of feeling only lasted for an instant before it was swiftly suppressed by Emoya into the deep recesses of his heart. Being able to reach the Do Huang class at such a young age proved his outstandingness. It was quite difficult for some external factors to cause him some phobia or hindrance. Haha, this friend's words are too harsh. The young lady from earlier is not an ordinary person. If I do not use a little extra strength, it is likely that my ending would not be much different from this fellow. Emoya spoke with a smile as he gently waved his snow-white sleeves and cupped his hands to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan slightly frowned in the face of the gentle smile on Emoya's face. He pulled back the furious Ziyan, who had nearly embarrassed herself from being pushed away by the latter, before speaking in a faint voice. In that case, what is your intention for intervening? Are you with him? Friend, you have misunderstood. I am Emoya from the Black Emperor sect and am the person in charge of this Black Emperor pavilion. Originally, I should not intervene in this matter, but this place is one where the Black Emperor sect receives VIPs. It would indeed not be too good if this place sees blood. Therefore, I have intervened. Emoya smiled as he replied. In that case, why did you not intervene when he had come to find trouble with me earlier? Xiao Yan lifted the corner of his mouth in ridicule as he inquired. Emoya's eyes became slightly cold when he saw that Xiao Yan was pressing for answers. However, the smile on his face was still as gentle as the spring breeze. This friend, it is only too common for some small conflicts to occur within the Black Corner region. Please leave this matter be on my account. What do you say? Xiao Yan's eyes faintly swept over Kuei-Sha's body, which was slowly climbing up with great difficulty. The latter used his poisonous eyes to stare at Xiao Yan. However, the killing intent in Xiao Yan's heart was not the least bit reduced. Although this person was not very strong, he was a dangerous character. Now that they had formed an enmity, letting him off might end up resulting in some future suffering. However, if Xiao Yan were to take the latter's life now, it was likely that Emoya in front would intervene. Emoya might not cause Xiao Yan to be overly afraid. However, he knew that there was quite a number of experts from the Black Emperor sect, observing by the side of this Black Emperor pavilion. If he were really to fight with this Black Emperor sect's junior leader, it was likely that they would not simply stand idly by the side and watch. A fragrant wind slowly drifted from behind just as these thoughts flashed in his heart. Finally, it began to spread. Everyone braced their attention and turned their gazes over only to see the white-dressed little fairy doctor slowly walking over. Emoya looked at the graceful figure of the little fairy doctor. The latter's ethereal aura caused him to be slightly startled. An unusual color appeared in his eyes. Such a woman could be considered exquisite. It was far from what those with cosmetics could compare with. Forget it, this place is not suitable for a conflict. The little fairy doctor walked toward Xiao Yan's front and softly spoke to him. Xiao Yan was slightly startled when he heard this. Given the little fairy doctor's character, how was it possible for her to say such words? Xiao Yan's eyes carried some uncertainty as he turned his head and looked at the little fairy doctor. The latter was blinking her eyes without leaving a trace. Consider yourself lucky. Before you find trouble with someone next time, it would be best if you investigated clearly to avoid being wielded like a spear by someone else. Xiao Yan appeared to have understood something after seeing the little fairy doctor's manner. He nodded slightly and spoke to the poisonous-eyed Kuei-Sha with a cold smile. The corner of Kuei-Sha's eyes twitched when he heard Xiao Yan's words. The viciousness in his eyes grew even denser. Cuckoo, thank you miss for resolving this trouble. Emoya slightly smiled and cupped his hand toward the little fairy doctor. The little fairy doctor merely glanced indifferently at him in the face of his courteous gesture. After which, she withdrew her gaze and lowered her eyes. Emoya was slightly startled after being ignored by the little fairy doctor. He immediately felt embarrassed. It was the first time in so many years that he had received such treatment from a woman. The more this was the case, the greater the intensity of his heartbeat. May I know the name of this friend? You can come and look for me if you face any problems in the future. I do have some face within this Black Emperor sect. Emoya was not anxious despite the little fairy doctor not giving him the slightest chance to get close. He smiled slightly, turned his head to Xiao Yan and courteously laughed. Yan Xiao. Two simple words were spat out. Xiao Yan cupped his hands to Emoya and faintly said, Junior sect leader, since the matter here is over, I have some other matters to deal with and will take my leave. Xiao Yan did not wait for Emoya to respond after speaking. He lifted his leg and walked toward the residence area of the Black Emperor Pavilion. The little fairy doctor and Ziyan followed close behind him. Emoya gently inhaled a breath of the remaining fragrance as he studied the graceful figure that had walked by him. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into an unusual arc. Only such a woman could match his outstanding self. Young Master Mo, are you going to let them off in this manner? Kuei-Sha rubbed the blood trace from the corner of his mouth after watching Xiao Yan's group leaving. Finally, he questioned Emoya with a slightly furious voice. What else do you want to do? That little girl and Yan Xiao are both experts of the Dou Huang class. Even our Black Emperor sect cannot just randomly offend them as we please. Earlier, I only asked you to investigate the other party's background. Who would expect you to be so foolish and just attack? The smile on Emoya's face was slowly withdrawn as he spoke with a cold voice. What does young Master Mo plan to do? That brat just left as he pleased and clearly does not treat you with any importance. Kuei-Sha was dull momentarily before he clenched his teeth and spoke with a dark voice. Investigate their backgrounds first. Everything will be under my control as long as they are still in this Black Emperor city. Emoya faintly smiled. His hand gently grabbed the air and immediately sniffed. His heart muttered, I cannot easily give up on such a beauty. Xiao Yan's footsteps finally slowed after the three of them walked out of the large noisy hall. He turned his head to the depressed Ziyan and could not help but shake his head. He laughed, Are you feeling very displeased? Humph, why don't you attack and finish off that cheap-faced fellow? Ziyan turned her head and looked at the zero little fairy doctor angrily before snorting, if it was Kailin Jiejia, she would have just killed that fellow. The little fairy doctor slowly came to a stop upon hearing this. She looked at the helpless expression of Xiao Yan before softly speaking, Relax, that fellow will not be able to live for more than 3 days. Moreover, his death will be more miserable than being just killed. You have poisoned him? Xiao Yan asked with surprise. He had not sensed anything. A faint smile surfaced on the corner of the little fairy doctor's mouth. She nodded slightly and involuntarily laughed when she saw Xiao Yan's surprised. I am indeed inferior to you when it comes to refining pills. However, you are far beneath me when it comes to poison skills. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders. He naturally did not have the slightest doubt about this point. He had made his fortune with refining pills while the little fairy doctor did so by relying on poison. The two of them had traveled two different paths and had attained great achievements in their respective fields. It was naturally difficult to compare the both of them. However, it seems that the eyes that Imoya used to look at you were not quite right. You should pay a little more attention. Don't fall for his handsome looks. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled the eyes Imoya had used to look at the little fairy doctor. He involuntarily laughed. Little fairy doctor glanced at Xiao Yan. She took a slow step forward and her calm voice was transmitted over. If he dares to possess such a thought, I will just turn him into a cripple. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833, The Gathering of the Strong. Chapter 833, The Gathering of the Strong. Xiao Yan's three-man group followed the route that the female servant from earlier had described. They walked through the enormous Black Emperor Pavilion for a long while before finally finding the resting area that occupied a large space. This resting area retained a quiet environment. The lush green clusters around the buildings and the courtyard added a faint refreshing fragrance to the air braced his attention. This serene area caused Xiao Yan's group to feel extremely satisfied. The enormous residence area was divided into the sky, ground, and human categories. The human category rooms were for those experts or factions who possessed little reputation within the Black Corner region. Normally speaking, one would have the qualification to stay in this place as long as one reached the Dou Huang class. The ground category rooms were for those who had reached the Dou Huang class and some factions that possessed quite a great reputation within the Black Corner region. The sky category room was the most luxurious of them all. Those who could enter that area were all, without exception, well-known experts in the Black Corner region and some top-tier factions comparable to the Black Emperor sect. There were only a few countable people who fulfilled these two conditions in the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan's group took a few turns within the enormous residence area before arriving at the ground class area. They searched for their room number for a moment before finding their living quarters. Creak. The three of them gently pushed open the door before entering the room. Their gazes swept around it. They found that these quarters not only possessed a living room, but they also contained a couple side rooms. There was even a chamber that was specially meant to be used for training. Even with Xiao Yan's pickiness, his mouth emitted a clicking sigh when he saw the comprehensive quarters. Just look around freely. This can be considered our temporarily resting place for this period of time. Xiao Yan smiled at the little fairy doctor and took the lead to walk into the quarters. After which, he randomly found a seat and sat down in the living room. The little fairy doctor's gaze swept all over the place. After which, she walked to the center of the living room in front of Xiao Yan's and Ziyan's confused gazes. She took out a deep blue flower from her storage ring and inserted it into a flower vase. After doing all of this, she took out two Yaowan's pills from her storage ring and handed one to Xiao Yan and one to Ziyan. She softly said, "This is the soul-swallowing flower. The fragrance it emits causes one to faint. You will not be influenced by it if you consume this. It is best to be a little cautious when traveling outside." Xiao Yan observed that extremely beautiful blue flower with great interest after hearing this. He sighed emotionally and said, "Looks like the profanity of a poison master is not any less than that of an alchemist. Unless one has deeply studied poison, who would know that an inconspicuous flower that is displayed in this place would have such an effect?" Xiao Yan took the Yaowan as he spoke. He threw it into his mouth and turned his head to look at Ziyan, who was not very excited. He helplessly shook his head and asked, "Are you still bothered about that matter? That Imoya's strength is at most around a 6 to 7 star Do zone. However, the Qi method that the fellow practices has an exquisite effect of countering brute strength with leverage. It is only natural for you to suffer a disadvantage by being careless. Moreover, you did not use your full strength. If you use a vicious attack the next time you meet, I believe that the fellow's strength countering Do technique will not be able to completely remove all of your strength." Ziyan's little face began to look a little better after hearing Xiao Yan's comforting words. She softly snorted, "Allow me to go first the next time we meet. Anyone who dares to let this one be so embarrassed will not be let off easily. I think that you will have this chance." Xiao Yan laughed with a deeper meaning. He had a premonition that this fellow called Imoya would not simply appear in front of them just once. There might be quite a number of interactions with him in the future. Today, it is possible that that fellow had quietly instructed Kuei-sha to come and look for trouble with us. The little fairy doctor carelessly mentioned. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He muttered, "Don't tell me it is because of that Qi-shan? I'm not certain. However, we should be more careful regardless of the reason. This is after all still the territory of the Black Emperor sect. Moreover, I can vaguely sense that there are some auras within the Black Emperor Pavilion that even I can only vaguely sense. Clearly, they should be elite Dou zones." The little fairy doctor voiced her thoughts. Xiao Yan nodded and sighed. Looks like they have all come because of that bodhisattva body transformation saliva. We must be more careful when we do things in the future. Currently, strong people have gathered in this Black Emperor city. There will be endless amounts of trouble if something even goes slightly wrong. The little fairy doctor faintly nodded. Alright, it is quite later today. Let's rest first. I will still need to refine medicinal pills tomorrow. At that time, I will require the protection of the both of you. It will be somewhat troublesome should any activity be created that causes me to be interrupted. Xiao Yan discussed a little, stretched his lazy waist, and immediately stood up. Finally, he walked to a room. The little fairy doctor and Ziyan paused for a moment after hearing him before they eventually found their own room to rest in. A layer of a dark atmosphere covered a sky category room some distance from Xiao Yan's group while they all went to their rooms to rest. A couple of human figures were seated within this room with the red-haired old man attracting the most attention. It was surprisingly the first elder from the Demon Flame Valley whom Xiao Yan had saw during the day. There were a couple of old men with extraordinary strength seated beside him. They were likely the elders of the Demon Flame Valley. These couple of people possessed an extremely high position within the Demon Flame Valley. Other than the first elder, who was seated in a chair, the remaining people were all standing with their hands behind their backs at this moment. A human figure wrapped in a grey robe was quietly sitting in front of them. Mister, according to what I know, the Black Emperor City has attracted quite a number of old established factions within the Black Corner region, but moreover, the people that led their groups over were all renowned experts within the Black Corner region. It seems that they are also interested in possessing the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva at all cost. The red-haired first elder Fong Yan knit his brows and spoke in a somewhat respectful voice to the grey-robed person in front of him. The chief has said that we must obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva at all cost. Therefore, we will kill anyone who dares to obstruct us. A dense gaze slowly shot from the darkness under the grey robe. A hissing sound that caused one's body to feel a chill slowly reverberated within the room. Mister, you can rest assured that our Demon Flame Valley has sent out almost all our elites for the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Other than the fourth elders group, which still has not arrived, the remainder have already been appropriately arranged. Fong Yan spoke in a deep voice. Yes. However, mister, I have heard that the Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy have dispatched experts over this time around. Both factions are enemies with our Demon Flame Valley. If it is possible, we might need to request mister to act and capture all of them. Fong Yan hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Xiao Gate, the Jianan Academy. A low laugh that caused one's hairs to stand on end was suddenly transmitted from the grey robes when he heard these two names. A moment later, it turned into a hoarse savage laugh. Relax, none of them will escape. Fong Yan smiled when he heard this. He immediately frowned and said, looks like the attraction of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva is indeed very great. However, I don't understand why the Black Emperor sect would take out this kind of treasure to sell. If this thing is related to the Bodhisattva heart, why do they not leave it for themselves? It is not that they have never thought of searching for it by themselves. They just do not have that ability. Even though the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva and the Bodhisattva heart have a relationship, they do not have the qualification to find this relationship. At such a time, they might be able to exchange for something useful if they take it out to auction. Additionally, who knows whether those fellows have some other plans? The grey-robed person coldly laughed. Fong Yan nodded upon hearing this. He laughed. Mister is really experienced. Coco, I wonder if that Bodhisattva heart is really related to an elite Dou Shang. There are some things that it is best to remain ignorant of. Knowing more might instead be more dangerous. The grey robes moved slightly as a thread of illusionary aura that was accompanied by an icy cold voice drifted out. A cold sweat started to seep out of Fong Yan's forehead when he heard this. He hurriedly nodded his head. He felt somewhat afraid of this temperamental fellow in his heart. Since this is the case, I shall not disturb Mr. I will pay more attention to any news regarding the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva and will inform Mr. if I learn of any. Fong Yan stood up and spoke respectfully to the grey-robed person. You should also go and investigate just which experts have come. There is no need to pay attention to elite Dou Huangs. Those old demon Dou zones are the most troublesome ones. I think that they are not certain about whether this rumored bodhisattva body transformation saliva, but just the words Dou Shang are enough to get them to come out. The gray-robed person slowly spoke. Yes. Fang Yan respectfully replied. He waved his hand and led a couple of elders as they orderly left the room. After which, they gently shut the door. The room once again became quiet after the few people left. That gray-robed person quietly sat on the chair. His body did not move even a little. This continued for a while before a low muttering voice was emitted. Why is it that the back I saw today possesses somewhat familiar scent? Don't tell me that I have met him before? The gray robe gently moved as the mutter sounded. A hand was extended and grabbed the teacup. When it was about to make contact with the teacup, a light appeared on his hand, making it appear somewhat strange and illusory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 834, Two Women's Hidden Act. Chapter 834, Two Women's Hidden Act. When the first rays of the morning sunlight appeared the next day, the Black Emperor city, which had been quiet for the night, once again became noisy. Countless numbers of people began to gather in this city from the outside. The influence and attraction that had been created from the large-scale auction the Black Emperor sect was holding this year could be considered the greatest within the Black Corner region in a century. The promotion by the Black Emperor sect and the mystery of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva caused some extremely powerful people, who had not shown their faces in the Black Corner region for a long time, to make an exception and leave their retreats. Their destination was naturally the Black Emperor city, which had currently become the focus of attention within the Black Corner city. Quite a few people with keen senses faintly sensed a feeling of the calm before the storm that was quietly brewing within the Black Emperor city with so many experts currently gathering. This time around, it was likely that the Black Corner city would erupt into a soul-stirring big battle that had never been seen in the last 100 years. Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes when the morning sunlight radiated in. After one night of recuperation, his condition had already reached his peak. Dou Qi flowed like a mountain stream and the feeling of strength covered his limbs. It was as though his body would transform into a human-shaped machine as long as it moved, destroying everything around him. Xiao Yan leaped down from the bed and slowly walked out of his room. He saw that the little fairy doctor and Ziyan were already waiting in the living room. When will you begin refining pills? The little fairy doctor was able to sense the powerful circulation of Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body the moment the latter appeared. She naturally knew that Xiao Yan had recuperated for an entire night in order to refine pills today. I will begin now. The both of you needs to help protect me. Don't allow anyone to disturb me. The medicinal pills that I will be refining this time around are not ordinary. It is likely that quite a big commotion will be created when a pill is formed. There are many experts in this Black Emperor pavilion and it is likely difficult to completely hide everything. Xiao Yan spoke with a somewhat solemn expression. Yes. The little fairy doctor nodded slightly upon seeing Xiao Yan's expression. Xiao Yan randomly washed himself after giving some instructions. He had just entered the chamber when a knocking sound appeared from the door. Xiao Yan's group was startled when they heard the knocking. They immediately knit their brows. They were not familiar with the others in this Black Emperor pavilion. Who would come and find them at this time? Xiao Yan slowly walked forward while carrying some doubt. He slowly pulled open the door, only to see a white-clothed person standing haughtily at the entrance. It was actually that junior sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Imoya. A smile surged onto Imoya's face when he saw Xiao Yan open the door. He immediately cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan in a polite manner and said, "Brother Yan Xiao, I am really sorry for intervening yesterday. In order to express my remorse, I am planning to lead the three of you on a tour around the city. You can just tell me if there is any place you wish to go." A strange expression immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he heard this. This fellow did indeed have some thoughts for the little fairy doctor. He might say that he was leading the three of them out for a walk, but his real intentions could not escape Xiao Yan's notice. "I'm sorry, today," Xiao Yan shook his head slightly. He was just about to voice his rejection when a small lovely figure suddenly rushed out from behind him. Immediately, a small fist that carried an ear-piercing sonic boom ruthlessly smashed toward Imoya. The person who suddenly sprinted forth was naturally Ziyan. However, Xiao Yan did not stop her when he saw this. He was a little concerned about this Imoya. This person was able to have such achievement at such a young age. It was likely that his skill was not weak and it was good to allow Ziyan to go forward and test his skills. Imoya's expression changed slightly in the face of the sudden sneak attack by Ziyan. No one within the Dou Huang class would dare to randomly slight the terrifying strength of Xi Yan. He immediately took one hurried step back and curled his arm. The strange skill that was similar to yesterday was again displayed by him. Both of his hands were like catfish as they gently caught Xi Yan's arm. After which, both of his hands were rotated in a strange manner, forming a mysterious arc. The frightening strength on Xi Yan's fist was swiftly reduced while the arc rotated. Humph. Xi Yan, who was prepared, immediately let out a cold snort as she sensed that strange feeling again like yesterday. She once again tightly clenched her little hand. A dense purple glow lingered over her arms without a care for anything. Her arm shook, and her fist smashed toward the strange ring that Emoya had formed. Emoya was greatly surprised when Xi Yan's fist escaped his control. His toes pressed on the ground and his body transformed into an illusionary figure that swiftly flashed back. Bang! Xi Yan's tightly clenched fist suddenly opened while Emoya's figure was swiftly retreating. The frightening strength that lingered over her fist immediately escaped her hand in a strange manner. Finally, it gnawed through the air and suppressed the air into a football-sized bubble as it violently smashed into Emoya's body. Bang! The air bubble exploded and a sharp sound rang out. Emoya's legs were dragged over the ground as he took over 10 hurried steps back. Only then did he forcefully stop his body. However, his neat white clothes was already in tatters at this moment. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Being an observer, he could clearly sense that a layer of tiny energy ripples had strangely appeared on his skin just as the invisible air bubble struck Emoya. It was this layer of energy ripples that swallowed most of the strength of the air bubble. Otherwise, being struck by Xi Yan's fist would not be a matter that would end with just his clothes in tatters. Xi Yan, come back! Xiao Yan softly cried out. He halted Xi Yan with a cry. Only then did the latter lick her small mouth, having not gotten enough of a fight. She coldly glared at the somewhat ugly Emoya before swaggering into the room. After that punch earlier, the resentment that she had suffered earlier had completely disappeared. Although Emoya's strength-reducing technique was mysterious, it was clearly unable to completely eliminate her strength. Hee, junior sect leader, this child is mischievous and immature. We have offended you. Xiao Yan smiled and glanced at Emoya. Without waiting for the other party's reply after having spoken, he continued, I still have other matters to attend to today and cannot go out. We'll ask junior sect leader to lead us around if there is a chance in the future. Xiao Yan withdrew to his room after speaking. After which, he shut the door tightly in the face of Emoya's green expression. Emoya's expression was ugly as he stared at the tightly shut door outside. He did not expect that he would be beaten this badly today. Not only did he fail to meet the little fairy doctor, but he was turned into such a miserable state by the little girl with brute strength. Yen Xiao, huh? Alright, this young master will remember. Emoya clenched his teeth and cursed in his heart. He violently swung his sleeves, turned his body and left with a dark, solemn expression. Within the room, Xiao Yan recalled Emoya's green face and involuntarily gave a slight smile. He never had a good impression of this person. By using Xi Yan's hand to teach him a lesson today, he could be considered to have vented his anger. Hopefully, this fellow will not come and find trouble. Otherwise, once these things are over, the two of you should stay in the room today and ignore anyone. There is no need to be merciful should there really be someone who breaks the door to enter. Xiao Yan gently exhaled and spoke in a deep voice. Relax, there will not be anyone who will disturb you. The little fairy doctor smiled faintly as she replied. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. He once again told them a couple more things before turning around and entering a secret chamber. After which, the heavy door was closed with a cracking sound. It carried a wave of dust as it was slowly shut. The little fairy doctor turned her head after seeing Xiao Yan enter the secret chamber. She looked at Xi Yan, who was secretly laughing with her hands covering her little mouth as she slightly smiled. She softly said, Have you used the thing that I gave you? Yes, I used a hidden force to transmit the thing into his body when we exchanged blows earlier. Xi Yan laughed. That is good. Everything will naturally be fine if this person is tactful. If he really uses some tactics, I will let him suffer a fate worse than death. The corner of the little fairy doctor's mouth was slowly lifted into a slight arc. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it contained a chillness. If that pitiful Emoya were to know that he had been secretly poisoned without reason after only attempting to approach the little fairy doctor, it was likely that he would involuntarily vomit a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on a rock bed within the secret chamber. There were around 10 plus jade containers placed in front of him. The jade containers were emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary things. These medicinal ingredients were those that Xiao Yan's group had found in mountain forests during their half a year of travel. They were extremely rare items and their value would not be any lower than the last 3 medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan had purchased in the 1000 medicinal house. The medicinal pill that Xiao Yan wished to refine this time around was named Zone-Breaking Pill. This kind of medicinal pill could be considered top grade among the tier 6 medicinal pills. Its effect could cause many experts at the peak of the Dou Huang class to desire it. This medicinal pill did not have the effect of raise one's strength. However, it was able to allow an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class to have a 10% greater success rate when advancing to a Dou zone. Moreover, it guaranteed that the person consuming it would be able to stabilize his or her strength before he or she attempted to break through to the Dou zone class. Even if the attempt failed, there would not be a situation where his or her level dropped. It was common knowledge that the success rate of a Dou Huang attempting to advance to a Dou zone was quite low. Moreover, there was a great amount of risk. Once the attempted breaking through failed, the Dou Qi ripple within one's body might be too intense if that person was not careful. This would result in the most tragic thing, a decline of one's level. This was the thing that caused almost every expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class to be extremely afraid. At their level, they would need to exhaust a large amount of time and effort to retrain should their strength decline by even a little. This was undoubtedly the most frightening thing to them. Therefore, the zone-breaking pill possessed a fatal attraction to Dou Huangs. Although that 10% might seem very low, this 10% was enough to cause a countless number of expert Dou Huangs to sacrifice many things in order to obtain it. This zone-breaking pill would be one of Xiao Yan's top cards when he attempted to bid for the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 835, Zone-Breaking Pill. Chapter 835, Zone-Breaking Pill. Xiao Yan gaze slowly swept over the 10+ snow-white jade boxes in front of him. He gently inhaled a breath of air and suppressed a ripple within his heart. With a flick of his finger, the enormous 1000-beast cauldron appeared out of nowhere. It heavily landed on the ground, emitting a low and deep gong sound. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The refining method and the various things to take note of when refining the zone-breaking pill once again flashed across his mind. A while later, he opened his eyes and a jade-green flame rose within his dark black pupils. Puff! A jade-green flame sprang from Xiao Yan's finger with a sound. He then flicked his finger and the flame transformed into a ray of light that entered the medicinal cauldron in a lightning-like manner. The flame had just entered the cauldron when its small size suddenly expanded. Within a short instant, that tiny flame transformed into a fierce fire that wildly burned within the medicinal cauldron. Following the increase in size of the jade-green flame, the bright red surface on the 1000-beast cauldron became a more eye-piercing red. At a glance, the cauldron appeared just like a cluster of dancing flames. This medicinal cauldron left behind by Han Feng is indeed not an ordinary thing. Despite being grilled by my heavenly flame so many times, it is still able to remain fine. Its quality might even be comparable with that black demon belonging to Teacher. A satisfied glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes while he muttered to himself. There was not a single crack line on the 1000-beast cauldron despite having used it so many times. Xiao Yan waved his hand after the internal temperature of the medicinal cauldron reached a certain stable temperature. A snow-white jade box that was emitting some chillness was sucked into his hand. In the jade box lay a withered tree branch that looked like it had been carved from ice. Although this thing did not have an attractive appearance, the rich medicinal fragrance that it emitted allowed one to know that this was not an ordinary thing. This item was known as the cold marrow twig. It was not an actual tree twig but rather something that was agglomerated from pure freezing energy within an extremely cold place. If a person practicing ice-type Dou Qi were to refine and absorb it, it would cause that person's Dou Qi to become even colder. Hence, this thing could be considered priceless in their eyes. Xiao Yan was only able to obtain it because he had luckily entered a cold pond deep in the mountains. However, he was wildly chased by a magical beast hidden there, a beast that was about to break into the 7th rank, for over 50 kilometers before he managed to successfully flee. Xiao Yan's fingers held the cold marrow twig with 2 fingers and a bone-piercing chill swiftly followed his finger and seeped into him. It almost caused his entire arm to become numb. Xiao Yan's eyes glanced at his hand covered in thin pieces of ice. A thought flashed in his mind and the jade-green flame within his body swiftly flowed over, swiftly expelling the coldness that had seeped into him. Xiao Yan's hand gently tossed the cold marrow twig accurately into the medicinal cauldron. The jade-green flame suddenly surged and swallowed the former like a savage mouth. The cold marrow twig did not simply await death in the face of these flames. It emitted unceasing waves of cold air in an attempt to block the erosion of the high temperature. The cold air and the jade-green flame eroded each other. A faint, white fog rose from the point of contact amid a chi-chi sound. This cold marrow twig relied on its cold energy that it had gathered over a countless number of years. It was actually able to engage in a stalemate with the glazed lotus heart flame for a short period of time. It is indeed worthy of being something that would cause a magical beast of that rank to go all out to protect. Xiao Yan quietly clicked his tongue and praised when he saw the scene in the medicinal cauldron. His mind immediately moved and the temperature within the medicinal cauldron rose. The cold marrow twig was finally unable to endure after being burned by the high temperature of the flame. The icy crystal-like appearance of its surface began to show signs of melting. Xiao Yan softly sighed in relief upon seeing this scene. It was thanks to his heavenly flame. If it was an ordinary flame instead, it was likely that just refining this cold marrow twig would need 1 to 2 days' time. If that was the case, not only would it waste time but it would also exhaust his Dou Qi. A heavenly flame did not lose to a genuine magical weapon from an alchemist's point of view. The refinement continued for an hour or so before the stubborn cold marrow twig finally transformed into a viscous snow-white liquid. The liquid circulated and emitted an extremely rich, pure energy. Xiao Yan spent another half an hour after the completion of the refinement to finish the hardening step. He did not rest after he finished this. With a movement of his hand, he threw another similarly stubborn medicinal ingredient into the medicinal cauldron. Time slowly flowed past in the tightly sealed secret chamber. The medicinal ingredients in the jade boxes in front of Xiao Yan gradually diminished. A rich medicinal fragrance mixed from the medicinal ingredients lingered in the secret chamber like a cloud. Xiao Yan's expression became more and more solemn as the medicinal ingredients were gradually refined. He knew that the steps still left were the truly troublesome ones. This zone-breaking pill could be said to be the highest-tier medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had ever personally refined. Therefore, the chances of success were quite low. The zone-breaking pill could be considered top-grade even among Tier 6 medicinal pills. A pill of such tier might not have much use to a genuine Dou zone, but it was able to attract many large factions into fights in order to obtain. After all, as long as one possessed this kind of medicinal pill, there might be a chance that their sect would gain an additional elite Dou zone. For those factions who focused on inheritance, it possessed an allure that no one could resist. Just think of this Black Emperor sect. One could understand such a mindset by just looking at the amount of natural treasure that they had spent over the years in order to groom Emoya, this junior sect leader. Of course, the ingredients that were necessary to refine this zone-breaking pill were rare. If Xiao Yan had not relied on Ziyan's treasure-seeking ability, during their half a year of travel, to obtain quite a fortune, it was likely that he would have been unable to gather these ingredients. Despite this, Xiao Yan had only gathered 3 sets of ingredients during this half a year. In other words, Xiao Yan only had 3 chances to refine this zone-breaking pill. If he failed every attempt, there was no telling when the next time he would be able to refine it again. With Xiao Yan's current medicinal refining skill, there would not be much trouble in refining some ordinary Tier 6 medicinal pills. However, this zone-breaking pill was not an ordinary item. Even he would likely have less than a 40% change in refining it successfully. Moreover, this was the result after accounting for the help from his heavenly flame. If an ordinary Tier 6 alchemist were to make an attempt at refining it, it was likely that their chances of success would be even lower. Xiao Yan similarly knew the degree of difficulty in refining this zone-breaking pill. Therefore, he did not dare to neglect it even a little. His eyes stared intently at the activity within the medicinal cauldron. His mind moved at a certain instant, and he suddenly began to compress all the pure medicinal ingredients that he had refined in the medicinal cauldron together. Puff. An intense energy ripple erupted the moment the many medicinal ingredients made contact. Immediately, those pure medicinal liquids that had been refined with much difficulty were shaken until over half of them scattered. Xiao Yan knit his brows as he sensed the unexpected change in the medicinal cauldron. He softly sighed. As expected, it is always like this. The first time is indeed very difficult. Xiao Yan remained seated on the stone bed as he mused for a moment. His mind repeatedly replayed the unusual phenomenon that had been created when the medicinal ingredients had been merged together. It was a long while later before he once again refocused his mind. He cleared the medicinal cauldron and began once again. Refining medicinal pills was a harsh and troublesome thing. After Xiao Yan's first failure, he spent nearly 5 to 6 hours in order to completely refine a second set of medicinal ingredients. This time around, no trouble appeared during the merger due to Xiao Yan's careful control. However, when the medicinal pill was about to take on an embryonic form, a small deviation appeared. Hence, a cauldron of precious medicinal ingredients was once again scrapped. Blood dripped from Xiao Yan's heart as he stared at the medicinal ingredients worthless. These medicinal ingredients were not things that one could just buy if one wanted to. Damn it, I have underestimated this thing's difficulty. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the blood dripping from his heart, and gradually calmed his mind a moment later. His hand trembled as he once again took out the final set of medicinal ingredients. This was his last chance. If he failed, he could forget about refining a zone-breaking pill anytime soon. Xiao Yan's eyes locked onto the medicinal ingredients. This continued for a while before he clenched his teeth. His hand moved and a flame once again rose within the medicinal cauldron. The little flame withered and a jade green light landed on Xiao Yan's unusually solemn face, causing him to appear exceptionally cold and stern. One by one, the precious medicinal ingredients made their way into the medicinal cauldron from Xiao Yan's rising and falling hand. They were immediately swallowed by the flame. Time quietly flowed by like sand while the flame churned. Dense beads of perspiration began to faintly appear on Xiao Yan's forehead. A day long of unceasing refinement was strenuous for even him. This time around, Xiao Yan had nearly poured all of his spiritual strength into the medicinal cauldron. Any unusual activity would be discovered by him immediately. Under this high degree of scrutiny, the many medicinal liquids within the medicinal cauldron gradually began to merge. The merger proceeded while Xiao Yan felt a great nervousness. However, it was fortunate that nothing went wrong this time. When the medicinal liquid fusion was complete, a gorgeous liquid that was half a fist large began to appear within the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan did not sigh in relief within his heart while he studied the mixture of the liquid body of many medicinal strength. His mind was still tense as his spiritual strength controlled the flame to a perfect degree. He slowly reduced the temperature and allowed the many medicinal liquids within the liquid body to completely solidify. Around half an hour after the liquid shrank and solidified, the surface of the liquid body began to gradually harden. An embryonic medicinal pill with an uneven surface was slowly formed. Xiao Yan finally tossed aside the large stone that weighed down his heart when he saw that the embryonic medicinal pill was successfully formed. The most difficult steps had already been completed. All he needed to do now was to maintain the flame, keeping this embryonic medicinal pill warm and nourished. After which, the zone-breaking pill could be considered to have been successfully created. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 836, Activity. Chapter 836, Activity. A faint flower-like fragrance lingered in the large quiet hall where the little fairy doctor and Xi Yan relaxed. The bigger one was still alright, but the smaller one's face was filled with impatience. He has been in the hidden chamber for 2 days, why is he still not done? After sitting for a moment, Xi Yan leaped to her feet after failing to control herself. Refining pills exhausts a great amount of time. One cannot rush it. The little fairy doctor placed down a slightly yellowish book in her hand. Her pretty eyes gently glanced at the secret chamber as she said, "Let's wait a little longer. It should be soon." "You have already said these words almost 10 times. Xi Yan curled her lips as she muttered to herself. She could only return to her seat. However, the entire room suddenly and intensely shook just as she sat down. The sudden shaking caused the little fairy doctor and Xi Yan to be startled. Their gazes turned to the secret chamber in unison. An unusually dense energy ripple was swiftly being formed in that direction. Looks like the pill refinement is about to succeed. Joy flashed through the little fairy doctor's pretty eyes when she sensed that rich energy ripple. Although she was not an alchemist, she could still be considered quite experienced after all these years. She naturally knew that some high-tier medicinal pills would create quite the commotion when they took shape. Pay more attention. Do not allow anyone to come here to disturb him. This Black Emperor Pavilion is very crowded with many experts. The activity here will not remain hidden from everyone. The little fairy doctor spoke with a deep voice. However, her voice had just sounded when the energy ripple from the secret chamber suddenly soared to a frightening degree. One could immediately hear a bang and half-a-foot-thick energy light pillar shot out of the secret chamber. Finally, it broke through the ceiling and charged to the sky. Even the little fairy doctor's expression involuntarily changed a little when she saw the light pillar that had broken through the ceiling and rushed to the sky. She immediately knit her brows and softly wondered aloud, what medicinal pill is Xiao Yan refining? The activity it created is very large. Looks like the entire Black Emperor Pavilion has been disturbed by this. Xi Yan, you should guard this place. Kill anyone who enters this room. The little fairy doctor's tone was filled with a dense coldness by the end of her words. What about you? Xi Yan nodded before she immediately spoke in a hurried manner. I must reveal myself and deter those old demons who have ill intentions. A cold glint flashed across the little fairy doctor's grayish-purple eyes. This kind of commotion would definitely attract some elite Dou zones. If any old man interrupted in a random manner, it would likely result in Xiao Yan suffering quite a serious injury. The little fairy doctor's body moved after her words sounded. She disappeared from the room in a strange manner and was already on the roof the next time she reappeared. Her cold eyes slowly swept around. It was just as the little fairy doctor had anticipated. This pillar of light that had suddenly shot to the sky had almost instantly attracted the attention of all the experts within the Black Emperor Pavilion. The faces of quite a number of people were shocked as they sensed the pure energy contained in this pillar of light. They immediately rushed out of their rooms. Within less than a minute, the treetop and roofs of the buildings around the pavilion that Xiao Yan's group resided in was filled with human figures. Some of the experts finally identified the origin of the light pillar following their observation from a close proximity. Numerous exclamations immediately sounded. The light pillar is filled with a pill fragrance. It looks like there is someone refining medicinal pills within the room. A high-tier medicinal pill might be able to create some activity, but unless it is a tier 7 medicinal pill, there is seldom such an unusual phenomenon. Don't tell me that there is someone refining a tier 7 medicinal pill here? Impossible. The activity from the pill formation of a tier 7 medicinal pill is much bigger than this. It should be a rare high-grade medicinal pill from among the tier 6 medicinal pills. TSK, a medicinal pill that is able to stir such an activity is definitely not an ordinary item. I wonder which alchemist grandmaster is below. Don't tell me it is Xishan from the Black Emperor sect? Hey, Xishan just advanced to a tier 6 alchemist not long ago. How is it possible for him to possess the ability to refine this kind of high-grade tier 6 medicinal pill? Private conversations began to increase following a greater number of experts appearing around the building. The eyes of some of those people who had heard these words were gradually filled with an additional greed when they looked at the light pillar. A medicinal pill that could stir such a commotion was definitely not an ordinary item. Xiao! 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 Waves of rushing wind sounds suddenly appeared. Immediately some human figures flashed over before remaining suspended in the sky. Their eyes revealed some surprise as they observed the light pillar that surged to the sky. It is unexpected that there is such an alchemist grandmaster within the Black Emperor city. I wonder which great person he is. Over 10 human figures stood in the air at a spot in the sky. Their leader, a white-haired old man with a doping, spoke in a surprised voice. Doping, a conical hat with a cloth hanging over it to cover one's face. That's right, looking at this activity, it is likely that the medicinal pill is almost in the 7th tier. Such a medicinal pill is something that even Xishan would be unable to refine. A man was flapping his Dou Qi wings beside the old man with an expression filled with solemnness. This person's expression was somewhat familiar. If one were to look carefully, it was surprisingly Xiao Yan's second brother, Xiao Li. Who else could that white-haired old man beside him be other than the first elder of the Inner Academy, Su Qian? Su Qian slightly nodded. His eyes looked all around him and solidified before speaking faintly. It is unexpected that the people from the Demon Flame Valley have also arrived. Xiao Li was also startled when he heard this. His gaze immediately followed Su Qian's eyes as he looked over. He saw a group of human figures suspended in the sky not far away. The leader was an old man who was clearly the first elder from the Demon Flame Valley, Fang Yan. We actually ended up meeting this group of bastards in this place. Looks like we cannot allow them to leave smoothly after this matter is over. Xiao Li's eyes turned cold as he laughed after seeing the red-haired old man. Yes, huh? Su Qian nodded his head. His gaze swept over the other side in an indifferent manner. He involuntarily let out a surprised huh when his eyes swept over the grey-robed person. First elder, what is it? Xiao Li asked uncertainly. Su Qian knit his brows slightly only to shake his head a little. When his gaze once again swept over that grey-robed person, the latter gave him the faint feeling of danger for some unknown reason. During the time that Xiao Li's group discovered the people from the Demon Flame Valley, the latter's eyes had also looked over. Both parties' gazes crossed each other and the air was filled with a dense killing intent. It is unexpected that even the old fellow Su Qian is here. Looks like there might be some trouble killing them this time around. Fang Yan slowly withdrew his eyes and spoke with a frown. When the time comes, all we need to do is kill him together with the others. The sleeves of the grey-robed person shook as his indifferent voice drifted out. I am currently more curious about who the person refining the pill is. By being able to refine such a medicinal pill, it is likely that his alchemy skill is even greater than Xishan from the Black Emperor sect. Since when did an alchemist of such a tier appear in this Black Corner region? I am also not certain. This time around, the Black Emperor city has gathered experts from everywhere. I think that this person should be one of them. Fang Yan shook his head as he replied. Yes, however, this person actually dares to refine pills in such a place. I think that now should be the crucial moment before the pill is formed. If he is disturbed at this moment, the destruction of the pill is a small matter. He might even receive a backlash. The grey-robed person spoke with a hoarse, cold laugh. Then what result does Mr. want? An alchemist of this tier should also have a strong soul. The corner of Fang Yan's mouth lifted as he asked. Fang Yan's words had just sounded when a snow-white figure slowly appeared on top of the building which the light pillar originated from. Anyone who comes within a 100-meter radius will die. A pair of cold and indifferent grayish-purple eyes slowly swept around once the white figure appeared. Finally, her eyes paused in a couple of directions. A cold, dense cry immediately resounded across the sky. A majestic aura suddenly swept out from the graceful and moving person's lovely figure after her cry sounded. The faces of everyone present changed upon sensing the powerful degree of this aura. Involuntary cries repeatedly sounded. An elite Dou zone. Quite a number of people felt a chill within their hearts as they sensed the dense cold killing intent that spread over after their voices sounded. They hurriedly withdrew. This girl is actually an elite Dou zone? How is it possible? Fang Yan could not help but feel somewhat stunned when he sensed that majestic aura. Since when did this black corner region have such a young Dou zone? You have 10 breaths time to get lost. Her chilly ice-like gaze suddenly shot toward Fang Yan while he was feeling shock in his heart. The indifferent killing intent contained within those eyes caused the heart of the first elder from the Demon Flame Valley to feel a little chilled. Although his heart felt a chill, when had Fang Yan been yelled at by someone given his current position in the black corner region? Moreover, he had that grey-robed person following him. Hence, his heart was not filled with fear like an ordinary person. Let's withdraw first. Now is not the right time to fight with her. It is not a wise action to randomly form a grudge with an elite Dou zone. That grey-robed person slowly spoke just as Fang Yan felt slightly angry in his heart. Fang Yan was startled when he heard this. He could only nod his head, wave his hand, and force everyone to withdraw. The surrounding people could not help but smack their lips together when they saw the experts from the Demon Flame Valley forced back by this white-clothed lady with a cry. An elite Dou zone was indeed not an ordinary person. Only Xiao Li's group of people from Xiao Gate were left in the sky after the people from the Demon Flame Valley withdrew. Hence, the eyes of the white-clothed lady, which were filled with a killing intent, slowly swept over. The expressions of Xiao Li's group changed when they sensed that indifferent gaze. He exchanged glances with Su Qian and was just about to automatically withdraw when the cold and indifferent eyes of the white-clothed lady became slightly surprised. A somewhat uncertain voice was slowly emitted. You are people from Xiao Gate? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837, MOT on Xing. Chapter 837, MOT on Xing. Xiao Li's group was startled when they heard the voice of this white-clothed woman, which contained some surprise. Xiao Li exchanged looks with Su Qian by his side before he immediately nodded somewhat cautiously. He cupped his hands together and said, I am the deputy chief of Xiao Gate, Xiao Li, but... The Dou Qi within Xiao Li's body quietly circulated while he spoke. He was certain that he had never met this young Dou zone in front of him. From the voice of the other party earlier, it seemed that she was related to Xiao Gate. However, before he could ascertain whether their relationship was a good or bad one, it was not a bad thing to be a little careful. While Xiao Li was alert, the eyes of Su Qian by his side solidified. He could sense that this pretty white-clothed woman might be young, but she possessed an unusually great strength. If she possessed an enmity toward Xiao Gate, it was likely that they would experience some trouble today. Moreover, there was the Demon Flame Valley beside them who was looking over with predatory intent. The killing intent that spread around her body was greatly reduced in front of the many gazes around them after hearing Xiao Li's reply. She immediately and faintly said, Can the few of you please move aside and not interrupt the person refining this pill? Although these words were still bland, they were undoubtedly much better than the attitude that was used to treat the Demon Flame Valley. Quite a number of people were quietly puzzled in their hearts. Since when did Xiao Gate come to be acquainted with such a strong person? The expression of those people from the Demon Flame Valley, who had withdrawn to the roof of a building, changed slightly when they sensed the much warmer tone that the little fairy doctor used. Xiao Gate is actually acquainted with this woman? Fang Yan's expression became slightly gloomy as he knit his brows and questioned. If this was really the situation of the Demon Flame Valley would not be good. It was likely that even the person by the side would have a difficult time facing two elite Dou zone. Don't panic. From their conversation, they might be acquainted, but their relationship is clearly not to the level that you are thinking. The Demon Flame Valley is not one that anyone could just offend as they please, even if she is an elite Dou zone nut. The gray-robed person's dark eyes swept over the white-clothed lady above the building before coldly speaking. Fang Yan's expression finally grew calmer after hearing this. He frowned and said, "Why have I never heard of such a young female dozong in the Black Corner region? Is she someone from outside the Black Corner region?" The few Demon Flame Valley's elders beside Fang Yan merely felt puzzled and shook their heads in the face of Fang Yan's uncertainty. Which elite dozong in the Black Corner region was not renowned? Yet, none of them were similar to this white-clothed woman. Compared with the doubt of Fang Yan and the others, Xiao Li, who was the main character involved, was similarly confused. They did not know why this woman, who was clearly not kind, would suddenly improve her attitude toward them. Xiao Li's gaze was exchanged with Su Qian by his side. Doubt flashed across his eyes. He courteously cupped his hands toward the white-clothed woman. He then led his group away to an area beyond 100-meter radius from the light pillar. The surrounding space around the pavilion had become completely empty after Xiao Li's group withdrew. However, the areas further away were packed with people. Clearly, these people still felt a great interest for the light pillar that shot out from the room. Haha, it is unexpected that the auction that my Black Emperor sect has held this time around has attracted so many foreign and familiar faces. The old me has really gained a lot of face. A couple of human figures suddenly flashed over from deep within the Black Emperor pavilion after Xiao Li's group pulled back. They immediately stopped when they were still 100 meters from the building. The human figures had just appeared when everyone swiftly glanced over. A yellow-robed, old man stepping in the air with a smile. As he approached, everyone realized that there were a couple of enormous golden pythons sewn on his yellow robes. They reflected a faint glow under the sunlight, appearing as though they were alive and emitting an unusual pressure. A white-clothed Emoya as well as a red-faced old man wearing an alchemist robe followed close behind the old man. That red-faced old man was the chief alchemist of the Black Emperor sect who had a conflict with Xiao Yan back in the Thousand Medicinal House, Xishan. The yellow-robed, old man stirred quite a big commotion in this area the moment he appeared. Numerous exclamations sounded. It is actually the sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Xingtian. It is rumored that Mo Tianxing has advanced to the Dozong class over a decade ago and has been undertaking a retreat. It is unexpected that even he was disturbed today. Mo Tianxing, who had appeared, swept his eyes over Su Qian and the gray-robed person from the Demon Flame Valley. His gaze passed through some areas within the Black Emperor pavilion without leaving a trace. Only then did it turn to the pavilion. Surprise flashed through his eyes when his gaze landed on the little fairy doctor. Clearly, the young age of the latter had caused him to be very stunned. It is actually her? Emoya's eyes swept over the pavilion behind Mo Xingtian. He was immediately startled when he saw the ethereal face that he had missed so much. After which, he immediately muttered in surprise. You know her? Mo Xingtian was also surprised when he heard those words, so he hurriedly inquired. Having a good relationship with an expert of such level would be a great benefit to the Black Emperor sect. We have only met once and cannot be considered acquainted. Emoya hesitated for a moment and revealed the details that he knew. He did not hide his affection for the little fairy doctor in his voice. On the other hand, he roughly spoke about Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, the one refining a medicinal pill inside should be the young man whom Elder Qi mentioned having a conflict with within the Thousand Medicinal House. It is unexpected, at such an age, his alchemist skill has already reached this tier. How frightening. Emoya's brief mention of Xiao Yan did not cause Mo Tianxing to forget about the latter. He recalled some of the news that he knew, and a sullenness flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. Xishan curled the corner of his mouth slightly while he stood behind. The eyes which he used to look at the light pillar from the building were filled with hatred and jealousy. Back then, he might have been aware that Xiao Yan was also an alchemist, but he had never thought that the other party's medicine refining skills were at a level that he had difficulty comparing with. Moreover, the thing that caused him to feel extremely unbalanced was that the other party possessed such an achievement at his age. It should be known that even he had only luckily broken through to the 6th tier not long ago. Emoya's heart was somewhat uncomfortable when he heard these words from Mo Tianxing. His usual arrogant self was extremely unwilling to see a person who was younger than him attain an achievement that was greater than his. More importantly, there was an exquisite lady whom even he admired greatly by this fellow's side. This point was something that he had difficulty enduring. The both of you should watch out in the future. Try your best not to form enmity with this Yanxiao. A dozone, an alchemist who can refine a high-grade tier 6 medicinal pill, and a little girl who possesses a physical strength that is frightening. This kind of lineup is already extremely strong. One cannot easily offend them. Do you understand? Mo Tianxing ignored the thoughts in the hearts of these two people and spoke with a faint voice. Yes. Emoya and Xishan might feel extremely displeased in their hearts, but they did not dare to reveal the slightest dissatisfaction in front of Mo18. All they did was courteously respond. This time around, quite a number of old demons who have been living in isolation has come because of that bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If they want to fight, just allow them to do so. As long as they can take out something that satisfies our Black Emperor sect, who possesses the thing or how many have died or become crippled because of it has nothing to do with us. We can just treat it as watching a fun show. The corner of Mo18's mouth was lifted into a strange smile as he lowered his body and replied. Moya and Shishan exchanged looks before nodding in agreement. Moya, are you interested in this young lady? Mo18 suddenly laughed as he narrowed his eyes and observed the little fairy doctor who was emitting a shocking chillness above the building. Moya was startled. He immediately replied with some embarrassment, such a lady is indeed far from what those with cosmetics can compare with. It is naturally good if you really have the means to be together with her. Our Black Emperor's sex strength will definitely soar if she becomes yours. Of course, it is best that she does not feel any enmity for us. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Mo18 laughed. His tone had become stern at the end. Joy flashed across Moya's eyes as he hurriedly nodded. He had an extremely great confidence in his appearance, demeanor, achievement, and everything else that he believed mattered. In all these years, there had been an uncountable number of talented and lovely women who had been played by him. While everyone were quietly caught up in their different thoughts, the light pillar that shot into the sky slowly became dim. However, the pill fragrance that was emitted from it grew denser. The light pillar grew increasingly faint. Finally, it transformed into some fragmented light spots before slowly disappearing. After the light pillar disappeared, a thumb-sized cluster of light appeared in front of everyone's gaze. The glow suddenly surged after the cluster of light appeared. Its body moved in that appearance as though it was about to escape into the sky. However, a cold snort suddenly sounded from the room below just as the glow soared. A suction force suddenly erupted. Under that fierce suction force, that cluster of light began to sway unsteadily. It paused for a moment before rushing back down in front of the many greedy gazes. Finally, it entered that room and disappeared. The little fairy doctor's body only moved after she saw that the medicinal pill had been contained. She disappeared with it. The lingering pill fragrance gradually scattered after the medicinal pill was removed by someone. In an instant, everyone could only shake their heads in disappointment. After which, they carried a heart that was filled with displeasure as they scattered. The so-called pill refining person never revealed himself since the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 838, The Start of the Auction. Chapter 838, The Start of the Auction. After the storm that was stirred from the pill refinement that day, the topic of almost the entire Black Emperor pavilion was gathered on this white-clothed lady with a frightening strength as well as that mysterious alchemist. Many people were keeping watch outside that building, attempting to catch some clues. However, there was no longer even the slightest activity within the building after that pill refinement was over. Due to the extremely strong killing intent, no one dared to carelessly approach it. The owners of that pavilion did not reveal their faces regardless of the uproar in the outside world. Some people came to visit with strange thoughts, but they could only wisely leave after being left outside the shut door. Moya, who thought of himself as extremely great, was naturally included among these people. While the outside world was in an uproar because of the matter yesterday, Xiao Yan merely dragged his tired body out of the secret chamber for the first time. The little fairy doctor and Ziyan, who were standing guard in the living room, quickly came forward after seeing that Xiao Yan had finally come out of the secret chamber. They could not help but softly sigh when they saw that the latter's eyes were filled with traces of blood. Was this fellow actually this crazy when he refined pills? You have remained in the secret chamber for 2 days. We would have forcefully broken the door if you did not come out. The little fairy doctor could not help but press her eyebrows vertically and rebuke. She watched Xiao Yan drink all the tea on the table in one go. Xiao Yan merely smiled when he heard the little fairy doctor reprimanding him. He did not stop after having completed the refinement of the zone-breaking pill back then. Instead, he had once again opened the cauldron and refined some other medicinal pills after having rested and recovered his Dou Qi. Therefore, the time he ended up spending was a little longer. Although this kind of continuous refinement caused Xiao Yan to be extremely tired, he did end up with an extremely rich reward. His current wealth would enable him to have some qualification to compete with the people in the auction. Was there any problems during these 2 days? Xiao Yan placed his teacup down and inquired with a smile. Other than some stupid people, no one dares to come and disturb us. The little fairy doctor replied. Coco, looks like you have deterred quite a number of people with ill intent by revealing yourself back then. Xiao Yan smiled as he responded. I met with someone from Xiao Gate. That person should be your second brother. There is also an old man whose strength is at the Dou Zone class beside him. The little fairy doctor softly revealed. That should be First Elder Su Qian. He is the only elite Dou Zone in the inner academy. Xiao Yan slightly smiled. His finger gently tapped the table as he slowly spoke. Aren't you planning to visit them? Xiao Yan mused for a moment before slowly shaking his head. He said, not for the moment. Quite a number of old monsters have come to this Black Emperor city. All of them are here because of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If we were to expose our relationship with Xiao Gate at this moment, it would instead cause some of them to quietly look for helpers. In this way, it will be better for us to reveal ourselves at a critical moment. It's up to you. The little fairy doctor was unconcerned. She raised her grayish-purple eyes and randomly said that Emoya has come a couple of times during these last 2 days. He said that the sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Tianxing, wants to invite you for a gathering. However, I rejected them because you are refining medicinal pills. It's fine rejecting them. Xiao Yan nodded his head. A thought immediately flashed in his heart as he asked, what is Mo Tianxing's strength like? He is also an elite Dou Zone and is about the same as me. He can be considered a 4-star Dou Zone. The little fairy doctor mused before she replied. A 4-star Dou Zone, huh? Xiao Yan muttered to himself. That's right, the grey-robed person at the side of the Demon Flame Valley should also be a Dou Zone. The little fairy doctor seemed to have recalled something, therefore, she suddenly spoke again. Xiao Yan knit his brows. His moving finger slowly stopped before he sighed, as expected. I said that the Demon Flame Valley would not simply just allow a Fang Yan to come. Although this fellow can be considered to have half a foot in the Dou Zone class, there is still an extremely large gap when compared with a genuine Dou Zone. They actually possess a hidden card. I wonder what the background of this mysterious grey-robed person is. I am not aware of it. The little fairy doctor also shook her head. The aura of the grey-robed person was extremely obscure. If she had not been in close proximity that day, it was likely that even she would have great difficulty discovering the strength of this person. She was also completely unaware of the others. Looks like this Black Emperor city will not be calm. There are so many factions interested in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. However, there is only one of it. I wonder which party will become the greatest winner this time around. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He had a premonition that the auction this time around would be tainted with blood. The little fairy doctor vaguely nodded. She immediately saw Xiao Yan's red eyes and helplessly said, you should go and rest first. Such exhaustion is not good for your body. Xiao Yan felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. His exhaustion this time around was indeed great. If he did not quickly recuperate, it was likely that some burden and harm would be placed on his body. Currently, the auction was about to begin and the events that followed would not be smooth. He needed to maintain his body at its peak condition at all times. Only then could he guarantee that he would not be caught off guard by any unexpected changes. In that case, I will go and recuperate first and attempt to recover my old condition before the start of the auction tomorrow. Xiao Yan sighed, stood up and looked at the night sky outside the window. He involuntarily smiled before speaking with a faint voice. Looks like tonight will be a sleepless night. The night sky quietly departed. When the first rays of the morning sun appeared, an earth-shaking liveliness instantly erupted within the Black Emperor city, which had been silent for the night. Humans surged out from all directions, swiftly filling the large empty streets. The direction these human figures headed in was the same. The place was the enormous auction hall in the middle of the city. Today was the day of the largest auction that had been held within the Black Corner region for the last 100 years. The number of experts who had arrived had already exceeded any previous auctions. Its influence had also covered every single corner of the Black Corner region. A ray of morning sunlight spread in through a window and entered a room. It eventually crawled onto a black-robed young man seated cross-legged on a bed. The tightly shut eyes of the black-robed young man twitched under the sunlight. A moment later, his eyes suddenly opened. An unusually powerful aura suddenly surged out of Xiao Yan's body like an awakening lion. It continued to spread from Xiao Yan's body until it filled the entire room. A substance like jade green flame flickered within his dark black eyes. The black robe covering the surface of Xiao Yan's body fluttered without the presence of the wind. It repeatedly emitted a flapping sound, and it was a long while later before the light from the flames in his eyes slowly paled. After the light from the fire disappeared, the robes on Xiao Yan's body quietly stilled. They once again pressed against Xiao Yan's skin. Some joy made its way into Xiao Yan's eyes when he sensed the Dou Qi within his body. It was even more powerful than what it was 2 days ago. Although the crazy pill refinement during these 2 days had caused him to become extremely exhausted, he realized that his Dou Qi had actually improved after he endured his fatigue and trained for a night. Although this kind of advancement was extremely little, as it accumulated over the days and months, it was only a matter of time before his breakthrough. Xiao Yan leaped down from the bed and randomly washed himself. After which, he took out an unusually large black robe and put it on. He wore a doping which covered his entire body in its shadows. Xiao Yan's finger gently rubbed his storage ring before smiling. Only then did he push open the door and leave his room. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan, who were already waiting in the hall, were startled when they saw this black-robed person walk out. Zi Yan was just about to laugh when a black robe was thrown over her, covering her head. "Wear it, otherwise First Elder and the others will recognize you. The little fairy doctor has already revealed herself, so there is no need for her to wear one." Xiao Yan spoke while looking at Zi Yan, who had tossed aside the black robe. "Such ugly clothes." "I won't." Zi Yan's face was bitter. Although she spoke in this manner, she was defeated a moment later under Xiao Yan's gaze. She dispiritedly put on the black robe. A little black-robed oddball appeared. "Let's go. The auction today will likely be very exciting." Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the two people who were ready. He took the lead to push open the door and walk out. Zi Yan and the little fairy doctor followed close behind him. Due to the auction being about to begin today, the people who were waiting outside of the pavilion had all dispersed. This saved them some trouble. The three of them identified their route before walking out of the Black Emperor Pavilion. "Cuckoo, Brother Yan Xiao, you have really made me wait." Xiao Yan's group had just walked out of this area when a white figure came toward them. A laugh was transmitted into their ears. "A soul that won't disperse." The little fairy doctor's eyebrows were vertical while she stared at Emoya's warm smile. Xiao Yan did not have any good feelings toward this fellow. The gaze under the black robe glanced at Emoya before asking in a faint voice, "Junior sect leader, is there a matter?" Emoya looked at Xiao Yan, who was hidden under a big black robe. His eyes involuntarily turned to the little fairy doctor. A fiery heat surged in his heart as he looked at the coldness on her moving face. He took out a jade tablet from his storage ring and laughed, "Cuckoo, this is a VIP seat for the auction. Only those renowned experts from the Black Corner region have the qualification to obtain it. I spent all my breath in order to obtain one from my father." "Thank you, Junior sect leader." Xiao Yan's heart rejoiced when he saw the gentle manner on that fellow's face. He unceremoniously took the jade tablet from the latter's hand. Without saying any other thanks, he turned around and walked out of the Black Emperor Pavilion's exit. The sneakily laughing Zi Yan and the little fairy doctor made a detour around Emoya and followed. Emoya's face twitched. He viciously cursed Xiao Yan in his heart before a smile was once again piled on his face. However, he was just about to follow when an icy cool voice caused his face to instantly solidified. His feet seemed to have been glued to the ground. "If you are grumbling about your long lifespan, you can follow us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 839, The Start of the Show. Chapter 839, The Start of the Show. The location where the Black Emperor's sect held the auction was an exceptionally large open ground located in the middle of the city. Even though this was the case, the Black Emperor's sect seemed to have somewhat underestimated the attraction of this auction. When Xiao Yan's group arrived at the auction and saw the seemingly endless black masses of human traffic, they immediately felt speechless. Each of these fellows was even more crazy than the other. Fortunately, the Black Emperor's sect seemed to have expected such a situation. Hence, they had designed a tunnel that was for the use of the experts from the Black Corner region. But after Xiao Yan's group made some inquiry, they took a couple of turns and successfully arrived in front of the tunnel. There were many guards from the Black Emperor's sect guarding this tunnel. Their hands carried sharp weapons that contained cold glints. The fierce human traffic that was shaken to the point of not daring to approach. A couple of Black Emperor sect's elders were also randomly standing at the tunnel's entrance. The powerful Dou Qi that spread out from their bodies caused the people around to feel a constant pressure. At this moment, there would occasionally be some people entering this special tunnel. Each time this happened, it would attract a low exclamation from the massive crowd around. Those who were able to enter from this place were mostly those experts and factions who possessed great reputation within the Black Corner region. These great people were those that the ordinary people within the Black Corner region had difficulty seeing. Those few elders from the Black Emperor sect would smile and come forward amid those exclamations. They would courteously invite each group to enter the tunnel. Xiao Yan's three-man group slowly climbed the stairs in front of the many gazes. After which, they made their way to the entrance of the tightly guarded tunnel. The many gazes around glanced at these three foreign figures. Two of them were completely wrapped in large black robes. Not even the contour of their bodies was revealed under the cover of the robe's shadows. The person who attracted the greatest attention among the three was the white-clothed little fairy doctor with snow-white hair. Her ethereal demeanor caused the eyes of quite a number of people to brighten. Who are these skilled individuals? Why have we never heard of them? I'm not certain, are they from outside of the Black Corner region? But the little fairy doctor's appearance one that was extremely foreign to the people from the Black Corner region. But immediately, many people began to engage in private conversations with some uncertainty. The three Black Emperor sex elders guarding the door discovered the three of them while everyone was feeling some uncertainty. Their faces changed when they saw the cold-faced white-clothed little fairy doctor. All of them hurriedly revealed a warm smile on their faces and stepped forward to greet the group. From their manner, it was clear that they already knew of the little fairy doctor's strength. They were likely also present in that pill-refining storm back then. "Kuko, Mr. Yin Xiao, you have finally arrived." A Black Emperor sex elder in green robes cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan and laughed. Xiao Yan, who was completely hidden under a black robe, randomly nodded to this elder. He did not reply unnecessarily. The elder did not dare to feel the slightest dissatisfaction from this somewhat haughty manner. The ability of an alchemist who could refine a high-grade tier 6 medicinal pill was far from what him, a Black Emperor sect elder, could compare with. Moreover, there was an elite dozone with ice-cold eyes by Xiao Yan's side. "Kuko, please come in." After conversing a little with Xiao Yan and seeing that the other party was not interested, the elder tactfully moved aside while continuing to speak with a smile. "Thank you very much." Xiao Yan cupped his hand to that elder. He bluntly led the other two and entered the specially reserved tunnel. After which, they disappeared from everyone's eyes. Who, that woman? Her aura is really cold. The Dou Qi within my body almost stopped circulating while standing beside her. She is indeed worthy of being an elite dozone. That green-robed elder rubbed the cold sweat off his face after watching Xiao Yan's group disappear within the tunnel. Finally, he spoke with some lingering fear in his voice. That Yan Xiao should be the person who was refining medicinal pills back then, right? How unexpected. He actually possesses such an achievement at such a young age. Compared to him, even the junior sect leader is a little inferior. An elder softly sighed. I really wonder what is their background. We have never heard of these three people within the Black Corner region, but... Another old man frowned and muttered. Forget it, these matters are not things that we should be thinking. The green-robed elder shook his head. His gaze swept over the tunnel before he saw another group of people appearing. A smile once again surfaced on his face as he stepped forward. Xiao Yan's group passed through the dimly lit tunnel. A couple of minutes later, the space in front of them suddenly opened up, and an extremely big auction ground appeared in the eyes of the three of them. Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue and praised as he glanced at the unknown number of densely packed seats on the auction ground. This was the first time in his life that he had witnessed an auction of this size. Compared to this place, the auction that the Primer clan held in the Jiaoma Empire was like a tiny being meeting someone greater. They could not even be talked about together. At this moment, the enormous auction grounds were packed by quite a number of people. Hence, various voices gathered together, appearing somewhat noisy. The three of them had just walked out of the tunnel when a somewhat pretty and unusually sexily clad female servant came forward. She respectfully inquired, "Three sirs and miss, may I know if you have a VIP jade plate?" Xiao Yan's gaze swept across this female servant's clothes, which were almost no different than wearing nothing. He discovered that it was difficult to hide some of her exposed nakedness, and he could not help but feel stunned. The Black Emperor sect was actually resorting to this sort of tactic? A soft snort suddenly sounded behind Xiao Yan while his heart was stunned. Only then did he awkwardly smile. He did not dare to bother about whether the snort was emitted from the large or small beauty behind him as he hurriedly took out the jade plate that Emoya had given them earlier. He then handed it over. The expression on the female servant's face became even more respectful and humble after receiving the jade plate. She respectfully greeted the three of them again, bowed, and said, "Please follow me." She turned around after speaking, swayed her delicate snake-like waist and led the way. Xiao Yan hurriedly maintained a forward gaze as he followed close behind. The three of them followed the female servant and took a couple of turns within the auction ground. A while later, they finally stopped somewhere near the front of the auction ground. After which, she bowed and withdrew. The front row of the auction ground was composed of many extremely small rooms. Their constructions were unique, appearing exceptionally luxurious. When someone sat within one, the various noises from behind seemed to become distant. Xiao Yan's eyes looked forward and saw that he had a good view. He absorbed the various corners of the auction ground into his eyes. Xiao Yan directed the two others to take a seat in this VIP room. After which, he shrank his body into a soft and comfortable chair. His gaze slowly swept over some of the other VIP seats. At this moment, quite a number of people were sitting in their VIP seats. Hence, the appearance of Xiao Yan's group attracted quite a number of gazes. The little fairy doctor's unique appearance was naturally unforgettable. Hence, she was recognized with just a sweeping gaze. The black-robed person in the middle should be that mysterious alchemist from 2 days ago, right? I wonder what his background is. If the Black Corner region possessed an alchemist of such a tier, it is likely that everyone already knows of him. Feng Yan spoke in a deep voice. He sat in a VIP seat while he knit his brows and looked at Xiao Yan, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe. The couple of Demon Flame Valley's elders beside him also shook their heads slightly in the face of his doubt. Hopefully, they will not become our obstruction, the grey-robed person slowly spoke in a hissing voice. Those dark, dense eyes under the grey robe stared intently in Xiao Yan's direction. For some unknown reason, that familiar feeling was becoming more obvious. Xiao Yan discovered these gazes that possessed ill intent after Feng Yan's group's gazes collectively gathered on Xiao Yan's group. His brows under the black robe knit together before his gaze immediately drifted past the red-haired Feng Yan and paused on the grey-robed person. For some unknown reason, this fellow was repeatedly giving him a dangerous and strange feeling. Xiao Yan gently swung his head and suppressed the emotions in his heart. He shut his eyes and began to rest, waiting for the auction to begin. A large number of people began to enter the auction ground not long after Xiao Yan shut his eyes. More and more human figures appeared in the VIP seats up front. After half an hour, almost all the seats had been taken. Xiao Yan's eyes slowly opened in the shadows of the black robe after the seats had all been filled. He softly sighed. It looks like there are indeed quite a number of experts attracted by this bodhisattva body transformation saliva. After gathering details with his eyes shut earlier, Xiao Yan discovered that other than First Elder Su Qian and that mysterious grey-robed person, there were at least 2 obscure auras within VIP seats. Those who were able to hide their strength in front of his sharp spiritual perception were either elite dozongs or those who had used some secret technique to hide their aura. These 2 types of people would definitely not be ordinary. The little fairy doctor slightly nodded. A sullenness appeared in her grayish-purple eyes. The difficulty of snatching this bodhisattva body transformation saliva had somewhat exceeded her expectations. The clear sound of a gong suddenly rang out from the middle of the auction ground while Xiao Yan mused. It immediately lingered over the entire auction and suppressed the noise. The ringing of the gong slowly ceased and an energy light ring slowly rose. Finally, it locked the auction table within it like a cage. This was a kind of protective measure. Most of the people within the Black Corner region were lawless. Something like robbing the auction items had occurred before. Although the Black Emperor sect was not an ordinary faction, it was best to be careful. After all, the items that were to be auctioned this time around were far too valuable. Should any mishap occur, the Black Emperor sect would lose all its face. Xiao Yan softly exhaled as he observed the circular energy ring that had risen. It was finally about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, Auction. Chapter 840, Auction. The metallic sound of metal things rubbing appeared from the floor of the auction stage as it slowly opened after the appearance of the energy ring. A stairway was extended underground. It appeared in front of the gazes of a countless number of people in the auction ground. A golden-robed elder immediately carried a smile and slowly walked out after the stairs appeared. The moment he appeared, majestic aura slowly swept out of his body. Under this frightening aura, the nosiness within this enormous auction ground had become completely silent. What a strong aura. I think that this person should be the sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Tianxing, right? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and studied the golden-robed elder before exclaiming. Yes. Little fairy doctor vaguely nodded. This Mo Tianxing was not weaker than the old man who would not die from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate back then. He was likely even a little stronger. Haha, the old me is Mo Tianxing. I think that quite a number of friends know me. Today, my Black Emperor sect is organizing an auction, so the old me shall first thank everyone for joining us. Mo Tianxing, who had appeared, slowly swept his gaze around him. His gaze would pause for a moment each time it passed a certain point. His clear laughter reverberated beside the ear of every single person within the auction grounds. Mo Tianxing's words also stirred a laugh from some of the factions in the VIP seats. The Black Emperor sect was an old faction in the Black Corner region that had not fallen after so many years. It also possessed a wide network of friends. Mo Tianxing himself had also befriended people from all over the place. Quite a number of experts present had a deep or shallow friendship with him. Mo Tianxing also laughed when he heard this laughter. His eyes immediately shifted, taking one glance around the place before stopping at a spot within the VIP area. It was coincidentally the seats of Xiao Yan's three-man group. His gaze focused on Xiao Yan. Sensing Mo Tianxing's gaze, the eyes under Xiao Yan's black robe were lifted. They looked at one another and the former immediately gave him a warm, friendly smile. Haha, I think that everyone has great expectations for this auction. Therefore, the old me shall not say any more words that will cause resentment. Mo Tianxing laughed faintly under the focus of the countless number of gazes. However, the old me shall give everyone a reminder. I think that everyone here knows the rules of the auction. If any blind person wishes to act wildly in the territory of my Black Emperor sect, the old me shall give that person some hard words of warning in front of the many people here. I will let you suffer a fate where you can neither beg to live nor die. The enormous auction became completely silent after Mo Tianxing's words that hid a dense cold meaning. Even the faces of some fierce and ruthless people changed as they looked at Mo Tianxing's merciless eyes. They immediately began to quietly withdraw some of their irregular thoughts. He is indeed worthy of being an elite Dou zone. This demeanor, Xiao Yan could not resist shaking his head as he sensed the sternness within Mo Tianxing's words. Able to rely on just his might to deter the experts who had come from all over this Black Corner region. An elite Dou zone was actually this powerful. Haha, next, we will invite everyone to enjoy the grand auction of my Black Emperor sect. Mo Tianxing spoke with a smile after seeing that the deterrent effect had been achieved. The sternness in his eyes had completely vanished in an instant. He once again cupped his hands toward a couple of spots in the VIP seats after his words sounded. After which, he slowly withdrew from the auction stage. The ground of the auction stage parted once again after Mo Tianxing withdrew. A couple of paths surfaced and a white-haired lively old man walked out with a smile. A group of pretty female servants carried silver plates made their way onto the stage like butterflies behind him. After which, they would respectfully place the silver plate on the prepared auction tables. Looking down from above, everyone could see that there were some silver plates that radiated with a faint light. Next, will be our auction appetizer. A scroll containing a finger Dou technique. The white-haired old man smiled as he pointed at a silver plate in front of him. There was a snow-white scroll placed on it. Sky Feather Finger, Xian Class Middle Level. A finger Dou technique is usually quite rare. Although it is somewhat difficult to practice, it is able to gain the element of surprise when fighting with other people. Everyone seated here is not ordinary. I think that you should all be aware of how difficult it is to deal with a finger Dou technique. The white-haired old man picked up the scroll and softly laughed. According to the true price of the Sky Feather Finger, the starting bid must be above 300,000. Since it is the first item, the sect leader has said that the starting bid can be set at only 100,000. Moreover, the cap is 800,000. The first person to offer this price will obtain this Sky Feather Finger regardless of whether anyone behind offers a higher price. Everyone, you must not miss out on this opportunity. This white-haired old man had clearly been auctioning for a long time. He seemed to be unusually experienced at doing so. He merely applied a simple sales tactic and had instantly stirred the atmosphere within the auction ground. 100,000 gold coins was nothing for most of the people seated in this place. Moreover, this Sky Feather Finger was indeed as the former had said. Its true price far exceeded this 100,000. Hence, bids were immediately being shouted one after another within this enormous auction ground after the old man's words sounded. Hearing the waves of bidding voices around him, even Xiao Yan could not help but look at this white-haired old man in a new light. It was unexpected that this Black Emperor's sect was really filled with talent. Xiao Yan had planned to search for a Dou technique that he was satisfied with in this auction. Although he had some interest in a so-called finger Dou technique, he did not have the intention of auctioning for this Sky Feather Finger. This Dou technique's level was a little low and did not possess much of an attraction to him. With Xiao Yan's current eyesight, any Dou technique other than those of the D class would have difficulty making him feel interested. After all, the current him was no longer that tender, young novice from back then who would become extremely happy when Yao Lao would randomly toss him a Dou technique. Xiao Yan's body gently leaned against the soft backrest of the chair, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. He knew that the auction had just begun. The truly good things were still to come. The early items would not garner the slightest attraction for most of the people in the VIP seats. Not a single person in the VIP seats had opened their mouths to call out a bid for this so-called Sky Feather Finger. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on the armrest. He could not help but shake his head as he heard the rising price within the auction ground. The original 100,000 price had already soared to 570,000 by the simple tactic of the old man. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seemed that there was no sign of it slowing. Xiao Yan appeared to be watching a show. This bidding continued for around 15 minutes before it gradually came to a stop. At this moment, that 100,000 price tag had already been raised to the ceiling price, which was 800,000. The white-haired old man smiled as he listened to the gradual cessation of the bids. 800,000. This had already exceeded the worth of this Dou technique. If it was a usual auction, it was likely that it would have difficulty reaching this price. However, an unexpected bumper was obtained because of that extremely low 100,000 starting bid. The silver hammer in the old man's hand gently knocked 3 times on the auction platform. After which, that Xian-class middle-level skyfeather finger was smoothly auctioned off. The atmosphere within the auction ground was stirred after this good opener. Taking advantage of this fiery heat, the white-haired auctioneer continued to bring forward other objects to be auctioned. By relying on the good quality of these auction items and the provocative flattering of the white-haired old man, these items were all sold for relatively good prices. It seemed that the Black Emperor sect would indeed earn until their coffers overflowed because of this auction. However, it must be said that it was not by fluke that the auction that the Black Emperor sect had held this time around had attracted so many people. From the looks of the quality of these auctioned objects, they could be considered the rarest ones that Xiao Yan had seen. Of course, this kind of rarity was judged based on the eyes of most people. The things that would cause experts of Xiao Yan's level to be interested in had yet to appear. With the flow of time, the auction gradually began to approach an hour under a fiery hot atmosphere. The atmosphere within the auction grounds accompanied the increasing quality of the auction items. By the time this kind of fiery heat was maintained for 2 hours, some of the auction items that had appeared were able to cause some experts in the VIP seats to offer a competing bid. Some of the items even gave Xiao Yan the impulse to cry out a bid. However, after weighing his thoughts a little, he continued to remain silent. It was best to choose something suitable when purchasing items. With the presence of the heavyweights from the VIP seats competing with each other in the bidding, the atmosphere within the auction ground became even hotter. The factions that came to participate in this auction came from all over the Black Corner region. Therefore, most of the people here did not see eye to eye. When some of the factions with enmity collided, they would definitely go all out to increase the bid. The momentum of attempting to crush the other party caused quite a number of people watching to feel stunned. They were indeed the renowned factions from the Black Corner region. This great wealth and gruff attitude was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt the urge to smile from his dumbfoundedness in the face of these people who had competed until their eyes and necks turned red. His body lazily leaned against the backrest and the teacup in his hand gently swayed. The tea within it formed numerous ripples. Through Xiao Yan's observing eyes, the white-haired old man on the auction stage auctioned off a sharp weapon in his hand that had a rank 5 monster core inserted into it. After which, he received a silver plate from a female servant's hands by the side with a mysterious look on his face. There was a bright red fire-like scroll on the silver plate. Haha, everyone, this Dou technique is quite rare. This is because it is a ruler technique Dou technique. Although it is somewhat unorthodox, its class is quite high, having already reached the D-class middle level. Moreover, it is rumored that this was left behind by a Dou Xun ancestor who had dominated the continent a couple centuries ago. Its value is quite extraordinary at Ot. Hearing the white-haired old man mention a ruler technique Dou technique, Xiao Yan, who was leaning lazily against the backrest of his chair, suddenly felt his heart move. His interested gaze was thrown toward the auction stage for the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841, 6-Joint Body Flowing Ruler. Chapter 841, 6-Joint Body Flowing Ruler. The white-haired old man carefully picked up the bright red scroll from the silver plate before lifting it up for everyone in the auction to see. He smiled and said, "This ruler technique Dou technique is called the 6-Joint Body Flowing Ruler, a D-class middle-level Dou technique. It was created a couple of centuries ago by the 6-Joint Zunja who had dominated the continent back then. This ruler technique is a Dou technique that made him renowned. Its strength is extremely strong. The only imperfection is that a ruler technique is somewhat unorthodox. Unless one has studied this weapon for decades, it is likely that one will have difficulty controlling it. TL, Zunja, respectful term that refers to a Dou Xun. Numerous exclamations sounded within the auction ground when they heard the name of 6-Joint Zunja. A Dou Xun, that was a level that was extremely far from everyone present. Anything that was related to this level would undoubtedly see its value soar. Hence, there were still quite a number of people who were somewhat interested despite this weapon being somewhat unorthodox. Why? Are you interested? The little fairy doctor by the side involuntarily laughed when she saw Xiao Yan suddenly sit up straight. She naturally knew that the weapon that Xiao Yan specialized in was that enormous black ruler. Moreover, the six-joint body-flowing ruler was of quite a high level. Its origin was also extraordinary. It was only natural for Xiao Yan to be interested. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the bright red scroll. He smiled and nodded. The heavy Xian ruler had been used by him for quite a number of years and he was already used to it. He did not wish to change to other weapons, but other than the flame-splitting tsunami, a pure offensive skill, he did not have any other ruler Dou techniques he could use. Although, he had mastered a kind of ruler technique that rolled endlessly like a large ocean through his own comprehension, this kind of ruler technique was far too immature. He would need to refine it 1,000 times over in order for it to be useful. Hence, it did not possess any great importance to the current Xiao Yan. Therefore, the six-joint body-flowing ruler that had appeared in this place suited Xiao Yan's needs. It was just that he did not know how great its strength would be once he successfully practiced it. Coco, this ruler technique Dou technique auction price is set at 1,800,000. Any increase in bid must not be less than 10,000. The white-haired old man smiled and spoke. He glanced at the auction grounds where private conversations had erupted. So, everyone, please place your bid. A temporarily calm followed after the white-haired old man's voice sounded. 1,800,000 was considered a large sum for some small factions while some large factions preferred to wait until the end before deciding the conclusion at one go. It was because of this that such a silence occurred. The expression of the white-haired old man did not change when faced with this completely silent situation. A warm smile remained on his face as his gaze slowly swept around. 1,830,000. The silence continued for around half a minute before it was broken by a bid that was transmitted from behind. This bidding price had just sounded when it appeared to have triggered a chain reaction. Bids were cried out one after another. Within less than 5 minutes, the price was raised to 1,980,000. This was the highest price that this auction had seen since the beginning. 2,500,000. The sudden leap of price immediately caused an uproar to resound across the entire auction. Numerous gazes immediately followed the sound of the voice and glanced over. Finally, they stopped on a human figure that was completely wrapped in a black robe seated in the front VIP seats. The person who shouted the bid was naturally Xiao Yan. He had quite the interest in this six-joint body-flowing ruler. However, he did not have too many gold coins on him. After adding them up, there was only at the very most around 3 million or so. Yet, he clearly knew that it was pointless to slowly add bids in this kind of auction. Since he wanted to compete, he should just issue a high price that his competitors would not dare to match. Due to that pill refinement storm back then and the little fairy doctor by his side, the current Xiao Yan was someone whom others in the VIP seats paid attention to. Hence, the moment he opened his mouth, many surprised gazes from the VIP seats were thrown over. Xiao Yan acted as though he had not noticed the many gazes that contained mixtures of various emotions. He only threw his gaze toward the auction stage and waited for others to increase the bid. He knew that quite a number of people in the VIP seats would be interested given the attraction of this six-joint body-flowing ruler. This 2,500,000 price might have a great deterrence for an ordinary person, but it was nothing to these extremely rich large factions. 2,550,000. As Xiao Yan had expected, a voice quickly followed not long after he shouted his price. His gaze followed in voice and looked over. The person who had shouted the new price was a large middle-aged man with a burly appearance. The eyes of this person were fiery hot as he looked at the auction stage. Clearly, he greatly coveted this six-joint body-flowing ruler. 3 million. Xiao Yan spoke in a faint voice and threw all of his fortune in one go. Currently, he only had this many gold coins. However, he did not feel any guilt. If he took out some random high-tier medicinal pills from his storage ring, their value would definitely not be much lower than this D-class scroll. Nevertheless, he was intending to leave those medicinal pills until the end to compete for the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Hence, he did not wish to waste them midway through. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, it would be best if he did not take out any medicinal pills. Xiao Yan's ruthless increase in his bid had caused the expression of that middle-aged man to change. He was just about to harden his heart and continue when a couple of people beside him extended their hands and pulled him back. Offending a Tier 6 alchemist and an elite Dou zone for just the scroll of a ruler Dou technique was not worthwhile. The large middle-aged man woke up from the wild heat that was brought about by the six-joint body-flowing ruler after he was stopped by his companions. His gaze turned to Xiao Yan's side and coincidentally saw the indifferent eyes of the little fairy doctor. His entire body trembled as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. All he could do was bitterly return to his seat. 3 million, is there any higher price? The white-haired old man smiled as he looked around and asked. This price did not exceed the worth of the six-joint body-flowing ruler, but he also knew just what Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor represented. An ordinary person would not dare to go all out to bid against them even if they wished to. It seemed that they would have to lose out a little on the auction of this six-joint body-flowing ruler. The white-haired old man's words reverberated through the auction grounds. There was still no reply after a while. Looking at the way Xiao Yan bid both times, it was clear that he was intending to obtain the six-joint body-flowing ruler at all cost. An ordinary person could not compete with him, while the people on the VIP seats did not wish to form enmity with him due to Xiao Yan's status as a Tier 6 alchemist and the little fairy doctor's strength. Their ultimate aim was the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Offending a Tier 6 alchemist and a Dou here was not a wise act. The silence continued in the auction ground for around half a minute before the white-haired old man helplessly shook his head. He was just about to lower his small hammer when a voice suddenly sounded. 3,100,000. The sudden bid that was cried out caused many people to feel startled. Their gazes immediately followed the voice and glanced over. Some surprise surged within their eyes. Why did this fellow launch a competing bid against that mysterious alchemist? Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together when that bid was cried out. His gaze looked over only immediately feel stunned. A strange expression surfaced on his face. It was for no reason other than the one who issued the bid was not a stranger but rather his second brother, Xiaoli. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan were both astounded by this unexpected turn of events. The both of them smiled. It was unexpected that these two brothers had ended up competing with each other. In front of the many stunned gazes, Xiaoli, who had stood up, revealed a cold and stern face covered with a helpless, bitter smile. He knew that issuing a bid at this moment was clearly making things difficult for that mysterious alchemist. However, this ruler technique Dou technique was clearly quite strong. He might not specialize in ruler techniques, but he had to keep his third brother in mind. He knew that his third brother's weapon was a large ruler. The latter's strength would definitely increase greatly if this Dou technique landed in his hands. Hence, after repeated hesitation, he was finally unable to endure any longer and ended up shouting a price. Beside Xiaoli, Su Qian's expression was also one that was helpless. He knew that Xiaoli's bid was because of Xiao Yan. However, they will have offended that mysterious alchemist by bidding. Most importantly, offending that mysterious alchemist was equivalent to offending that white-clothed lady. Although he felt a helplessness in his heart, Su Qian did not attempt to stop Xiaoli. He knew that Xiaoli was always thinking of Xiao Yan and would naturally not easily give up such an opportunity to allow Xiao Yan's strength to soar. This was even if doing this might offend a Tier 6 alchemist and an elite Dou zone. Xiao Yan shook his head in front of the many gazes, feeling neither able to laugh nor cry. He mused a little and naturally knew why Xiaoli wanted to purchase this ruler technique Dou technique. His heart was involuntarily touched. Since Xiaoli wanted to compete, Xiao Yan would naturally not fight with him. After all, the thing would eventually end up in his hands regardless of who won. He immediately shook his head slightly and slowly shrank back into his chair in front of the many stunned gazes. The faces of quite a number of people in the VIP seats were stunned when they saw that Xiao Yan had actually given up competing. A moment later, some factions with enmity for Xiao Gate immediately began to throw their gloating eyes toward Xiaoli. From the way they saw it, this action of Xiaoli would definitely offend that mysterious alchemist. In this way, the little worry that came from how the little fairy doctor treated Xiaoli courteously back then instantly disappeared. Currently, they need not worry about Xiao Gate cooperating with that mysterious alchemist. Xiaoli was also startled when he saw that the mysterious alchemist had given up. His heart slowly sank. The worst situation had just occurred. Xiaoli's eyes exchanged glances with Su Qian by the side and the two of them softly sighed. The corner of their mouths contained a somewhat bitter taste. Even someone as strong as Su Qian could not help but quietly sigh in his heart given that they had offended a Tier 6 alchemist and an elite Dou zone. It was natural that no one else in the VIP seats would bid after Xiaoli had bid. This was because quite a number of people were extremely happy to see Xiao Gate offending the mysterious alchemist. Hence, they would naturally not intervene. From the way they saw it, this ruler technique Dou technique had already become a hot potato. Anyone who pulled it into their hands would draw the enmity of the mysterious alchemist. Under this attitude of everyone, the D-class middle-level, 6-joint body-flowing ruler was easily bagged by Xiaoli. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842, Magical Beast Dried Corpse. Chapter 842, Magical Beast Dried Corpse. Following the flow of time, the atmosphere within the auction ground continued to rise. The auction items that had appeared at this moment could already be considered a high-grade items. The auction price was basically a sky-high one to an ordinary person. Hence, most of the people were merely adopting the mentality of watching a show at this moment as they observed this auction. However, being able to witness some large factions fight over some treasures until their faces turned red and their necks became stiff made this trip worthwhile. Xiao Yan had seldom bid after bidding for the 6-joint body-flowing ruler. Occasionally, he gave some bids because he fancied some rarer medicinal ingredients. Although their prices were expensive, they won in terms of not having too many competitors. Therefore, by the time he had spent all of the 3 million gold coins in his pocket, quite a few unusually rare spiritual medicines had landed in his hand. As some auction items that caused one to be dazzled were placed on the auction table one after another, even Xiao Yan could not help but feel surprised by this rich stockpile of the Black Emperor sect. During the auction, some of the auction items were things that caused him to feel some longing. However, after some thought, he did not issue a bid. Originally, Xiao Yan's greatest hope was to find a monster core of a rank 7 sky poison dragon scorpion beast in this auction. Currently, the distance of the conditions for the little fairy doctor to control the woeful poison body were coming closer. As long as they could obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, all that was left was that tier 7 monster core. If Xiao Yan was able to find it during this auction, he would naturally save the time and effort needed to search for it. Xiao Yan had thought of a beautiful picture, but the heavens did not follow his desire. The sky poison dragon scorpion beast was an existence of a mysterious beast from the ancient times, much less one that was rank 7. At this rank, a magical beast's intelligence was already not any weaker than a human. Additionally, it could transform its body and was very similar to a human. How would it be so easy to obtain the monster core from a magical beast of such rank? Hence, Xiao Yan could only sigh as this auction gradually approached its end without him seeing the thing he needed like he had hoped. There is no need to be anxious. There is news of even the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, which is the hardest to find. At least the sky poison dragon scorpion beast has a recognizable name. The little fairy doctor by his side softly whispered to him after hearing Xiao Yan's soft sigh. She naturally knew that the former was hoping to gather both of the items needed to control the woeful poison body from this auction. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. He could only scatter the hope within his heart. After which, he slowly raised his head and threw his gaze toward the auction stage. At this moment, the auction gradually approached its end. Hence, the auction items that had appeared at this moment were mostly heavyweight items. For example, the item that was currently being auctioned was a scroll named Dark Shadow Skill. It was a D-class middle-level darkness affinity chi method. The value of such chi methods were usually much greater than Dou skills of a similar class. For example, the price of this Dark Shadow Skill scroll had already risen by a couple of large factions until a sky-high 8 million. From the looks of the momentum, there was actually no intention of stopping. Given the actual value of this kind of D-class chi method, such a price was not considered strange. Back then, the price of Xiao Yan's D-class low-level agility Dou skill, the 3000 lightning movement, was also around this sum. Looking at it from this way, Xiao Yan could have been considered to have grabbed a deal by being able to successfully obtain the 6-joint body-flowing ruler for 3,100,000. If not for his status and that a ruler technique was unorthodox, obtaining it for 3 million would undoubtedly be just a daydream. Xiao Yan did not have much interest in this so-called Dark Shadow Skill. He practiced the flame mantra and it was impossible for him to change to other chi methods. However, the latter's class caused him to feel some desire. When his flame mantra reached this class, Xiao Yan's strength would definitely soar. However, he had to swallow heavenly flames if he wanted the flame mantra to evolve. This kind of harsh condition caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat helpless. Remembering the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan once again recalled the 3 ancient map fragments that were quietly stored in his storage ring. He still did not have the slightest clue about the last map fragment. Moreover, he was not as lucky as he was last time when he found one during an auction. Looks like I can only take things slowly. When the time comes, I will ask First Elder Su Qian. He is extremely experienced and knowledgeable. It is possible that he might possess some information about the whereabouts of some heavenly flames on the continent. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed as this thought flashed in his heart. He was indeed not really used to not having Yao Lao beside him. Although he no longer needed to borrow Yao Lao's strength given his current strength, Yao Lao's great knowledge was something that Xiao Yan could not compare with. The Dou Qi continent was incomparably large. There were many secrets hidden within it. Xiao Yan might currently be an expert Dou Huang, but the regions he had roamed only included the Jiama Empire and the Black Corner region. However, these two places were quite tiny when compared with the Dou Qi continent as a whole. Perhaps, it is time to walk out of this region, Xiao Yan softly sighed in his heart. His fist was slowly tightened. The perspective of the strong could not be limited by anything. The Dou Qi continent was the true stage. If he wanted to obtain a strength that could really contend with the mysterious Hall of Souls, he would only be able to do so by traversing the Dou Qi continent. A hot fire quietly burned in Xiao Yan's heart as this thought surfaced. Roaming the continent had been his hope for many years. Now, it was perhaps the time to go and fulfill it. Of course, before that, he still needed to settle the problems in this place. 9,700,000. A loud cry from the auction stage woke Xiao Yan from his emotional mind. He raised his head and found that the dark shadow skill had already been successfully purchased by a person for the sky-high price of 9,700,000. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's heart at this price. It was likely that the one who was able to take out such a huge sum was not an ordinary person. Xiao Yan's gaze slid to the spot where this bid was issued from while his heart thought in this manner. He could only see a gray-haired eagle-nosed old man slowly sitting down. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly as he studied the gray-haired eagle-nosed old man. Surprise flashed appeared in his heart. This was because he discovered that this old man was actually one of the two obscure auras that his spiritual perception had sensed earlier. I wonder which faction he belongs to. I think he should also have come with the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva as his aim. The eagle-nosed old man in the distant VIP seat seemed to have faintly sensed a gaze being shot over. His head was immediately turned and his shriveled old face revealed a faint smile when he saw that the person who had shot his gaze over was actually Xiao Yan, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe. He nodded slightly to Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor by his side before turning his head back. What sharp senses! Xiao Yan's heart was surprised when the eagle-nosed old man turned his head around to investigate. The sullenness in his eyes became denser. If this person was not an elite Dou zone, he definitely possessed of some special outstanding skill. Otherwise, it would not cause him to feel such faint fear. Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. The caution in his heart also became much denser. There were far too many experts who had an interest in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva this time around. It will be a difficult task for him to successfully snatch it from all these experts. The item that is going to be auctioned next is somewhat strange. However, it should possess quite the great attraction to some people who have some needs. The white-haired old man on the auction stage wiped off the perspiration on his forehead and immediately waved his hand with a smile. The ground behind him slowly parted. 10 burly men carried an enormous object covered by a white cloth. They slowly climbed onto the stage. The large being that had suddenly appeared also stirred the curiosity of quite a number of people. Many gazes quickly shot over. Xiao Yan was among them. There is a corpse stench. Ziyan by his side wrinkled her small nose as she spoke. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. At this moment, that white-haired old man let out an exhaling sound as he pulled down the white cloth covering the object. After which, an enormous corpse that was over 100 feet large appeared in front of everyone. The size of this magical beast's body was quite large, but it appeared to have been dead for a long time. The bones and flesh on its body were in a dried state. The thing that attracted the most attention was the enormous wings that had already turned into white bones. This pair of enormous wings was quite strange. They appeared to be like some gem, emitting a faint fluorescent light. Any sharp-eyed person could tell from a glance that a strange energy was contained in these large wings. However, by being able to maintain some energy despite being dead for so long, it was likely that this magical beast was of quite a high rank when it was alive. Coco, this magical beast corpse is something that my Black Emperor sect found by a mountain stream. After sect leader's appraisal, this magical beast should be a peerless beast that was about to break through the 7th rank to enter the 8th. The white-haired old man explained in a solemn manner. An uproar was stirred within the hall the moment his words sounded. A magical beast that was about to enter the 8th rank? Was that not equivalent to an elite Dou zone? A magical beast of this rank possessed the ability to reach the sky. Their lifespan was also extremely long. Why would it die in this place? Xiao Yan's eyes locked firmly on the corpse of the magical beast while the auction ground was in an uproar. A moment later, he turned his eyes to its gem-like wings and an unusual flicker appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yan's hands moved slightly under the black robe. A golden-colored scroll suddenly flashed out. 5 eye-catching golden light words were on it. Skybird 9 flying wings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 843, Auctioning Corpse. Chapter 843, Auctioning Corpse. Skybird 9 flying wings. This was something that he had obtained from the sect leader of the Gold Geese sect back then. After obtaining this scroll to manufacture a flying dough technique, Xiao Yan had frequently practiced it and had gained some understanding on the creation of this thing. On a whole, the Skybird 9 flying wings did indeed have some unique points. From a certain point of view, they could be considered a different type of evolved flying wings. This was because the degree of strength of this kind of flying Dou technique was completely determined by the ingredients. If the ingredients used to construct it were of a high grade, they would be a great help to even some experts of the Dou zone class. However, if the ingredients were not up to par, they would be of little help. The most important ingredient in refining the Skybird 9 flying wings was the wings of some flying magical beast. According to the records on the scroll, the Skybird 9 flying wings of Vol18 were created from the wings of a rank 6 magical beast. They could not really be considered a high grade. However, its flying speed was something that even Medusa could not catch up with. If they had not launched a sneak attack that night, it would have really been quite difficult to take this fellow's life. After all, once he failed to beat his opponent, he could simply fly. With the speed of the Skybird 9 flying wings, who would be able to catch up to him? After having obtained it back then, Xiao Yan had greatly coveted the Skybird 9 flying wings manufacturing method. However, after his understanding of it increased, he also understood the difficulty of manufacturing this thing. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's character, he would naturally spend more effort and time to manufacture a good set rather than find some magical beast wings to make up the numbers. Therefore, this thing had been placed within his storage ring and was seldom thought about until the appearance of the corpse of this mysterious magical beast, which clearly had an extraordinary origin. Xiao Yan's heart was quite satisfied with this magical beast's dried corpse. By relying on his outstanding spiritual perception, he was able to vaguely sense that its gem-like white bone wings contained a frighteningly pure energy. Hence, he did somewhat believe the old man when he said that this magical beast was one that was about to enter the 8th rank. After all, the wings were still able to possess such a frightening amount of energy even after having been dead for so long. This was the first time that Xiao Yan had witnessed such a thing. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as they slowly swept over the dried corpse of the enormous magical beast. He nodded slightly a moment later. He could ascertain that if he used these gem-like bone wings to refine the Skybird 9 flying wings, its speed would definitely be even faster than Luo Yin Tian. If he possessed such flying wings, it was likely that there would hardly be anyone in the Dou zone class who could compare with him in terms of speed. He might not be able to win if he were to fight with some elite Dou zones, but it should not be too difficult if he wanted to flee. Ziyan, who was wrapped in a black robe, suddenly trembled while these thoughts lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. Although this trembling was extremely slight, it was still sensed by Xiao Yan since he was close to her. He immediately asked in a soft, doubtful voice, "What is it?" For some unknown reason, I started feeling somewhat uncomfortable the moment this magical beast corpse appeared. Ziyan blinked her eyes under the black robe as she spoke with a soft, somewhat lost voice. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. An incredible thought suddenly flashed across his heart. He spoke in a disbelieving manner, that, "This magical beast corpse doesn't have any relation to you, will it?" Ziyan was originally a kind of somewhat mysterious magical beast. Moreover, no one knew just what kind of magical beast she belonged to because of her inability to transform back to her original form. However, according to what First Elder Su Qian had said, Ziyan was brought back by him from deep within the mountains. This mysterious magical beast corpse in front of him was also something that the Black Emperor sect had met by chance in a mountain forest. Was it possible that some relationship existed between the two? Perhaps, this dried magical beast corpse was one of Ziyan's parents? "You are the one who has a relationship with it," Ziyan spoke in a somewhat angry and displeased manner. There was a blood telepathy between magical beasts. If this magical beast corpse had any relationship with her, Ziyan would definitely be able to sense it. However, the discomfort that she sensed was not this kind of feeling. Instead, it was like the meeting of natural enemies. A feeling that would cause both parties to feel uncomfortable. Of course, the magical beast corpse had already lost any trace of life and it would naturally not feel any discomfort. Xiao Yan softly sighed in relief when he heard Ziyan's words. If this magical beast corpse was related to her, Xiao Yan would not dare to separate its corpse to use it to create the Skybird 9 flying wings no matter how he yearned to. Perhaps you have such a feeling because your strength is inferior to this magical beast corpse. The senses of a magical beast are far sharper than that of a human. Xiao Yan patted Ziyan's little head as he comforted with a smile. Yes. Ziyan nodded in a depressed manner. The gem-like pupils, which contained a purple color, involuntarily paused on the body of the enormous magical beast. Her narrow eyebrows became vertical. This somewhat unusual item that was being auctioned did indeed attract the attention of quite a number of large factions in the VIP seats. A fierce beast that was about to break through to the 8th rank. This was quite a horrifying existence to anyone seated in this place. If this ultimate beast had still been breathing, those extremely strong fellows within the auction ground would rub oil under their feet and flee at the first instance they could. At this level of theirs, they understood more clearly than any ordinary person just what kind of a frightening existence a fierce beast that was about to break through to the 8th rank was. However, it was fortunate that this was only a magical beast's corpse without any traces of life. Moreover, it was the kind that had been drying for an unknown number of years. In this way, the people seated in this place did not hide the curiosity within their hearts. Some of the factions around began private discussions. From the looks of it, they appeared to possess quite some interest for this thing. Among them, those old fellows from the Demon Flame Valley were the most excited and energetic in their discussion. The white-haired old man on the auction stage smiled as he looked at the VIP seats where private conversations had broken out. He knew that these fellows were the people with the richest stores. Only they were truly able to take out something that would interest the Black Emperor sect. Haha, everyone, ever since our Black Emperor sect has obtained this magical beast corpse, we have been preserving it perfectly and did not allow it to suffer any damage. Moreover, I can guarantee to everyone that our Black Emperor sect has never touched this magical beast corpse. In other words, we are also not certain of what is in this magical beast's body. Similarly, we are unaware whether there is a monster core about to break through to the 8th rank within it or not. The words of the white-haired old man undoubtedly threw a bomb that possessed great firepower. Everyone knew that the entire body of this kind of ultimate fierce beast could be considered a treasure. Its skin could be used as armor and its claws were even sharper than some weapons manufactured from metals. Of course, the most important thing was its monster core. It could be imagined just what kind of frightening strength was contained within a monster core that was about to break through to the 8th rank. The value of all of this was difficult to estimate. Hence, the words that the white-haired old man had mentioned had instantly caused the value of this magical beast corpse to soar greatly. Stop saying any more nonsense. Just state a price. Private conversations sounded repeatedly in the auction ground. A long while later, a man in a VIP seat finally cried out with some impatience. The smile on the white-haired old man's face was not reduced when he heard this cry. He shook his head slightly at the auction ground and said with a smile, "All customers, I think everyone knows just how great the value of a magical beast that was about to break through to the 8th rank is. Gold coins are unable to measure its worth. Hence, for this auction, we will not be selling it for gold. Instead, we will engage in a barter trade." Quite a number of people in the VIP seats knit their brows when they heard the request of the white-haired old man. They immediately fell into a silence. For them, they could always get their hands on more gold coins once they ran out. They need not worry about getting their hands on something like money. However, if they had to exchange an item for another, they would have to at least take out some truly valuable things in order to exchange for this magical beast corpse. However, who did not treat something of this grade as a treasure to be kept? They would feel a physical pain if they were asked to take such treasures out to exchange for something. Moreover, quite a number of those in the VIP seats were planning to leave their treasures for the last item. They were going to use them to compete for the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. If they were to waste them here, they would lose quite a bit of confidence in the competition after this. Although the smile on the face of the white-haired old man remained on his face as he glanced over the auction grounds, which had become quiet, some perspiration had begun to seep from his forehead. This magical beast corpse was actually not as valuable as he had said. Otherwise, the Black Emperor sect would not take it out to auction. This magical beast had been dead for many years. After rotting over time, there was already not much energy left in its body. Moreover, they had used a secret technique to detect that the blood contained within this dried corpse was so little that it was pitiful. As for the monster core, they did not sense anything. In other words, it meant that whoever purchased this magical beast corpse must be prepared to gamble. If there was a monster core, liquid blood, or other things like that, they would profit. However, if there was only a pile of dried flesh within it, they would have to be prepared to make a terrible loss. These people in the VIP seats were no fools. They were similarly aware of this point. The guarantee from the white-haired old man was just like a promise from a prostitute in their eyes. There was no credibility to it. Hence, many people did not have any idea whether they really wanted to bid. Minute by minute, time began to pass by. The atmosphere within the auction ground remained silent. By this time, the vest of the white-haired old man was already drenched in perspiration. The sect had high hopes for this dried magical beast corpse. If he was unable to auction it off, it would be considered to have failed his job and would face the punishment of the sect. The silence continued. Just when the white-haired old man was somewhat unable to endure any longer, a human figure wearing black robes slowly stood up from the VIP seats. His faint voice broke the silence in the auction ground. "One Dou Spirit Pill, one Mighty Huang Pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 844, Barter Trade. Chapter 844, Barter Trade. The sudden bid instantly stirred up an uproar throughout the auction grounds. A Dou spirit pill and a mighty Huang pill. These two kinds of medicinal pills were exquisite medicinal pills able to raise the strength of a Dou Wang and Dou Huang respectively. This kind of medicinal pill possessed quite a great attraction to some experts present. After all, when one reached the Dou Wang and Dou Huang class, attempting to raise one's strength by 1 star was not a simple task. Sometimes, it was not impossible to exhaust a couple years of effort. A few years of bitter training required one medicinal pill to make up for it. This was undoubtedly the main reason for these experts to become crazy right now. Similar to the Dou spirit pill, a medicinal pill like the mighty Huang pill would rarely be taken out by any faction to auction off. After all, as long as one possessed such a pill, one would be able to raise the strength of some core experts within one sect. This was very beneficial in terms of overall strength. Hence, everyone was stunned when they heard that there was actually someone who would open his mouth to trade these kinds of medicinal pill. The gazes of the entire auction ground were all turned to a VIP seat. They all landed on the black-robed person who was slowly standing up. In an instant, various surprised private conversations began to repeatedly appear. The people in the VIP seats were much calmer compared to the many surprised voices coming from the crowd. After all, they knew that this mysterious black-robed person was a Tier 6 alchemist. Usually, an alchemist would choose to use medicinal pills in exchange for things first. However, they still could not resist shaking their heads when they heard Xiao Yan quoting a Dou spirit pill and a mighty Huang pill right from the start, since they were both extremely valuable medicinal pills. He was indeed worthy of being a Tier 6 alchemist. This manner of spending was something that an ordinary person could not compare with. A Dou spirit pill and a mighty Huang pill. Given the value of these two medicinal pills, they would definitely be able to exchange for gold coins in the range of 8 million. This amount was considered quite great. The white-haired old man on the auction stage sighed in relief in his heart when he heard someone issue an opening bid. He swept the perspiration off his forehead without anyone noticing. A thought made its way into his heart. A Dou spirit pill and a mighty Huang pill might indeed be very valuable, but the magical beast corpse they were being used to exchange for appeared to dwarf them. No matter how one put it, this large fellow was ultimately a fierce beast that was about to leap into the 8th rank. Although this ultimately fierce beast had already turned into a dried corpse, even the might of a tiger would remain after it died, much less a magical beast of this rank. The white-haired old man threw his gaze toward a certain spot of the auction ground without leaving a trace while this thought flashed in his heart. After seeing the person there shake his head, he could only sigh within his heart. His face was still filled with smiles as his eyes swept over the VIP seats. He smiled and said, "This Mr. bids 1 Dou spirit pill and 1 mighty Huang pill. May I know if anyone is offering a higher bid? Can I bid 1 D-class low-level Dou technique?" A hesitant voice sounded after the white-haired old man's voice rang out. The white-haired old man was startled when he heard this. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and replied in the direction of the voice, "I'm sorry, although a D-class low-level Dou technique is quite valuable, our Black Emperor sect still prefers the Dou spirit pill and mighty Huang pill." The old man who had spoken could only helplessly shake his head when he heard this. He muttered a couple of words in his mouth before sitting back down. It was likely that he had lost the interest to issue another bid for this magical beast's corpse. After the old man sat down, the people in the VIP seats remained silent. Many people did not feel an exhilaration from such a gam. After all, if they really spent a sky-high price to purchase a useless corpse, their losses would really cause one to have the impulse to smash a wall. The stomach of the white-haired old man was filled with depression as he looked at the atmosphere that had become silent once again. A Dou spirit pill and a mighty Huang pill were far from the estimated price that the Black Emperor sect had placed on this magical beast corpse. If they were to simply sell it like this, they would be the ones who would suffer a loss. While the white-haired old man was depressed, the red-haired Fang Yan and the couple of elders beside him in the seats of the Demon Flame Valley finished their discussion. He slowly stood up in front of a countless number of gazes. Fang Yan smiled and cupped his hands in Xiao Yan's direction. After which, he spoke to the white-haired old man on the auction stage. "Even if our Demon Flame Valley had a medicinal pill like the mighty Huang pill, we would definitely not take it out. However, I have a D-class middle-level Dou technique here. Don't be quick to judge. You can wait until I have told you about its effects before deciding. This Dou technique is called the Flame Creation Skill. It is somewhat harsh to practice. The practitioner must be someone who practices a fire affinity Qi method. This kind of Dou technique would not only enable a person to swiftly control any flame, but it is also able to transform the Dou Qi within one's body into an energy flame that is not real. Of course, this is not what it is praised for. Its greatest use is that if another person who practices this Dou technique were to use it at the same time, the energy flame that is formed can temporarily be merged. The energy flame after such a merger will transform into an actual flame. Its strength is extremely shocking and could even be comparable to a heavenly flame. As long as your Black Emperor sect obtains this Dou technique and finds a sufficient number of suitable people to practice it, the strength of the flame after the merger might really be comparable to a heavenly flame. Fang Yan's faint words immediately stirred quite the large commotion the moment they sounded in the auction grounds. This kind of powerful Dou technique that could form something comparable to a heavenly flame after merging was something that they had never heard of. Most of the people seated knew what a heavenly flame was. They had also heard a little about the frightening might of this thing. Hence, the sound of exclamations repeatedly sounded within the auction grounds. This so-called flame creation skill had also caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly leap while it stirred a commotion within the auction ground. He did not have much interest in the merger of the flames to create a heavenly flame that Fang Yan had spoken about. The thing that caused him to be interested was the sentence enable a person to swiftly control any flame. There were many flames within Xiao Yan's body and there might be even more in the future. How he was going to control these heavenly flames was his greatest problem. A heavenly flame was originally wild and violent. Controlling one exhausted an unnatural amount of strength. Normally speaking, Xiao Yan would have to spend a large amount of time and effort in order to control a heavenly flame after obtaining one. Moreover, as more heavenly flames were merged in the future, controlling them all would naturally be very troublesome. If he possessed this flame creation skill, it was likely that this skill would provide Xiao Yan with lots of help when that time came. If Xiao Yan's heart was not rational, might have turned his head and exchanged for the flame creation skill in that fellow's hands this instant. After all, this thing might be of critical importance to him in the future. The white-haired old man, who was initially disappointed, could not resist nodding his head unnecessarily after hearing the marvelous effects of this flame creation skill. Coco, I'm afraid that Elder Fang Yan has not revealed everything, no? Although the old me has been in a retreat for many years, I am also aware of some of the matters in the Demon Flame Valley. This flame creation skill might be marvelous, but each time one uses his energy for the merger, it will cause the user to suffer an everlasting harm. Once or twice is fine. However, if it is used a couple more times, it is likely that one would just die. My Black Emperor sect does not have so many experts to deplete in such a manner. Therefore, this Dou technique of yours might be quite good, but it does not have much use to our Black Emperor sect. A faint old laugh suddenly sounded just as the white-haired old man was hesitating. A golden figure immediately appeared on the auction stage in a strange manner. Everyone looked over and found that it was actually the sect leader of the Black Emperor sect, Mo Tianxing. Fang Yan was also startled when he saw that Mo Tianxing decided to appear in such a sudden manner. He immediately laughed in a somewhat embarrassed manner before rubbing his nose and saying, since sect leader Mo is not interested in this Dou technique, we'll just forget about it. Coincidentally, I was feeling somewhat uncertain in my heart. Should I pay a great price to purchase a useless corpse, it is likely that the sect leader would give me a vicious scolding. Fang Yan sat back in his chair after speaking these words full of hidden mockery. From the looks of his manner, it seemed that he was unwilling to place another competing bid for this magical beast corpse. Mo Tianxing knit his brows when he heard these words of Fang Yan. A faint chill quietly appeared in his eyes. Immediately, he threw a friendly gaze to Xiao Yan and laughed as he said, "This friend. Everyone here are wise men. Although there is quite a great risk in auctioning for this magical beast corpse, you will reap a huge reward if there is really something within it. Hence, the old me has personally come forward. If you are able to take out 5 Dou spirit pills and 4 mighty Huang pills, this magical beast corpse shall be left to you to deal with." Mo Tianxing's words caused an uproar within the auction ground. Quite a number of people involuntarily rolled their eyes. This old fellow really knew how to rip someone off. 5 Dou spirit pills and 4 mighty Huang pills, why doesn't he just go and die? How could one state such a price? 3 Dou spirit pills and 1 mighty Huang pill. Xiao Yan, who was wrapped within a black robe, faintly replied amid the uproar. 4 Dou spirit pills and 3 mighty Huang pills. Mo Tianxing knit his brows and responded in a deep voice. Does sect leader Mo think that it is so easy to refine medicinal pills? Xiao Yan laughed as he said, I shall not bargain with you any longer. 3 Dou spirit pills and 2 mighty Huang pills. Honestly speaking, I am in the same boat as everyone else. I don't possess much boldness to engage in such a gamble. After all, who knows if the interior of the magical beast is just a pile of dried rotten flesh? Mo Tianxing frowned after being viciously checkmated by Xiao Yan. He mused for a long while before finally nodding his head in front of many stunned gazes. All right, we'll accept your offer. The corner of Mo Tianxing's mouth was quietly lifted into a pleasing smile without anyone noticing the moment he nodded. However, he did not discover that Xiao Yan, who was covered by black robes, had also lifted a cold smile onto his lips. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845, Bodhisattva Body Transformation Saliva. Chapter 845, Bodhisattva Body Transformation Saliva. Everyone in the auction grounds stared at these two people who had just completed massive business transaction within a couple of sentences. They involuntarily wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. These two fellows were indeed not ordinary people. It was likely that there were hardly anyone present who possessed such resolution. 3 Dou spirit pills and 2 mighty Huang pills. Quite a number of people violently swallowed a mouthful of saliva upon hearing the condition that was spat from Xiao Yan's mouth. Their gazes emitted a greenish light as they stared at Xiao Yan. Being able to take out 5 medicinal pills of such tier in one go was something that many people were witnessing for the first time. This action was far more resolute than tossing around thousands of gold. Quite a number of people on the VIP seats used surprised gazes to sweep across Xiao Yan and the smiling Tianxing. Their hearts felt surprised at the mysterious alchemist's great wealth. He was indeed worthy of being an alchemist who could refine a top-grade tier 6 medicinal pill. This person did not even blink his eyes despite having taken out so many medicinal pills in one go. This transaction was successfully completed in front of many flabbergasted gazes. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth contained a smile as he returned to his seat. His thoughts were different from other people. He was unconcerned about whether there were any treasures within this dried magical beast's corpse. This was because his main aim was actually its gem-like bone wings. As long as this thing was present, he would not lose out even if he forked out 3 Dou spirit pills and 2 mighty Huang pills. This was because Xiao Yan would be able to refine a high-quality Skybird 9 flying wings with these wings. At that time, he would really be able to travel anywhere in the world. Being able to exchange for this kind of fabulous item that could protect his life with just 5 medicinal pill was considered to be very favorable from Xiao Yan's point of view. He naturally understood that the Black Emperor sect would definitely have used various methods to investigate this magical beast's corpse before they were willing to take it out to be auctioned. This magical beast might really only be a pile of dried rotten meat just as he had mentioned. If Xiao Yan did not possess the manufacturing method for the Skybird 9 flying wings, Xiao Yan would definitely not use such a price to exchange for it. Based on Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, he could gain a smattering of beneficial knowledge, hence, this transaction might appear to possess a great amount of risk from another person's point of view. Risk where one would suffer a complete loss if one was careless. However, from the way Xiao Yan saw it, it was a transaction that he would never lose. On the auction stage, the smile on Tianxing's face was not hidden after having successfully getting Xiao Yan to take out 3 Dou spirit pills and 2 mighty Huang pills. He clapped his hands and a group of large men appeared once again. They spent a great amount of effort to carefully pick up that magical beast corpse to carry it away. Tianxing did not leave the stage after watching the magical beast corpse be carried away. He waved his hand toward the white-haired old man and the latter sighed in relief. The latter immediately bowed and withdrew. From the looks of it, the subsequent auction would be personally hosted by Tianxing. A fiery heat suddenly surged from the hearts of quite a number of people in the VIP seats when they saw this exchange. What else other than the Bodhisattva Body Transformation Saliva, which had been well promoted, could get this old fellow to personally auction it off? Tianxing steadily took out a pair of purplish golden gloves from his storage ring in front of the many fiery hot eyes present. After which, he gently waved his hand. As his hand was waved, the ground once again split apart. Immediately, a couple of black-clothed old men with stern faces slowly walked out. One of the old men's hands held a small box that was covered by a yellow cloth. The few old men maintained a fixed distance while they walked. A faint but sharp Dou Qi lingered over their bodies and their eagle-like eyes slowly swept around them. At this moment, any unusual movement would cause these few people to enter into a combat state. Seeing the careful formation that appeared as though these people were facing an enemy, the entire auction ground began to gradually become quiet. An unusual atmosphere covered the place, causing one to feel some pressure. I think everyone should be aware of the highlight of the auction that my Black Emperor sect has held this time around. The old me is aware that quite a number of people seated here have come because of this thing. Tianxing spoke with a deep voice. He wore the purplish golden gloves and the smile on his face was slowly withdrawn. The couple of black-clothed old men gently placed that small box, covered by a yellow cloth, onto the auction table in an extremely cautious manner while Tianxing spoke. After which, they slowly withdrew before forming a mysterious formation that locked the auction table within it. If anyone thought of trying to forcefully take it, these 5 Black Emperor sect elders, whose strengths were all at the Dou Huang class, would go all out to crush that person. Moreover, even if one defeated them, one would have to face a genuine elite Dou zone, Tianxing. The Black Emperor sect could not be blamed for creating such a tight defensive formation. This Bodhisattva Body Transformation Saliva was far too valuable. Of course, the reason that this thing was valuable was largely because of the rumor that one could procure information about the Bodhisattva heart if one obtained the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Dou Qi. Just these two simple words were enough to cause any faction's mental defenses to be withered and destroyed. A person of this level could be considered a heavenly expert who stood at the top of the gold pagoda. They could destroy mountains and split the earth by simply raising their hands. Even space could be shattered. This kind of frightening strength that was able to contend with nature was not something an ordinary expert could imagine. Hence, despite many people knowing that this might simply be a method to hype up the event by the Black Emperor sect, they were still unable to control the wild heat within their hearts. Therefore, they traveled thousands of kilometers to get to this place. In the Black Corner region where there were no rules, the fist was the truth. Under the attraction of this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, even some elite Dou Zone demons would throw aside all their face and try to snatch it. This did not cause Xiao Yan to feel surprised, nor did it cause Mo-Tian-Xing to feel surprised. If the Black Emperor sect was not considered an old faction within the Black Corner region with quite a strong foundation, it was likely that it would have long been washed with blood. Moreover, it would be the kind of bloodbath where not even their dogs and fowls were spared. A person might be innocent, but he would be deemed guilty by virtue of possessing a treasure. Possessing such a precious item was the greatest source of sin. However, it was fortunate that the Black Emperor sect was not an ordinary faction. Otherwise, the most miserable ending would definitely have befallen them. Mo-Tian-Xing observed the many hot gazes that shot over from the VIP seats. His gaze paused at a couple of positions before Dou Qi began to quietly flow within his body. His hand gently grabbed the yellow cloth before suddenly pulling it away. The yellow cloth was removed under a countless number of heated eyes. A transparent crystal box was revealed, reflecting a glare under the light. At this moment, almost everyone ignored that glaring light as their eyes stared into the crystal box without blinking. An unusually faint light lingered within the crystal box. A fist-sized cluster of an unusually thick, somewhat jade-green item was slowly wiggling and drifting within the box as the light scattered. While it wiggled, layers of liquid began to churn, causing it to appear like a living creature. The cluster of this thick jade-green liquid remained suspended in the box without borrowing any strength. Moreover, it seemed to possess some intelligence as it slowly drifted about the box. A strange light seeped from its surface, causing it to appear exceptionally mysterious. Is this the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the floating viscous jade-green liquid as he softly muttered. The pretty eyes of the little fairy doctor by his side also stared intently at the thick liquid that emitted a strange glow. An excitement flashed deep within her eyes. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and gradually suppressed the fiery heat within his heart. His spiritual perception was basically unrestrained as it surged out. Finally, it seemed to meet some resistance just before it came into contact with the crystal and was reflected back. It seems that this Black Emperor sect is really cautious. Xiao Yan withdrew his spiritual perception, raised his eyebrows, and laughed in a cold and low voice. All those in attendance, this is the highlight of my Black Emperor sect's auction this time around. Quite a number of people have come because of it. It is. Mo-Tian-Xing glanced at the strange thick liquid within the crystal box. A greed and yearning also flashed deep within his eyes. After which, he immediately raised his head and spoke one word at a time in a deep voice, the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva / Mo-Tian-Xing's low and deep words appeared to be like a heavy bomb that stirred a great commotion within the auction grounds. A countless number of surprised cries sounded and numerous greedy gazes immediately shot over. Those large factions in the VIP seats that possessed quite a great strength were also included among these people. Sensing that the auction ground had suddenly become somewhat chaotic, the black-clothed elders beside the auction table slightly curled their hands. Their eyes immediately became frigid. The sound of bows being strung quietly appeared in the shadows around the auction ground. Bang! A majestic aura suddenly surged out from Mo-Tian-Xing's body amid the uproar. A pair of sharp eyes slowly swept over the auction grounds. As his gaze swept over, that chaotic area appeared just like an ice cube in boiling water as it quickly quietened down. No one present could easily ignore the pressure of an elite Dou Zone. Everyone, please follow our Black Emperor sect's rules. If anyone is interested in this auction, one can open his mouth to call out a bid. There is no need to leave your seat. Otherwise, Mo-Tian-Xing faintly spoke. His gaze immediately swept over a couple of areas where the auras were obscured. Finally, he waved his hand and coldly cried out. Now, the auction for this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva shall begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 846, each revealing one's capital. Chapter 846, each revealing one's capital. The enormous auction ground descended into an unusual silence after Motian Xing's words sounded. A countless number of eyes swept over those in the VIP seats. Everyone knew that given the great value of this bodhisattva body transformation saliva, it was naturally impossible for an ordinary person to obtain. Those who had the qualification and ability to obtain it were the experts and ancient factions present in the VIP seats. The VIP seats were strangely quiet. Even those large factions, that were ready to create trouble earlier, did not open their mouths in a frantic manner. Instead, their bodies leaned gently against the backrest of their chairs as their fingers gently knocked on their armrests. They did not open their mouths to say anything. Ha! It is this old me who has not made myself clear. Motian Xing was also startled by this unusual silence. Immediately, he appeared to have recovered as he softly laughed and said, due to this bodhisattva body transformation saliva being far too valuable, the auctioning method will also be somewhat different. Next, I will like to invite those friends who are interested to enter the auction stage alone and take out the item they wish to use in exchange for the old me to take a look. After which, the old me will complete this transaction with the person who has taken out an item of the greatest value. Quite a number of people were stunned when they heard Motian Xing's words. Plenty of people immediately became displeased. Despite being displeased, they were clear that given the value of this bodhisattva body transformation saliva, the items that these large factions would take out to exchange for it would also be extremely valuable. As the saying went, money cannot be revealed to anyone. This point was something that even commoners knew, much less these large factions and experts who shook the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan was similarly startled by this rule. However, he recovered quickly and nodded. In this way, he would be able to save some trouble. After all, if the thing that one took out was so valuable that the people beside them started to covet it, it might end up attracting quite a lot of unnecessary trouble. Those people who had similar thoughts as Xiao Yan revealed a more relaxed expression on their faces. They nodded after Motian Xing's words sounded. Motian Xing glanced at the atmosphere that had relaxed a little. Only then did he vaguely smile. His hand suddenly moved and the surrounding light circle around the auction stage suddenly became denser. With the increase in density of the color, the situation within the stage grew increasingly blurrier. In the end, one could not make out anything on the stage. Motian Xing's loud and clear laughter was transmitted as the auction stage was being covered by a dense light pillar. Everyone, I think you should be able to rest assured now, right? In that case, please start bidding. However, everyone should follow the rules. It is sufficient to enter alone. Do not enter in groups. Of course, I think that everyone need not worry that the old me will mess about in front of everyone. Quite a number of people faintly smiled when they heard these words of Motian Xing. If the Black Emperor's sect dared to mess around in this kind of place, it was likely that they did not wish to continue muddling along in the Black Corner region? Some of the factions seated had a background that was not weaker than the Black Emperor's sect. If the latter were to annoy them, the Black Emperor's sects could only end up being destroyed should all of them form an alliance. A middle-aged man in a VIP seat took the lead to stand not long after Motian Xing's words sounded. His face was filled with a fiery heat as his body moved and rushed forward. Finally, he entered into the light pillar. Xiao Yan, who was under the black robe, could not resist playing with the storage ring on his finger as he watched the middle-aged man disappear into the light pillar. He had spent all his effort to prepare for this bodhisattva body transformation saliva. However, he did not know whether his fortune would be able to obtain it from the hands of so many experts who had clearly come prepared. Why don't I go in later? The little fairy doctor by his side suddenly whispered to Xiao Yan. She was knitting her brows while staring at the dense light pillar. It's fine, the Black Emperor sect doesn't have the guts to mess around here. Moreover, given my strength, even if Motian Xing were to attack in person, he would have difficulty getting me to stay without revealing some ability. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. He naturally knew what the little fairy doctor was worried about. However, as long as that Motian Xing was somewhat rational, he would not commit a foolish act in front of so many people's eyes. The little fairy doctor could only nod her head when she saw Xiao Yan's persistence. She softly said, in that case, we'll do as you say. However, you should remember that I will force my way in if you did not come out within 5 minutes. Xiao Yan was startled before he immediately smiled and nodded. Around 3 minutes later, the large middle-aged man walked out of the pillar in front of the countless numbers of gazes in the auction. He helplessly shook his head and returned to his seat with a bitter face. From the looks of it, the item he had taken out was not approved by Motian Xing. The people in the VIP seats who felt uncertainty in their hearts finally let it go after seeing the first person successfully walk out. Next, a yellow-clothed, old man with a shadowy expression swiftly stood up and rushed into the light pillar. The remainder of the auction was unusually smooth after its bumpy start. People repeatedly entered the light pillar one after another. However, most people ended up coming out with a somewhat gloomy expression. It seemed that their things also failed to satisfy Mo Tianxing. Of course, this was not the case for everyone. There was a small number of people who walked out with smiles on their faces. It seemed that they possessed a lot of confidence in the things that they had taken out. Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to enter the light pillar. Instead, he quietly sat in his chair and watched the progress of the event. The eagle-nosed gray-haired old man, who had purchased the dark shadow skill earlier, slowly stood up while Xiao Yan quietly waited. Xiao Yan's heart shivered a little when he saw the old man act. The latter was one of the few people in the auction ground whom he could not see through. Therefore, his heart had automatically classified him among his greatest competitors. This eagle-nosed gray-haired old man seemed to possess some reputation among the older generation of the Black Corner region. Hence, the expressions of the people from the Demon Flame Valley, First Elder Su Qian and the others, who had yet to step forward, changed slightly the moment the former stood up. Their gazes were quickly shot over. The eagle-nosed old man was unconcerned with these surrounding gazes. His body shook and he disappeared from the spot in a ghost-like manner. This speed caused Xiao Yan's eyes to shrink. At this moment, he was certain that this old man, whose aura was different from an ordinary dozone, was definitely an elite dozone. The Black Corner region is indeed a place where dragons and tigers hide. I never heard of this person in the past. It is unexpected that his strength is this great. Xiao Yan's face became solemn under the black robe while he muttered in his heart. The space where the eagle-nosed old man had disappeared from shook slightly just as this thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. One could see that his body flashed and appeared once again. His face contained a faint smile. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had great confidence in his bidding price. After having flashed and returned, the eagle-nosed old man continued to ignore the surrounding gazes as he returned to his seat. After which, he shut his eyes to recuperate. Quite a number of people frowned when they saw his laid-back movements. First Elder Fong Yan from the Demon Flame Valley finally stood up after this mysterious eagle-nosed old man's turn. His face carried a smile as he slowly walked out a moment after entering the light pillar. From the looks of it, he seemed to have also brought along a true treasure. Xiao Yan studied Fong Yan with an indifferent expression as the latter returned to his seat. He was just about to stand up when he saw Xiaoli, a short distance away, got up before him. After which, the latter's body moved and he rushed into the light pillar. Xiao Yan was immediately stunned upon seeing this scene. The aim of Xiao Gate this time around was also the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? However, given the foundation of Xiao Gate, how was it able to take out something that could interest Mo Tianxing? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly glanced at First Elder Su Qian as this doubt flashed across his heart. He immediately nodded his head, having come to a sudden understanding. Xiaoli walked out after having entered the light pillar for 3 to 4 minutes. His appearance did not reveal a bitter expression nor too many smiles. It seemed that the Black Emperor's sect did not evaluate the thing that they had taken out very highly. Xiao Yan slowly stood up as this thought flashed through his heart. Being a target who was always paid attention to, Xiao Yan's actions naturally pulled over many gazes that contained various expressions. These gazes were naturally not something that Xiao Yan was bothered with. His body moved and he gently floated through the air before landing in the light pillar. The intense light when Xiao Yan's body entered the light pillar caused his eyes to narrow before he opened them with caution a moment later. He coincidentally saw Mo Tianxing smiling on the auction stage. There was a red-faced old man behind the latter. He was Qi Shan, whom Xiao Yan had some conflict with. Haha, Mr. Yan Xiao. The old me has finally waited for you to step forward. Mo Tianxing smiled as he spoke. He studied Xiao Yan. The gaze he used to look at the latter was no different than one used to look at a big fat goat. Xiao Yan quietly and coldly laughed at Mo Tianxing's eyes. His gaze immediately turned to the crystal box by the side without drawing attention. Surprise flickered in his eyes when he saw the thick liquid within it. It seemed to possess a life force of its own. He muttered, "Is this the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva?" Haha, this is the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. My Black Emperor's sect does not dare to create a fake of this thing. Mo Tianxing smiled and nodded. He immediately laughed. May I know what does Mr. Yan Xiao intend to use to exchange for this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. He mused for a moment under Mo Tianxing's somewhat fiery hot gaze. With a flick of his finger, a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. There was a large dragon eye-sized medicinal pill partially visible in the jade bottle. This is a top-grade tier 6 medicinal pill, zone-breaking pill. I think that sect leader Mo has heard of it. I shall not say anything more about its effect. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the jade bottle slowly flew toward Mo Tianxing while Xiao Yan spoke. Zone-breaking pill? Mo Tianxing and Qi Shan behind him trembled upon hearing this name. A joy that was difficult to hide immediately surfaced in their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 847, The Final Victor. Chapter 847, The Final Victor. The Zone-Breaking Pill. Mo Tianxing was not foreign to this medicinal pill that could be considered renowned. Qi Shan behind him was also not foreign to it. The effects of this medicinal pill similarly possessed an enormous attraction to them. Currently, the Black Emperor's sect only had one elite Dou Zone, Mo Tianxing. This was also the main reason why the Black Emperor's sect was able to stand within the Black Corner region without collapsing. Hence, one could tell just what kind of deterrent effect an elite Dou Zone possessed within this region. The Black Emperor's sect had been thinking of grooming a second elite Dou Zone during these years to act as Mo Tianxing's successor. The one who had the greatest chance to reach this class was naturally Amoya, who had displayed an outstanding training talent since he was young. The Black Emperor's sect had used an uncountable amount of spiritual medicines on the latter during these many years. Only through their liberal usage of spiritual medicines did they manage to allow Amoya to become an expert Dou Huang before he was 30. However, simply relying on the accumulation of medicinal pills was not something that could successfully groom an elite Dou Zone. This point was something that Mo Tianxing, who was an elite Dou Zone, was clearly aware of. There was a big gap between a Dou Huang and a Dou Zone. Attempting to successfully break through was extremely difficult. Honestly speaking, even with Amoya's training talent, Mo Tianxing did not hold much hope in the former charging into the Dou Zone class. If it was this easy to advance into the Dou Zone class, the enormous Black Corner region would not have these few individuals who were as rare as phoenix feathers and a unicorn horn. Although Mo Tianxing did not hold much hope, he had also never given up. After all, the Black Emperor's sect had already spent quite a lot on Amoya. It was impossible for them to stop now. All they could do was go all out. As long as Amoya was able to become an elite Dou Zone, the strength of the Black Emperor's sect would soar. They might not be able to unify the Black Corner region, but by relying on the strength of two elite Dou Zones and the foundation of the Black Emperor's sect, they would at least be able to become an extremely strong existence that could roll over the other factions within the Black Corner region. That position was far from what they could currently compare with. Of course, the precondition of all of this was Amoya's successful breakthrough to the Dou Zone class. However, it was clearly a very difficult task for Amoya to rely on his own strength to break through to the Dou Zone class. Hence, Mo Tianxing needed to find some medicinal pills that could increase the chances of this occurring. At this moment, the zone-breaking pill that Xiao Yan had taken out had coincidentally pressed on the softest spot within their hearts. The excitement in Mo Tianxing's eyes continued for a moment before gradually disappearing. He carefully grabbed the jade bottle that Xiao Yan had thrown over. After which, he handed it to Qi Shan behind him. The latter understood the former's intention as he swiftly received it. After which, he glanced at the dragon eye-sized medicinal pill within the bottle. He poured it onto his hand and carefully studied it only to sigh and nod his head a moment later. He raised his head. His gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at Xiao Yan while he said in a deep voice, "Sect leader, this is indeed the zone-breaking pill, but moreover, its quality is quite high and the medicinal effect is extremely well preserved." The smile on Mo Tianxing's face widened after hearing Qi Shan's verification. With a smile, he nodded and said to Xiao Yan, "The medicinal pill that Mr. Yin Xiao was refining back then should be this item, right?" Xiao Yan slightly nodded. His gaze faintly swept over the two people before laughing. "May I know what sect leader Mo thinks about this zone-breaking pill?" "Not bad, this zone-breaking pill is indeed a medicinal pill that my Black Emperor's sect needs." Mo Tianxing smiled and nodded. He immediately recalled something and frowned. After which, he raised his head, smiled and spoke to Xiao Yan, "Since Mr. Yin Xiao has already taken out the item that he wishes to use for the exchange, please return to your seat and wait. After the few elders within the sect and I have a discussion, the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva in this auction shall have a new owner." But Xiao Yan nodded when he heard his words. He smoothly grabbed the jade bottle and his hands immediately withdrew into his sleeves. A layer of faint Dou Qi quietly surged out before wrapping around the jade bottle. One could not blame Xiao Yan for being this cautious. After all, his heart understood just what kind of place he belonged to as well as who the people in front of him were. If one were not cautious when dealing with them, it was likely that one would not even know how one died. Xiao Yan stored the jade bottle before cupping his hands toward Mo Tianxing. After which, he turned his body and walked out of the light circle. The smile on Mo Tianxing's face changed after sending Xiao Yan out of the light pillar. He knit his brows tightly and appeared to have descended into some sort of troubled state. "Elder Qi, there are currently 3 things that interest us. One is the Tier 7 medicinal pill, life-returning pill that old Shan has taken out. The second is the spiritual merger method that the Demon Flame Valley has taken out. The third is this Yan Zhao's zone-breaking pill. Which do you think is most suitable for us? Mo Tianxing thought deeply for a moment before slowly placing his hands behind him. He asked Qi Shan a question with a frown. Qi Shan was startled when he heard this. He immediately knit his brows slightly and voiced his thoughts. The life-returning pill is a Tier 7 medicinal pill. It does indeed crush the other two items in terms of its grade. This medicinal pill is able to save one person's life. With it, one can live as long as one does not have his head chopped off or his heart crushed by another person. If sect leader possessed it, it would be equivalent to you having 2 lives. This is of critical importance. You are the most important person in the Black Emperor's sect. As long as you are around, the position of the Black Emperor's sect will be preserved for a long time. As for the spiritual merger method that the Demon Flame Valley offered, it is admittedly unique. However, this kind of chi method that forcefully swallows spirits clearly possesses quite the drawbacks. Perhaps it might be able to strengthen one's strength in the short term, but it is likely that it results in a great sequela. This thing can only be said to be something with both an attraction and a danger. If the Black Emperor's sect were to suffer a great disaster, sect leader might be able to use this method to turn things around. However, it does not have much use under normal circumstances. The zone-breaking pill of Yanxiao might only be a Tier 6 medicinal pill, but it is able to increase the chances of success in the advancement to the Dou Zone class. Honestly speaking, even if this pill was given to junior sect leader, it is likely that his chances of success will still be extremely low. Once he fails, the medicinal pill will be considered to have been wasted. This Bodhisattva body transformation saliva would be given to someone for nothing in return. Of course, if he succeeds, there will naturally be endless benefits for our Black Emperor sect. Therefore, it is a gamble. Mo Tianxing nodded slightly when he heard Qi Shan's analysis. A moment later, he let out a long sigh. A struggle appeared momentarily on his face before he violently clenched his fist. He said in a deep voice, "In that case, we will choose that." Qi Shan did not add anything after Mo Tianxing made up his mind. He nodded slightly before taking a couple of steps back. Xiao Yan walked out of the light pillar. Due to him being wrapped by a black robe, no one could see the expression he was wearing. Hence, they could only stare at him as he slowly walked back to his seat and quietly sat down. There were still some other people who entered the light pillar after Xiao Yan came out. However, most people had entered with excitement, but had come out looking depressed. Clearly, the high standards of the Black Emperor sect had exceeded many people's expectations. "How is it?" The little fairy doctor was quiet for a moment as she watched the people passing through the light pillar. Only then did she part her red lips to softly inquire. Xiao Yan knit his brows under the black robe. He softly sighed before saying, "It is not as good as expected. I have underestimated some people's degree of desire for this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva." Although Mo Tianxing was extremely surprised when Xiao Yan had taken out the zone-breaking pill earlier, Xiao Yan had clearly seen the hesitation and struggle within his eyes before the latter recovered his cool. Clearly, an item that had interested Mo Tianxing had appeared before him. Moreover, he still felt some hesitation after Xiao Yan had taken out the zone-breaking pill. From this, one could see that the thing he was interested likely had a value that was not lower than the zone-breaking pill. In this way, the confidence in Xiao Yan's heart had significantly diminished. The little fairy doctor's grayish-purple eyes blinked a couple of times after hearing Xiao Yan's sigh. Her delicate hand gently patted Xiao Yan's arm in a comforting manner as he said with a gentle voice, "There is no need to be too worried. Even if we really fail to win the bid for the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, it is not as though we will not have a chance. Actually, quite a number of people present possess similar intentions." Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately smiled and a cold glint appeared in his dark black eyes. He would obtain this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva at all costs. If he was unable to obtain it through proper means, he could only use one final tactic. While these thoughts lingered in Xiao Yan's heart, the light pillar on the auction stage suddenly started to pale. The situation within it was visible to everyone's eyes. "Cuckoo, everyone, after the earlier selection, my Black Emperor sect has our final answer." Mo Tianxing's eyes swept all around him as he spoke with a smile. The auction grounds immediately became quiet upon hearing the words of his. All of the gazes carried some curiosity and anxiety as they locked onto Mo Tianxing. Mo Tianxing laughed in front of everyone's gazes. After a discussion between the elders of the sect and the old me, the final victor of this auction is. He purposefully paused for a moment when his words reached this point. He waited until quite a number of people were just staring at him before his finger was suddenly lifted. It pointed to a certain spot in the VIP seats. Old Xian. The atmosphere in the auction grounds immediately became dull after Mo Tianxing's words sounded. Quite a number of people in the VIP seats slowly lifted a dark, cold smile to the corner of their lips. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 848, Old Man Xian. Chapter 848, Old Man Xian. Old Xian. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a breath of air as his mouth softly emitted these words. The fists under his sleeves suddenly clenched. It was unexpected that he was unable to move the Black Emperor's sect despite having taken out a medicinal pill at the tier of the zone-breaking pill. It seems that the item that person took out is even more valuable than your zone-breaking pill. The little fairy doctor by his side whispered with some surprise. It was unexpected that this inconspicuous old fellow would actually be able to take out something of this level. Xiao Yan faintly nodded. Under the black robe, his gaze contained joy as it slowly shot toward the eagle-nosed old man. He frowned. Old Xian? Was this the person's title within the Black Corner region? It was likely that he was an expert of the older generation. Otherwise, it was not possible for Xiao Yan to not have heard of him. The silence within the large hall continued for a moment before a crushing uproar suddenly appeared. Countless numbers of stunned gazes looked at the gray-haired eagle-nosed old man who was seated in a corner. Numerous surprised cries involuntarily sounded within the auction grounds. Old Xian? The old Xian who was one of the top 3 on the black ranking back then? He is actually still alive? He never died. All he did was hide and undertake a retreat. Unexpectedly, we are able to see this strong person from the older generation who had shaken the Black Corner region back then. We have not wasted this trip. He was an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class back then. After so many years, he definitely would make the breakthrough to the Dou Zone class, right? Compared to the nosiness behind, the atmosphere in the VIP seats was covered in an unusual pressure. Numerous dense gazes were shot over from all directions. They immediately gathered onto Old Xian. Although the latter had quite a great reputation within the Black Corner region, any opponent would be ignored by them with the attraction of the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Old Xian's expression did not change by even a little in front of the surrounding unfriendly gazes. His body gently leaned against the backrest of his chair while his expressionless old face revealed a fierce and brutal look. There was no soft person in a place like the Black Corner region. In order for him to become one of the top 3 peak experts on the black ranking back then, a countless number of people died by his hand. The old Xian back then was a person who had quite the fierce reputation. Although his fierce reputation had slightly reduced after he had undertaken a retreat in isolation for so many years, anyone who treated him as a softie who could be pinched would likely have to pay a hefty price. Mo Tianxing was still full of smiles as he stood on the auction stage. He acted like he was unable to feel a kind of strange atmosphere in the VIP seats as he smiled and said, "Now that the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva has an owner, this auction that my Black Emperor sect has organized can smoothly come to a close. In the next few days, the Black Emperor sect will hold a large banquet. Those who are interested can stay behind and join the fun. As for the customers who have bought something, my Black Emperor sect will deliver the auction items to everyone without opening them during the next 1 to 2 days." Old Xian slowly stood up after Mo Tianxing's voice sounded. After which, he slowly walked out of the VIP exit with an expressionless face in front of the rest of the VIPs. People began to stand up from the VIP seats one after another after Old Xian movement. All of them headed out of the auction ground. With his outstanding spiritual perception, Xiao Yan could sense that at least half of the people in the VIP seats had revealed some dark, cold killing intent. The true good show begins only now. It is likely that this subsequent period of time will be the real bloody storm, Xiao Yan softly laughed. He immediately stood up and walked to the exit. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan followed close behind. Haha, this friend. A laughter suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Yan just as he was about to exit. Xiao Yan paused his footsteps. His black-robed body turned back and his indifferent gaze hidden by the black robe glanced at the people from the Demon Flame Valley who were walking toward him. A somewhat hoarse voice was immediately emitted, "Is there something a matter?" Haha, the old me is the first elder of the Demon Flame Valley, Fang Yan. May I inquire about this friend's name? Fang Yan smiled as he quickly walked forward. He cupped his hands to Xiao Yan before speaking in a friendly manner. My first name is Yan. Does First Elder Fang Yan need something? Xiao Yan faintly inquired. Haha, Mr. Yan's medicinal refining skills can be considered the best in this Black Corner region, right? The old me has only come to inquire if Mr. Yan also possesses an interest in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva? Fang Yan laughed. The topic immediately changed as he asked with a deep voice and overcast eyes. Why? Xiao Yan's eyes under the black robe narrowed as he calmly asked. If Mr. Yan also has some interest in the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, we might be able to cooperate. That old Shan is an expert in the Black Corner region from the older generation. He is extremely strong. If you were to act alone, it is likely that you will have difficulty snatching the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva from that old fellow even if this young lady by your side intervenes. Fang Yan softly said. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth hidden by the black robe was lifted in ridicule. He immediately shook his head and said, I am not very interested in First Elder Fang Yan's suggestion. I'm sorry, Xiao Yan ceased speaking with Fang Yan after his words sounded. His gaze scanned the mysterious grey-robed person behind Fang Yan without anyone noticing. After which, he turned around and walked out of the tunnel. A chill flashed across Fang Yan's eyes when he saw that Xiao Yan had completely rejected his suggestion. This fellow is too arrogant. Does he think that he can defeat old Shan alone by just possessing a dozong by his side? The elders from the Demon Flame Valley spoke somewhat angrily as they glared at Xiao Yan's back. Given the Demon Flame Valley's prestige within the Black Corner region, they had seldom received such treatment. Fang Yan's expression sank. He immediately turned his head and looked at the mysterious grey-robed person. He inquired respectfully, Mister, what should we do now? Everyone is targeting the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva in this kind of situation. Hence, you can forget about having anyone trust and cooperate with you. You can only rely on yourselves. Although old Shan might be powerful, it is not as though we are helpless against him. Dispatch people to keep an eye on him during these 2 days. Prepare to act the moment he leaves the Black Emperor's sect. The grey robe trembled slightly as an illusionary aura and indifferent voice sounded. Fang Yan nodded slightly upon hearing this. His gaze suddenly glanced at Xiao Li's and First Elder Su Qian's groups behind before softly asking, what about the people from Xiao Gate and the Jianan Academy? Ignore them for now. The most important thing is the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. The grey-robed person spoke in an indifferent voice. Yes, Fang Yan nodded and ceased speaking any additional words. He waved his hand and led his group of people slowly away from this enormous auction. The atmosphere of the Black Emperor city seemed to have become more jubilant after the perfect end to the auction. Under the great banquet of the Black Emperor sect, the entire city seemed to be covered in a joyous atmosphere. However, some sensitive people could faintly sense that an imminent bloody storm was surging under this joy. Some factions did not leave after the auction ended. Instead, they quietly remained within the Black Emperor city. It seemed that they were enjoying the banquet of the Black Emperor sect, but their gazes were quietly gathered on a single place, the living quarters of old Shan. Xiao Yan's group appeared quite calm amid this anxious atmosphere which lingered in the shadows. They also aimed to get this Bodhisattva body transformation saliva at all costs. However, they were not worried that old Shan would suddenly disappear. Under this kind of intense scrutiny, even an elite dozong could not simply disappear without anyone noticing. While they quietly waited for the situation to change, Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and Ziyan over to the pickup location of the Black Emperor sect the next day. Mo Tianxing naturally revealed his greatest warmth when Xiao Yan's group visited. He invited the 3 of them into the sect and served them in the grandest manner. That warmth caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat uncomfortable. After both parties had a brief chat, Mo Tianxing seemed to have also sensed Xiao Yan's impatience and immediately ceased saying any nonsense. He clapped his hands and brought out all of the items that Xiao Yan bought in the auction one at a time, including the magical beast corpse. Haha, Mr. Yan Xiao, all the items that you have auctioned for are located here. Please check them yourself. Mo Tianxing smiled as he spoke. He glanced at the magical beast corpse that had occupied over half of the hall. Xiao Yan did not show any pretense as he nodded. After which, he carefully examined all of the auction items once. This was especially the case for that magical beast corpse. He had spent quite a lot of time on it but did not find anything wrong. Only then did he nod his head. He slowly took out the gold coins and medicinal pills from his storage ring before gently placing them on the table. Sect leader Mo, please check these things, but... Mo Tianxing took a glance before waving his large hand while he smiled and said, there is no need to check. The old me trusts Mr. Yan Xiao. Xiao Yan smiled faintly after hearing this. He said, in that case, I will bid you goodbye. Xiao Yan turned around and left after speaking. Mo Tianxing hurriedly stepped forward when he saw this. He dryly laughed, Mr. Yan Xiao, please wait for a moment. What is it? Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly, turned around, and asked. Ha! Mo Tianxing awkwardly smiled. He immediately rubbed his hands and said, "Mr. Yin Xiao, may this old me inquire if I can exchange for that zone-breaking pill in your hands?" The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was immediately lifted into a cold smile when he heard this. This old fellow was indeed having some thoughts about the zone-breaking pill in his possession. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 849, Meeting. Chapter 849, Meeting. Xiao Yan's hand gently pulled on the black-colored doping. His gaze gently swept over the dry smile on Mo Tianxing's face. His tone was calm as he asked, "Sect leader Mo, didn't you look down on the zone-breaking pill?" Mo Tianxing could not help but awkwardly smile when he heard this. He knew that Xiao Yan still bore a grudge toward him regarding that matter in the auction ground. With a bitter smile, he said, "Mr. Yin Xiao, the old me is also helpless in this manner. Such a matter is usually discussed with the elders in the sect. They insisted that the thing that old Shan provided is more suitable for our Black Emperor sect. The old me cannot just insist on my own way." Xiao Yan was non-committal with regards to Mo Tianxing's excuse. With the latter's position within the Black Emperor sect, he had basically reached the stage where his words were law. Even all the elders' rights to speak could not be compared with his. Hence, these words of his did not have the slightest form of trust. Of course, regardless of whether Xiao Yan believed his excuse, there was no reason he needed to get entangled with this matter. It was naturally not a problem for Mo Tianxing to be interested in the zone-breaking pill. He did not have the slightest objection if the latter could take out something that interested Xiao Yan in exchange for it. Don't tell me that sect leader Mo was able to take out a second bodhisattva body transformation saliva? Xiao Yan faintly laughed. The smile on Mo Tianxing's face stiffened when he heard this. He immediately and helplessly replied, "What is Mr. Yin Xiao saying? This bodhisattva body transformation saliva is the only one in my Black Emperor sect. Moreover, this single share is soon going to be in the possession of old Shan. I am currently only interested in the bodhisattva body transformation saliva. As for the other things," Xiao Yan shook his head with a calm tone. "Mr. Xiao Yan, we can always discuss the matter. Why doesn't my Black Emperor sect provide you with medicinal ingredients and ask Mr. to help refine another zone-breaking pill? Regardless of how many you are able to successfully refine, it is fine as long as you give my Black Emperor sect one. The rest will be yours." "What do you say?" Mo Tianxing hurriedly asked. "Forget it. I do not have the extra time to stay in the Black Emperor sect specifically to help you refine pills." Xiao Yan's tone immediately became cold when he heard this. He did not continue to converse with this fellow who didn't have any integrity. After cupping his hands together, he left with the little fairy doctor and Ziyan. Mo Tianxing's expression alternated between green and white as he stared at the backs of Xiao Yan's three-man group. A moment later, some gloominess finally surged into his eyes. His hand violently smashed against the table, unleashing a fierce wind. The force from the wind shattered the firm table into powder. "Sect leader, did he not agree?" The loud sound that was transmitted from the large hall caused two human figures to hurriedly walk in from the back. They were Qi Shan and Emoya. At this moment, these two individuals were carefully preparing their questions. Mo Tianxing's expression was dark and solemn as he nodded. He coldly said, "This fellow is really too arrogant. My Black Emperor sect is willing to provide medicinal ingredients for him to refine the zone-breaking pill, but only take one zone-breaking pill in the end. He would have everything to gain, yet he is actually still dissatisfied. All the young people who have some ability are like this. They are all too arrogant." Qi Shan coldly laughed. "Father, what should we do now? Don't tell me we do not want that zone-breaking pill?" Emoya frowned and spoke somewhat anxiously. He knew that possessing this zone-breaking pill would benefit him. When he break through the Dou Huang class in the future, he might have to rely on this thing. Hence, he immediately became somewhat anxious now that the negotiations had collapsed. "What are you so anxious for? Don't tell me that you want to snatch it? The white-clothed lady beside that fellow is not someone that can be easily offended. Even I don't have absolute confidence in defeating her." Mo Tianxing reprimanded. Emoya did not dare to utter another words after being scolded by Mo Tianxing. However, the anxiety in his heart was not the least bit reduced. "What are sect leaders' intentions?" Qi Shan by the side asked. "Let's wait and watch the situation. They have clearly come with the bodhisattva body transformation saliva as their target. However, old Shan is also not an ordinary person. It won't be a simple task to snatch something from his hands. At that time, when the white-clothed lady and him fight until the both of them are injured, I might be able to quietly intervene." Some dark coldness flashed across Mo Tianxing's eyes as he slowly spoke. "Since this little brat isn't willing to accept our generous offer, he should not blame the old me for being vicious." Emoya finally sighed in relief in his heart after hearing his words. A dense jealousy flashed across his eyes as he glanced at the spot where Xiao Yan's group had disappeared. A mocking smile remained on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth as he walked out of the hall of the Black Emperor sect. This old fellow actually wanted him to specifically refine a zone-breaking pill for them. Such thinking was somewhat wonderful and naive. Originally, Xiao Yan bore a grudge that this old fellow had chosen old Shan. Who would expect that this old fellow would actually think of this method to obtain the zone-breaking pill from Xiao Yan? The medicinal ingredients of the zone-breaking pill were not things that Xiao Yan needed in a hurry. Therefore, he did not need to remain behind to work for them. Moreover, Xiao Yan did not value those so-called medicinal ingredients. With Zi Yan's special ability to sense medicinal ingredients, it was not an extremely difficult task for him to find some more. The zone-breaking pill is too precious. That old fellow clearly knew in his heart that he would not be able to take out an ordinary item to exchange for it. However, he is unwilling to take out some overly valuable things. Hence, he chose such a method. Perhaps, in his heart, he might even think that you have gained a great advantage. The little fairy doctor smiled and spoke after she seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's furious smile. To think that he is actually an elite Dou zone. He is so stingy. Zi Yan curled her small mouth and spoke with disdain. Medicinal ingredients were the most worthless things in her eyes. As long as she went into the deep mountains or old forests, she would be able to find some medicinal ingredients that contained a dense energy. Yet, this old fellow actually wanted to use these things, that were extremely cheap in her eyes, to exchange for the zone-breaking pill. It was little wonder why she would despise him. Xiao Yan gently exhaled and viciously cursed. "Wouldn't everything have been fine if that old bastard had exchanged the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva with me? Yet he must play these games." The little fairy doctor smiled when she heard Xiao Yan curse in this manner. It seemed that Xiao Yan bore a deep grudge against Mo Tianxing for failing to choose zone-breaking pill in the auction. However, one could understand him after some thought. Currently, the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva was something that now belonged to old Shan. It was going to be quite difficult to snatch it from the hands of an elite Dou zone. There is no need to be overly worried. In any case, it is not as though we are the only ones targeting the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. At that time, we can wait for the others to attack first and reap the benefits of their battle. The little fairy doctor softly continued. However, now that you rejected Mo Tianxing, it is likely the old fellow's heart will have a blotch. Hence, we should be a little careful of them. Xiao Yan vaguely nodded. His footsteps had just stepped out of the Black Emperor sect when a gray-haired old man's figure came over. His appearance caused Xiao Yan's eyes to slightly narrow. Surprisingly, that person was old Shan. Old Shan still possessed an expressionless face. His eyes gave a random glance when he passed Xiao Yan, though his gaze contained a faint fierceness when it swept over the little fairy doctor. His body moved before strangely rushing into the Black Emperor sect. Xiao Yan finally exhaled gently after old Shan disappeared. He softly said, "This old Shan should be here to obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, no?" Little fairy doctor nodded. Xiao Yan's white hand pulled his doping forward slightly and said with a low voice, "Looks like he's planning to leave. It is likely that those many factions who are watching him with ill intent will attack the moment he leaves Black Emperor City." The little fairy doctor's grayish-purple eyes slowly swept around. She knew that there was a countless number of gazes watching this place from outside the Black Emperor sect. It was likely that within a couple of minutes, the matter of old Shan appearing in the Black Emperor sect would be transmitted to the ears of those factions. Xiao Yan nodded gently. "What do we do now?" The little fairy doctor softly inquired. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. A moment later, he gently inhaled a breath of air, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go and look for second brother and first elder Su Qian. If we gain their help in what we will do, things will definitely become much easier." Xiao Yan did not hesitate any longer after his voice sounded. The direction of his footsteps changed as he headed to the location where Xiao Gate was staying. Over a dozen human figures were sitting in a large hall at the southern part of the city. From their appearance, they were surprisingly Shaoli, First Elder Su Qian and the others. Currently, they were not staying within the Black Emperor Pavilion. Instead, they had randomly booked an entire compound within the city as a temporary resting place. "Do you have news about the people from the Demon Flame Valley?" Shaoli, who was seated in the leader's spot, frowned and asked an elder from Xiao Gate. "Sect leader, the people from the Demon Flame Valley have already left the Black Emperor City. However, they have not gone far. They are camped outside the city. From the looks of it, they are clearly waiting for old Shan. A grey-robed old man respectfully replied. Hey, these fellows indeed still have their sights set on the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Xiao Li immediately let out a cold laugh when he heard this. He had just turned towards First Elder Su Qian by his side to ask for the latter's opinion when the expression of the latter suddenly changed. First Elder Su Qian suddenly got up and sharply cried, "Who is it?" Everyone was startled when they heard Su Qian's voice. They watched as 3 human figures appeared by the door in a ghost-like manner. 2 of the 3 human figures were wrapped under black robes. The only one who revealed her appearance was that white-clothed lady. Xiao Li's expression drastically changed when he saw the sudden appearance of these 3 people. He knew that they had offended these 3 people in the auction because of the D-class middle-level ruler technique Dou skill. Looking at them at this moment, it seemed like they were here to find trouble. The experts from Xiao Gate and Jianan Academy within the large hall had begun to show signs of chaos because of the appearance of these 3 people. All of their figures moved in an instant. After which, they fled behind Su Qian. All of them clearly knew that if they were to step forward to face an elite Dou zone, they would only die without being of the slightest use. This friend, everyone relies on their own ability in the auction ground. It seems that there is no need to end up involving a grudge, no? The old Ni is the first elder of the Jianan Academy. On the account of my faint reputation, please let this matter pass. A solemnness surged onto the face of First Elder Su Qian as he cupped his hands and spoke in a deep voice. Even he did not dare to easily offend an alchemist, who could refine a top-grade tier 6 medicinal pill, and an elite Dou zone. The black-robed person seemed to be stunned when he heard these words. He immediately sighed, feeling neither able to laugh nor cry. His hand pulled at the doping and slowly removed it. A familiar face that was filled with a helplessness immediately appeared in front of Xiao Li's stunt group. First Elder, these words of yours are really quite serious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 850, Discussion. Chapter 850, Discussion. Everyone in the hall was stunned when they saw the familiar face that was filled with a helpless expression. Immediately, numerous cries of disbelief were emitted from Xiao Li, First Elder Su Qian, and a couple of others. Third brother? Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan removed the black doping completely from his head and stored it into his storage ring. He shrugged his shoulders toward Xiao Li's group, whose faces were filled with disbelief. He smiled and said, "Why? Don't you recognize me?" Xiao Li's group slowly recovered from their shock after hearing this familiar voice. Joy instantly surged onto their faces. Xiao Li strode over and violently patted Xiao Yan's shoulders before laughing with a face filled with smiles. "It is unexpected that the mysterious tier 6 alchemist is actually you. You really caused us to worry." A warmth also surged in Xiao Yan's heart as he looked at Xiao Li, whose face was filled with joy. He softly laughed. "The situation in the Black Emperor City is not quite right. Moreover, I'm worried that those fellows from the Demon Flame Valley would recognize me. Hence, I have hidden my shape and face." These words are true. A drawing of you has already been passed to every high-ranking person in the Demon Flame Valley. Should you reveal yourself, they would definitely recognize you. Xiao Li laughed. This is? Xiao Li's gaze suddenly turned to the little fairy doctor by Xiao Yan's side. The smile on his face was withdrawn as he politely inquired. Given the little fairy doctor's Dou zone class strength, even Xiao Li did not dare to be too careless with his words. She is my friend. Second brother can call her the little fairy doctor. Xiao Yan laughed. Big brother Xiao Li. The little fairy doctor's exquisite face by the side revealed a smile as she softly spoke to Xiao Li. Ugh, you flatter me, you flatter me. Miss is really too polite. Xiao Li hurriedly waved his hand as he replied. His entire body trembled after being addressed by the little fairy doctor as big brother Xiao Li. When they were at the Black Emperor Pavilion back then, he had personally felt the dense killing intent that had pervaded her body. He naturally knew that despite the ethereal and moving appearance of this lady, she was definitely a vicious person when she attacked. Moreover, this was the first time in his life that he had been addressed so courteously by an elite Dou zone. Therefore, his heart appeared to be somewhat flustered. Xiao Yan was also similarly stunned by the little fairy doctor's form of address. His gaze was a little surprised as he glanced at her. She actually addressed someone in this manner given her character? The little fairy doctor acted as though she did not see Xiao Yan's surprised gaze while a smile hung on her face. She appeared like the kind girl from Qingshan town back then. She looked completely innocent, causing one to feel extremely attracted to her. Xiao Li whispered in his heart as he looked at the two people. He naturally knew that this lady, whose hair was as white as snow, was this courteous to him on the account of Xiao Yan. Hence, his heart let out a bitter laugh. Did this third brother of his have a great affinity with women? Moreover, the women by his side were not ordinary people. Medusa from the last time was also a genuine elite dozone. This time around, this little fairy doctor, who appeared from nowhere, was actually an elite dozone whom even First Elder Su Qian was quite afraid of. Little fellow, you actually know how to return to the Black Corner region. While Xiaoli was sighing in his heart about how Xiao Yan had such a great affinity with women, First Elder Su Qian had also recovered from his earlier shock. He took 2 steps forward and spoke with some resentment. Xiao Yan gave an embarrassed smile when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "First Elder, please forgive me. Originally, I should have made a trip over earlier, but I undertook a year-long retreat in order to break through to the Dou Huang class, which ended up delaying this trip." "You have broken through to the Dou Huang class?" Xiaoli was immediately stunned when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He asked with a surprised voice. Although he knew that Xiao Yan was already at the peak of the Dou Huang class when he left back then, it was quite difficult to break through this barrier. Some people had even remained at the peak of the Dou Huang class for their entire life. Yet, Xiao Yan was able to break through the barrier within a short 1 year. This speed was naturally considered unusually terrifying. The eyes of Su Qian by the side were also a little shocked. From Xiao Yan's ability to refine a Tier 6 medicinal pill, he had guessed that Xiao Yan might have already broken through that barrier. However, his heart still felt extremely surprised after hearing the person in question say it out loud. This kind of training speed could be considered at the peak that Su Qian had seen after so many years. "I was merely lucky." Xiao Yan slightly smiled. The people present were those whom he could trust. Hence, he would naturally not purposefully hide something. "Haha, little fellow, you have done well. Father's eyesight is really different. From the very beginning, he knew that you were not an ordinary person." Xiaoli laughed out loud. His excitement was even greater than if he had broken past the Dou Huang class. Some sadness flashed through Xiao Yan's eyes without leaving a trace when he heard Xiaoli mention their father. It immediately disappeared as Xiao Yan smiled and said, "The main reason I have revealed myself is to request second brother's and first elder Su Qian's help." "Ah, we are one family, why are you saying help? You are Xiao Gate's chief and have the authority to maneuver everyone in the faction." Xiaoli curled his mouth when he heard this. He immediately turned to the 10+ experts from Xiao Gate and cried out, "This is my third brother, the chief whom all of you have heard about. Why aren't you greeting him?" The 10+ experts from Xiao Gate, who possessed extraordinary strength, immediately knelt with one knee on the ground after hearing Xiaoli's cry. They respectfully said, "These subordinates greet chief." These experts from Xiao Gate did not hesitate even a little when they knelt. They naturally felt a great joy with the status that Xiao Yan had revealed. They might not be certain of Xiao Yan's strength. However, just being a Tier 6 alchemist was enough to cause their hearts to be filled with excitement. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the experts from Xiao Gate who had knelt down. He immediately waved his sleeves gently. The energy fluctuated and a gentle breeze lifted everyone up. He smiled and said, "Everyone here is brothers of Xiao Gate. There is no need to be so polite. We can forget about all these unnecessary rituals." The hearts of these experts from Xiao Gate shivered when they felt Xiao Yan easily lift them up by simply raising his hand. They no longer held the slightest doubt about Xiao Yan's strength in their hearts. These members of the Xiao Gate would display a greater confidence when walking outside with such a powerful chief. Xiao Yan walked into the hall after lifting everyone up. After which, he unceremoniously sat in a chair beside the table. The little fairy doctor and Zi Yan also followed him and sat down. The latter pulled down her black robe. Silk-like purple-colored hair rolled down as she parted her mouth and smiled at the stunned face of First Elder Su Qian. "You girl, you actually also followed him back." First Elder Su Qian spoke helplessly after seeing that the last black-robed person was actually Zi Yan. He felt neither able to laugh nor cry. Zi Yan also possesses the strength of a Dou Huang. Other than some elite Dou zone, she can walk this Black Corner region without any fear. Su Qian was startled when he heard this. His gaze immediately swept over Zi Yan with surprise as he said, "This girl has actually broken through to the Dou Huang class." Zi Yan immediately waved her small fist, feeling pleased when she saw the surprise on Su Qian's face. She said, "Old fellow, I said that trapping me in the inner academy back then is definitely a form of harm to me. If you had let me out earlier, I might already be an elite dozong now. Don't dispute the old me. If I had not gotten you to follow beside Xiao Yan, I would not know if you had been sold by someone." "What dozong?" Su Qian shook his head as he replied, feeling neither able to laugh nor cry. Zi Yan's fine eyebrows became vertical when she heard Su Qian's words. She was about to go wild when Xiao Yan's palm was placed on her small head, pressing her into her seat. "Be quiet." Zi Yan unhappily shook her head after Xiao Yan pressed down on her. She felt bitterly dispirited as she lay on the table. Her eyes were viciously staring at the smiling Su Qian. It looks like only you are able to control this mischievous girl. I have experienced a much quieter time after she left the Inner Academy. The Inner Academy also no longer needs to worry about when it will lose a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Su Qian softly laughed after seeing Zi Yin being restrained by Xiao Yan. He immediately seemed to have recalled something as he stared at Xiao Yan and said, "That's right. Since you have come to the Black Corner region, you should quickly return and supplement the heart flame of the Blazing Skychi Refining Tower. That Blazing Skychi Refining Tower has already lost its effect for half a year." Xiao Yan awkwardly nodded when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "First Elder, please rest assured that I will return to the Inner Academy to replenish the heart flame after this matter is over." Seeing this, Su Qian let out a snort and took out a bright red scroll from his storage ring. He threw it to Xiao Yan and said, "Take it. This is the ruler technique Dou skill that your second brother had bought for you in the auction." He was actually willing to offend an elite Dou zone for this thing. His gaze drifted to the little fairy doctor by Xiao Yan's side when he spoke until this point. He also muttered in his heart, questioning why the woman companions by Xiao Yan's side always possessed such a frightening strength. Xiao Yan received the bright red scroll and felt the faint warmth of it. A warm feeling flowed into his heart. At that time, Xiaoli was not aware of their identities. Despite this, he dared to auction for this ruler technique Dou skill. Xiaoli intended to increase the Xiaoyan's strength by a little. This affection was that of blood-related brothers. Don't be moved for nothing. You are the most precious person in our Xiao clan. Big Brother said that everyone can die but you. Hence, you should live well and quickly become strong. This is because you are the only one with the ability to rescue Father from the damn Hall of Souls. Xiaoli curled his mouth when he saw Xiao Yan staring at the scroll. He smiled and continued, "Let's quickly proceed to talk about the important matter. What is the reason for you to come and look for us?" Xiao Yan also smiled when he heard this. He gently nodded and stored the scroll into his storage ring. After musing for a moment, his face gradually turned solemn as his gaze swept over Xiaoli and Su Qian. He said in a soft, deep voice, "I wish to obtain the Bodhisattva body transformation saliva, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."